Kwong accelerated once more. He dashed to the side of the old squad leader, seizing his left arm firmly under the armpit, and shouted, "Take a breath." The old squad leader had yet to comprehend the situation when he felt his left side lighten. Simultaneously, Eagle-Eye bent low like a hunting cheetah, nearly pressing himself to the ground. In an astonishing display of agility, he reached for the squad leader's foot while maintaining a rapid pace. A flash of cold light revealed that the dagger in Eagle-Eye's hand severed the tattered old grass rope binding the squad leader's foot. In that instant, a gruesome sight was unveiled. His foot was marred with blisters and festering wounds. Many viewers in the live stream gasped in horror. Yet Eagle-Eye's hands remained as steady as rock. Seizing the brief moment created by Brother Kwong lifting the squad leader, he swiftly slid a new pair of grass shoes onto the squad leader's feet, tightening and knotting the laces with precision. Every action was completed within mere seconds. Left foot. Eagle-Eye bellowed. Brother Kwong switched hands, bracing the other side. The same maneuver, executed with equal accuracy. By the time they reached the bottom of the slope, Eagle-Eye had regained his footing. Although he stumbled slightly from the previous actions, he quickly adjusted his balance. The squad leader now wore a brand new pair of sturdy grass shoes. This seamless collaboration, devoid of any superfluous movements, ensured that the squad leader's speed remained unimpeded. It was not until he felt the soft, grippy texture of the new soles beneath him that the squad leader paused in astonishment. He glanced down at the fresh grass-scented shoes, then at the three soldiers running alongside him, seemingly unfazed. A lump formed in his throat. Where did these two youngsters acquire such skills? This kind of mid-movement footwear change was something only seen in the most elite guard units. How had they mastered it? Moreover, those shoes were a spare that Eagle-Eye always kept within easy reach. The squad leader's throat constricted again, and his eyes grew misty. The sensation of being regarded as a vital core to be protected was profoundly unsettling for someone so accustomed to safeguarding others. But he could not cry. Tears would only deplete his salt. What a waste, the squad leader sniffled, turning his head aside and muttering hoarsely. Those shoes can last for miles. Up ahead, Brother Kwong chuckled without looking back and called out. Then you better wear them for 200 miles. When we reach Looting Bridge, if those soles are still pristine, I shall demand a refund. The sharp-edged soldiers couldn't help but erupt into a chorus of good-natured laughter. Observing the silhouettes of the three soldiers, the squad leader suddenly felt that the remaining 200 miles might not be so arduous after all. He gazed at the blazing sun overhead, then lowered his head, clenched his left fist, and softly laughed while chiding, "You little rascals. When we reach Looting Bridge, I will surely give you each a good kick with these new soles." Chapter 105. The blind man fishing the weather along the Dadu River, much like the countenance of a child, changes abruptly. What was once a scorching sun capable of scorching skin is suddenly engulfed by an eerie wind that rises from the deep mountain gorge. A thick fog descends, enveloping the surroundings. The mist, dense and white, resembles a solid wall, crashing down from the tumultuous river surface and cutting through the long line of the Red Army's rapid march. Visibility plummets, even 5 steps away. One cannot discern friend from foe. Hold tight. Do not fall behind. The sergeant's voice booms from the front, muffled as if smothered by a thick quilt. Brother Kwong feels a weight on his shoulder as Eagle-Eye grips his harness tightly. Instinctively, he reaches out to clutch the hem of the old squad leader's uniform. The pace of the group visibly slows. The path precariously clings to the mountainside, with a sheer rock wall to the left, as solid as iron, and a deep abyss to the right, plunging dozens of meters down. The Dadu River roars below, its sound amplified by the fog, as if a multitude of hands await to grasp those who dare to slip. Do not stop. The old squad leader's voice reaches them, soft yet steady. With only his left hand capable of movement, he cannot grasp the shoulder of the person ahead for support like the others. Yet, he moves with the grace of an ancient vine, his grass shoes seemingly endowed with vision, each step firmly wedged in the crevices of the gravel. Follow my footprints. Without glancing back, he secures his shoulder strap with his left thumb and leans slightly forward, as if sniffing the path ahead. Caught between Brother Kwong and Eagle-Eye, the girl's face is pale with fear. She truly dares not breathe. The ground beneath their feet is as slippery as a deceitful tongue. The moisture transforms the once hard earth into a quagmire. In the live stream, the scene is equally obscured, a blanket of white veiling all, save for the occasional flicker of shadow and the heavy sound of labored breathing. How can one run in this? This is utterly terrifying. The audience in the comments expresses their dismay. I just tried walking with my eyes closed. I bumped into a wall after 2 steps. They're teetering on the edge of a cliff. Could the physics engine of old Thief Luo be any more realistic? It makes my skin crawl. Yet, within the game, no one has the luxury of complaint. The team moves in silence, a stifling quiet that lasts for nearly half an hour until bang. A gunshot erupts from the fog ahead, shattering the stillness. What follows is chaos. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire is erratic and disordered, the sounds echoing from less than 300 meters away. The squad comes to an abrupt halt, instinctively pressing against the left rock face, fingers poised on their weapon safeties. Stay calm, the old squad leader whispers. Crouching close to the wall, he tilts his head, furrowing his brow. Listening intently, he concludes, it's not aimed at us. Brother Kwong blinks in surprise. Not at us. Then who are they shooting at? Those cowards who mistake us for ghosts. The old squad leader replies with a cold smile, gesturing with his chin towards the swirling fog. Ahead lies Tiger Ridge. In such thick mist, the enemy guarding the pass must be trembling in fear, firing into the void to bolster their courage. Brother Kwong leans forward for a glimpse. Indeed, it is as he suspected. In the depths of the dense fog, flickers of orange-red flames can be faintly discerned. The fiery breath of gun muzzles. Accompanying the gunfire are indistinct shouts and cries, a cacophony unbecoming of a disciplined army. more akin to a group of gamblers. Lost in the night and encountering phantoms. The company commander has issued orders. A communications soldier stealthily approached, lowering his voice to relay the command. Assault team, move out. No gunfire. Draw your bayonets. Advance and extract this thorn. The old sergeant nodded, leaving behind his softness. He cast a glance at the fierce brother and the eagle-eyed one behind him. Take care of yourselves, and for heaven's sake, do not bring shame upon me. As he spoke, he unsheathed a broad-bladed ghost knife with his left hand. Stay close. Within 5 steps, kill anyone you encounter. Remain silent. At the narrow pass of the fierce Tiger Ridge, the enemy battalion commander cowered behind a sandbag fortification, gripping his gun, palms slick with sweat. Keep your eyes peeled. He bellowed, nearly hysterical. Even if a mere rat scurries by, turn it into a sieve. The accursed weather had turned treacherous. Reports indicated that the red demons of the Crimson Legion were advancing toward him. Who were these wretched beings? They were monstrous enough to cover 90 miles in a single day and night through torrential downpours, with such thick fog arising. Who could predict whether those mud-stained ruffians might leap from the mist and sever his throat? We can't see anything, Commander, quivered an aide nearby. Then shoot. The commander kicked the aide in the rear. Tell the men to unleash their bullets. Create some noise. Let them know we are here. I refuse to believe they dare charge toward our machine guns. The heavy machine gun began to unleash a blind barrage upon the empty mountain path. The tongues of flame licked the thick fog, only managing to sever a few branches without hitting anything of significance. Chaos, disorder, fear. The entire enemy encampment resembled a pot of boiling porridge. No one noticed that less than 30 meters ahead, in a blind spot, a group of figures, cloaked in mud, lay flat against the ground, inching forward like silent, venomous lizards. That was true silence. No breath, no footsteps, not even the sound of equipment clashing, muffled by the muck. The fierce brother lay concealed in the grass, feeling as if his heart might leap from his throat. It was too close, so close he could barely see the machine gunner ahead, close enough to catch a whiff of the nauseating stench of smoke. At such a proximity, aiming was unnecessary. It was a matter of pouncing, of killing, and the old sergeant was less than 2 meters in front of him. One-armed, he lay in the mud, the severed arm secured to his chest preventing him from crawling like a normal person. He could only rely on his knees and one left hand to inch forward over the sharp stones. Eagle Eye, observing from behind, felt tears brimming in his eyes. He could see clearly that the old sergeant was leaving a dark red trail in his wake. His knees were worn raw, yet the old squad leader remained silent, resembling a stone devoid of sensation. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. It was already upon his face. The enemy machine gunner was even in the midst of changing ammunition, cursing under his breath about the wretched weather. Suddenly, a piercing whistle, sharp and shrill, shattered the dense fog. The sound was so acute, so jarring, that it instantaneously penetrated the minds of all the enemy troops. That moment of paralysis marked the boundary between life and death. Kill. Accompanied by the battle cries, the old squad leader surged forward. His once crouched body, appearing somewhat broken due to his right arm being suspended, erupted with a terrifying agility. The enemy machine gunner's heart contracted sharply, as if confronted by a monstrous figure cloaked in dark, muddy filth, its features indistinguishable. The creature could only move one hand. Yet that left hand wielded a broad, thin-bladed knife, carving a pale arc through the air in a surge of momentum. With a sickening thud, a stream of blood erupted from the machine gunner's throat, and he crumpled weakly against the scorching barrel. Following closely were Kwang Gu and Ing Yan. With a crack, Kwang Gu smashed the butt of his rifle into the face of an enemy attempting to pull the trigger, swiftly executing a thrust. The bayonet plunged into flesh, twisted, and was drawn out with precision. Ing Yan, like a specter, weaved through the chaos, each dagger strike severing tendons or wrists, leaving the incapacitated foes to writhe in agony. Fear erupted among the enemy ranks. The Ghost Mountain had come to claim its due. They fled. For these soldiers, who typically bullied the common folk and indulged in opium, this scene surpassed their comprehension. From the mist, figures emerged, silent and lethal, killing without uttering a word or firing a shot. The oppressive silence was a terror 1,000 times greater than the sound of machine gun fire. The old squad leader's left hand wielded the knife with such swiftness that it became but a blur. Though his right arm was incapacitated, his left remained frighteningly steady. Each strike aimed with lethal precision. In less than 2 minutes, the once blind firing position was utterly shattered. A whole battalion, caught off guard by this small squad of mud-covered figures, failed to establish any semblance of organized resistance before their camp was overrun. Kill. Only then did the thunderous battle cries from behind finally erupt. This was the follow-up from the vanguard unit, a formidable force. Countless figures tore through the dense fog, pouring into the breach opened by the spearhead team. The enemy was utterly deranged. They cast aside their armor, some even losing their shoes, fleeing down the mountain path towards Moses Mian village, wailing like lost children, leaving chaos in their wake. Brother Kwang kicked aside a corpse, and his eyes suddenly gleamed. Scattered on the ground were several brand-new rifles, far superior to the antiquated ones in their hands. Not to mention the belts of bullets strewn about, genuine brass cartridges. Squad leader, what a treasure. Brother Kwang bent down to retrieve them. Crack. A heavy kick landed squarely on his backside. The old squad leader, wielding a large blade, his face smeared with mud, revealed only a pair of menacing eyes. Pick up what? He rasped, pointing at the retreating enemies. Those are burdens. Do you wish to be weighed down by this scrap metal and die on the road? There are plenty of guns at Looting Bridge. A life lost cannot be reclaimed. Chase. We must annihilate them before they catch their breath. Moses Mian village, once a tranquil hamlet, had descended into utter chaos. The enemy regiment stationed there had just begun to sip their tea when the alarm was raised. Commander, you must flee. The Red Devils are descending upon us. The panicked soldiers surged like a stampede of startled buffalo, disregarding their officers as they scattered the regiment's guard. They swept away the bewildered commander, dashing eastward in a frenzied rush. Don't push. My concubine is still behind. Hold the line. Stand firm. But no one heeded his cries. In the face of defeat, anyone who hesitated was a fool. The enemy regiment had barely grasped the situation when they were overwhelmed by their own. Just then, the vanguard rushed into the village. And the enemy had no time for contemplation. They could only flee in terror. When the elite squad burst into the village, they were met with a scene of disarray. Feathers scattered everywhere, overturned tables and chairs, and discarded smoking guns. The hurried footsteps stirred up a whirlwind. A few brave villagers hid behind their doors, peering through the cracks in trepidation. What they beheld was not the usual marauding band that came to seize chickens and dogs, but a ragged troop, caked in mud, some even with worn-out shoes. Yet this band was eerily silent. Apart from their heavy breathing and footsteps, no words were exchanged. No one glanced around aimlessly, nor did anyone kick at the villagers' doors. They moved like a fleeting wind, imbued with a palpable aura of menace and righteousness, sweeping past. Only after the troop had disappeared into the distance did the villagers dare to exhale deeply. What kind of divine beings were they? The pursuit continued until they reached the eastern edge of the village. Damn it! Brother Kwong seethed, slamming his fist against an ancient willow tree, causing the bark to splinter and blood to seep from his knuckles. Before them lay a rushing mountain stream, blocking their path. The murky waters roared, and the sole wooden bridge was reduced to a few charred planks, precariously suspended in midair. On the opposite bank, the fleeing shadows of the enemy glanced back, continuing their reckless dash into the depths of the mountains. These bastards run faster than rabbits. Hawkeye was also breathing heavily, wiping the mud from his face, his expression grim. Just a step away. If they had been given a few more minutes, not a single one of these people could have escaped. The old squad leader refrained from cursing. He simply sheathed his large knife, lifting his gaze to the sky. It was afternoon. The sun had begun to set, its rays piercing through the dissipating mist, glaring against his face. Time was running short before the deadline of 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Report to the regiment. The old squad leader turned to the communications officer who had just caught up. The enemy has blown the bridge and fled eastward. But our unit has secured the village of Moses. No sooner had he spoken than the commander of the vanguard regiment arrived with the guard platoon. Looking at the still smoking broken bridge, the commander's expression darkened. Yet, he refrained from idle chatter, casting a glance at the engineer platoon leader beside him. 2 hours. The commander held up 2 fingers. In 2 hours, I want to see the bridge rebuilt. Yes. The engineer platoon and the soldiers who had arrived subsequently immediately dispersed. Some cut wood, others moved stones. What had once been a grim pursuit operation suddenly transformed into a bustling repair effort. For the Sharp Knife Squad, this was not merely an obstacle, but a rare opportunity for respite amidst the long day. Squad leader. A soft voice suddenly broke the air. As the old squad leader prepared to assist the engineers in moving timber, he instinctively wished to evade upon hearing the voice. I'm fine, I'll help. Sit down. Just 2 words, imbued with lethal intent. The soft-spoken one walked directly in front of the old squad leader, disregarding rank or age, extending her hand to firmly press down on his uninjured left shoulder. Ah, you girl. The old squad leader attempted to resist. I am the medic, and this is a medical order. Chapter 107. Favor of the heavens. The soft-spoken one gave no chance for the old squad leader to argue. With all her might, she forcefully pinned him against a piece of bluestone by the roadside. Only after sitting down did the old squad leader realize his calves were trembling uncontrollably. The sensation of exhaustion flooding in as the adrenaline ebbed away was overwhelming. The soft-spoken one crouched down, swiftly unwrapping the bandage across the old squad leader's chest to inspect it. Once she confirmed that the binding was secure, she finally exhaled in relief. However, upon raising her gaze to the old squad leader's face, her heart sank. His lips were not merely cracked, but bore a distressing shade of blue. His chest heaved violently, each breath accompanied by a wheezing sound, a classic sign of oxygen deprivation and exhaustion. The soft-spoken one bit her lip, turning to rummage through the spoils of war they had seized. Soon, she held a small paper packet. It contained white sugar confiscated from the enemy's regiment. A life-saving remedy more precious than gold for soldiers of this era. Open your mouth. Just 2 words again. The old squad leader managed a wry smile. He glanced at the Sharp Knife Squad soldiers around him, who, despite being exhausted on the ground, were secretly casting glances in their direction. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by his age-old face, the soft-spoken one, understanding his concern, opened the paper packet while shooting him a sidelong glance. Squad leader, which is more important? Your life or your pride? Upon finishing her words, Ruan poured a generous handful of sugar into her palm and unceremoniously brought it to the lips of the old squad leader. Hold it in your mouth. Don't chew, just swallow slowly. The squad leader hesitated at Ruan's inquiry. Since he had wrapped his wounds, what dignity was left to him? He gazed at the small hand, meticulously washed and slightly trembling, and felt a pang in his heart. He then opened his mouth, allowing the warmth of her palm to brush against his chapped lips. Sweet. Exceedingly sweet. His previously clouded vision became a bit clearer. Closing his eyes, he drifted into slumber. Ruan rose, standing like a guardian at the old squad leader's side, signaling to Kwang Gu and Ing Yan. No one is to disturb him until the bridge is repaired. Anyone who dares, I shall retaliate. She shook a silver needle in her hand, whose origin was unknown. Kwang Gu and Ing Yan exchanged glances, observing the old squad leader, who had quickly succumbed to a faint snore upon the stone roadside. They also regarded Ruan, who puffed up like a mother hen protecting her chicks. With a shared smile, they silently retreated 3 meters away, clutching their rifles, assuming the role of a secondary sentry. The Sharpblade squad bore their own burdens and rewards. At least, in this moment, the Vanguard unit allowed them a brief respite to maintain their optimal combat effectiveness. Squad leader, wake up. An hour later, Ruan gently roused the old squad leader from his fleeting slumber. He jolted awake, instinctively reaching for the large knife beside him. Only upon recognizing Ruan's concerned expression did the fierce aura surrounding him gradually dissipate. Is the bridge complete? The weariness in the squad leader's voice was palpable. He pushed himself up with one hand, attempting to rise. Just then, Kwang Gu stepped forward, offering a sturdy branch, one end hewn smooth, serving as a makeshift walking stick. It's done. The engineering platoon worked tirelessly. In less than 2 hours, they managed to construct it from a few charred beams still emitting smoke. Kwang Ji's tone was tense as he glanced at the darkening sky. The sun had dipped below the mountain's peak, leaving only a faint, grim red streak across the horizon. Twilight had descended. Let us go. The squad leader, eschewing any pretense, accepted the branch, tucking it under his left arm, and struck it firmly against the ground. He wobbled slightly, but quickly regained his balance. The Sharpblade squad needed no rallying. This group of warriors, who had sprawled on the blue stones for over an hour, rose silently, like wolves that had caught the scent of blood, falling into formation and quietly following their squad leader. The so-called bridge was merely a few charred main beams, upon which some planks and branches had been laid. Below roared the furious river, its waves crashing against the wood, sending vibrations through their feet. The pace of the crossing was swift. No one dared to look down. All eyes were fixed intently on the back of the comrade ahead. Once across the river, the Vanguard unit began to quicken their pace. They were over 100 miles away from the looting bridge, and time was of the essence. However, shortly after the Vanguard crossed the river, the heavens suddenly shifted in their favor. A deep, thunderous clap resounded above them. The valley, which had been stiflingly hot throughout the day, finally shed its last guise. The rain, which had been pent up for an entire afternoon, cascaded down like a torrent from the heavens, drenching everything in its path. If the daytime rain was an impediment, this nocturnal downpour felt like a calamity. Instantly, a black curtain of rain descended upon the earth. The once recognizable mountain path transformed into a slick and murky quagmire. Is everyone all right? Kwang Gu shouted, wiping the rain from his face. The din of the rain and the roar of thunder rendered his voice nearly inaudible. We're fine, responded Ing Yen from behind. Though his tone sounded somewhat ethereal. The team had barely traveled 2 miles from the village when their pace was forced to slow. The ground was too slippery. With each step, Kwang Gu had to grip the soles of his straw sandals tightly, using them to claw at the muddy ground beneath him. A moment's carelessness could send him tumbling into the dark, treacherous ditch beside him. Leading the group, the old squad leader, a soldier who could sprint even with a severed hand in daylight, now moved with an unusual sluggishness, leaning on a branch with his left hand. He cautiously probed the ground ahead before daring to place his foot down. Squad leader? Ing Yen, who had been intently watching the old leader, suddenly recalled something. He rushed forward, and before he could get close, he saw the old leader's eyes wide with fear, bloodshot, and filled with anxiety, illuminated by flashes of lightning. Although his focus was much sharper than it had been on the snowy mountain grasslands, it was still far from perfect. It's slippery, the old leader muttered, instinctively attempting to push away the presence beside him, stubbornly replying. Yet, his hand met only air. In the next moment, a warm, strong hand grasped the tactical belt at his waist. Ing Yen said nothing, nor did he expose the old leader's pretense. He simply took the branch from the old leader's hand and discarded it, then placed the rifle stock in the old leader's left hand while gripping the barrel himself. I will guide you. Ing Yan's voice was firm. I am a scout. This is my duty. The old leader clutched the slippery rifle stock, momentarily frozen. In the darkness, he seemed to want to say something, but ultimately tightened his grip around the rifle. Let us go? Just a single word. Chapter 108. Crushing the rain, Ing Yan's hand was steady. He gripped the barrel of the old rifle tightly, the stock serving as a tether between them. A meter separated them, yet that distance formed the strongest bond. Kwang Gu stood to the left, Ruan Yuan to the right, both doing their utmost to shield the two in the center from the wind. The sound of their feet squelching in the mud was dull and monotonous, yet alarmingly swift. In the live stream, the barrage of comments felt like echoes from another world. Was this truly the Ruan Yuan who could be half an hour late just to style her hair? I remember how Kwang Gu used to rage in games over a mere loss of health, yet now he seemed to have shed his wildness, leaving only the essence of a brother. Does anyone recall that Ing Yen and Kwang Gu initially had a rocky relationship, especially since Kwang Gu had overshadowed him? The fans of Kwang Gu, Ing Yen, and Ruan Yuan were now united as one family. Indeed, however, Brother Kwang and the others have indeed changed. Their transformation evokes both fear and sorrow within me. This change is not merely etched upon their faces, but is inscribed deep within their very bones. The intensity of their gaze, the instinctive motion to support a comrade, and the innate ability to maintain formation even under extreme duress cannot be feigned. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed. In the lull between thunderclaps, this sound was particularly jarring, reminiscent of distant thunder rolling through the clouds, or the reverberation of a cavernous void. The old squad leader abruptly halted, instinctively clutching his stomach. Despite having replenished himself with a bit of sugar during the bridge repairs, hunger was insatiable. Almost immediately, another rumble followed, triggering a chain reaction. Brother Kwang's stomach growled, as did Eagle Eyes, and even Soft's belly joined in. This cacophony drowned out the sound of the rain, merging into a singular chorus that resonated amidst the mournful winds by the Dadu River. especially the vanguard soldiers, who, having endured travel, combat, and bridge repairs, had long since depleted their reserves. Brother Kwong grimaced and wiped the mud from his face. Squad leader, is it time to eat? Yes. Yet the so-called meal consisted merely of a small bag of uncooked brown rice per person. The truly edible rations had been entirely consumed during the day. The little bit of brown rice flour that Soft had previously ground had also been devoured by the squad leader while replenishing himself. Now, their only sustenance was raw, unrefined rice. Brother Kwong unfastened the ration bag with one hand, his rough palm reaching inside to scoop out a handful of brown rice, still bearing husks, which he offered to the squad leader. He then took a handful for himself, tilting his head back to pour it into his mouth. Eagle Eye released his grip on his weapon, grabbed a handful, and stuffed it in. Soft, without hesitation, seized a handful of husked brown rice with her once delicate hands, forcefully shoving it into her mouth. The crunch of teeth meeting uncooked rice produced not the sound of food being chewed, but rather a sharp, brittle noise that threatened to shatter her teeth. Rainwater coursed down her cheeks and into her mouth, mingling with the coarse, earthy taste of the raw rice. Exploding in her mouth. There was no saliva. Extreme dehydration and fatigue rendered their mouths parched as if they were dry rags. In that moment, the entire company of soldiers executed a synchronized action. They maintained their marching pace while tilting their heads back, mouths agape, welcoming the icy rainwater. The rain poured into their mouths, blending with the chewed raw rice, forcing them to swallow hard. It was a painful sensation akin to a blade scraping down their esophagus. Eat, chew it. Let this rain be our broth. The commanding officer's shout resonated at the front of the line. Brother Kwong chewed until his cheeks bulged. Blood seeping from his gums, swallowed along with the rainwater. Soft choked, coughing violently, yet she quickly covered her mouth, determined not to let a single grain escape. That was life, the fuel to reach the looting bridge. The old squad leader observed these three resolute soldiers, at times perplexed by their tenacity, utterly devoid of the naive clarity from a day prior. Well done, he mumbled through his gritty mouthful of raw rice, his voice hoarse. As expected from the troops I have trained, they exhibit no pretentiousness. Brother Kwong swallowed the last mouthful of coarse rice paste, feeling as though his stomach were burdened with a sack of stones, weighing heavily and painfully. Yet, that fiery anger within him was considerably subdued. He turned his head to glance at the old squad leader, whose mud-smeared face bore a smile tinged with a hint of roguishness. Squad leader, this hardship is nothing to fret about. Brother Kwong extended his tongue to lick the cracked corners of his lips, his gaze reflecting an unfathomable depth and weariness that even the old squad leader, should he see it, could not comprehend. Do you know the taste of chewing on grass roots? Do you know what it's like when cowhide is boiled until tender, diced, and stewed in a black pot devoid of salt and oil? The squad leader was momentarily taken aback, his vision obscured by the dimness, preventing him from discerning Brother Kwong's expression, yet the casualness in his tone was alarming. It was as if this lad truly had chewed on grass roots and dined on cowhide. You rascal, the squad leader thought to scold him for boasting. But the words died in his throat, replaced by silence. The barrage of comments in the live stream surged wildly. Brother Kwong's performance deserves a perfect score. Wah, don't mention it. I'm reminded of Oldly. The squad leader was unaware that the leather strap would one day become his sole reminiscence. Alas, the grass roots and leather straps represented both their future path and the journey they had traversed, the length of which was unknown. It was uncertain how long they had been trudging along this muddy mountain road. The rain had finally begun to ease, though dark clouds still loomed overhead, threatening to collapse at any moment. The despairing curtain of rain had finally retracted its claws. Brother Kwong wiped the water from his face, just about to exchange a cheeky remark with Eagle Eye to celebrate the cessation of rain when suddenly, the old squad leader, who had been tethered to Eagle Eye, froze abruptly. It was a primal response to the looming threat of death, akin to a frog ensnared by a venomous snake, where even breathing seemed to halt in that moment. Stop! The squad leader barked, prompting Eagle Eye to instantly release his grip on the gun. His entire form crouching low like a cheetah, fingers poised on the trigger. Ruan quickly squatted down, shielding the squad leader behind her. Brother Kwong raised his weapon, following the squad leader's line of sight. It was not ahead nor behind, but across the riverbank, amidst the roaring Dadu River, on that ink-black mountain path. Flickers of firelight began to emerge. In the blink of an eye, a series of flames rapidly spread, coiling into a serpentine dragon of fire that spanned several miles. Thousands of torches darted along the mountainside across the river, illuminating half the sky with a fiery glow. Ruan's voice trembled slightly. Enemy reinforcements. Eagle Eye frowned. They were also marching at a rapid pace. The most disheartening aspect was not the number of enemies, but their speed. Brother Kwong fixed his gaze intently on that fire dragon. Here, in their quest for concealment, they could only traverse the pitch-black mud, stumbling and falling, their heads bloodied. Yet, the enemies across the river dared to march boldly with torches. They strode with audacity, unrestrained. Their speed of advance surpassed even that of the vanguard team crawling in the dark. These bastards, Brother Kwong gritted his teeth, are taking advantage of our reluctance to light a lamp. In the pivotal chapter 109, a sense of urgency permeates the air. On one side lies swift light, while on the other, sluggish darkness prevails. After a moment of reflection, Eagle Eye realizes that they may arrive at Looting Bridge half a day earlier than their adversaries. The tension escalates as the footsteps of despair echo behind them, heralding a command that sends shivers down the spines of all present. The commander has ordered, ignite your torches and masquerade as allies. Stunned, the protagonist, Crazy Brother, looks up in disbelief. Ignite torches? Pretend to be allies? What if we fail? The voice of the old squad leader suddenly reverberates in his ears, cutting through the darkness. The old leader, having procured a bundle of dry reeds, thrust them into Crazy Brother's arms. The weight of responsibility bears down on him, and he trembles slightly as he clutches the reeds. Look across, the old leader murmurs, his voice low and seasoned. Do you see the illumination? Crazy Brother, taken aback, nods. Indeed, it is bright. Precisely, the old leader chuckles slyly. On the opposite side, we face the Sichuan army, a haphazard assembly of warlords, their ranks a chaotic jumble. If we traverse in darkness, we reveal ourselves as the Red Army. However, if we ignite our torches and stride boldly forward, he pauses, a cunning smile playing on his lips. This is the essence of shadow and light, the illusion of reality and the reality of illusion. As long as we dare to shine, they will not dare to strike. The messenger nods and conveys instructions to the old leader, whose smile broadens in response. With renewed vigor, the old leader bellows, purchase torches, pay up. As the troops pass through a small village, the soldiers rush to trade with the villagers, exchanging copper coins for every bundle of fencing and every handful of dry reeds they can procure. With tears glistening in his eyes, Softy assists the old leader in securing a bundle of bamboo strips to his back, as he can only use one hand. The old leader affixes the torch to his backpack, transforming him into a moving beacon. Once each squad has fashioned their torches, the commander issues the command, ignite. With a resounding whoosh, the first flame ignites on the western bank of the Dadu River, followed swiftly by the second and third. In mere minutes, a fiery serpent, rivaling that of the opposite bank, ascends amongst the rugged cliffs. The flames illuminate the mud-streaked faces of the warriors, casting light upon their weary yet relentless feet and the blood-soaked bandages enveloping the old leader's chest. Run, bellows the commander of the vanguard, and the troops begin to dance with their torches like a dragon. The heartbeat of Crazy Brother and his comrades quickens. The entire regiment is wagering their lives on the hope that the enemy cannot discern friend from foe. As they sprint forward, Crazy Brother fixes his gaze intently upon the opposing shore. As long as there is a flicker of gunfire from the opposite side, it spells disaster. Yet, there was none. The enemy across the river appeared to be bewildered by the sudden emergence and pursuit of their vanguard. The once steadily advancing enemy troops were now engulfed in chaos. Torches flickered, and shadows danced. The fiery dragons on both banks met across a great river, separated by the roaring waters, while the silent, rushing armies on either side created a spectacle both grand and absurd. In the live broadcast room, countless viewers covered their mouths in disbelief. Is this even possible? Insanity. Sheer insanity. Is this what it means to be reborn from the brink of death? The adrenaline surged through Kwang Ji's veins. He glanced at his comrade, Eagle Eye, whose finger remained poised on the trigger, eyes locked onto the opposite bank like a hawk. Beside him, Ruan gritted her teeth, wielding a torch thicker than her arm, refusing to falter even as her lungs strained. Leading the charge was the old squad leader, his torch casting a long shadow, resembling a flag. Just then, a sudden call echoed from across the river. The sharp sound of the military horn pierced through the cacophony of the rushing waters, striking the eardrums of all present. Kwang Ge tensed, his scalp prickling. This was a call for communication. The other side was inquiring. Any hesitation or miscommunication on their part could lead to irreversible consequences. The signaler, a bellow erupted from the ranks of the vanguard. A young soldier, already prepared, dashed from the formation. As he ran, he raised a brilliantly polished military horn he had retrieved from the enemy supplies. Correspondingly, they also possessed the enemy's musical score acquired in recent days. Taking a deep breath, the young soldier puffed out his cheeks. The horn sounded, perfectly mirroring the rhythm and pitch, without a hint of deviation. As the last note faded, silence enveloped the entire unit, with every ear perked up. Moments later, a rough voice boomed from across the river. Even from this distance, the confusion and vigilance in that voice were unmistakable. Hey, you over there. Which unit are you from? The shout felt like a knife to the throat. Kwang Ji's palms were slick with sweat, nearly losing his grip on the torch. How should they respond? A wrong identification, and they would be exposed. A slow reply would reveal them. An inappropriate tone could also betray them. At that moment, the old squad leader, who had already been briefed by the messenger, rushed forward, positioning himself on a protruding rock closest to the riverbank. Without pausing, he continued running, raising his voice in a manner familiar yet strange to Kwang Ge. The tone was both brash and weary, laced with a unique impatience characteristic of seasoned soldiers. It was indeed a Sichuan dialect. It's us, the 24th Army of Sichuan. We were just overwhelmed by those red-headed bastards and are returning to regroup. The old squad leader's voice resonated, authentic as if he were a native veteran of these mountains. In that moment, Kwang Ge experienced a fleeting illusion. Before me stood the old squad leader, swathed in bandages, seemingly transformed into one of those bygone warlord soldiers. Ubiquitous in that era, the sense of helplessness, the disarray and misfortune of being vanquished, were portrayed with striking precision. Silence enveloped the opposing side, lingering with no response. The tension escalated among Brother Kwang and his companions. Had they been uncovered? After all, how could a routed army flee so swiftly? How could they maintain such an orderly procession of torches? Just as the vanguard prepared for a desperate fight, the loud voice from across the river resumed. This time, the wariness had dissipated, replaced by a sense of schadenfreude at the misfortune of others, even tinged with a hint of sympathy. Oh, it turns out they are our own. You must run faster. That group of fierce red-headed fellows behind you is rather relentless. Don't let them catch up and ruin your backsides. Accompanying this proclamation was a burst of laughter from the opposite bank. The enemy even whistled in a frivolous manner. Brother Kwang, clutching a bundle of dry reeds, stared wide-eyed at the serpentine line of flames across the river, his mind buzzing. How is this possible? Even after countless encounters with AAA masterpieces and complex tactical games in Blue Star, he found himself utterly befuddled by the scene before him. They truly believed this. This was the enemy's main force that instilled such trepidation in the old squad leader, compelling the entire regiment to wager their lives. Don't be dazed. Eagle Eye elbowed Brother Kwong sharply in the ribs, his voice low and urgent. This is a cognitive blind spot. In their perception, we are merely mice scurrying across the street, never daring to march so brazenly with torches alight. Only our own would dare tread so boldly. Breathing heavily, softly gazed at the silhouette of the old squad leader laboriously moving in the firelight, unable to suppress a sigh. This has truly calculated human hearts. In the live stream, ellipses filled the screen. Under such extreme pressure, to devise and maintain such a calm ruse. What a feat by the commander. What a feat by the old squad leader. However, is the commander across the river a fool? Not even verifying the commands? The old squad leader had already mentioned that the opposing warlord's ranks were as chaotic as a pot of porridge, with no one recognizing or submitting to anyone else. What is there to verify? The most perilous place is the safest. The old squad leader's Sichuan dialect rang true. At this moment, flames danced like dragons on both banks. Between them flowed the tumultuous, roaring Dadu River, yet two armies, standing in absolute opposition, became companions of sorts, even encouraging one another. Hey, brothers on the other side. After running for about 5 or 6 miles, the loud voice across the river grew restless again, calling out. Which regiment are you leading? You run quite swiftly. The old squad leader, burdened by a torch resembling a lighthouse, left deep impressions in the mud with his grass sandals. Upon hearing the call, he merely snorted disdainfully from his nostrils, turning his back to shout, Damn regiment. If you don't want to die, run faster. This statement was remarkably astute, answering the question while embodying the persona of a frightened soldier, infused with the characteristic impatience of a soldier. The opposing side evidently relishes this situation. Hey, that temper is quite fierce. The loud voice erupted in laughter, declaring, Well, that is your unfortunate fate. We, on the other hand, traveled by vehicle to the front. And were it not for the road being cut off, who would endure such suffering? Upon hearing the words travel by vehicle, the furious one suddenly felt a gnawing bitterness. Why should those scoundrels, who rob the populace of their grain and indulge in opium, be able to ride in comfort, enjoy supplies, and remain untroubled by equipment? Meanwhile, the Red Legion, those who strive to overturn this wretched world, must endure in tattered straw sandals, gnawing on uncooked rice, risking their lives to run through the muck? Do not be angry. Eagle Eye shot a glance at the fuming one, his voice clear and resonant. On an easy path, one cannot cultivate a strong backbone. Chapter 110. Run forward at midnight. The roar of the Dadu River was more turbulent than during the day. 2 fire dragons surged forward, toasting each other and even competing on who could run faster. Suddenly, a cacophony of shouts echoed from the opposite shore. The fire dragon, which had been racing along, visibly slowed down. The flames began to cluster in a specific area of the riverbank, no longer stretching into a long line. As it stopped, Eagle Eye and the others exchanged uncertain glances. Within the ranks, many soldiers instinctively slowed their pace. Their bodies were already at their limits. But seeing the competitors on the opposite shore halt, their taut nerves inevitably relaxed. Who told you to slow down? The old squad leader turned back, a low growl returning the spirits of the group. Yet, his own steps slowed, even coming to a halt. The furious one almost collided with the squad leader's back. Squad leader? He wondered, perplexed. The squad leader, while urging them not to slacken, paradoxically slowed his own pace. What could this mean? At that moment, the familiar loud voice from the opposite shore began to shout again. Hey, brothers on the other side. Don't run anymore. The tone was particularly relaxed, even accompanied by the crisp sound of someone tapping on an enamel pot nearby. At this late hour, with such a dreadful road, that group of impoverished souls surely could not continue running. After a full day of running, even iron would need to rest, wouldn't it? Take a break. Cook some food. Wait until dawn, and we shall pursue them again. The furious one and his companions listened in a state of bewilderment, or perhaps disbelief. Was the implication from the other side that they were preparing to clock out for a meal and sleep? Is this a joke? Under the glow of the flames, the furious one and Eagle Eye exchanged glances, both perceiving absurdity in each other's eyes. They had clearly come to battle. Yet the enemy supporting the looting bridge seemed as if they were on a leisurely outing. The now stationary squad leader slowly turned to face the Dadu River. On his mud-smeared face, a semblance of near servility, yet laced with profound fear, emerged. He took a deep breath, as though striving to extract the last vestiges of strength from his lungs. Do not dare to stop. This cry, tinged with a sob, laden with exhaustion, held no trace of malice. It resembled a veteran soldier, terrified, merely wishing to preserve his own life. Sir, you have numbers and weapons, and even vehicles. We are scattered. We have lost our very souls, fearful of that group of red-headed fiends pursuing and nipping at their heels. Those individuals are exceedingly fierce. Should they be captured, they would surely flay and torture their victims. The opposing side remained silent for several moments, rendered speechless by the old captain's desperate portrayal of a man solely intent on fleeing for his life. Eventually, laughter erupted from across the river, resounding with sympathy, but predominantly imbued with a sense of condescension. Ha, coward. Very well, you unfortunate souls may continue your flight. We'll enjoy a warm meal and indulge in some opium to revive our spirits. Once we awaken, we shall assist in collecting your remains. Accompanied by their laughter, the flames on the opposite bank ceased entirely. One could even faintly observe individuals beginning to pitch tents and set up cooking pots. As the wind shifted, the aroma of smoke from the fire mingled with the savory scent of cured meat, seemingly wafting over. Gulu. Brother Kwang's stomach grumbled audibly. After nearly 20 hours of running, it was truly unbearable. At this moment, only Brother Kwang and his team, still pushing through the wilderness, remained capable of persevering. Brother Kwang involuntarily turned to glance back at the opposite bank. On this damp, chilly night, amidst extreme exhaustion, a bowl of hot soup and a piece of cured meat felt like paradise. The opposite side was utterly despicable. How delightful. Nearby, some soldiers instinctively swallowed hard, turning their gazes toward the warm glow of the fire across the river, their eyes glazed with longing. Is it tempting? The old captain inquired coldly. His earlier pretensions of cowardice having evaporated, the soldiers trembled in fear, hastily averting their eyes and lowering their heads, unwilling to meet the captain's gaze. He refrained from rebuking them, instead retrieving a handful of coarse rice from his pocket, crunching it with a sound reminiscent of bones cracking. Delicious. That is the food of the dead, the captain remarked between chews. They think we're fools. They believe no one can run 240 miles in a single day. They assume we are flesh and blood, needing rest and sustenance, just like them. As the captain spoke, a smile suddenly spread across his face, revealing teeth slightly bloodied from the coarse rice. The grin was both fearsome and infinitely bold. Let them think what they will. Who are we? Brother Kwang instinctively straightened his posture, though his legs trembled, his voice erupting from his chest. Sharp blades. Indeed. The captain pivoted sharply, his silhouette exaggerated by the flickering light of the dry reed torches, towering over the roaring river. We are sharp blades. And as sharp blades, we must thrust ourselves into the hearts of our enemies. While they feast, while they slumber, while they regard us as fools. With a swift motion, the captain drew the torch, pointing it fiercely toward the dark mountain path ahead. Run. Let us chase these rabbits who deem us tortoises, and drive them to their deaths in their dreams. Simultaneously, the live stream of Brother Kwang and his companions abruptly shifted to the opposite bank. Tents had been erected, and a bonfire flickered to life. Enemy soldiers gathered in small groups around the fire, drying their soaked uniforms and simmering fragrant meat soup. Some individuals reclined on the ground, covered with oilcloth, leisurely crossing their legs and humming disjointed melodies. What fools they are, running around in the dead of night. Truly, they must be unwell. But let them be. Come, let us enjoy some soup. The live broadcast returns to the old squad leader, who finds himself without hot soup, without a tent. Not even a sip of warm water. Only the silent figures, gritting their teeth and glaring, flail their arms frantically in the mud. They chew on raw rice, tread through the muck, and every step is a desperate effort. Run, run, run. The squad leader is right. They must chase the enemy to exhaustion in their dreams. The exuberant Brother Kwang turned to glance at the opposite bank of the river. The flames there receded into the distance, and the laughter was scattered by the wind. Beside him, Eagle Eye chuckled self-deprecatingly, realizing the futility of his earlier analysis. Even if their adversaries advanced in the dark, they could never lag behind for half a moment. The barrage of comments on the screen erupted with shouts of charge and uproarious laughter. How absurd. The enemy has inadvertently allowed the time difference to lull them to sleep. I commend the squad leader for his acting prowess. That line about not daring to stop made me want to laugh and cry simultaneously. Enough of this chatter. Ahead lies the looting bridge. Onward. By tomorrow morning, when they awaken, a grand surprise awaits them. Chapter 111. Walking in sleep, dreaming of flight at 3 in the morning. The roar of the Dadu River seemed to fade, yet the rain intensified. The fiery dragon that had surged through the western bank of the Dadu River throughout the night had finally extinguished. Darkness enveloped the vanguard once more. If the previous march had been sustained by adrenaline and a fierce determination to outpace the enemy in their dreams, then the moment the torches extinguished and darkness fell, all spirit was utterly drained. The physiological limits induced a drowsiness, teetering on the edge of collapse. At this juncture, hunger and fatigue became secondary. The most terrifying sensation was sleepiness. This weariness was not akin to the fatigue felt after a night of gaming, but rather a profound sense of mental shutdown. As if the brain were forcibly powering down. When darkness completely enveloped them, their eyelids felt weighted, and although their minds screamed to lift their legs, their feet felt as though they were encased in lead. Thud! A muffled sound echoed from the front of the line, followed by a second. There were no cries of horror, no exclamations. Someone simply collapsed into the muddy water, face first into a puddle, remaining oblivious. Ultimately, it was a comrade from behind who yanked him up. In that moment, Brother Kwang felt as though his consciousness was wandering away from home. His vision began to blur, the curtain of rain transforming into a surreal tapestry of colors. He saw Eagle Eye in front of him emerge from a haze, alongside the squad leader, multiplying like a mirage. Yet at least they were still moving. Still moving. Soft, 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 Brother Kwang murmured as he struggled to turn his head. Illuminated by the occasional flash of lightning, he saw that Soft was with her eyes closed, mechanically swinging her arms. Her feet continued to move, but she was clearly asleep. Her entire being swaying like a marionette, drifting perilously toward the cliff at the roadside. The fervent desire to reach out surged within Kwang Go, yet his hand faltered midway. At that moment, a low growl resonated from the front. Halt. It was the voice of the squad leader, who had spent the entire night shouting, his throat now raw. Yet this commanding growl brought the rusted chain of soldiers to an abrupt standstill. Unbind your legs. Everyone, unbind your legs. The commands cascaded one after the other. Kwang Ji's sluggish mind circled twice before comprehending the urgency of the situation. In this pitch-black abyss, flanked by sheer cliffs on either side, this band of weary soldiers, who could fall asleep while walking, would plummet into the void if not tethered together before dawn. Kwang Go squatted down, his fingers stiff as carrots. He struggled to untie the leg strap that had long been soaked in mud, now heavy and lifeless. Beside him, Eagle Eye moved with swiftness, already free. 3 leg straps, along with the old class leader S, were joined together. Tighten it. The class leader S voice echoed through the darkness, somewhat ethereal. Do not lose your father. Kwang Gu paused, then cracked a dry smile. The old class leader was muddled, already seeking to gain an advantage before they even reached home. Eagle Eye led the way, serving as the eyes of the vanguard squad. The old class leader was sandwiched in the middle. His right hand was still draped around his neck, secured by a branch. To prevent the old class leader from stumbling or veering off course, Kwang Gu deliberately tied one end of his leg strap tightly to the class leader's belt, the other end secured to his own wrist. Ruro followed closely behind him. One rope, for lives. This was not just their effort. The entire vanguard regiment was performing the same action. In the darkness, the rustling sounds melded into a chorus. Thousands of leg straps intertwined, forming the longest and most resilient lifeline in this world. Move. The troops began to crawl forward once more, this time with the tethering of the rope. The overwhelming fear of disintegration diminished considerably. Mechanical. Repetitive. Lift the leg, lower it, extract it from the mud, then lift again. Kwang Gu felt as if his soul had floated into the ether, observing the zombie-like figure below him with detached eyes. Add spice, boss. Ruoro murmured suddenly from behind. Eyes closed, she flailed her hands in the air, seemingly grasping the strap of Kwang Gu's marching backpack. Then, she nestled her face against the mud-encrusted, rock-hard pack as if it were a comforting pillow from home, rubbing against it with a look of utter contentment. Turn the air conditioning up higher. Kwang Gu felt his lips twitch. He wished to laugh, but before the laughter could reach his facial nerves, a wave of intense hunger overtook him. In a daze, Kwang Gu thought he caught a whiff of meat. It was as if a leg of lamb roasted to golden perfection, sizzling with oil and sprinkled with cumin, wafted through the air. How delightful. Kwang Gu raised his gun, mouth agape, and bit down hard on the wooden stock. The jarring pain of his front teeth colliding with the hardwood jolted him back to reality, prompting a philosophical quandary. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Eat, eat, eat. That's all you know? The old squad leader suddenly spoke up. He did not turn around, nor did he pause his steps. His voice was gentle and warm. Little rascal, wash your feet before getting on the bed. That basin of water is kept for you. Hearing this, the dazed brother Kwang felt a surge of warmth in his eyes. Was the old squad leader dreaming of home? Or did he regard them, these soldiers, as his own children? Squad leader, I washed, brother Kwang mumbled, wash them clean. Good boy. The old squad leader nodded slowly, as if he were a drowsy farmer. Yet, the moment the rope at his waist tightened, his feet would reflexively take a step forward. Even in dreams, the old squad leader remembered their mission. Even in dreams, their goal remained to march northward, toward the place called Looting Bridge. At this moment, the live stream chat was strangely quiet. The previous fervor and jesting had vanished, replaced only by a screen filled with tears. The audience watched the soldiers on screen, strung together like marionettes. They had their eyes closed. They were dreaming. Some dreamt of braised pork, some of air-conditioned rooms, and others of warm kangs. Yet their feet never faltered. Chapter 112. Who hasn't dreamt of roast duck? At 5 in the morning, the darkest hour before dawn, the vanguard regiment moved like a group of unconscious sleepwalkers along a narrow cliffside path. Roast duck. Brother Kwang's lips moved, the cracked skin painfully brushing against itself. He was dreaming. In his dream, he returned to a world where he did not have to endure the rain in this forsaken place. He sat in a warm restaurant, at a large round table. The table rotated, and a glossy, sizzling roast duck turned to face him. The skin was crispy, and the meat succulent. Brother Kwang instinctively opened his mouth, tears mingling with rainwater streaming down his cheeks. Don't turn, stop. He reached out, yearning to grasp the duck, but instead, his hand grasped the knot connecting him to the old squad leader ahead. In that moment of confusion, an old soldier named Tai Zhu, trudging silently in the middle of the line, suddenly lost his footing and stepped into the void outside. In his sleep, he misstepped. Whoosh. Tai Zhu's body fell like a sack filled with stones, silently slipping off the path. The next second, bang. The rope linking several lives snapped taut, transmitting an immense downward force instantaneously. Oh, the soldier behind, soft, had not even realized what was happening when the tremendous pull yanked him off the ground, crashing him onto the muddy path, then dragging him like a rag doll toward the edge of the cliff. Damn it. Brother Kwang's dream of roast duck shattered instantly. A powerful force gripped his wrist and waist, yanking him down to his knees. The mud was too slippery to halt his descent. Break, break. Awakened from slumber, the frantic brother howled, his hands frantically clawing at the mire. His fingernails dug into the crevices of the rocks, snapping instantly, blood oozing profusely. Yet, this could not halt the relentless descent. Ahead, the eagle eye reacted with remarkable swiftness. He abruptly lowered himself, his feet driven into the earth like nails, gripping the rope's front end with all his might. However, they were perched on the precipice, the soil a mere thin veneer, beneath which lay slick, moss-covered rocks. The eagle eye was dragged forward, his feet plowing through the mud, carving deep furrows, perilously close to being pulled down. The old squad leader, wedged in the middle and already in a stupor, suddenly opened his eyes, devoid of confusion, fierce yet composed, bloodshot. The rope yanked him backward, and just behind him loomed a sharp rock outcropping, as keen as a blade. In his current position, his back would collide with it, and the immense inertia would send him and everyone else tumbling over the cliff. Unless he extended his right hand, bracing against that rock, leveraging it to secure his body. It was human instinct, the sole path to survival. In that fleeting moment between life and death, the muscles in the old squad leader's right hand tightened with resolve. Yet, just as that hand, swathed in thick bandages and suspended at his chest, was about to reach out. His mind was not consumed by the fear of death, but rather by the soft, crimson eyes of a girl, the silhouette of the eagle eye changing his shoes for him. In his hazy consciousness, he vaguely heard the frantic brother responding to his sleep talk. Squad leader, I wash. And the brothers promised that this hand would still be used to pull the trigger on the looting bridge. This was the vow of the Sharp Knife Squad. This was the hand that the girl fought desperately to preserve. It must not move. This hand was meant to pull the trigger on that bridge, not to brace against a stone here. With a roar, the old squad leader bellowed. In midair, in a state of weightlessness, he forcibly twisted his torso, desperately pulling the hand that was meant to save him back into his embrace. He hurled his uninjured left side against the sharp rock edge. A dull thud echoed. The sound of bone striking stone resonated ominously in the rain-soaked night. A muffled groan escaped the old squad leader as his left shoulder, along with his head, struck the rock heavily. Blood gushed forth in an instant. Yet his body, like a wedge driven into the rock, lodged itself firmly in the crevice at the edge of the cliff. The rope stretched to its limit. Suddenly, the downward trend came to an abrupt halt, suspended in midair. The iron post hung precariously, just a few meters above the roaring Dadu River below. Half of the girl had already leaned over the cliff, her face hovering above the abyss. The frantic brother lay in the mud, gasping for breath, the sound of his heart pounding against his chest louder than thunder. It stopped. It truly stopped. A few seconds of deafening silence ensued. Pull someone up. The Eagle Eye's voice rose in pitch. At this moment, no tactical coordination was needed, nor any commands. Everyone, including the recently terrified softy, desperately scrambled back, gripping the rope as if engaged in a tug of war, gradually hoisting the iron pillar suspended in midair. 1, 2, up, 1, 2, up. At last, a figure, caked in mud and as pale as a ghost, was collectively dragged back onto the walkway. As soon as the iron pillar was raised, the individual collapsed into the muddy water, trembling uncontrollably. This seasoned soldier, who had once taken lives on the battlefield without a second thought, now concealed his face, emitting suppressed sobs. Squad leader, I'm so sorry. I fell asleep. I deserve this. He was a member of the elite squad and understood the gravity of that fleeting moment. Had it not been for the squad leader's intervention, the entire team would have perished alongside him. What the hell? A somewhat weakened yet fiery voice interjected. The squad leader leaned against a rock, gradually sitting up. Half of his face was smeared with blood, a result of the recent impact. A gash had split his brow, and blood mixed with rainwater trickled down, obscuring his left eye, giving him an appearance reminiscent of a fearsome specter. Yet, the first action he took upon sitting up was not to wipe away the blood, but rather to lower his gaze. With his still trembling left hand, he cautiously examined the sling across his chest. The bandage remained intact. The branch used for stabilization had not broken. He cradled his injured hand protectively, as if it were a precious child, completely unscathed. A sigh of relief escaped the squad leader, his taut shoulders instantly relaxing. Squad leader. Softy hurriedly rushed over, flustered as she rummaged through the first aid kit. Don't move. Let me see your head. The squad leader grinned, revealing teeth stained crimson with blood. He lifted his left hand and carelessly wiped his face, flinging away the blood that had obscured his vision. What is there to cry about? I'm still alive, aren't I? He glanced at the terrified iron pillar and then at the group of mud-covered companions who had gathered around. That impact was truly painful. The squad leader inhaled sharply, pointing to his forehead. But it's not all bad. Hey, isn't this better than splashing cold water on my face to wake up? At that moment, the livestream's chat exploded with messages, countless viewers covering their mouths, tears welling in their eyes. What the hell? This is life and death on the line. I clearly saw that movement. He did it to protect that right hand. It's the promise he made with Softy. The squad leader mused, as long as my hand is intact. This round isn't a loss. Woo. Even though he is smiling, my heart aches. The atmosphere grew heavy. A mix of relief for having survived and the looming dread of imminent death. Iron Pillar continued to weep. Softy's hands trembled. An eagle eye silently chambered a round in his gun, attempting to mask the tremor in his fingers. Such fear could be contagious. If morale faltered here, the final stretch before dawn would become insurmountable. Just then, oh damn. The prone figure of Crazy Brother suddenly flipped over, lying on his back, and emitted an exaggerated wail. Everyone jumped in shock, turning to look at Crazy Brother, who wore an expression of indignation, glaring at the pitch-black sky, as if he had suffered an immense injustice. Startled, Brother Kwong gasped for breath, cursing as he pounded his chest. Moments ago, he had been dreaming of savoring roasted duck. The duck had just emerged from the oven, its skin a perfect golden brown, the chef having expertly sliced it, the crispy skin laid out in his hands, accompanied by scallions dipped in sauce. Brother Kwong gestured animatedly, his words vivid and animated, spittle flying from his mouth. The tender meat was almost at his lips. He could already smell the aroma of the duck's backside. But what happened next? Brother Kwong abruptly sat up, pointing at the iron pillar, his face a portrait of anguish. The result was that you clumsy fool stepped wrong and toppled my table. My duck. It flew away. All of it. How could you be so heartless? Compensate me for my duck. His expression, reminiscent of a twisted version of a golden legend, was absurd against the backdrop of the bleak cliff. At that moment, Wan, who was bandaging the old squad leader's wounds, had been teary-eyed. But upon hearing this, she couldn't help herself, laughter erupting, complete with snorts. You were something else. Ruan laughed and cried simultaneously, nearly losing her grip on the bandage. Even at such a dire time, you were still thinking about food. Even the ever-serious eagle I couldn't suppress a chuckle or two. Iron Pillar was left dumbfounded, mouth agape, tears lingering in his eyes, staring at Brother Kwong, who was rolling in the mud, demanding compensation for a duck. The guilt that had him contemplating jumping off the cliff was surprisingly alleviated by the absurdity of the non-existent roasted duck. The old squad leader was also amused despite his irritation. He extended his left foot and playfully kicked Brother Kwang's backside. Get a grip. When we reach Looting Bridge, I'll treat you to duck. Really? Brother Kwang's eyes sparkled, climbing onto the bandwagon. We need two, one to slice and savor, and the other for me to gnaw on. Get lost. Two. That would suffocate you, you little brat. The old squad leader laughed and scolded, wincing as it aggravated his wound. Yet, the oppressive shadow of death looming over the group was dispelled by the imaginary roasted duck. The rain continued to fall. The road still lay ahead. With Ruan's support, the old squad leader rose once more. He cast a glance into the unfathomable abyss and then at his comrades, who were still teasing one another. Are you all awake? The old squad leader's voice was as steady as a stabilizing force. If you're awake, let us move. Iron Pillar, stand in the middle, and if you dare to sleep again, I'll kick you off to feed the fish. Yes, squad leader. Iron Pillar wiped his face, his voice booming. Once the team regained their spirits, they loosened the restraints that had bound them during the dark hours and resumed their journey. Brother Kwang walked behind the old squad leader, rubbing his sore waist, still murmuring to himself. What a pity about that duck. The skin was truly crispy. Ruan turned her head, catching his eye with a playful grimace in the faint light. Stop dwelling on it. If you continue, I'll starve. Brother Kwang chuckled, lifting his gaze ahead as the darkness before dawn began to recede. It's almost dawn, Eagle Eye declared from the front. The light is coming. The old squad leader savored a mouthful of rainwater, his voice growing more spirited. With the light, we can see the bridge. Chapter 113. The greatest compassion. As morning approached 6 o'clock, the mind grew increasingly sluggish. Have we arrived? Brother Kwang murmured, mouth agape, but no one answered him. He was oblivious to how he had arrived at this moment. Even the most resilient, like Hawkeye, had ceased to lead or respond. The other soldiers of the elite squad ahead appeared as mere phantoms, their uniforms stripped of color and tattered, swaying with each step. Only the figure of the old squad leader stood increasingly erect as they progressed. Suddenly, the old leader halted. An abrupt stop that caused the reckless brother behind him to collide with his back. What happened? He queried, straining to peek around the old leader. The fog had dissipated, revealing a colossal silhouette spanning the Dadu River less than 200 meters ahead. It was a bridge, with thick iron chains draped across the river like a vast skeletal frame. On this side of the bridge stood a cluster of dilapidated houses, the remnants of the fortress at the west end of Looting City. More importantly, the enemy positions at the bridgehead were eerily silent. No gunfire, no sentries. Only wisps of smoke ascending from early morning fires. Arrived, the old leader spoke, as if with a mouthful of sand. Yet those two words jolted everyone awake. Arrived? Have we truly arrived? Soft, standing beside the reckless brother, had her eyes half closed but widened in shock upon hearing those words. She saw the bridge. The name Looting Bridge etched in her mind like an incantation over the past 2 days and nights. We have arrived. We made it. Just as Soft was about to cheer and attempt a feeble leap, a sound of a thud echoed nearby. A veteran soldier of the elite squad, who had been striding alongside the reckless brother, suddenly collapsed sideways into the muddy water. Then, dozens of soldiers from the squad, upon catching sight of the Looting Bridge, bore expressions of relief, their bodies succumbing to the ground. Some knelt, their foreheads touching the earth, their rifles still resting on their backs. Hey, brother, don't sleep. Panic gripped the reckless brother as he scrambled toward the soldier who had been running beside him. This soldier, tall and robust, had shielded him from the wind several times along the way. Get up, it's breakfast time. We've arrived. The reckless brother grasped the soldier's arm, feeling an icy chill. This cold was not from the rain. It was the chill of life completely extinguished. His hand went numb. He shook the soldier vigorously. Yet the tall warrior's head limply swayed with his motions, his eyes half open, reflecting the distant image of Looting Bridge, but he would no longer blink. Soft, Soft. The reckless brother cried out in anguish. Come quickly. What is wrong with him? Soft had already rushed over. She knelt in the mud, trembling hands reaching for the fallen soldier's carotid artery, then his pupils, finally his heart. No pulse, no breath. Her face turned pale as disbelief surged within her, and she crawled toward the next soldier. Still nothing. How could this be? Soft sat back in the mud, hands covered in dirt, tears streaming down her face. He had just been running, shouting slogans, and now he lay lifeless. Hawkeye, finally regaining his voice, felt his fingers tremble violently. Run, run until death. He looked down at the fallen comrades, his throat constricting. That surge of energy had dissipated. After a day and night without rest, they had marched 240 miles along the treacherous banks of the Dadu River. What sustained their bodies was no longer glycogen or muscular strength, but rather the breath that urged them forward. Now, with their goal in sight, that breath loosened. Thus, arrival equated to demise. They had reached their destination, only to collapse. In the real world, the Zhuke military district, the previously defiant new recruits fell silent. They had never anticipated that this 240-mile journey would conclude in such a manner. The Red Legion had indeed not lost a single soldier. For those who should have fallen behind did so at the finish line. A young major opened his mouth, but his voice caught in his throat. Unscientific, he thought. Suanio took over the conversation, turning to survey the group of officers who had previously expressed skepticism about the training of willpower. Do not ask me again why we train soldiers in this game. Do not discuss scientific parameters or the limits of the human body. Suanio pointed to the screen, his voice rising sharply. Look at them. This is willpower. This is the spirit that propels the soul to push the bones forward even when the body has perished. They did not die at the finish line. They sacrificed their lives to reach it. At that moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream exploded. I thought that saying to die on the road was an exaggeration. Was it, in fact, realistic? Within the instance, a wave of sorrow spread through the dungeon. A sudden roar interrupted the prevailing despair. Cry Wraith. The old squad leader grasped the tearful Quan Gu by the collar, yanking him up from the ground. Look at yourself. Hold back those tears. The squad leader's eyes were bloodshot, his wounds torn, yet he resembled a furious lion. Are they dead? He thundered, pointing at the fallen soldiers. Yes, they have fallen. Their breath has ceased, but their spirits endure. They entrusted their lives to us. The squad leader abruptly turned, his left hand fiercely pointing toward the west bank of the looting bridge. Where's that? That is the looting bridge. That is the lifeline for tens of thousands of troops. That is the time we fought to reclaim after running for 2 days and nights, breaking our legs and sacrificing our lives. He forcefully pushed Quan Gu aside, drawing his sidearm and biting open the chamber. The enemy still slumbers. Those who underestimated us, believing we could not reach them, are still dreaming in their beds. While they remain unaware, seize that bridgehead. Seize it. For the sake of those brothers who fell at the finish line. His words instantly roused everyone. Quan Gu trembled. Now was not the time for tears. For every second counted, and each was earned at the cost of a comrade's life. If we do not seize the West Bank now, once the enemy awakens and sets up machine guns, the sacrifice of these brothers will be in vain. Damn it. Brother Quang wiped his face, forcefully shaking off tears and mud. He raised his submachine gun, the sorrow in his eyes instantly transforming into a fierce bloodlust. Eagle Eye. Softy. Now. Eagle Eye had already set up his weapon, and Softy had miraculously produced a small handgun from somewhere. Although his trembling hand still betrayed his nerves, his gaze had already shifted. Follow me. The old squad leader commanded decisively. For them, the greatest mercy at this moment was to honor the fallen with victory. At the West Bank stronghold, several civilian houses had been requisitioned as temporary barracks, and the enemy sentinels were huddled in the corners, fast asleep. After all, who could possibly anticipate that someone would traverse 240 miles in one night under such dreadful conditions? It was an inconceivable feat. Until a dark barrel pressed against the sentinel's forehead. In your next life, be more mindful. Eagle Eye's voice was barely a whisper. With a soft thud, the makeshift rifle quivered slightly. The sentinel, lost in his dreams, forever sealed his lips. Immediately afterward, Brother Quang kicked open the largest barracks door. Inside, dozens of enemy soldiers lay sprawled in disarray. Their snores resounded like thunder, and the air was thick with the stench of smoke and unwashed feet. As Brother Quang surveyed the scene of these slumbering foes, his thoughts drifted to the towering figure that had just fallen into the muddy water. An uncontrollable fury surged within him. Rise and shine, you scoundrels! Brother Quang bellowed, and the submachine gun in his hand erupted in a fiery torrent. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. In the confined space of the room, bullets rained down like a metal storm. The enemy soldiers, still lost in their sweet dreams, were instantly reduced to a sieve. Some stirred, reaching for their weapons, but before they could grasp the grips, Brother Quang's barrage shattered their wrists. Ack! The agonizing cries erupted, shattering the tranquility of the morning at Looting Bridge. Yet, these cries were fleeting, for the Knife Squad, the vanguard battalion, had already surged in, wreaking havoc upon their unsuspecting foes. They had vowed to ensure the enemy met their demise amidst their dreams, and they delivered, within a mere 10 minutes. The gunfire at the West Bank stronghold ceased. The barracks were thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the metallic tang of blood. The majority of the enemy's forces had been obliterated, and the remnants were cornered, hands on their heads, trembling in fear. They gazed at this band of mud-streaked warriors, whose bloodshot eyes seemed to have emerged from the depths of hell, their expressions brimming with terror. A captured enemy platoon leader quivered as he asked, "Are you humans or ghosts?" Brother Quang approached and kicked him over. From the platoon leader's pocket, he retrieved a half-finished pack of cigarettes and a half-eaten steamed bun. Brother Quang took a hearty bite of the bun. Stale, yet it was truly delightful. He chewed the bun, mingling its flavor with the taste of blood in his mouth, then coldly regarded the captive. "We are ghosts." Brother Quang grinned, revealing a set of stark white teeth. "We are the vengeful spirits come to collect your lives." Just then, a voice called from outside. Eagle Eye's shout rang out. "Squad leader, the West Bank has been secured." The old squad leader, along with Brother Quang and the others, strode purposefully out of the barracks, making their way to the riverbank. At this moment, the mist had completely dissipated. 13 dark, wrist-thick iron chains spanned the roaring Dadu River. The bridge planks were nearly non-existent, presumably removed by the enemy. Only the bare iron chains remained, swaying gently in the river breeze. Beneath, the murky yellow waters churned like boiling liquid. A fall would yield not even a splash. On the opposite bank, a dense array of sandbag fortifications loomed like small mountains. What was more perilous, the enemy on the other side had evidently been roused by the gunfire from the West Bank. The piercing sound of a military bugle erupted on the East Bank, prompting the enemy to begin firing cautiously. Bullets struck the iron chains, sending sparks flying and producing a sharp clanging sound. Quang Gu gazed at the slick iron chains, and then at the seemingly impenetrable wall of firepower on the opposite shore, nearly dropping the half-bun from his mouth. How on earth are we supposed to cross this? The Blue Star Barrage was equally bewildered, echoing Quang Ji's sentiments. "Old thief Luo, come out. How do we get across? Where are the bridge planks? Who stole the planks?" Even if those parkour masters were here, they couldn't traverse a tightrope under machine gun fire, could they? Now I understand why this instance is called flying to seize the looting bridge. I used to think flying referred to a rapid march, covering 240 li in a day. Now it seems it means flying in the literal sense. Unless one has wings, how can anyone get across? The 100-meter distance offers no cover. Anyone daring to step onto the iron chains would be a sitting duck. Even if the machine gunners across are blind and fire randomly, they could still bring down anyone on the chains. At that moment, the gunfire from the opposite bank suddenly ceased. Hey, a voice, dripping with mockery, boomed through a loudspeaker. Why aren't the poor souls on your side running anymore? Where has your earlier frenzy gone? A figure clad in a yellow military coat leaned out from behind the sandbag fortifications across the river, holding a loudspeaker in one hand and a cigarette in the other. He appeared to be enjoying a spectacle. I've heard you are the legendary Divine Walker, covering 240 li in a day and night. Impressive. I salute you. The officer's voice was laced with sarcasm, and laughter erupted from the enemy's position, filled with a sense of satisfaction and contempt for the ragtag army. But, no matter how fast you run, what does it matter? The officer flicked his cigarette but into the river, patted the sandbags before him, and gestured to the suspended iron chains. This is the Dadu River, not a main road. You claim you can run? Why don't you come over here? Another round of laughter erupted from the opposite side. This feeling of helplessness, where the bridge planks had been dismantled, where one could see yet could not reach, infuriated Kwang Gu, who had just been ready to charge into the fray on the west bank. Damn it. Kwang Gu raised his submachine gun, ready to pull the trigger. Don't move. The old squad leader firmly pressed down on Kwang Ji's gun barrel. It's too far. He gazed across the river, his voice hoarse. The wretched gunfire merely echoed, wasting ammunition. Should he simply endure such insults? Brother Kwang trembled with rage. That scoundrel was insufferable. No sooner had Kwang's words fallen than the loudspeaker across the way crackled to life again. The officer seemed to find mere mockery insufficient and began to toy with their psyche. Hey, over there, let's negotiate. If you truly possess the ability to soar over this iron chain, he paused. Then I shall surrender my weapon and bow thrice to each of you who dares to cross. How does that sound? A lucrative deal, wouldn't you agree? Ha! I fear you may not live to be my grandfather. On the west bank, the soldiers of the Sharp Knife Company ground their teeth in indignation. Some young warriors, so enraged that tears brimmed in their eyes, clutched their blades, longing to sprout wings and fly across to slay that wretched fiend. Just then, the company commander emerged from the throng. He walked slowly, each step heavy with the burden of weariness. His straw sandals were long worn to tatters, his feet adorned with blisters and cuts, leaving faint traces of blood with every step. Yet he reached the bridgehead, positioning himself in the most conspicuous, perilous spot, visible to the enemy across the way. Commander, Eagle Eye instinctively wanted to rush forward and pull him back. That position offered no cover. A single shot from the other side would spell certain death. Get back. The commander did not look back, firmly pushing away Eagle Eye's outstretched hand. He stood before the bare iron chain, retrieving a half-smoked cigarette from his tattered shirt pocket. Striking a match, he lit it, the flame wavering in the river breeze, yet defiantly refusing to extinguish. With a slight tilt of his head, he took a deep drag, the acrid smoke swirling in his lungs before he exhaled it slowly towards the roaring Dadu River. In that moment, it seemed as if only he and the bridge existed in the world. Silence enveloped the gunfire from across the way. The officer with the loudspeaker was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for this destitute commander to indulge in smoking amid such turmoil. After a couple of puffs, the commander discarded the cigarette but into the mud beneath his bloodied foot, crushing it resolutely. He then raised his head, directing a wild roar towards the opposite bank, the most ferocious outcry along the banks of the Dadu River. His voice, raspy like a broken gong, pierced the air more profoundly than the loudspeaker's blaring. Hey! This bellow shattered all the pent-up frustration. You despicable cur. Put away that worthless gun. The commander pointed a finger at the officer across the river, as if directing it at a sheep destined for slaughter. I have no use for your pathetic weapon. I don't care for your trifling bows. His voice surged, booming like thunder. What I desire is this sky-high bridge. Clean your neck and wait for me. When I arrive, I shall twist off your head to serve as a night pot. The last 3 words echoed hauntingly through the canyon. A brazen audacity, devoid of reason and retreat, placing life and death aside, reverberated through the Blue Star live streaming room, sending shivers down the spines of millions of viewers. By the heavens! This is my squad leader. This is extraordinary. Not only do we demand the bridge, but also your life. You must be prepared to sacrifice your head as a night pot. Who was it that claimed we could not prevail? With such fervor, this bridge must be seized. The soldiers of the Vanguard Company, their heads previously bowed, lifted them sharply in response to this rallying cry. The weight pressing upon their hearts shattered, revealing a ferocity that was previously dormant. Kwang Gu stood not far behind the squad leader, his blood coursing with fervor, feeling as though every pore on his body had erupted. This was what one called a Crimson Legion. This was what it meant to be a man. Kwang Ji's gaze fell upon the officer across the way, clearly bewildered by the scathing rebuke, and his mind flashed back to the unfinished dream from the previous night. That cursed dream of the roast duck that had slipped through his fingers, trampled by an iron beam. The resentment of not having savored the meat, compounded by the recent insult, ignited a chemical reaction in Kwang Ji's mind. He could no longer restrain himself. Kwang Gu cupped his large hands around his mouth, forming a makeshift megaphone. Drawing upon every ounce of strength, he followed the squad leader's lead and bellowed, "Hey, you son of a gun with the trumpet. Listen closely." Chapter 115, 22, Count me among them. This outburst, so abrupt and laced with an unrestrained brigand spirit, instantly captivated everyone's attention. Even the vigilant Eagle Eye and Softy beside Kwang Gu were taken aback. On tiptoe, with a flushed face and a thick neck, Kwang Gu continued to roar across the divide. In addition to your head serving as a night pot, you owe me a duck. Last night, I was just about to enjoy it when your lot spoiled everything. The skin was crispy, dipped in sauce. The more he shouted, the more aggrieved and furious he became. You better watch out. If there's no duck, I'll stew you too. With these words, the previously tense and somber atmosphere, laden with a sense of impending doom, was momentarily lightened by the comical grievances of a hungry man. Several warriors, who had been taught with despair, could not suppress their laughter upon hearing the threat of being stewed. Even the fierce squad leader couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He glanced back at the soldier who demanded compensation for his duck even amidst the battlefield, and the icy resolve in his eyes softened slightly. A sharp crack echoed through the air. The old squad leader, with a feigned sternness, raised his unscathed left hand and playfully thumped Kong Gu on the forehead. It was a light tap, yet it resounded clearly. Conserve your energy. You only think of eating. All day long, it's just eat, eat, eat. One might think our vanguard company was reincarnated from a culinary brigade. Kong Gu chuckled, rubbing his forehead, as the despair that had engulfed him moments before dissipated. Squad leader. Man is iron, and food is steel. Besides, that son of a gun owes me a duck. This is a matter of principle. The old squad leader shot a glance at Crazy Brother, then turned to observe Eagle Eye and Softy behind him, speaking in a hushed tone only audible to the Sharp Blade squad. Want a duck? To get a duck, one must first transform into a bird. Only by becoming a reckless bird can one soar over these iron chains. Crazy Brother's smile gradually faded as he tightened his grip on his weapon, gazing at the seemingly insurmountable chasm, and murmured, Squad leader, I refuse to be a bird. Birds can be shot down. Then what do you wish to be? I want to be fire, the fire that burns through. At the Catholic Church, the commander of the Vanguard Regiment convened a meeting of the officers. That brat who mocked us is still over there, waiting to watch the spectacle. The commander tossed the binoculars into the arms of his aide, his voice resolute. Since there are no bridge planks, we shall lay our own. Since there are no boats, we shall fly. He abruptly turned, his gaze sweeping across the gathered company commanders in the churchyard. Organize a suicide squad, 22 individuals. Under the cover of fire, we will crawl over and block those bastards' machine gun nests. Lay down the bridge planks. On the open ground outside the church, the squad leader of the Sharp Blade returned. His eyes scanned the soldiers. Did you all hear? The regiment has issued a death order. Crossing covertly is impossible. We must charge head on. The regiment needs to select 22 individuals. These 22 are not going to earn glory. They are going to face death. The squad leader pointed behind him towards the roaring Dadu River. 100 meters on that iron chain, all live targets. If you fall, you might not even be able to find a corpse. Who will go? I will. A thunderous voice exclaimed as Crazy Brother stepped forward. He didn't even think twice. I am a soldier of the Sharp Blade squad. That brat still owes me a duck. I'll go. Crazy Brother held his head high, a fierce look on his face. The squad leader glanced at him, nodded in silence, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Soon after, a silent figure stepped forward but was turned away by the squad leader. As a sharpshooter, Eagle Eye was needed more for fire suppression than for an assault. Gradually, more soldiers began to rise. Squad leader, I will go too. I have no family, nothing to hold me back. Count me in. I am strong enough to carry the bridge planks. Gathering 22 individuals was not a challenge. Among this group, there was no shortage of those unafraid of death. The old squad leader could no longer contain himself, brandishing a saber he had picked up from who knows where, and without even glancing at the squad leader, he stepped into the assault team's ranks. 22, count me in. Crazy Brother, who was about to tighten his gear, trembled at those words, nearly popping a button. He exchanged a look with Eagle Eye, both recognizing the horror in each other's eyes. At this moment, anyone could go, but the old squad leader must not. Could a person truly climb that iron chain? It required hands and feet, perhaps even moving like a sloth. With one hand incapacitated, wasn't he just delivering vegetables to the Dadu River? Step back. The squad leader's voice turned cold. He did not even look at the old squad leader, only glancing at the white bandage smeared with mud and blood across his chest. I am not incapacitated. The old squad leader exclaimed, agitated. Squad leader, you underestimate me. The old squad leader wielded the saber with one hand, causing it to whistle through the air. My right hand may be less than nimble, but I still have my left. He declared, with this hand, I can just as easily sever those scoundrels' heads and use them as night pots. I have experience. I can lead the way up the mountain and traverse the iron cables. I command you to return. The company commander abruptly turned, seizing the old squad leader by the collar and pulling him close. Look at this hand. This is the one that soft-hearted girl risked her life to save for you. You think you can climb the iron cable? Can that hand even grip it? Huh. The commander's voice boomed, yet it trembled with emotion. If you fall, it's no great loss. But if you get stuck on the cable and block the path for the brothers behind you, you will be a sinner. A sinner responsible for the deaths of tens of thousands in our army. Those words weighed heavily, like a mountain crashing down upon the old squad leader's spine. His previously struggling body instantly stiffened. He opened his mouth, and his face, which had been flushed with excitement moments ago, turned ashen. Yes, he could sacrifice himself, but he could not obstruct the path. On that narrow iron cable, even the slightest misstep could disrupt the entire assault team's rhythm. The old squad leader's hand trembled, and the saber clattered to the ground. Soft, standing at the back of the crowd, covered her mouth, fully understanding this feeling. For a soldier, the greatest cruelty is not dying in battle, but being told that you are useless and should not create chaos. Just then, the commander's voice softened. Pick it up. He released the old squad leader's collar, bent down, and retrieved the fallen saber. He grasped the old squad leader's left hand and placed the heavy weapon back into his grip. Who said you were to rest? The commander turned and pointed to the highest mound at the western bridgehead. Do you see that? The high ground. The old squad leader squinted, assessing the situation. Heavy artillery will arrive by noon, and I need you to keep watch from there. The commander patted the old squad leader's left shoulder. Once those young lads ascend the cable, their lives will no longer be their own. If those two Maxim machine guns on the opposite side open fire, they will drop like dumplings. The commander leaned closer, speaking earnestly. You have sharp eyes and ample experience. Keep a vigilant watch on the enemy's fire points. Wherever sparks fly, direct the machine gun fire there. Even if it means piling up bullets, you must suppress their fire. Safeguard the soldiers you brought out and escort them to the opposite shore. This task is more challenging than mere killing, and I trust you to handle it. The old squad leader paused, glancing at the eager young soldiers and then at the heavy saber in his hand. To kill is a fleeting thrill, a display of brute courage. To protect others is the true duty of a squad leader. Yes, the old squad leader declared, holding the saber in his left hand and standing at attention. Rest assured, Commander, as long as my eyes remain sharp, those machine guns across the way shall not fire freely. The commander grinned, a fierce and triumphant smile. Good, now stop dawdling. Hasten to clear the area and ensure the firing line is unobstructed. In the open space before the church, the platoon leader commenced roll call. Beside Kwang Go, 20 individuals gradually assembled. The platoon leader waved his hand, summoning several soldiers burdened with equipment who swiftly deposited a heap of gear onto the ground. This represents the finest arsenal the entire regiment could muster, all collected for your use. The platoon leader crouched down, retrieving a gleaming saber, which he handed to Kwang Go. This blade is intended for close combat. When we reach the opposite shore and ammunition runs out, it will serve to sever heads. Kwang Go accepted the weapon. Its weight was substantial, the blade adorned with freshly sharpened serrations. He secured the saber to the strap on his back, the cold steel pressing against his spine, sending shivers coursing through him. Next came the submachine gun, and finally, the platoon leader seized a bundle of grenades, unceremoniously draping them over Kwang Go. 2 rows hung from his chest, a circle at his waist, and several more tucked into his back, 12 grenades in total. Kwang Go felt as though he had gained 20 additional pounds, the clinking of metal accompanying his every step. He surveyed his comrades. Among them were squad leaders, and even the platoon leader, all similarly adorned with lethal implements. Listen closely. The platoon leader stood, scanning each individual. It was still morning, with heavy artillery trailing behind, expected to arrive only around noon. Without cannons or heavy machine guns, we cannot take the bridge. He pointed toward the hayloft within the church. Our only mission now is to sleep. Anyone who dares to open their eyes will be kicked out of the assault team. This sleep must be deep and undisturbed. Even if the sky were to fall, do not awaken. The church served as a temporary barracks, sunlight streaming through the stained glass windows, casting dappled patterns on the ground. There were no beds, only hay spread across the floor. Yet for these men, who had wallowed in mud for an entire day and night and traversed 240 li, this was a veritable paradise. After a modest meal, Kwang Go wiped his mouth, a mischievous glint igniting in his eyes. If they were to sleep in somber silence, it would be utterly dreary. Kwang Go rose, deliberately dragging his steps, limping comically towards the old squad leader. At that moment, the squad leader had just finished pouring water for a soldier and was about to turn around. Ahem. Kwang Go cleared his throat with exaggerated force, then plopped down onto the haystack before the squad leader, offering no words but instead presenting his muddy backside. The squad leader was taken aback, glancing down at the raised rear before him. You little rascal, have you developed a sore on your backside? No sir at all. Kwang Go turned his head, feigning innocence as he looked up at the squad leader. Sir, have you perhaps forgotten something? Forgotten what? The squad leader inquired, bewildered. Do you recall what you said by the banks of the Dada River? Kwang Go pointed to the squad leader's sturdy, albeit muddy, new straw sandals. You said that upon reaching Looting Bridge, you would use the soles of these new sandals to give our backsides a good thrashing. Kwang Go patted his own rear, the sound echoing loudly. Now that we have arrived, with the bridge just outside, why don't you give it a try? If you do not kick, I cannot sleep. My heart feels uneasy. Upon hearing this, the previously somber barracks erupted in a muffled laughter. Several soldiers who were about to lie down sat up, gleefully watching the exchange between the elder and the younger. The old squad leader, too, found himself amused despite his irritation, observing the mischievous grin on Kwang Ji's face. The tension on his brow eased. Do you genuinely wish to be punished? That depends on who delivers the blow. Kwang Go chuckled, stating that while he could withstand other strikes, the squad leader's punishment was a reward. Beside him, the ever-diligent Eagle Eye silently stood up. Without uttering a word, he approached Kwang Go, turned his back to the squad leader, and slightly bent at the waist. The implication was clear. I too wish to receive a reward. When Ruan noticed this, her eyes sparkled, eager to join in. Hey, I want to go too. The squad leader glared, slamming his large copper kettle onto the ground. What business do you have in this ruckus, girl? Off you go. Ruan shrank back at the scolding, pouting in a feigned display of grievance. Though her eyes twinkled with mirth, the squad leader regarded the 2 soldiers who entrusted their backs to him, one serving as his eyes in the dead of night, the other as his crutch during a strenuous march. He inhaled deeply and lifted his foot. Thwack! He delivered a light kick to Kwang Ji's backside, akin to brushing dust off a donkey. This kick was a reminder that the lad's mouth often overstepped, leaving the leader to worry. In the next moment, thwack! Another kick landed on Eagle Eye. This one was intended to convey that the lad was overthinking. He needed to adopt a more carefree attitude moving forward. After delivering the 2 kicks, the squad leader retracted his leg, feigning sternness as he bellowed. That's it. We're even now? With that settled, off to sleep you go? Anyone who dares to chatter again and disrupt my rest, I shall make sure to kick their other cheek until it blossoms. Kwang Go, having received a kick, felt as if he had consumed a ginseng fruit, utterly content. He rubbed his backside and exchanged a grin with Eagle Eye. All right then, time for sleep. With a swift motion, Kwang Go rolled back onto his straw mat, sprawled out, and cradled his iron gear. Squad leader, you should rest as well. We need you alert to lead us, Eagle Eye whispered before lying down himself. The chapel gradually fell into silence. Outside, the Dadu River continued its furious roar. Yet within the room, the sounds of snoring soon harmonized into a chorus. The squad leader, however, remained awake, positioned near the entrance, leaning against the doorframe. His left hand grasped the saber, his eyes half closed as they fixated on the iron suspension bridge spanning the river. The sun ascended from the eastern hill, gradually climbing to its zenith. The sunlight grew fervent, dispelling the chill from the valley. Meanwhile, on the rugged path leading to the looting bridge, a flurry of activity unfolded. Countless soldiers, bare-chested, bore the bases of mortars and the bodies of heavy machine guns upon their shoulders. Even as their skin became raw and bloodied, their steps did not falter. Hurry, move faster. The brothers ahead are risking their lives. We cannot lag behind. The heavy gun barrel bowed their spines. But it could not crush the indomitable spirit that sought to overturn the heavens. Squad after squad moved like streams converging toward the ocean, surging toward a single point. Noon. The sun was vicious, baking the Dadu River until mist rose from its surface. Peep. A sharp, urgent assembly whistle instantly shattered the stifling dream within the church. Almost the very instant the whistle sounded, Brother Kwong's eyes snapped open. Awake? Squad leader Lau's voice came from the doorway. Watching these soldiers spring up from the ground in unison, the corner of his mouth curled into a cold, hard smile. Sleep is done. Meals are finished. Squad leader Lau pushed open the two heavy wooden doors of the church. Outside, the sunlight was blinding. Several newly assembled mortars stood with their black muzzles raised, so fixedly, pointing at the opposite bank. Heavy machine guns had already been mounted on the high ground, their golden ammunition belts glinting with bloodthirsty light under the sun. Reinforcements had arrived. The gear was ready. Squad leader Lau turned back and bellowed at Kwong and the others. Time to work. Chapter 117. Only strong liquor is worthy of a dagger. Squad leader Lau, carrying a saber, strode purposefully toward an earthen mound near the bridgehead on the west bank. The terrain there was high, facing directly onto the bridge, an excellent observation point. But it would also be a prime target for enemy machine guns. Make way. Squad leader Lau approached a mortar, his brow furrowed. The gun had just been set up, and several young soldiers were sweating profusely as they adjusted its field of fire. Squad leader, the young soldier, seeing this mud-caked, one-armed veteran holding a blade, instinctively stood at attention. Are you shooting at birds with this angle? Squad leader Lau offered no pleasantries. He went straight to action. Bang. He kicked the left support leg of the mortar. The barrel jerked sharply to one side. The nearby soldier flinched, about to cry out, only to realize the muzzle's aim had changed. The cannon's muzzle, originally elevated at a steep angle, was forcefully brought down by a swift kick, now slightly depressed. Its dark barrel tightly fixated on a firing port of a concealed bunker on the left side of the enemy stronghold across the river. This bunker, with its wide field of fire, posed a formidable challenge. We must lower the cannon's aim by 3 fingers. Spare no shells. Once we commence fire, let us first eradicate this stubborn adversary. The young soldier paused momentarily, then quickly crouched down to observe, his pupils contracting sharply. The crosshairs were perfectly aligned with the bunker. Indeed, I shall ensure the mission is accomplished, the young soldier shouted, his face flushed with determination, while the old squad leader turned and continued his ascent to the summit. Silent and vigilant, Eagle Eye trailed behind the squad leader, weapon in hand. He chose a position beside the squad leader, parted a cluster of weeds, and steadied his rifle on the rubble. The squad leader settled into a crouch, his saber resting across his knees. The injured arm suspended before his chest, rising and falling with each breath. Soft was ever attentive. Without turning back, the squad leader called out. Soft, who had been trailing closely behind, her hands tightly gripping a first aid kit, suddenly halted. Stop right here, the squad leader instructed solemnly. The slope offers no cover. Bullets are indiscriminate. You are the medic, your battlefield lies behind the fortifications. Soft gazed ahead at the iron cable stretching over 100 meters, then looked at the squad leader's slender silhouette, and nodded. She turned and dashed towards the cover in the rear, removing all her bandages and tourniquets, hanging them in the most accessible spot. Her eyes remained fixed on the direction of Brother Kwong, or rather, the direction of the assault team. At 3:50 p.m., on a stony beachhead near the bridge, the assault team assembled, comprising 22 members. Apart from Brother Kwong, the remaining individuals were the company commander, platoon leaders, squad leaders, and seasoned veterans. Each bore a large blade on their backs, grenades dangling from their waists, and bandoliers draped across their chests. From a distance, they resembled a moving armory. Stand ready. The company commander, bare-chested, held a large, dark earthenware bowl. Beside him lay a wine jar, half his height, the atmosphere thick with tension. In the live broadcast, millions of viewers held their breath. Are they about to drink a farewell toast? Tears welled up. Is this the final ceremonial moment? To have a drink at such a time, even if death awaits, would be worth it. Brother Kwong stood in the ranks, eyeing the wine jar, his throat tightening. Truth be told, after running for 2 days and nights, his mouth tasted of crushed raw rice and blood. If only he could have a strong drink to scorch his throat. Even if he were to perish shortly after, it would be blissful. Pour the wine. At the command of the company commander, 2 logistics soldiers embraced the jar, filling each soldier's crude bowl. The liquid was murky, yellowed, and even contained a few grains of fine sand. Brother Kwong held up the bowl, glancing down, his face twitching in disbelief. Is this truly wine? It resembles muddy water scooped straight from the river. Commander, this is rather unkind. Brother Kwong exclaimed. We are about to risk our lives. And you offer us water from the Yellow River? Lacking Maodai, at least provide us with some strong liquor to warm our spirits. Even Erguotu would suffice. With a bowl in hand, Brother Kwong wore a mischievous grin, while the nearby veterans, initially stern-faced, could not help but twitch their lips. The captain shot him a glare, nearly losing his grip on the large bowl he held. Where did this alcohol come from? Want a drink? Wait until we cross the bridge and reach Looting City. I'll treat you all to your fill. The captain pointed at the roaring Dadu River beneath their feet. This is the freshly boiled water from the Dadu River by Logistics. It's harmless and plenty. At that moment, the captain's expression suddenly turned solemn. He lifted the battered bowl with both hands, his gaze sweeping across the 21 faces before him. Among them were old comrades who had stood by him for 3 years, as well as newcomers like Brother Kwong, who was a bit of a troublemaker. Yet, after today, many of them might remain in this river. Comrades. The captain's voice rose above the thundering waters. The wine will be saved for celebrations. But this bowl of water is the Dadu River beneath our feet. After drinking this water, we become the dragons of this river. It is we who turn the tides. There's no reason this river should drown us. As soldiers of the Red Legion, we dare to stake our lives, so why fear this muddy broth? Upon finishing, the captain tilted his head back. Gulp, gulp. He downed the bowl filled with murky, warm water in one go. Crash. The captain relaxed his grip, and the coarse ceramic bowl shattered violently on the gravel below, splintering into pieces. Drink up. With a roar, Brother Kwong watched the captain's bold action, silencing his usual banter. He lifted his bowl and gazed at the murky surface, as if seeing the countless comrades who had fallen along the way. Drink. Mimicking the captain, Brother Kwong tilted his head back and gulped it down. The water was a bit hot, carrying a taste of earth and a slight scratchiness. Spit. Brother Kwong wiped the mud from the corner of his mouth and hurled the bowl to the ground. This water has a hint of sweetness, reminiscent of the broth from the duck blood vermicelli soup at my doorstep. Brother Kwong grinned, revealing a set of bright white teeth, his mischievous spirit returning. The duck is still waiting for me on the other side. Having drunk this soup, the meat can't escape, can it? Crash, crash, crash. The sound of breaking echoed as all 22 bowls shattered into fragments on the ground. The shards glinted coldly in the sunlight. Form ranks. The captain drew the sword from his back, its tip pointing to the ground. Line up according to the order in which we VE run. Upon hearing this, Brother Kwong's eyes lit up. We VE been running all this way? Our assault team is in the lead. He wasted no time, grabbing his submachine gun and making for the front position. Clear the way, clear the way. Brother Kwong was exceptionally eager. I'm the sharp blade. I'll go first. That son of a gun owes me a duck, and I must be the first to collect. Yet, just as Brother Kwong took a step forward, a large hand seized the back of his collar. Hey, let go. Who is it? Brother Kwong turned to find himself staring into the fiery eyes of the captain. Where do you think you're going? The captain yanked Brother Kwong and unceremoniously tossed him to the very back of the line. You're in the 22nd position. Brother Kwong was stunned. He staggered 2 steps before regaining his balance, a look of defiance on his face. Captain, this is unfair. Kwong struck his chest with a resounding thud. The grenades affixed to his body swaying chaotically. I am strong. I run swiftly. He proclaimed. Look at my physique. After that nap, I feel capable of defeating 10 men. The company commander, however, paid no heed to Kwong exuberant declarations. With purposeful strides, he approached and seized 2 spare swords from a fellow soldier's back. Without a moment's hesitation, he inserted them into the straps behind Kwong. Along with his own sword, Kwong now bore 4 swords on his back. Resembling a theatrical warrior, you are to remain at the rear, lest your loud voice frighten the enemy away. While adjusting Kwong's straps, the commander scolded him. His actions a blend of roughness and precision, fastening each buckle tightly. Do you see who stands before you? The commander grasped Kwong's shoulder, directing his gaze forward. Kwong was taken aback. Leading the formation was the commander himself, followed by the 2nd platoon leader, and then the 3rd squad leader. The 21 individuals positioned ahead of Kwong were all officers, seasoned veterans. Their silhouettes were not broad. In fact, long periods of hunger and marching had rendered them somewhat stooped and emaciated. Yet at this moment, they stood resolutely like walls, unwaveringly shielding Kwong. I want you at the rear not for your comfort. The commander's voice suddenly softened. The swords and grenades you carry are intended for those ahead. If anyone in front loses their sword, you must hand them yours. If they run out of grenades, throw them one. If anyone falls, the commander paused, heavily patting Kwong's shoulder. You shall tread upon our bodies and continue onward. We pave the way for you. You carry the flame to the other shore. Do you understand? Kwong opened his mouth, intending to utter something cheeky to alleviate the oppressive atmosphere. Yet, the words faltered at his lips, transforming instead into a quivering. Understood. In the live stream, the barrage of comments expressed astonishment. Damn, is this the Red Legion? Officers perish before the soldiers? It was the first time witnessing players relegated to the back as reserve batteries. This felt more disheartening than being cast as heroes. The phrase tread upon the bodies weighed heavily. Kwong now bore the collective hopes of the entire regiment. He regarded the steadfast figures before him. The commander's back bore an old scar. The 2nd platoon leader's pant leg was truncated, revealing festering sores on his ankles. The 3rd squad leader was merely 17, younger than Kwong, secretly wiping his nose with his sleeve. Kwong inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the pang of emotion rising within him. He tightened the straps on his back, acutely aware of the weight of the 4 swords and 12 grenades pressing against his spine. It felt burdensome. This red expedition always compelled him to carry something immensely heavy. Prepare. The commander returned to the front of the formation, raising his sword high, pointing towards the swaying, bare iron chains of the looting bridge in the wind. Comrades, follow me. Onward to the bridge. Chapter 118. The Dadu River does not believe in tears. As the assault team prepared to cross the bridge, the resounding calls of military horns filled the air. Dozens of buglers from the entire regiment fervently blew their horns, their sound overpowering even the roaring waters of the Dadu River. At the commanding height of the bridgehead on the west bank, the old squad leader suddenly swung his knife downward. Its tip aimed directly at the smoke-emitting gatehouse across the river. Fire! This thunderous command widened the eyes of the Blue Star audience in astonishment. Boom, boom, boom. To their utter surprise, a deafening thunder erupted from the vanguard regiment. Four mortars fired simultaneously, obliterating the enemy's concealed fortifications in an instant. Standing atop the earthen embankment, the old squad leader waved his left hand frantically to direct the attack. Machine gun company, spare no bullets. Force that son of a gun back down. If anyone allows him to lift his head, I'll twist your head off. The relentless rattle of gunfire erupted from behind every cover on the west bank. All the heavy and light machine guns of the vanguard regiment unleashed a torrent of bullets, showering the enemy's positions across the river with sparks and debris. The opposing forces were utterly stunned. The enemy officer, who had been earlier shouting for submission, barely peeked over the sandbags when a bullet whizzed past, grazing his scalp, causing him to recoil in terror, his hat blown away. Who the hell are these beggars? Where did such ferocious firepower come from? The enemy officer bellowed from behind cover. Return fire. Give them hell. But scarcely had he finished his command when a bullet pierced through the gap in the sandbags, striking his messenger in the throat. 2 o'clock. Commander. Eagle Eye lay beside the old squad leader amidst the rubble, his cheek pressed against the cold stock of his rifle. He pulled the bolt, ejecting a hot shell casing, and chambered another round. In his line of sight, anyone on the opposite side daring to signal, even merely revealing half a head, would meet a bullet of death. From the very onset of battle, the enemy was completely suppressed by the vanguard regiment. The regiment commander stood at the church entrance, binoculars in hand, his eyes reddened, gritting his teeth as he roared, "We can't go on living like this. Exhaust our resources. Whoever hesitates over bullets, I'll take their life. As long as the assault team can take fewer hits, it's worth depleting the entire regiment's ammunition." The live stream's comments exploded in a frenzy. Wow, this firepower coverage? Is this the Red Legion? How does the vanguard regiment possess so many heavy and light machine guns? There must be over 100. They never fought so liberally while crossing the Dadu River. This is exhilarating. Turns out the Red Legion has been saving every bit for this moment. Beneath this overwhelming fire support, the order rang out, "Charge!" with a fierce roar. The commander of the assault team, bare-chested, was the first to rush onto the iron chains. Behind him, 21 assault troops, armed with broadswords and grenades, charged forward like tigers descending from the mountains, resolutely stepping onto the violently swaying 13 iron chains. This is what it means to seize the moment, charging across those slick, cold iron chains with flesh and blood amidst the storm of steel. Beneath the bridge, the roaring Dadu River surged, its waters crashing against the rocks and sending sprays of foam several meters high into the air. The bridge itself lacked a solid surface, supported only by 13 iron chains, each as thick as a wrist, swaying violently in the wind and trembling under the reverberations of gunfire. Brother Kwong found himself in the 22nd position. As his feet finally made contact with the slick iron chain, gripping the handrails with all his might, a surge of fear enveloped him. This was unlike any tightrope walking he had experienced in virtual reality games. It was not a steady wire, but a colossal python thrashing in the tempest. The chains were coated in layers of ancient rust, mingled with rainwater and the sweat of comrades who had traversed before him, making it treacherously slippery. Most daunting of all was the heavy burden he bore. With 4 large knives strapped to his back, 12 grenades hanging from his side, and an assault rifle in hand, he resembled a cumbersome bear. After barely ascending a few steps, a gust of wind struck, compounded by the sudden lurch of the squad leader ahead. In that instant, Brother Kwong lost his footing and his balance faltered. The weight of his heavy backpack yanked him sharply to the left, and his body teetered precariously beyond the confines of the iron chain, with only his hands clinging desperately to the handrail. He dangled above the 100-meter expanse of the Dadu River like a piece of cured meat. A terrified scream escaped his lips, more piercing than any battle cry. "Focus!" came a fierce reprimand from ahead. The soldier in the 21st position turned back, his face smeared with grime, shouting at Brother Kwong, "Wrap your feet around it. Use your core strength." Shaken but resolute, Brother Kwong gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength to push against the chain with his legs. Finally, his left foot caught hold of the iron link. Harnessing that momentum, he managed to swing himself back, regaining his precarious perch on the chain. Lying on the cold metal, he gasped for breath, contrasting sharply with the agile movements of the squad leader ahead, who alternated his grip on the chain, his body rising and falling in rhythm with its sway. Bullets ricocheted off the chain near the squad leader, sparking like stars, yet he appeared undeterred, his gaze fixed on the enemy's gunfire across the river. "Hurry, keep up." The squad leader's voice was fragmented by the wind. Brother Kwong dared not look down, focusing intently on the heels of his comrades ahead, inching forward on the frigid steel. Behind them, soldiers from the 3rd Company each clutched a substantial wooden plank under their arms, clearly intent on both fighting and repairing the bridge simultaneously. The enemy, although suppressed, still occupied a strategic position, with stray bullets occasionally piercing through their hail of fire. As Brother Kwong struggled to advance, he was suddenly startled by a muffled groan from behind. Instinctively, he glanced back to see a young soldier, barely 18 or 19, who had just wedged a plank between the 2 iron chains. A stray bullet struck him squarely in the chest, causing his body to go limp, leaning backward. Yet, in the final moment before his fall, he did not clutch at his wounds but instead extended his hands to firmly grasp the loosely secured wooden plank, using his weight to press it against the iron chain. The long board was laid down, and blood froth surged from the young soldier's mouth, his gaze vacant. Yet, his hands seemed welded to the wood. His body dangled precariously over the iron chain, swaying in the wind with the trembling bridge. But the wooden plank beneath him remained steadfast and unmoving. The comrades who followed, with tear-filled eyes, hurriedly crossed beside his lifeless form, swiftly securing the plank with ropes. In that moment, a surge of anger consumed Crazy Brother. The fear he had felt moments ago incinerated by this fire. Damn it! Crazy Brother turned away, no longer gazing at the fallen soldier. Reflected in his eyes was the fiery maw of the machine gun on the opposite bank, its glare searing hot. He tightened the straps on his back, securing the 4 large knives and 12 grenades more firmly. Brothers, pave the way for me. If I do not cross over to chop those bastards to pieces, I am unworthy of being an assault team member. Crazy Brother roared on the iron chain, his voice hoarse and wild. Company Commander, wait for me. Chapter 119. Who is burning brothers as firewood as Crazy Brother's shout echoed. No one truly paused to wait for him. On this precarious iron chain, stopping meant death. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of bullets striking the chain was denser than raindrops. The sharp metallic clang reverberated in his ears, each impact sending tingles through his wrists. The most perilous aspect was the swaying. Each time the soldier ahead darted sideways to evade a bullet, or when a mortar shell detonated near the water's surface, the entire bridge would resonate violently. The centrifugal force felt as if it could hurl one's very insides out. Hold steady. Don't use brute force. An experienced soldier ahead sensed the violent shaking of the chain behind him, shouting without looking back. Use your knees. Lock the inner side of your knees onto the chain below. Turn your wrists inward. Secure yourself to the chain. Crazy Brother gritted his teeth, his jaws trembling, attempting to mimic the movements of the soldier ahead. His legs were no longer foolishly clamped like riding a horse, but instead pressed firmly against the iron chain, using the friction of his knees and inner thighs to lock himself in place like a large ornament. It was painful. The chain was covered in rust and remnants of blood, and combined with the coarse friction, he could feel the skin beneath his pants being abraded. Yet, he was indeed much more stable. Hey, you back there. The second squad leader, moving forward, glanced back at Crazy Brother. How are you doing? Still thinking about your duck? Crazy Brother spat out the metallic taste in his mouth and replied loudly. Of course. Why wouldn't I think about it? Then hurry up and crawl faster. The company commander has already crawled 20 meters ahead. If we lag, the commander will be a live target. We are here to shield them from bullets. Crazy Brother looked up. There, at the forefront, the shirtless company commander truly appeared to be flying. He nearly flung his body completely beneath the iron cable, utilizing it as a shield, each swing enabling him to evade the sweep of the enemy machine gun. Such movements were devoid of any flourish, solely the result of countless encounters at the precipice of life and death, honed into instinct. Damn. With a glimmer of determination in his eyes, the man felt that reckless spirit surge within him once more. Let the bullets come. With this flesh of mine, I can withstand 2 barges. He roared, using both hands and feet, summoning the momentum of a 100-meter dash amidst this hellish turmoil. Meanwhile, across the river, within the command post of the enemy regiment in Looting City, the enemy commander clutched the telephone receiver, drenched in cold sweat as he listened to the busy signal. Damn it. He slammed the phone down onto the table and turned to his aide, bellowing, "Where's the brigade commander?" The aide, neck retracted, bore a look of distress. Report to the commander. He said the brigade commander had gone to the rear to inspect the supplies. Inspect the supplies? The commander laughed in anger. With fighting occurring at the front, he chooses to go to the rear to check supplies? He.S. running away. The brigade headquarters was responsible for holding back the right flank of the Red Army. If the brigade commander has fled, it meant the brigade headquarters would soon be overwhelmed by the Red Army's right flank. In other words, they were about to be encircled by the Red Army. In a frenzy, the commander pointed out the window towards the Dadu River, his voice trembling with rage. Damn it, those red-brain lunatics have truly lost their minds. No boats. No rafts. They're willing to cross the river by climbing the iron cables. Who has ever seen such a reckless approach? Huh, who has seen it? After a moment of mental preparation, the commander suddenly seized the phone. Hello, 2nd Battalion Commander. This is the regiment commander. Listen to me. The main forces need to reposition and seek advantageous terrain to hold the line. You and your men must hold them back. You must hold. Click. The phone was abruptly hung up. The commander, seizing gold bars and silver coins from the table, shouted at his aide, "Prepare the horses. Take the back mountain path. Quickly." At the 2nd Battalion command post beneath the city gate, the battalion commander hung up the phone, his face pale. Reposition? Advantageous terrain? He spat vehemently. To hell with advantageous terrain. Isn't this just asking me to be the scapegoat? He glanced at the machine gun positions still firing madly, and then at the writhing black figures on the iron cable. Too close. Those creatures were less than 40 meters from the bridgehead. That reckless momentum could send chills racing down one's spine, even from several dozen meters away. Commander, the regiment headquarters has retreated. What do we do? The company commander rushed in, covered in dirt, his hat askew. Retreat? Where to retreat? The commander wants me to die here to buy him time. The battalion commander's eyes darted as he grasped the company commander by the collar. Listen, you take a company and hold the bridgehead. I will take the main force to encircle from the flank. Yes, encircle. The company commander froze, staring at the battalion commander's face, which was etched with fear and calculation, his heart sinking. Commander, the flank is a cliff. Enough of your nonsense. Execute the order. The battalion commander shoved the company commander aside and, with his security detail, stealthily slipped along the base of the city wall. In the end, only the company commander remained. Standing behind the fortifications at the bridgehead, he gazed at the desolate command center, his eyes drifting to the approaching assault team. The brigade commander had fled. The regiment commander had fled. Even the battalion commander had abandoned his post. In the end, only he, the humble company commander, remained. Company commander, they're coming. Only 30 meters away. The terrified cries of soldiers echoed. The commander peered out, catching sight of the foremost soldier, a bare-chested man drenched in blood. Brandishing a gleaming machete that reflected the sunlight, his gaze predatory. Damn it. The enemy company commander trembled. Fight. With what? The machine guns had been silenced by the enemy snipers across the way. Anyone who dared to show their face would meet their demise. Defend? The officers had all fled. Who was he to defend? Company commander. We must retreat, pleaded the platoon leader, his voice thick with anguish. Retreat? Have you not seen the execution squad still lingering behind? To withdraw now is to invite death. The company commander despaired, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a heap of unfinished bridge planks at the bridgehead. A vicious and frenzied thought surged into his mind. You have forced my hand. The enemy company commander's face contorted as he pointed at the pile of wood, unleashing a hysterical scream. Burn it. Douse it with kerosene. Set the bridgehead ablaze. The enemy platoon leader hesitated. Company commander, our men are still over there. I cannot concern myself with that. Burn it. No one crosses. Anyone who dares approach will be roasted alive. In the Blue Star livestream. This sequence of events sent the blood pressure of millions of viewers soaring, the barrage of comments exploding. Damn, is this the old army? Each level deceives the next. Each level exploits the next, and in the end, it is the rank-and-file soldiers who are sent to their deaths. Hilarious. They can talk about maneuvering and advanced tactics while they are fleeing. Such is the disparity in belief. The Red Legion leads from the front, while here the commanders flee first. TSK. On one side, brothers live and die together, while on the other, brothers are sacrificed like firewood. Wait, are they going to burn the bridge? That crazy team has just managed to reach the midpoint, with only the last 30 or 40 meters left. Victory was in sight. Brothers, push harder. The enemy is like a grasshopper in autumn. They won't last long. Just as he finished shouting, the air suddenly grew warm on his face. A strong odor of kerosene wafted through the river breeze. With a deafening explosion, a thick black smoke erupted from the bridgehead across the way. Crimson flames engulfed the wooden planks, soaring several meters high, propelled by the fierce wind. Holy crap! His pupils dilated sharply. A wall of fire and smoke now blocked the end of the iron cable bridge. The commander of the vanguard halted. All the assault troops came to a standstill. Ahead lay a sea of flames, below a bottomless abyss, and retreat was no longer an option. These bastards. The commander lay on the iron cable, watching the towering flames, his eyes reflecting the fiery glow. He wiped the sweat and soot from his brow, uttering a phrase that resonated with both sorrow and fury among all. If I'm not given a chance, then this is to roast me like a duck. Chapter 120. Fear not. Fear not. Grateful for the gift from the gluten-free top-filling pie. Burn you to the ground. The sergeant, irritated, turned back sharply. Where did that duck come from? If we can't get through, we'll be the meat on that iron plate. The wall of flames blazed fiercely. Thick black smoke billowing within 10 meters of them. The sergeant ceased to waste time admonishing his comrade, violently tearing off his military cap, which had already been scorched with several holes. With a fierce toss, he hurled the cap into the roaring inferno, where it was instantly reduced to ash. The sergeant's bare torso glistened with sweat. The closer he drew to the flames, the more mist surrounded him, rendering him akin to a newly forged bronze statue. Comrades! He bellowed, his voice cutting through the crackling of the flames. Behold, this is our flame mountain. Pointing fearlessly at the fiery barrier, he laughed maniacally. If we retreat, this fire becomes our execution ground. If we charge through, this fire will be our celebratory cannon. Fear not. Fear not. The sergeant gripped the searing iron chain, preparing for action. Let us charge forth. Even if we turn to ash, we shall float to the other side and block their machine guns. With that, he plunged headlong into the blazing inferno, leaving behind his final words, follow me. In that instant, all were left in stunned silence. This was flesh and blood. Sergeant. The second platoon leader cried out in anger and anguish, but he was too late to grasp the sergeant, for the sergeant was already engulfed in flames. Damn it. The second platoon leader exclaimed, not knowing whether he cursed the enemy or fate, and immediately followed the sergeant into the fiery sea. Charge. We die, we die. One by one, the remaining assault team members stood up and leaped into the flames. Even knowing the certainty of death and pain, none turned back. 17 resolute assault team members plunged into the inferno, with the unhesitating comrades still following suit. Because the sergeant was charging, the platoon leader was charging. The squad leader was charging, and the veterans were all charging. He was a soldier brought up by the old squad leader. What was there to fear? Just charge. On the eastern bank of Looting Bridge, at the stronghold, an enemy squad hid behind sandbags, peering cautiously at the inferno on the bridge. Huh, it's ablaze. It's ablaze. The enemy soldiers, relief washing over their faces, rejoiced. With this fire raging, even divine beings cannot cross. Indeed, it was the sergeant's brilliant tactic. Though he has fled, this fire has safeguarded us. The remaining enemy squad leader sighed in relief, leaning his weapon against the ground, pulling out a crumpled cigarette, and lighting it with a spark from the drifting embers. Let us take a breather, he remarked contentedly, inhaling deeply. With a fire this massive, unless one is made of iron, they would have turned to ash long ago. Suddenly, the enemy squad leader's fingers, clutching the cigarette, stiffened, and his eyes widened in horror, as if he had seen a ghost. What is that? From the heart of the roaring fire and thick smoke at the bridge's head, a figure suddenly burst forth. A figure emerged, enveloped in smoke, with flames licking at his shoulders and hair. His torso was bare, his skin charred, yet his muscles remained taut as iron. In his hand, he wielded a large blade, his gaze fierce and terrifying, his roar so powerful it startled the enemy commander, causing him to drop his cigarette. Then came the second, the third, a total of 19 smoke-shrouded figures, successively bursting forth from an insurmountable wall of fire. Some still had hats ablaze, others had garments smoldering. A few even ripped off their burning shirts, casting them vehemently to the ground. Chaos ensued. The last squad of the enemy was in utter disarray. Were these still human? Could fire not extinguish them? Flee, flee. The fire demons were here to claim lives. A voice cried out, and several enemy soldiers turned to dart back towards the city. Fleeing? The commander of the assault team surged forth from the flames, his face blackened by smoke, a deadly intent radiating from him. He kicked aside a burning plank at his feet, raised his weapon, and unleashed a barrage. Bang! Bang! 2 enemy soldiers, who had just turned to escape, fell to the ground, struck in the back. Comrades, charge! Annihilate these bastards. The commander sheathed his spent rifle at his waist and drew forth the long-awaited blade from behind him, a battle cry echoing through the air. The 19 fiery warriors plunged into the enemy ranks like tigers descending from the mountain. Although Crazy Brother was at the rear, his murderous aura was undiminished. His clothes still smoldered, his skin burned with heat, yet this only fueled his frenzy. My ducks! My skin! Compensation! A reckoning! Crazy Brother shrieked as he unfastened the 12 grenades strapped to him. With a pull of the pin and a throw, he reveled in the exhilaration of release. Boom! 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 The grenades rained down like hail upon the enemy's makeshift sandbag cover. It mattered not whether anyone remained behind. The explosions were inevitable. Smoke billowed, and cries of anguish filled the air. In just one round, the enemy's last squad was obliterated by the assault team. For the moment the assault team emerged from the flames, the enemy's courage had already crumbled. Clear the path! Clear the path! The commander felled the last resisting foe with a swift stroke, wiped the blood from his face, and turned to bellow across the bridge. The following third company was already prepared. Upon witnessing the assault team seize the bridgehead, the soldiers clutching wooden planks rushed onto the iron cable with frenzied determination. Planks were hastily laid down, and wires quickly wrapped and secured. Though rudimentary and still swaying, it had become a viable passage. Charge! Cross the bridge. On the western bank of the Dadu River, upon seeing the planks laid, the long-restrained vanguard unit erupted in a thunderous roar, countless figures flooding onto the looting bridge. Among these figures, one stood out distinctly. He did not wield a weapon with both hands for balance, as one of his arms dangled limply before his chest. He brandished a saber in his left hand alone. The old squad leader, originally ordered by the commander of the assault team to remain back and direct, was the first to charge forward. He sprinted across the tumultuous bridge. Although the old squad leader stumbled slightly due to a loss of balance, he outpaced everyone, driven by an urgent desperation. His bloodshot eyes were filled with anxiety. Those are my soldiers. The old squad leader noticed the billowing smoke rising from the opposite end of the bridge and the figures sprawled on the ground, uncertain of the fate of his comrades. Crazy Brother and the others, rushing forward. He could only murmur incessant prayers. They must survive. They must all live. Chapter 121. As the smoke clears. A different kind of shock. The old squad leader dashed across the iron chains, past the still smoldering stronghold at the bridge's end, plunging into the labyrinthine alleys of Looting City. At this moment, the remaining enemies within the city had been scattered by the assault team and the third company, yet they had not been entirely eradicated. With sporadic gunfire echoing throughout, Crazy Brother crouched behind a broken wall, gasping for breath. The previous charge had been overwhelming, as the adrenaline faded. The pain from his burns caused him to tremble. Damn it, it hurts like hell. Crazy Brother grimaced as he inspected the blisters on his arm, oblivious to the dark muzzle of a gun stealthily emerging from behind a splintered door panel near his flank, aimed at the back of his head. Die! The enemy soldier's fingers slowly pressed against the trigger. Watch out! A fierce shout accompanied a powerful force that surged from Crazy Brother's side. Bang! A shadow collided violently with Crazy Brother's shoulder, causing him to topple to the side. Almost simultaneously, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet struck the brick wall where Crazy Brother's head had just been, sending a spray of dust and debris into the air. Had it not been for that collision, Crazy Brother would have been dead. In a state of shock, Crazy Brother turned his head. He saw the old squad leader maintaining the position from the impact, with only one hand available. He had lost his balance after colliding with Crazy Brother and now knelt on the ground. However, in that very moment, the old squad leader's left hand shot out fiercely. Whoosh! A glint of cold steel flashed through the air. The saber spiraled through space, striking the attacking enemy soldier. Ah! A cry of agony erupted. Although the saber did not strike a fatal blow, the heavy back of the blade crashed down on the enemy soldier's wrist, sending the antiquated rifle he held flying from his grasp. The enemy clutched his wrist in pain and turned to flee. Flee! Ignoring the sharp pain from his scraped knee, the old squad leader pushed off the ground and swiftly seized the fallen rifle from the enemy soldier. He gripped the rifle's body, forcefully clamping the stock against his left armpit, securing it tightly. His left hand then released the rifle's body, and in a flash, he pulled back the bolt. Click! Ejecting the shell, chambering around, he prepared to fire. The old squad leader, holding the rifle with one hand, aimed without hesitation and fired. The enemy soldier, who had only managed to run a few meters, erupted in a plume of blood, collapsing into the mud and remaining motionless. As the gunfire ceased, silence enveloped the alley. Crazy Brother sat on the ground, staring blankly at the figure standing at the alley's mouth. The old squad leader, panting heavily, held the still smoking rifle in his left hand, his fierce gaze scanning every corner around him. Squad leader? Kongo swallowed hard, and the old squad leader turned around, casting a glance at the unscathed Kongo. The fierce expression on his taut face gradually softened. What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen someone shoot with one hand? The squad leader slammed his gun onto the ground and scolded him irritably. I've told you long ago. As long as my eyes are still sharp, I can protect you all. Hearing these words, Kong Gu felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Struggling to his feet, he brushed off the dust from his pants and forced a grin to suppress the myriad of emotions swirling within him. Squad leader, you must teach me that impressive skill of yours someday. The way you flicked that gun was even more agile than the performers I've seen on stage. Get lost. The squad leader laughed while scolding him, resting the gun on his shoulder and playfully kicking Kong Ji's calf. Stop flapping your gums. The battle is still raging in the city. Go lend a hand to your comrades. Kong Gu did not dodge and took the kick solidly. The impact was not painful. Rather, it provided him a sense of reassurance. The two, along with the pursuing Eagle Eye, continued their fierce street battle. Before long, the vanguard had completely captured Looting City. As Kong Gu and the others emerged from the alley, they returned to the banks of the Dadu River. The smoke was gradually dissipating, revealing the looting bridge, still emitting wisps of smoke. The once barren iron chain bridge was now covered with wooden planks, while the Dadu River continued to roar. However, on that violently swaying bridge, countless gray figures were surging across this path carved from the cost of human lives, streaming steadily towards the eastern shore. There were no cheers, no shouts. The muffled, hurried footsteps echoed like war drums. Yet, whenever the subsequent large forces passed by the bridgehead, alongside the fatigued assault team members who were blackened and collapsed on the ground, all soldiers instinctively slowed their pace. They turned their heads, their gazes lingering on those 19 individuals for a fleeting moment, then silently raised their hands in salute. Among the 19, Kong Gu, filled with a sense of honor, felt both the urge to laugh and a sense of restraint, resulting in an oddly peculiar expression. At that moment, Eagle Eye and Ruo also approached. Ruo was holding the now empty first aid kit, her eyes slightly reddened, clearly having just gone to check on the injured. Is that it? Is it over? In the livestream chat, the audience expressed their bewilderment. I thought there would be a grand scene, like everyone crying in each other's arms or tossing Kong Gu and the others into the air to celebrate victory. Exactly. Such a significant victory, capturing Looting Bridge. Why does it feel so quiet? The Red Army doesn't engage in all that triviality, do they? Where's the victory feast? Where are the good food and wine? The Blue Star audience was accustomed to the grand settlement animations and games, to the screen filled with golden light and cheers. Yet, the scene that was left with only the sound of footsteps and heavy breathing carried an indescribable power of shock. Indeed, this was the battlefield. Where was the energy for revelry? The long march of the Red Army was always pressed for time. Assemble. A command suddenly rang out from a nearby open area, where the vanguard commander, who had communicated with the higher-ups, stood. Assault team, all present. The commander of the sharp-edged team, whose eyebrows had been burnt off, strained to shout. Kong Ji's entire body jolted, and he instinctively straightened his posture. The surviving commandos supported each other as they formed a makeshift line on the uneven stony ground. While it was termed a formation, they stood haphazardly, some with bandages wrapped around their arms, others with blood seeping from their legs, and a few were being propped up by comrades. The commander approached, meticulously examining each face, as if he intended to engrave the image of these men who had emerged from the inferno into his memory. Well done, he nodded, his voice somewhat hoarse. The entire regiment, indeed the entire army of tens of thousands, owes you a debt of gratitude. After speaking, he took a step back and solemnly saluted. In unison, the passing troops, vigilant soldiers, and even the wounded tending to their injuries halted their actions and saluted in respect. Seeing this scene, Kong Gu felt a lump in his throat, nearly losing his composure. Enough of this sentimental display, the commander waved his hand dismissively. Let us distribute rewards to these heroes. A spark of excitement ignited in Kong Gu's eyes. The momentary emotional swell was swiftly overshadowed by the instinct of a player. The audience in the livestream became animated, craning their necks in anticipation of the rewards. After all, this was the elite commando unit that had saved the entire army. What kind of rewards could the Red Legion possibly bestow? Chapter 122. Ordinary yet extraordinary. The Commander S8 approached, carrying several wooden trays. Each tray was draped with a red cloth, giving an air of solemnity. Such an impressive display. The red cloth promised something extraordinary. Kong Gu rubbed his dirt-stained hands together, his anticipation palpable. The old squad leader glanced at Kong Gu from a distance, his lips twitching into a slight smile without uttering a word. The aide reached Kong Gu and lifted the red cloth, only for Kong Gu's smile and the eager comments flooding the screen to falter in disbelief. The tray contained merely a neatly folded set of gray cloth garments, a steel pen, a diary, a white enamel bowl emblazoned with red characters, and a pair of bamboo chopsticks. This was the reward? Kong Gu dared not voice his thoughts, instinctively seeking the commander's gaze. He recognized these items, which, while not commonplace, were emblematic of something more profound. Just as during the Anshuan event, when the old squad leader had sketched names with charcoal, there had been no steel pen to be found. The simplicity of these ordinary objects struck Kong Gu as bittersweet, for they represented the finest offerings the Red Legion could muster. The commander gently lifted the gray garment, his eyes meeting Kong Gu's with a mixture of understanding and pride. This fabric comes from the Soviet region, crafted by the army's finest tailors working through the night. He unfolded the garment, revealing a gray linen-style outfit with a square collar and 2 large pockets. Donning this, wherever you go, the common folk will recognize you as a member of the Red Legion, one of our own. He handed the clothing to Kong Gu, then placed the enamel bowl and chopsticks into his arms. These aren't ordinary utensils, the commander said, patting Kong Gu's chest with a weighty yet encouraging tone. holding this bowl, even if the troops are scattered, even if we wander to the ends of the earth, whenever we encounter our comrades. This shall be your ticket to sustenance. As long as we have a morsel to eat, you will never go hungry. Brother Kwong cradled the bundle in his hands, feeling a warmth radiating from his palms. He gazed down at the set of gray garments. The attire was simple, perhaps even somewhat rustic. Yet in that moment, amidst the ragged clothing of the warriors around him, many of whom were bare-chested, Brother Kwong perceived an unmistakable envy. For this clothing, within the Red Legion, symbolized an identity that had been wholly embraced. Donning this new outfit signified that he was one of the most trusted and valued brothers within this collective. Brother Kwong ran his fingers over the coarse fabric, feeling the weight of the garment settle upon him. The Blue Star Barrage also regained its composure, reflecting on the significance of the attire. It was not merely clothing. It was the dignified attire reserved for the pillar of the household. That sentiment of being recognized as one of their own, no matter where one roams, struck deeply. Was this the essence of belonging? Brother Kwong promptly slipped into the ill-fitting linen suit. He fastened the buttons and smoothed down the collar, although the sleeves were a tad short and the trousers somewhat baggy. Once adorned, his spirit visibly lifted. Excellent. The old squad leader stepped forward, extending his left hand to adjust the slightly askew collar, then brushed the dust off Brother Kwong's shoulder. His gesture was meticulous, akin to a father sending his son off on a journey. Look, look, the old squad leader turned, showcasing the sight to the surrounding soldiers, his smile radiant. See, this is my soldier, dressed so gallantly. He looks the part. Eagle Eye and Softy were also granted the same reward, albeit it was delivered into the system's space. The trio shared in each other's glory and burdens alike. Finally, the sentry carried the last tray to the front of the line. There, 3 vacant spots remained, marking the absence of 3 comrades from the assault team who had quietly fallen before reaching the shore. A hush enveloped the crowd. The previously joyous atmosphere was swiftly replaced by a profound sorrow. The commander approached the 3 empty places, crouching slowly and solemnly, laying down 3 pristine linen suits upon the cold, rocky ground. He then placed 3 enamel bowls and 3 pairs of chopsticks atop the garments. It was as if 3 unseen souls were seated there, waiting for their meal. Brothers, the commander half knelt on the ground. His voice choked with emotion as he gently caressed the 3 sets of clothes. The garments are ready for you. The path is cleared. We have crossed the river. A breeze swept through the Dadu River Valley, stirring the 3 empty suits, their edges fluttering in the wind, as if someone were softly waving goodbye. Salute. Brother Kwong suddenly bellowed. With the most precise posture of his life, he raised his right hand in a sharp salute. The old squad leader saluted. Eagle Eye saluted. Softy saluted. All the assault team members, all the warriors of the Red Legion, stood in unison, facing the 3 sets of clothes, rendering a solemn salute. In the midst of this solemn silence, the sudden chime of the system notification pierced the ears of the trio, led by the intrepid Kwon Gu. Server announcement. Congratulations to players Kwon Gu, Eagle Eye, and Ruan Ruan for being the first to complete seizing the looting bridge. The narrative experience mode has been unlocked. The world around them began to blur. The authentic sensations, the stinging wind against their faces, the lingering scent of gunpowder in the air, gradually transformed into an ethereal haze. A wave of anxiety washed over Kwon Gu. It was time to depart. He abruptly turned to gaze at his old class monitor, whose figure was also becoming somewhat translucent, akin to a fading vintage photograph. Yet, the gentle, paternal smile on his face remained vividly clear. The old class monitor seemed to sense something, extending his left hand to pat Kwon Ji's shoulder with considerable force. This was the last trace of tangible warmth Kwon Gu would feel in this realm. What are you dawdling for, you fool? The monitor's voice resonated as if it were echoing from a great distance, yet it felt as though it reverberated directly within Kwon Ji's heart. He observed the pristine gray garment adorning Kwon Gu's frame. His gaze filled with both reluctance and acceptance. Until we meet again. The monitor's hand lingered momentarily on the collar of Kwon Ji's new attire, as if intending to brush away the last speck of dust upon it. Take care not to soil this outfit. The monitor's form grew increasingly faint, yet his final admonition rang with robust clarity. Remember my words. As long as you don this attire, stand tall with pride. The Red Legion must never bring dishonor upon themselves, no matter where they tread. Chapter 123. Even the impassable can be surmounted. As the old class monitor's words faded, Kwon Gu found himself back in reality. He hastily removed the VR headset, instinctively glancing at his right hand before touching the singed skin on his back. As if the searing pain from traversing through fire still lingered, Kwon Gu lowered his gaze towards his body, feeling a disorienting contrast between his clean self and the muddy version of himself. At times, this disparity could induce a dizzying illusion. He glanced at the electronic clock on the wall. Although more than 2 days had elapsed in the game, merely 10 days had passed in reality. Yet those 10 days felt like an eternity. This wretched game, Kwon Gu muttered with a hoarse chuckle, his eyes slightly moistening. Were it not for the VR anti-addiction system limiting play to 6 hours per day, he would likely find himself in a psychiatric ward by now. The following noon, at a renowned roast duck restaurant in Tomato City, Kwon Gu, sporting a disheveled mop of black hair that had long since lost its yellow hue, stood alongside Eagle Eye, who wore a baseball cap, while Ruan Ruan, adorned with a light touch of makeup, exhibited slightly swollen eyes. Waiter. Kwon Gu slapped the menu down with a resounding thud. His demeanor suggested not merely ordering, but rather a bold heist of a munitions depot. Bring me 3 roast ducks. The freshly roasted, delectably fatty kind. The waitress momentarily froze, taken aback by Kwon Gu and his companions. Sir, 3 whole ducks? You 3 might not finish them. Who says we can't finish them? Kwon Gu retorted, his eyes blazing. I want the crispy skin, the meat too, and the leftover carcasses must not be used for soup. fry them with salt and pepper, and serve them up. Aside from the feathers, I want it all. Furthermore, I would like 3 bowls of sweet bean sauce, and pile the shredded scallions and cucumbers high. The waiter, intimidated by the ravenous aura of the gluttonous brother, hurriedly noted the order and departed in haste. The private room fell into a tranquil silence. After several minutes, the enticing aroma of roasted duck wafted in as the cart was rolled in. The glossy, reddish-brown duck skin, sizzling with oil, was an irresistible temptation for the gluttonous brother, who had been gnawing on raw rice and drinking rainwater in the game, even hallucinating that the gun stock was a roasted lamb leg. Without hesitation, he seized a piece of duck, skin, and meat together, and rolled it vigorously in the sweet bean sauce before shoving it into his mouth. The fat burst open in his mouth, blending the savory sweetness of the bean sauce with the crispiness of the duck skin and the tenderness of the meat. A satisfied, almost primal sound escaped his lips, truly delectable, utterly divine. The soft-hearted one, disregarding her ladylike demeanor, was stuffing her mouth with duck rolls while mumbling indistinctly. Oh, so this is the life of the deities? I want to send one. No, 10 to the old squad leader. The previously silent Hawkeye was now poised with his chopsticks, ready to grasp a piece of duck carcass. Yet, midway, he suddenly halted. Instinctively, he raised the chopsticks as if to offer this morsel in tribute to someone. Lost in thought, the chopsticks hovered in the air for a few seconds before he snapped back to reality, realizing this was not a game. After a moment of silence, he lowered his chopsticks and placed the meat in his bowl. Eat, he said softly, his voice slightly hoarse. It's all in this meat. Indeed, eat. The gluttonous brother, with grease dripping from his mouth, nodded vigorously, tears in his eyes. He once took it for granted, being picky about fat and lean. Now, he realized that every morsel of grease and every piece of meat had been earned with the lives of people like the old squad leader and Qin Lao. If we do not fill our bellies, we owe it to their spilled blood. The 3 of them devoured the meal with fervor, and astonishingly, the 3 roasted ducks were annihilated completely. Even the bones were thoroughly picked at by the gluttonous brother. At that moment, his phone on the table vibrated suddenly, accompanied by a distinctive notification sound. The gluttonous brother picked up his phone and raised an eyebrow. Brothers, the old rascal Luo has risen from the dead. Has he released a new PV? Hawkeye immediately looked up. The gluttonous brother clicked on the video and projected it onto the television in the private room. Titled Walking on Clouds, the scenery of Lazaku. As the video commenced, it bore no resemblance to a war game advertisement, but rather resembled a National Geographic documentary. Breathtaking canyon landscapes unfolded before their eyes, with mist swirling around the perilous cliffs, sunlight piercing through the clouds and illuminating the verdant pines. A gentle, melancholic harmonica melody filled the air, evoking a sense of tranquility and subtle sadness. Familiar phrases slowly appeared. This is the hometown of clouds, where only the sound of wind can be heard. Embark on a soul-cleansing, climbing journey. Listen to the echoes of the wind in the valley. I can't believe this, the soft-hearted one remarked, unable to resist commenting on the picturesque scene. The familiar scent. The healing aesthetic. This is how the Snow Mountain chapter lured us in. Cloud walking? Kong sneered, pointing at the sheer cliffs on the screen. This is undoubtedly a venture into a perilous ascent. Just hearing the name Lhotse Pass and observing the terrain, it was evident that it was a fortress difficult to conquer. As the video reached its conclusion, the originally serene scene abruptly flickered. In the final second, the camera plunged vertically from the clouds, transforming the picturesque mist into a suffocating haze of smoke. At that narrow gap in the cliffs, the explosive flames of countless grenades shattered the tranquility, revealing numerous gray silhouettes scaling the precipice under the moonlight. Boom. The screen plunged into darkness, and 5 blood-red characters gradually materialized. Even perilous terrains can be surmounted. After a moment of stunned silence in the private room, Kong exhaled deeply. Indeed, the more healing the narrative by old thief Luo, the more melancholic the content became. However, with a slight adjustment of his cap, Eagle Eye remarked, since it's Lhotse Pass, it comes after traversing the grasslands. In that instant, their hearts skipped a beat. They had successfully completed seizing the looting bridge, preserving the old squad leader's right arm. And the Lhotse Pass chapter had seamlessly returned to the main storyline post the grasslands. But how is the old squad leader's right arm faring? Ruan couldn't help but sob softly, leaving a comment beneath the promotional PV. Please, no more harm to my squad leader. Boo-hoo. Chapter 124. As desired 2 days later, on the day of the server launch, the update announcement left everyone bewildered. The Red Expedition Lhotse Pass chapter will officially launch today at 1800 hours. Prerequisites. Must complete the Snow Mountain chapter on real historical difficulty and at least experience the narrative mode of the Grasslands chapter. Dungeon mode. Join Assault. The system will randomly match 2 teams of players into the same timeline to collaboratively undertake the assault mission. Synopsis. This is the final stronghold, the crucial passage to a new frontier. Should we fail to conquer Lhotse Pass, the Red Army will have no choice but to retreat south. Price, 1 yuan. In just a few lines, countless players found themselves utterly defeated. I'm losing my mind. I managed to grit my teeth and climb through the Snow Mountain. But the grasslands felt like a walking simulator without any battles, so I avoided that ordeal. Who would have thought old thief Luo would implement such a punitive measure? No grasslands, no Lhotse Pass. Those upstairs, stop howling. I'm filled with regret. They had initially deemed the grasslands chapter 2 oppressive, deterred by the mire and hunger, and now wondered if it was too late to catch up. It was too late. Even in narrative mode, the grasslands chapter required 2 to 3 days of progression. And by the time one emerged, the first kill at Lhotse Pass would have long since vanished. In no time, the forums were flooded with remorseful comments from players. They had naively assumed this was merely a segmented game, where one could play whichever chapter seemed enjoyable. Little did they know that in Luo and S design, this was a complete journey of the long march. Without experiencing the chill of the snow mountain, without enduring the hardships of the grasslands, how could one stand at Lhotse Pass and witness the dawn of a new era? Matching you with a collaborative team. In the preparation hall, Kong, Eagle Eye, and Ruan stood side by side, their presence eliciting awe in the barrage of comments. After all, these three individuals have successfully cleared all the historical difficulty dungeons, making them the village's best hope for further accomplishments. In the cooperative assault mode, the enthusiastic leader observed the interface with a smile, remarking on its intriguing nature. With a maximum of 10 players in the raid, one could only wonder what kind of teammates they would be matched with. I hope it's the Lucky Koi squad. Whispered softly. As long as we do not encounter a time-limited speedrun dungeon like seizing the looting bridge, the extraordinary luck of the Lucky Koi squad might very well make the dungeon's completion considerably easier. It's unlikely we'll be matched with the Lucky Koi squad, Hawkeye replied, shaking his head. Otherwise, who would be the old squad leader soldiers if we've already cleared the grassy chapter S historical difficulty? At that moment, the successful match notification chimed, and the three focused their attention. Cooperative team, Wong squad, 5 members. Affiliation, Red Legion Vanguard Brigade, 2nd Battalion, 6th Company. A flash of light revealed 5 figures appearing on the opposite side of the preparation space. The foremost was the amiable and cultured Mr. Xie. To his left stood the sharp-eyed Yakumo, while to his right was the expressionless Chao Qingyi. Behind them were 2 rather jovial characters, a youthful face stuffing his mouth with virtual pancakes, and a tall, lean figure named Dawn, peering around with binoculars. Kong Gu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ah, familiar faces. Upon seeing Kong Gu and his companions, Mr. Xie and his group exchanged surprised smiles and approached to extend their hands. Kong Gu, Hawkeye, softly, it's a pleasure to meet you. Who would have thought we would match with the only player in the server who has achieved full clearance on the first try? This game seems assured. Please, don't flatter us too much. Kong Gu and his companions shook hands with Mr. Xie and his team, feeling quite positive about them. After all, it was Mr. Xie and his group who had decisively dealt with that troublesome encounter at crossing the Dadu River. Particularly, the taciturn and formidable Chao Qingyi, whose ruthless actions resonated well with Kong Gu. We are from the 2nd Battalion, 6th Company, Yakumo announced, his gaze sweeping over Kong Gu and his companions before finally resting on Kong Gu's gray linen suit. I've heard that those who achieve the first clear receive special rewards. Today, I see it firsthand. That outfit is remarkably striking. Indeed it is, Kong Gu replied, proudly tugging at his collar, earned through sheer effort. Enough reminiscing. We can catch up after the mission, the usually silent Chao Qingyi interjected coldly. Although his tone was brusque, he nodded towards Hawkeye as a form of greeting. Since they had been matched together, they would follow Kong Gu's lead. No need for that. Kong Gu waved his hand. We're all experienced players here. Let us coordinate our efforts and ensure we don't falter. At this juncture, the dungeon finished loading. Mr. Xie and his team swiftly transitioned into action, inspecting their equipment. As soldiers of the 2nd Battalion, 6th Company, their gear remained basic, yet each had a trusty old firearm. Meanwhile, a series of notification sounds resonated in Kong Gu's ears. Detected special items, grass-woven star, linen suit, enamel bowl, diary, bamboo chopsticks. Detected special identity binding, soldier of the old squad leader. Welcome back to the team, warriors of the Red Legion Vanguard Brigade. Blade class of the Sharp Blade Squad. As Mr. Xie and his companions prepared to inquire about the tactical arrangements from Brother Kwong, they were taken aback by the peculiar expressions on the faces of Brother Kwong and his 2 companions. They were staring fixedly at a large rock, which provided shelter from the rain. There, huddled together for warmth, was a group of tattered individuals, their uniforms indistinguishable beneath layers of mud and blood. Yet, the fierce and intimidating aura emanating from them sent a shiver down one's spine, even through the curtain of rain. What is it? Li Ming wondered curiously. Among the group, one figure wielding a pipe and knocking the sole of his shoe with his left hand seemed to sense something. He looked up, and, upon noticing Brother Kwong and his companions, his murky eyes suddenly brightened. Hey, you rascals! What are you doing standing there like wooden stakes? Get over here! A thick Sichuan accent accompanied the playful reprimand that pierced through the rain. Brother Kwong trembled slightly, a sense of nostalgia washing over him, and he quickly rushed forward. Joined by Ruan and Eagle Eye, Mr. Xie and the others exchanged glances, feeling a bit out of place since they were not part of the same unit. Especially as the commander of the 6th Company was also calling for them. They could only return to their formation while casting distant looks towards their former squad leader. They saw the frail figure of the squad leader rise. His right arm was tightly bound with thick bandages and a wooden board, appearing significantly swollen, while only a few fingers protruded, slightly discolored. Brother Kwong approached the squad leader as if meeting him for the first time, fixating on the injured arm suspended across his chest. What are you staring at? The squad leader felt uncomfortable under their scrutiny and instinctively turned slightly, trying to conceal his injured arm. It's just a little rain that caused some inflammation. It's swollen like a pig-ass trotter. It may look unsightly, but it's nothing serious. Stop talking. A sharp reprimand interrupted the squad leader's ramblings. Ruan's expression darkened as she forcefully placed the first aid kit onto the stone slab. Squad leader, come here. Let me examine you. Her commanding tone rendered the previously boisterous squad leader momentarily stiff with surprise. Brother Kwong and Eagle Eye exchanged glances, barely suppressing their laughter. Was this what they called the law of nature, where one thing overcomes another? On the battlefield, the squad leader was a formidable figure, brandishing a saber and charging towards machine gun nests, a true warrior who led them through hardships. Yet at this moment, before Ruan, the medic, He appeared as timid as a child afraid of getting a shot. Ruan, the squad leader hesitated, shuffling his feet, but was swiftly cut off by her. Sit down. Ruan glared, entirely dismissing his attempts at justification. You're not a child anymore, clearly injured, yet you can't even take care of yourself. The old squad leader hesitated for a moment, casting a fierce glare at the other soldiers of the Sharp Knife Squad who were still watching the commotion. Startled, they quickly turned their heads away. The old squad leader then sighed deeply and obediently settled down on the damp, green stone. At that moment, however, Ruan Yuan shot a sharp glance at the two nearby who were snickering. You two still watching the show? Hold him down. The debridement will be painful. Do not let him move. Understood. Quan and Ing Yan exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with mischievous delight. The duo lunged at the old squad leader, one on each side, firmly gripping his shoulders. Apologies, squad leader. Quan chuckled, tightening his hold on the old squad leader's left shoulder. This is for your own good, just bear with it. Ing Yan knelt on the other side, pressing his knee against the old squad leader's thigh while stabilizing the injured arm's elbow with one hand. Although his tone was serious, a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Don't worry, squad leader, we have steady hands. The live chat was filled with laughter. Haha, this is hilarious. The old squad leader has his day too. All thanks to Sister Wan Yuan. When the healer gets angry, the whole team quakes. Is this what they call being flanked by men? With Quan and Ing Yan's stance, one might think they were about to kidnap the old squad leader. Just a moment ago, I was moved to tears, and now I'm bursting into laughter. Luo the old rascal, you owe me my tears. But this light-hearted atmosphere came to an abrupt halt when Wan Yuan's fingers brushed against the rain-soaked bandage. She carefully retrieved a pair of scissors from the first aid kit and began to cut along the edges of the bandage. As the layers of yellowing, dark bandage were unveiled, a foul smell mingled with the scent of herbs wafted up. Quan and Ing Yan's smiles froze on their faces. Even Xie and the others, standing not far away after regrouping, instinctively furrowed their brows. The old squad leader's forearm was swollen to the size of a plump, purple eggplant. The splint originally applied had deeply embedded itself into the flesh, and the edges of the wound were not only festering but also exhibited a chilling grayish-white hue due to prolonged exposure to rainwater. Yet, at least the hand remained intact. Despite the swelling and necrosis, the 5 fingers were still whole. The old squad leader's right arm, though marred and ghastly in appearance, still had its bones connected and the tendons intact. Ruan Yuan bit her lip, forcing back a wave of emotion, and adopted the most professional tone. The bone is healing and has not necrosed. It is just that the rain has been too heavy these past few days, causing the wound to become infected and inflamed. I knew it. The old squad leader, drenched in cold sweat and his lips turning pale from the pain, still managed to force a smile. This little injury is nothing for us soldiers. It's akin to a mosquito bite. A mosquito bite could produce such a large abscess? Ruan Yuan shot him an exasperated glance before directing Quan and the others to boil water and prepare cloths for the debridement. The old squad leader's injured arm was severely infected, clearly requiring more than a simple cleaning. Half an hour later, preparations were complete. Panting heavily, the old squad leader was drenched in sweat, the pain of the debridement proving unbearable. Ruan Yuan remarked that it was fortunate, but in truth, it required a thorough and painful cleaning to rid the poison. The searing blade excised the necrotic and even putrid tissue, leaving both Quan Ge and Ing Yan feeling as if they were being sliced themselves. Although they successfully preserved the old captain's arm, he would now have to traverse snow-capped mountains and grassy plains with this wounded limb. The agony he would endure could be 100-fold more torturous than the mere severance of his arm. Captain, Ing Yan's throat felt parched. In an effort to divert the old captain's attention, and his own, he suddenly inquired, what about that fishhook? The old captain, his vision blurred with pain, paused momentarily upon hearing the question. Slowly, he opened his eyes, gasping for breath as he directed his gaze towards Ing Yan. What fishhook? The one you fashioned from a needle while we were on the grassland. Ing Yan gestured, indicating where it was pinned at his collar. Oh, that one. The old captain seemed to recall something, and the anguish etched on his face slightly eased. He released his grip on the stone, gradually lifted his hand, and felt his chest. There, bulging slightly, seemed to be some hard object concealed against his body. Here it is. The old captain managed a difficult smile, indicating the spot closest to his heart. He patted it gently, his eyes softening with pride. This little thing is even more useful than the medals bestowed by the commander. Back then, without this hook fashioned from a needle, our squad, which included Xiao Hu and Xiao Dou, would surely have perished in the mire. As he spoke, the old captain turned his gaze towards Ruan, his expression growing gentler. This hook possesses a spirit. It has once fished for lives. Keeping it means that if we ever find ourselves without food again, I can still catch fish for you. His words caused Ruan, who was diligently cleaning the wound, to momentarily pause. In the live stream, the previously vibrant chatter filled with laughter suddenly fell silent, replaced by a flood of tearful comments. Please, don't say that. I've only just managed to crawl out of the grassland chapter. Don't kick me back in. Is this the golden fishhook, always so close? After what felt like an eternity, Ruan finally completed the cleaning of the old captain's wound. She then wrapped it in fresh bandages, tying a neat bow. All done. Ruan wiped the sweat from her brow, exhaling a sigh of relief. From now on, you must not get this hand wet. Treat it like a revered ancestor for the next few days, understood? Understood. More effective than the commander's orders. The old captain, feeling a sense of relief, moved his neck slightly. Although his complexion remained pale, the excruciating pain had finally subsided. He looked down at the bow, chuckling to himself, seemingly pleased with the appearance. Yet, in the next moment, the old captain's smile abruptly vanished. He slowly rose to his feet and adjusted his collar with his left hand. The previous lightheartedness replaced by a heavy seriousness. The hearts of Kwang Gu and the others sank. They were all too familiar with that look. On the snow-capped mountains, in the grassy plains, this was the same expression he wore when faced with matters of life and death. Children, set aside what you are doing for now. The old captain's voice resonated deeply in the rain-soaked canyon. There is something I must clarify with you. Chapter 126. Do not look back. Do not look back. The order from the headquarters was absolute. The old squad leader turned around, pointing north, toward the location of Lhotse Pass. Our main force is completely trapped here. Ahead lies a natural fortress, flanked by sheer cliffs. Previously, the company commander attended a meeting and returned with a piece of news. The old squad leader paused momentarily before continuing. What news? Kwang Gu interjected, feeling a surge of tension. The higher-ups have declared that if we cannot seize Lhotse Pass, for the sake of survival, the entire army may be compelled to retreat southward. The old squad leader hesitated again, squeezing out the final 4 words that had not been mentioned in the announcement. Return to the grassland. Kwang Gu and his companions, along with the audience in the livestream, were momentarily taken aback. The phrase return to the grassland carried a weight far more visceral than the prospect of the entire army facing annihilation if they failed to capture Lhotse Pass. After all, that was the hellish path that Kwang Gu and his comrades had traversed, witnessed by the viewers in the livestream. In an instant, images flooded their minds, an endless expanse of black swampland, emanating a putrid stench. They recalled the harrowing moment when Xiao Wu sank before their eyes, desperately clutching 7 matches, until only his hand remained visible. They remembered gnawing on belts and chewing on grass roots, huddled together in the rain for warmth, acutely aware of life slipping away. The visceral hunger, the psychological torment of dancing with death with each step, and the suffocating helplessness of watching comrades fall. Could they endure it all once more? Return to gnawing on grass roots? Return to drinking muddy water? The faces of Kwang Gu and his companions turned ashen. If facing a hail of bullets required courage, then confronting the grassland demanded a soul-crushing endurance. Even though they had traversed the grassland once, they had no confidence in surviving a second passage. Moreover, they would have to endure the relentless despair that plagued each day. No, this cannot be. Kwang Gu abruptly raised his head, his eyes filled with bloodshot fury and an insatiable will to survive. I will not go back. I refuse to return to gnaw on those wretched grass roots. Kwang Ji's visage was fierce as he roared in the direction indicated by the old squad leader. What nonsense about natural fortresses? What drivel regarding Lhotse Pass? Even if it were a celestial palace or the underworld's throne, I will blow it to smithereens today. No one shall force me to take another step back. Even if I have to gnaw my way through, I will carve a path through this stony mountain. His shouts startled the resting soldiers of the elite squad nearby and caught the attention of the company commander, who was approaching from a distance. A rough, boisterous laughter erupted from the 6th Company's position, belonging to a youthful face among Xie's contingent. Well, what a splendid declaration to level the very throne of the underworld. Xian Bing suddenly stood up, raising the bewildered fists of Chao Qingyi and Li Ming in exuberance. Did you hear that? Even if we face mountains of blades and seas of flames ahead, it is still better than that wretched grassland behind us. Brothers, can we not falter? Let us show them what we're made of. Chao Qingyi and Li Ming exchanged glances, each casting a glance at Xian Bing that suggested he was treading on dangerous ground. Given their relatively reticent personalities, it is rather unsuitable for them to engage in activities aimed at lightening the atmosphere. The two of them tacitly pulled aside General Xie and Yago Moing, determined to either awkwardly participate together or fully commit to the endeavor. Bewildered, General Xie and the others were led by a Pai, collectively shouting the word action with varied expressions. This impromptu chorus shattered the oppressive atmosphere among the warriors, who had heard that without capturing Lhotse Pass, they would have to traverse the grasslands anew. Indeed, that was the grassland, a place that drained the marrow from one's bones and crushed all hope. Compared to slowly decaying in that silent despair, the vanguard warriors preferred to bleed out their last drop of blood amidst the hail of bullets at Lhotse Pass. Who dares to be cowardly is a disgrace. It is merely a narrow pass, and I will gnaw at it with my teeth. Even if the mightiest of kings stands in our way, we shall force them to make way. The warrior's eyes ignited with a wolf-like green glow, known as the will to live in the face of death. At that moment, a rapid and rhythmic clattering began to resonate. Brother Kwang, upon hearing this familiar rhythm, instinctively turned his head. He beheld the sharp knives of the vanguard unexpectedly leaping onto a towering rock, brandishing a bamboo piece that had once inspired the march across Looting Bridge. His piercing gaze surveyed the crowd, and upon spotting Brother Kwang in his gray linen attire, a flicker of admiration crossed his eyes. He then bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Listen up. Everyone, listen closely. Our assault hero has declared that we do not wish to return to subsisting on roots. If we do not wish to eat roots, we must feast upon the flesh of our enemies and drink their blood." The bamboo board in the company leader's hand struck rapidly, the familiar rhythm igniting the hearts of all present. Altogether, the target is Lhotse Pass. Regardless of whether our feet are sore or our bellies empty, as long as we draw breath, we shall charge northward. Charging forth shall be our new home. Depart. The sound of the bamboo board abruptly ceased, replaced by the deafening din of battle cries and hurried footsteps. The vanguard once again set forth, but the momentum was now entirely transformed. Brother Kwang, Eagle Eye, and Soft wedged themselves within the ranks, safeguarding the old squad leader as they advanced briskly. Despite having one arm in a sling, the squad leader's pace remained swift. The exhilarating anticipation of heading to the battlefield imbued his gaunt face with an unusual flush. "Well done, lad. That shout was impressive," he remarked while walking, patting Brother Kwang on the back. even managing to crack a joke. Once we finish this battle and I have healed this hand, I shall certainly catch you the biggest fish to eat. Brother Kwong grinned, ready to exchange banter, when suddenly the comments in the live stream took an unexpected turn. The screen, previously filled with comments exclaiming enthusiasm for the Vanguard, praising Brother Kwong as a true hero, was abruptly interrupted by several glaring remarks. Wait, I just came over from the neighboring stream, and am a bit confused. Why is the squad leader still one-armed in this timeline? Yes, I noticed that too. I saw in other streams that their squad leader was forcibly retained in the logistics support team. Oh no, does this mean if the squad leader remains one-armed, he won't be deployed to the front lines? Upon deeper reflection, a chilling realization dawns upon us, my comrades. The valiant efforts of Brother Kwong and his companions to preserve the old squad leader's arms seemingly placed him at the forefront of peril. This implies that had they not exerted themselves so fervently, the likelihood of the old leader's survival might have been significantly enhanced. In other words, he might have been afforded a longer existence. Chapter 127. The notion of a perfect clearance transcends mere survival rates. Brother Kwong and his companions paused abruptly as they observed the stream of comments flooding the live broadcast. Had they not safeguarded that arm, the old leader would currently remain in the rear, shielded from the onslaught of machine gun fire and artillery shells at the treacherous La Zico. Thus, a poignant question arises. In their quest to ensure his complete survival, have they inadvertently propelled him toward a more perilous fate? During their hurried march, the trio unconsciously slowed their pace, finding themselves at the back of the formation. They fixated on the resolute figure ahead, the veteran soldier striding forth with vigor despite his arm being suspended. A silence hung in the air for a moment before Ruan, the medic, softly broke it. Have we made a mistake? She gazed down at her mud-stained straw sandals, yet her expression bore no trace of regret. If they had left him behind, severed and listening to the gunfire ahead, witnessing his comrades fall one by one, would it not have caused him greater distress? Her inquiry bore the weight of a statement. As the medic, Ruan understood all too well. In this unit, depriving the old leader of the chance to charge forth was akin to stripping them of their very backbone. Even amidst the treacherous advance to seize the looting bridge, the commander refrained from relegating the old leader to the rear despite knowing of his injury. For a wounded arm is not a severed limb, it can heal with time. We have not erred, affirmed Ingyen, reinforcing Ruan's sentiment. For some, mere existence is a physiological attribute. Yet for the old leader, he is the captain of the Vanguard squad. A dull blade can be sharpened, a broken sword can be mended, but if a blade is locked away to rust, it becomes naught but scrap metal. These commentators know nothing. Brother Kwong interjected suddenly. We have exerted ourselves to such lengths, serving as both eyes and crutches. For what purpose? It is to ensure he stands whole and complete. A perfect clearance has never been merely a matter of survival rates, Brother Kwong emphasized, his gaze fixed on the old leader's silhouette, enunciating each word deliberately, but rather to fulfill his wishes. Though such fulfillment may render their timeline increasingly precarious. Just as the trio murmured among themselves, the old leader ahead seemed to sense the commotion behind him. Why so quiet? He called out abruptly, turning to face them. He noticed his three soldiers, heads bowed like chastened schoolchildren, their eyes furtively glancing at his injured arm. The old leader paused momentarily, then, as if grasping the situation, a mix of exasperation and pride spread across his face. These young fools must be worried about his injury, fearing he would burden the unit, yet too bashful to voice their concerns. Why does everyone look like wilted eggplants? He halted his march, turning fully around, placing his left hand on his hip, puffing out his chest, and even nudging his suspended right arm forward. Lift your heads, all of you. What are you staring at? Afraid this hand will fail me, and I won't be able to wield a blade? The commanding voice of the old squad leader, imbued with an air of pride, compelled the soldiers around him, who were engrossed in their march, to cast glances in his direction. Allow me to inform you. He had just received a confidential briefing from the company commander. This time, in the upcoming assault on the enemy stronghold, our elite unit shall lead the charge. At this point, the old squad leader became animated, his fervor palpable. Had this been the era of the old army, with a hand swollen to such a degree, he would have been unceremoniously dismissed, left to feed the dogs. Even if he had not been expelled, he would have been relegated to menial tasks like serving the officers or cleaning latrines, with no chance to wield a weapon. But times have changed. He patted the bandage on his chest, the sound echoing sharply, causing the soft eyelids of those nearby to twitch. The company commander proclaimed that as long as he could run on his legs and bite with his teeth, he remained a soldier of the elite unit. The honor of leading you all into battle is immense, a true privilege. Do you grasp the essence of honor? His voice reverberated through the valley. Even if many onlookers from afar could not comprehend, they nonetheless admired him, moved to tears by his unabashed pride. He felt that the opportunity to face death was a testament to the organization's esteem and trust in him. Is this the very soul of the military in such times? The fear is not of death, but of being forgotten in the rear lines. The three comrades exchanged knowing glances, secretly relieved to see their thoughts validated in each other's eyes. Their murmurs had merely been to affirm their convictions. To confine the old squad leader to a support unit would be the utmost cruelty. It was evident that he would rather perish charging into battle than languish on a stretcher. However, what nonsense about honor. Suddenly, the wild comrade hefted his submachine gun onto his shoulder and strode forward with determination. He swiftly reached the old squad leader's side, supporting his slightly unsteady form. Regardless of the old man's widened eyes and grumbled protests, resembling a stubborn bandit. With a hand as swollen as a pig's trotter, how could he still seek glory? Despite his harsh words, the wild comrade's touch was tender, securely cradling the old squad leader's left arm and offering his shoulder for support. I tell you, old squad leader, this time, during the assault on the enemy stronghold, you shall remain back and keep watch. The wild comrade turned his head, his eyes ablaze with fervor, fixated on the old man as if he intended to impart all his strength unto him. Since we have pulled you back from the clutches of death, your life now belongs to our elite unit. The fortifications ahead, the machine guns, the grenades, they are the bones we shall gnaw upon. His voice suddenly deepened, resonating with a ferocity that could stir the soul. You just protect that hand of yours, and wait for the victory feast we shall share. As for the path ahead, the wild comrade lifted his gaze towards the ominous clouds looming in the northern sky, the collar of his uniform flapping in the wind. Watch how we clear a path for you. Even if it means using corpses to pave the way, I shall ensure that a broad avenue is forged for you. Though he did not articulate the latter part of his thought, the palpable aura of menace surrounding him conveyed everything. Eagle Eye and Soft silently followed behind, wordlessly flanking him. A harmonious duo resembling an impregnable fortress. The old squad leader stared blankly at the three soldiers before him, perplexed by the sudden fervor exhibited by Brother Kwong and his companions, which seemed to transcend mere concern for his injured arm. After a moment of contemplation, the old squad leader dismissed his doubts and broke into a grin. All right then, I'll watch. Let us see if you lot can pierce the heavens. The old squad leader's voice boomed with a grandiosity that invigorated the atmosphere. Upon hearing this, Brother Kwong embraced his submachine gun and smiled in return. Rest assured, if we fail to breach the sky, I shall relinquish my head to you as a night pot. Get lost. I find it bothersome. The old squad leader retorted with a laugh, gesturing with his left hand. Let us move. Keep pace with the main force. The team set off once again. Arriving at the Niao Gorge, the cliffs on either side swallowed much of the daylight, casting an oppressive shadow as the stark rocks loomed overhead. The terrain was treacherous. Not far behind, the 6th Company trailed closely. Don, as was his habit, scanned the surroundings. It was a prime location for an ambush. With a couple of machine guns stationed above and a few barrels of rolling stones prepared, those below would be mere targets, perishing in droves. Don't jinx it. Yuang shot a glare at Don, yet his hands dutifully pulled back the bolt, chambering around. The team traversed the gorge in silence, each soldier on high alert. This kind of terrain was conducive to ambushes. If the enemy commander possessed any acumen, they could easily catch them off guard. Stop! A sudden low command echoed from ahead. The entire assault team and the 6th Company behind them halted in an instant. All soldiers instinctively pressed against the inner rock face, weapons poised outward. Brother Kwong and his companions reacted swiftly. Eagle Eye found a vantage point almost instantaneously, his gun aimed toward the corner ahead. Soft stepped protectively in front of the old squad leader, shielding him from potential stray bullets. What is going on? Brother Kwong whispered. The scout ahead crept back, his expression peculiar. Squad leader, there's a bridge up ahead. A bridge? The assault team leader furrowed his brow. The map indicated there was no bridge here. Is the intelligence flawed? There is a bridge, and it's a newly constructed one. The scout's expression grew even more strange. There's not even a guard. The squad leader's frown deepened. Let us take a look. Cautiously, the group turned around the massive rock corner. The sight before them left everyone in astonishment. Above the rushing waters of the gorge lay a wooden bridge, not the kind that appeared rickety and on the verge of collapse, but rather one that had evidently been recently reinforced, meticulously repaired. The planks were laid out uniformly, clearly crafted from freshly cut timber, even exuding the fragrant aroma of wood. Strangely enough, the road at the bridgehead was immaculate. Not a single roadblock remained. Even the larger stones had been cleared to the roadside, with fresh, sweeping marks evident. In this desolate battlefield, rife with peril, the sudden appearance of such a hospitable bridge exuded an air of the uncanny. Is this a ruse, a feigned empty city? Brother Kwong scratched his head, utterly perplexed. Had the enemy buried explosives beneath the bridge, intending to blow us skyward the moment we crossed? The barrage of question marks in the live stream echoed his confusion. What trickery was Lao Laojai up to this time? This bridge appeared newer than the one near my home park. Certainly a deception. I know this narrative well. It looks safe. Yet beneath the surface lies a bed of daggers. However, was anyone truly daft enough to believe there were hidden blades? President Xie squinted, observing intently before shaking his head. There were no signs of explosives on the bridge's pillars, and the sounds of birds chirping echoed from the mountainsides, suggesting no large forces lay in ambush. Just as the group remained suspicious and hesitant to cross the bridge, a light chuckle shattered the tension. The old squad leader emerged from the crowd, his left hand supporting his right arm in a sling as he took a few steps toward the bridgehead. With a sly grin, he kicked at the pristine roadway. What ruse, what ambush? He lifted his head, glancing at the concealed stronghold across the river, his lips curling into a smirk. This is what we call sending off the spirits. Sending off the spirits? Brother Kwong and Ruan exchanged bewildered glances, failing to comprehend. How could you educated youngsters be so slow-witted? The old squad leader turned, gesturing to the bridge, and then to the road. Consider, what have we accomplished on this journey? Forcing our way across the Dadu River, seizing the looting bridge, we have been vanquishing the enemy's regular troops. We have turned their so-called ironclad defenses into a sieve. Each word from the old squad leader brimmed with pride. The local forces here are clever. They understand that if they completely destroy the bridge and block the road, our Red Army would be stranded, forced to linger in a stalemate. Should we remain, it would indeed lead to warfare, necessitating provisions, even prompting us to uproot their stronghold. At this point, the old squad leader's smile grew broader. Hence, they are afraid. They fear our presence on their territory, terrified that we might level their stronghold. Not only do they dare not destroy the bridge, but they also must work through the night to repair it and clear the obstacles from the road. They are eager for us to cross quickly, to vacate their meager domain without causing further chaos. This is what we call reputation. The old squad leader stood tall, exuding an air of authority. This is the culmination of our arduous journey of thousands of miles, forged step by step with our feet in bullets. Even in the depths of the underworld, upon seeing our Red Army approach, they must obediently open their gates and clear our path, lest we take offense and dismantle their realm. After all, along this route, we have encountered numerous local forces who have willingly granted us passage. As long as one does not encounter a situation akin to that of the Xiang River, perhaps one could pass through without even a fierce battle. However, for those like Brother Kuang, who are unfamiliar with the circumstances surrounding the Dadu River, this sudden display of power exceeds their comprehension. This sense of dominance is more exhilarating than the thrill of a headshot, for it embodies the grandeur of subduing an enemy without a fight. Have we truly become this formidable? It appears that the Red Legion, which seemed destitute and poorly equipped in the eyes of the players, has morphed into a terrifying presence, akin to a deity capable of slaughtering foes. Incredible. I award full marks for the old squad leader's explanation. This is what true dominance looks like. The enemy hastily repaired bridges for our passage. Who else could claim such a feat? In past gaming experiences, even with maximum level gear, one would often be besieged by monsters. Yet now, adorned in mere straw sandals, we command the monsters to part ways. This sensation is utterly sublime. Luo the thief understands the essence of enjoyment. This surpasses the thrill of direct combat. Brother Kuang, taken aback, suddenly slammed his thigh in realization. Indeed, it is the squad leader who possesses such insight. He turned to gaze at the bridge, casting aside his previous doubts, and strode forward with confidence and swagger. Brothers, since our hosts have shown us such hospitality, we must not be remiss. As he walked, Brother Kuang exchanged knowing glances with the squad leader. It seems our reputation holds more weight than that of the king of hell himself. Squad leader, if I find myself short of funds in the future, will my name grant me sustenance? Get lost. The old squad leader chuckled, giving Brother Kuang a playful kick. My face isn't worth more than a pancake. Hurry across the bridge. All right then. Chapter 129. Purchase, but not with money. Brother Kuang replied in affirmation, and the elite squad commenced their advance. Under the watchful eyes of the Red Chieftain, it was not long before the vanguard entered the domain of Wangzong Village, where clusters of villages began to emerge amidst the ravines. The village structures, built against the mountains, appeared haphazardly arranged, with countless eyes peering through the darkened windows. The weeds grew taller than men, undulating like waves in the wind, concealing ambushes within. Something felt amiss. Instinctively, Brother Kuang raised his submachine gun to his chest, his finger resting on the trigger. It was eerily quiet here. Aside from the squelching sounds of their team trudging through the mud, not even the bark of a dog could be heard. Do not look around, commanded the squad leader, striding forward with unwavering focus. Lower your gun barrel by 3 inches. Eagle Eye, temper the killing intent in your gaze. Do not give the impression that we intend to raid the village. Eagle Eye hesitated momentarily, then silently lowered his gaze, directing his gun towards the ground, mindful to report quietly. Squad leader, at 2 o'clock, there is someone atop that watchtower. To the 9 o'clock direction, there is at least one squad lying in ambush, armed with local firearms. That is the local chieftain's militia and civilian troops. The squad leader continued his steady pace. Since they have not fired upon us, let us act as though we have not seen them. We are passing dragons, not bandits entering a home. As long as they do not feed us bullets, we shall not bite. Brother Kuang felt a chill run down his spine. The sensation was akin to traversing a meadow littered with bear traps, fully aware that each step could trigger catastrophe, yet feigning nonchalance by whistling a tune. Just as they rounded a bend and were about to enter the village, a piercing wail of a child abruptly shattered the stillness. A group of filthy, ragged children clad in tattered sheepskin coats, seemingly paralyzed by fear, leaped from a haystack by the roadside, standing resolutely in the middle of the path. They did not flee. Instead, they stared with wide, innocent eyes, fixated on the red 5-pointed stars adorning the soldiers' caps. What on earth? A young soldier, trailing behind the elite squad and belonging to another unit, instinctively raised his rifle in alarm. However, just as he began to elevate his weapon, a large hand seized his arm, forcefully driving the barrel into the mud. The soldier, along with his rifle, stumbled unsteadily, and as he regained his bearings, he was met with a pair of fierce, blazing eyes. Have you lost your senses? Roared the leader of the elite squad, his expression a fierce mask of anger. Do you not see what that is? Those are children. They are the very essence of our people. Your weapon is meant for the enemy, not to be aimed at innocent citizens. Realizing his momentary lapse, the soldier gazed at the trembling children, who remained rooted to the spot, unable to utter a sound. All units, listen up. After reprimanding the soldier, the leader spun around, turning his back to the children and facing his formidable battalion, the muzzle of his weapon pointed downward. Even if the sky were to fall, without orders, let no one dare to fire. I will be the first to deal with anyone who does. His thunderous command startled the birds from their perches in the forest. In that instant, the hostile gazes hidden in the shadows seemed to waver slightly. Losing some of their animosity, the live stream's comments erupted in a frenzy. Wow, the leader's pressure on that rifle sent shivers down my spine. If only a few more seconds had passed, and that soldier had accidentally discharged his weapon, it would have spelled disaster for the elite squad. Indeed, though the leader is fierce, the spectacle is absolutely captivating. Those lurking in the shadows, likely expecting a band of marauding bandits, were taken aback, realizing they had encountered a disciplined military force. As the procession continued, when they passed by the children, one soldier deliberately slowed his pace, attempting to muster a friendly smile. Yet, he forgot his own disheveled appearance. and that smile appeared more terrifying than a specter to the children. With a loud cry, they began to wail even more. The soldier, feeling awkward, managed a sheepish grin, just as he felt a gentle push on his back. The old sergeant approached, dangling his arm, and pulled out a few shriveled wild fruits from his pocket, placing them on a stone at the children's feet. He then adjusted his military cap, straightened himself, and continued onward. It was only after the procession had moved far away that the children dared to reach for the fruits. All the while, this scene was observed with keen interest by the pairs of eyes peering through the cracks of the stilted houses. Upon entering Wangzong village, the atmosphere grew even more peculiar. The village lay in eerie silence, with every door and window tightly shut. They had all hidden away. Softly gazing at the closed wooden doors, a sigh escaped. For it was said that the enemy had branded them as man-eating red demons. However, the red demon does not consume humans. It only devours suffering. Brother Kwong sighed, rubbing his rumbling stomach. Throughout their journey, they had often gone hungry, and the promised ducks and wine had yet to materialize, leaving them to seek solace in their harsh reality. Upon arriving at this village, the faint scent of barley wafting through the air not only stirred Brother Kwong's appetite, but also ignited a glimmer of longing in the eyes of the warriors. "Let us rest here for 10 minutes, came the order from the squad leader. Each unit began to account for their supplies in preparation for a meal. The elite team gathered beneath a large locust tree at the village entrance. A hefty pot was set up, water brought to a boil. Yet the emptiness of the rice sack rendered everyone silent. "Shall we go by grain?" Ruan inquired, glancing at the old squad leader. Clearly accustomed to the Red Army's practice of purchasing supplies at a premium with silver dollars. The old leader nodded, then shook his head, uttering words that momentarily stunned the group. "We can buy, but not with money." Noticing the confusion on Brother Kwong and the others' faces, the old leader cast his gaze upon the barren and isolated mountains, explaining, "In this region, a silver dollar amounts to little more than a sound. The local folk may never escape these mountains in their lifetime. Giving them silver holds no value. Then, shall we barter?" Brother Kwong grasped the old leader's intent. Yet he remained uncertain about what resources the Red Army possessed for trade. After all, their previous transactions had only involved silver dollars and copper coins. Unless they had seized something valuable from the enemy. "Yes, barter." The old leader regarded Brother Kwong with an encouraging look before turning towards his military backpack. With a swift motion, he unfastened it, retrieving a small oilcloth bundle. "This is the good stuff allocated to us from above." As the old leader unveiled the bundle, it revealed a small sack of white crystals and a small, dark, brick-like object. Salt and tea. Chapter 130. A little salt, 3 lives in this place. Lacking salt renders one feeble, while the absence of tea makes it impossible to digest greasy fare. These 2 items constituted the true currency here. This also represented the last remnants of our provisions from above. Listening to the old leader's solemn and sincere words, Ruan felt a sense of disorientation as she gazed at the bag of salt, recalling the time during their journey through the snowy mountains when the old leader had sustained her with salt in place of sugar. The few grains of salt they had then had now multiplied significantly. It was evident that after traversing the grasslands, the Red Army's supplies had become considerably more abundant, no longer limited to merely silver and copper coins. Yet, having endured so much hardship previously, the Red Army now seemed to flourish, a reality that felt almost surreal to Ruan. This sense of disbelief was primarily fueled by the fear instilled by the cunning old thief, as the true historical challenges they had faced were far more arduous than the seemingly leisurely experience at Lhotse Pass thus far. Could it be that this was indeed a healing chapter? Ruan found it difficult to believe. Sometimes, when life becomes too pleasant, it can feel dreamlike. At that moment, having completed his explanation, the old leader approached a tightly shut door, drawing from his pocket a diminutive, pitifully small scale, or perhaps a miniature balance. This object is typically encountered only in traditional Chinese medicine shops, an antiquity of sorts. The old squad leader gently tapped the door knocker 3 times, rhythmically, with neither haste nor impatience. The door remained closed, yet the old squad leader showed no sign of irritation. He laid out a pristine white cloth on the flat, green stone slab at the entrance, and proceeded to weigh salt. The old squad leader suspended the scale weight from the little finger of his injured arm, deftly manipulating the minuscule weight that was smaller than a grain of rice with his left hand. Subsequently, fine white salt granules cascaded down between his calloused and frostbitten fingers like delicate snowflakes. 1 qian, 2 qian, 3 qian. He weighed with utmost seriousness, squinting as he meticulously arranged the measured salt in a neat pile at one corner of the cloth. Finally, he took a small brick of tea and carefully sliced it in half with a knife, placing it beside the salt. Only then did he step back 3 paces, straighten his collar, and salute the tightly shut wooden door with a firm posture. "Fellow villagers, we are the Red Army advancing northward to resist the enemy. We are passing through this blessed land and find ourselves in need of provisions. In exchange for this modest amount of salt and tea, we would like to procure a measure of your barley, precisely 1 liter, which can be taken from this prepared small cloth bag." He gestured toward a small bag already set aside. Without awaiting a reply, he bent down and began scooping handfuls of barley from the basket at the entrance, filling his cloth bag until it brimmed, even smoothing out the excess and returning it to the basket. "That will suffice." The old squad leader lifted the small bag of barley and turned to leave with his companions. Just as they had walked a few meters away, the heavy wooden door, long sealed, creaked open a crack. A pair of aged eyes peered through the gap, fixated on the green stone slab at the entrance. There, atop the white cloth, a small mound of snow-white salt sparkled like diamonds in the sunlight, while beside the salt, the half-brick of dark tea exuded a rich, aged fragrance. The villager was taken aback, for it was his first encounter with such soldiers. Previous warlords had either kicked down doors or seized grain. Yet this group of soldiers had left behind salt, which was more precious than life itself at a critical moment. The livestream camera zoomed in on the mound of salt before panning out to capture the old squad leader's slightly stooped figure in full view. This was not merely a transaction for grain. It was a purchase of trust. The old squad leader's delicate and tender gesture in weighing the salt evoked a profound sense of respect. One tael of salt equated to 3 lives. And he claimed not a single penny from the common folk. This exemplified discipline and faith. The old squad leader returned with the barley. Soon, at the entrance of Wangzong village, a waft of savory steam began to rise. In a large black pot, the barley acquired through trade was already being crushed, mingling with a handful of wild amaranth gathered along the way, bubbling away. Kneeling softly beside the fire, a woman received the small salt bag from the old squad leader, pinching a small handful of the snow-white granules. After a moment's hesitation, she rubbed her fingers together, allowing half of the salt to fall back into the bag, gently sprinkling the remaining few grains into the bubbling green vegetable porridge. "Ah, how fragrant!" exclaimed Kwang Gu, dramatically inhaling the aroma. Previously, the wild vegetable soup they had consumed had lacked even a hint of salt. As Hawkeye casually polished his weapon, he lifted his gaze and inhaled deeply the savory aroma of the food wafting through the air. How delightful it was. So delightful that even Hawkeye found it somewhat surreal. This particular mission, aside from a few false alarms, seemed to have eased his tension. Before long, the porridge was ready. Brother Kwang, Hawkeye, Wan Yuan, and the soldiers of the Sharp Blade Squad each cradled a bowl, undeterred by the heat, eagerly slurping the contents down. The coarse barley and bitter wild vegetables were present. Yet the subtle hint of saltiness pierced through the bitterness, leaving one utterly satisfied. Brother Kwang drained half his bowl in one breath. Sitting cross-legged on the ground with no regard for decorum, wiping the soup from the corner of his mouth, and exhaling a long sigh of warmth. At that moment, the setting sun filtered through the crevice between 2 mountains, casting its glow upon the small courtyard. There were no sounds of gunfire, no urgent marching orders. Only the slurping of soldiers enjoying their porridge and the occasional chirp of birds from the distant forest. It was an exquisite tranquility. For those who had endured the frost of the snow-capped mountains, the treacherous grasslands, and the perilous crossing of the looting bridge, such comfort felt like a luxurious illusion. Hawkeye, Brother Kwang tapped the rim of his bowl with his chopsticks, producing a crisp sound. "Do you think we've entered the wrong mission?" He reclined back against a pile of hay, squinting at the evening glow on the horizon. "Is this truly the historical difficulty level? It feels more like a culinary adventure with the Red Army." At this moment, Brother Kwang also sensed something amiss. Hawkeye licked the last remnants of wild vegetable scraps from his bowl, set it down, and cradled his beloved firearm, both gazing at the evening glow together. Indeed, this mission felt excessively relaxed. Chapter 131, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Thanks to the gift of the King of the First Light of Dawn, Hawkeye's gaze swept over the other soldiers, who were also indulging in their meal, and then towards the figure standing with their back to them at the village entrance. Something was amiss. The squad leader had previously warned that if they could not conquer the Lazaku, they would have to traverse the grasslands again. That dire command still loomed overhead. The quieter it became, the greater the impending turmoil seemed. Primarily, they found it hard to believe that old thief Luo would exhibit such benevolence. The contrast between the first 2 days of seizing Looting Bridge was stark, akin to the difference between a flawless double yellow and a triple yellow difficulty level. The first to perceive this anomaly was Wan Yuan, who was sipping delicately from her bowl while glancing at the old squad leader sitting alone. At that moment, the old squad leader stared vacantly towards the north, his shadow elongated on the gravel-strewn ground by the setting sun. "Perhaps," Wan Yuan spoke softly. "It's because the challenges ahead will be too arduous. This might be our last chance to enjoy a hearty meal." Upon hearing this, both Brother Kwang and Hawkeye fell silent, while the Blue Star audience experienced a wave of PTSD. "No, Wan Yuan, don't set such a flag. I was savoring every bite. And now that you mention it, my fried chicken suddenly seems less appetizing. Don't you understand old thief Luo's tactics? He gives you a piece of candy to ensure you have the strength to endure the next blow. This bowl of porridge may very well be a prelude to a grim fate. Indeed, something feels amiss." The old squad leader remarked that Lotzi Pass is a perilous stronghold. Its current tranquility suggests the enemy's trap is meticulously set, merely awaiting unsuspecting prey to ensnare. Yet, could it be possible that designer Luo genuinely intends to create a therapeutic side quest this time? Might it not be permissible for our heroes to take a respite? The old squad leader, as if attuned to the soft murmurs of Wan Yuan and her companions, turned and silently consumed his porridge in large gulps. He bent down by the hearth and added a handful of kindling to the dwindling flames, which leapt back to life. "Have you had your fill?" he asked the group, his voice imbued with kindness. "If you're satiated, then rest well." Raising his gaze once more to the north, his eyes, deep as a desolate well, uttered words that brought a sigh of relief to Wan Yuan and her companions. "Once we pass this territory, should we wish to sit and sip hot soup again?" he paused. Leaving his thought unvoiced, yet a resigned smile graced his lips, embodying a fearless acceptance of life and death. They savored the meal, chewing and swallowing, transforming it into strength, saving it for later. As the trio's vision darkened, reality concluded for the day. The following morning, an alert, laden with concern, jolted Kwang Gu awake. "Goodness, Kwang Gu, look at the trending topics. The 4 military districts have united for a joint operation. The video is simply astounding. This is the epitome of hardcore." Bewildered, Kwang Gu clicked on the wildly shared video link. The uploader's ID prominently displayed the gleaming official seals of the 4 military districts, Zhuke, Xuanwu, Qinglong, and Baihu, representing the 4 corners of the nation. It was rare to witness a collaborative video from the 4 military districts outside of special occasions like anniversaries. The title of the video was succinct, Tribute. The subtitle read, A 25-Hour Miracle, Live Record of the Military Tactical Drills. The video spanned 40 minutes. Kwanga hesitated for a moment before pressing play. A line of small text flashed at the beginning. The content of this film showcases the real training data of the special operations teams from the 4 military districts in a simulated environment, devoid of any special effects or scripts. The screen illuminated with scenes of torrential rain, muddy terrain, and rugged mountain paths, all echoing the challenges of the subsequent day. The special operations team donned straw sandals, burdened by identical loads, embarking on the arduous journey of covering 240 miles daily. The exercise commenced. For the first 80 miles. Even amidst gnawing hunger, the elite soldiers sprinted with vigor, having been selected as the finest athletes and strongest-willed warriors from the 4 military districts. However, at the 20-minute mark, upon reaching 210 miles into their simulated march, the initially synchronized breathing of the special operations team descended into disarray. One by one, the robust soldiers collapsed into the mire, the sounds of retching echoing around them. Bind them. For heaven's sake, bind them all. The team leader roared as he unfastened the straps. Retracing the steps of the Red Army, the soldiers at the front struggled, their eyes bloodshot and straining. Those behind, devoid of awareness, mechanically moved through the mud. The final 30 miles were a grueling crawl. When the timer halted at 25 hours and 12 minutes, there were no cheers at the finish line. The entire special operations team, having secured the western bank of Looting Bridge, lay utterly exhausted. In the later scenes, amidst the void surrounding them, a group of ancestral spirits clad in simple garments and straw sandals materialized. The special operations captain, trembling, rose from the mire, his face smeared with mud, and slowly saluted the emptiness as the official caption descended. The physiological limits of humanity can be transcended, provided you possess a will known as the Crimson Legion. As the video concluded, domestic viewers were overwhelmed with tears, while the international community erupted in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is nothing but a thorough electronic propaganda spectacle. According to biomechanics, under the nutritional standards of that era, traversing 240 miles in a day is a definitive biological paradox. The 4 military districts of Dragon Country must have altered the physical parameters within the game. Soon after, formal letters from multiple military departments on Blue Star landed directly on the desks of the 4 military districts of Dragon Country. The rationale was ostentatious: to request permission for the overseas game rights of Crimson Expedition, dispatching an elite team to verify the authenticity of the data. Clearly, they doubted the so-called Eastern Will. After all, in the original world of Luoan, the seizing of Looting Bridge is globally recognized as a miracle. Yet it had never occurred on Blue Star. And since it had never transpired, it was unequivocally impossible. Within the Vermilion Bird Military District, Xian Niao casually tossed those letters onto the table, disdain evident in her demeanor. Verification? A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well attempting to explain a spiritual pinnacle they have never witnessed using their meager data. Xian Niao approached the floor-to-ceiling window. Observing the new recruits drenched in sweat on the training ground, her gaze fierce. Since they disbelieve the data, let them behold the hell of reality. She instructed them to respond. If they wished to verify, they could, but the server would not support international connections. To satiate their curiosity, Dragon Country would recreate the geographical environment of the seizing of Looting Bridge in reality. Xian Niao turned, an aura of ruthless determination emanating from her. Inform them that we do not engage in the virtual, we confront them directly offline. Dragon Country will provide the most authentic vintage equipment competition. Whoever can complete the 240-mile trek in straw sandals without falling behind, even if only with their last breath, I, Xian Niao, will personally salute them. If they do not come, Xian Niao sneered, then they should all keep their beaks shut. Half an hour later, this response, laden with a powder keg of intensity, was released, igniting the entire internet. Wow, the military is truly formidable. They're calling for a direct offline challenge. As for the authenticity of the game, those who had experienced the historical difficulty knew better. The trio gathered around, relishing the spectacle. TSK, it's the Vermilion Bird Military District, quite ruthless. Sending them a notice of burial. Yet regretfully, they mused, they too had benefited from physical enhancements to barely manage the 240 miles. Otherwise, they genuinely wished to offline confront these bird people. However, Ruan, undeterred, merely clasped her face, smiling like a little fox. So, can we buy tickets to watch live? I want to see their tearful faces. It must be possible, exclaimed Kwang Gu with grandiosity. Even if not, there should be a live broadcast, right? When the time comes, I'll be the first to rush in, not to brush the Supreme, but to carry the stretcher. Brothers, the suffering we endured. Someone is finally going to experience the enhanced version. Chapter 132. What a nuisance, there are dogs. Meanwhile, the barrage in the live stream mockingly dubbed the real-life challenges of the 4 major military districts as a test of human evolution. Brother Crazy. Observing the audience fervently debating whether it would be the white-headed eagles or the Gallic roosters who would concede first, found it utterly amusing. Eagle Eye Softy, do you dare to place a significant wager with me? I wager that the white-headed eagles will certainly not dare to show up. Their equipment may appear intimidating. But if they were to trade their tactical boots for straw sandals and attempt to run a full marathon in the muddy fields under a time constraint, they would likely seek legal counsel before even leaving the premises, claiming abuse. On the other hand, John Bull or the Gallic roosters might send a few reckless youths to test the waters for the sake of their pride. Softy, however, refrained from joining the banter. For a good child never indulges in gambling. Regardless of who shows up, I am prepared to ensure they have a rather unpleasant experience. When we were tormented in the game, they mocked us online as masochists. Now that they extend their faces towards us. If our military district does not respond with a resounding slap, it would be a disservice to the profound friendship of delivering heads across 1,000 miles. Indeed, Eagle Eye quietly concurred. When friends come from afar, they shall be met with retribution. This playful exchange between the three lightened the weighty historical topic considerably until the countdown in the lower right corner of their vision reached 0. As the clock struck 6, the relaxed atmosphere abruptly ceased. Eagle Eye instinctively adjusted his posture, his voice growing somber. Time's up. At Lhotse Pass, we must depart. Achoo. Brother Crazy sneezed loudly the moment he landed. What am I doing here? He muttered, shivering in the rain-soaked night. It was mid-September, and the dense, cold rain was driven sideways by the mountain winds, seeping into their collars. This is Wangzong Temple, came Eagle Eye's voice from beside him. He squinted through the rain, gazing at the plaque. Before them stood a grand and solemn edifice. Even in the pitch-dark rainy night, the crimson high walls could be faintly discerned, and the golden tiles glimmered subtly in the dim light. Inside the hall, lights shone brightly, and one could vaguely hear the steady recitation of scriptures, accompanied by the enticing aroma of butter tea. For the drenched, cold, and hungry soldiers of the vanguard, the closed doors of the temple were incredibly alluring. Damn. I really want to go in and warm myself by the fire, Brother Crazy grumbled, eyeing the warmly lit windows. However, he only contemplated it. Such undisciplined behavior was not in his nature. The surrounding soldiers clutched their rifles, huddling with their necks drawn in, their gazes filled with longing yet restrained. At that moment, a deep yet stern voice cut through the rain and wind. The messenger's voice was low, seemingly intent on not disturbing the monks within the hall. All personnel, gather just outside the courtyard walls, under the eaves for camping. Absolutely no entry into the hall, and do not disturb the masters while they chant. Anyone who dares to step over the threshold will face military justice. With this command, the already restrained group grew even quieter, the sound of the rain continuing to pour relentlessly. Brother Crazy and the others were not surprised by this. Conversely, they found a certain warmth in their situation. The journey had been remarkably smooth. Without the cunning old thief, they felt somewhat out of place. The familiar discomfort of sleeping in the mud was the only recipe they recognized, the only taste they knew. The madman internally mocked himself, pondering how others struggled to transition from luxury to simplicity, yet they found themselves unaccustomed to this so-called comfortable life. A soft voice wafted from a corner, indicating a small space nearby. It was a bend in the corridor, though the ground was slick with rain-soaked flagstones. At least there was a roof overhead to shield them from the downpour. However, the area was quite cramped. As the madman and his companions from the Sharp Blade squad squeezed in, they discovered it was already occupied by the likes of Commander Xie and his team from the 6th Company. The narrow corridor was now packed with soldiers from 2 companies. Commander Xie was leaning against a relatively dry wall in the innermost part, eyes closed in repose. Upon hearing the commotion, he opened his eyes and beheld the drenched figures of the madman and his 2 companions, along with the old class leader nursing an injured arm. Without uttering a word, Commander Xie subtly shifted to make room, offering the dry patch of stone beneath him. He then nodded at the madman, his movements gentle, his gaze composed. Oh, the awareness of Commander Xie is commendable. The madman chuckled, unceremoniously taking a seat upon the offered stone. This flawed game simulation system felt all too real. He could feel the onset of rheumatism. Nearby, a string of curses emerged. Yuan, with a piece of dry grass root clutched between his teeth, wore an expression of dissatisfaction. Yet, amidst his complaints, he pulled out a frayed straw mat from beneath him and, akin to discarding refuse, kicked it towards a trembling young soldier at the madman's feet. Take it. Stop shivering, it's driving me mad. The young soldier paused, quickly gathering the mat to his chest, casting a grateful glance at Yuan. Thank you, Brother Yuan. Thank you for what? That's just my way of alleviating my discomfort. Yuan rolled his eyes, turning his face away as he continued to chew on the root. Not far off, Chao Qingyi calmly wiped the moisture from his firearm, mirroring the demeanor of a vigilant hawk, leaning against a peacefully slumbering Pai, who seemed to dream of savoring the air. It was hard to imagine that this cherubic face would harbor a rough tongue when roused. The madman observed the scene with a smile, appreciating the camaraderie of his companions. However, news from the adjacent Koi squad about the absence of rain that night left them feeling somewhat irked. Some squads were truly unreasonable. It was rumored that the Blue Knights, alongside the likes of the 8 Great Fortunes, were enjoying a remarkably fortunate time with the Koi squad. Enough of the sentimentality, let us get some sleep, interjected the old class leader, shattering their reverie as the rain intensified. Cold winds swirled into the corridor, drenching half of those stationed outside. The old class leader glanced at the gusty entrance, his brow furrowing. Instinctively, he began to rise, intending to find something outside to shield them from the elements. What are you doing, class leader? With a swift motion, Wanyan grasped the corner of the old squad leader's clothing. Your hand has just undergone debridement. It is best to avoid water and not expose yourself to the cold. She insisted. I merely ventured to fetch a couple of broken wooden planks. The squad leader chuckled awkwardly, attempting to extricate himself. Sit down. Both Kuang Ge and Ing Yen acted simultaneously, each taking a side and firmly guiding the squad leader back to the dry, sheltered corner. Such labor is not for an injured person like you. Kuang Ge glared. Move again, and I swear Wanyan will give you another injection. The squad leader, recalling Wanyan's painful yet effective method, instinctively shrank his neck, surrendering to their authority. All right. I suppose I can enjoy some comfort with these old bones. Chapter 133. Sitting in the muddy altar, lying outside the true Buddha, you youngsters possess quite the strength. the squad leader grumbled as they secured him in place. Enough of that. Kwang Gu shot him a sidelong glance before turning to meet Ing Yan's gaze. Without uttering a word, Ing Yan merely lifted his chin, indicating the corner at the end of the corridor. There the wind howled, creating a peculiar topography that sent chills down the spines of the two young soldiers stationed there. They glanced at General Xie, who paused momentarily. Noticing Kwang Gu and Ing Yan tilting their heads outward, General Xie nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, Kwang Gu cautiously rose, bending low as he slipped into the curtain of rain. Following behind, the others, Yuan, Chao Qingyi, and Dawn, who had been disturbed from their dreams and left without breakfast, silently trailed behind. What are you up to, Kwang Gu? The squad leader inquired softly, propping himself up with his left hand. I'm just stepping out for a moment, Kwang Gu replied without looking back. You manage everything else. Can you also dictate when I relieve myself? The squad leader shook his head, chuckling as he murmured a remark about bandit soldiers, then withdrew once more into his grass mat. In the rain, Kwang Gu and his companions circled around to the side and rear of the temple. Yuan, there are some rotten planks over there. I see. I am not blind, Yuan retorted, yet his hands moved swiftly. They scavenged in the darkness for anything useful, broken branches, soaked and tattered mats, and even a few clay bricks pried from the crumbling earthen walls. Leading the group, General Xie was followed closely by Dawn. The group of skilled individuals moved about the temple's perimeter as if they were handling hamsters. 20 minutes later, drenched from head to toe, Kwang Gu and his companions returned to the corridor. They utilized the grooves between the columns and walls to erect a makeshift frame using the collected wooden planks and branches. Dawn tore a piece from an already tattered rain tarp and secured it tightly to the frame, weighting the base down with clay bricks, forming a windbreak wall over 6 feet high. Although it still let in some wind, it effectively blocked a significant portion of the deadly swirling gusts. The previously shivering young soldier suddenly felt warmth against his back, blinking in confusion as he saw Kwang Gu squatting before him, roughly nudging him inside. Huddle in closer. Make some space, Kwang Gu urged in a hushed tone. The young warrior gazed at Brother Kwang's face, smeared with mud, and then glanced at the makeshift wall. Brother Kwang, just get lost, stop being sentimental, and go to sleep. Brother Kwang narrowed his eyes. In the livestream room, the audience observed this poignant, yet silent scene. This encapsulated the essence of players entering the dungeon. The old squad leader had protected them throughout their journey, and now it was their turn to safeguard him, even assisting him in shielding other warriors. It was a bittersweet sight. Usually, the likes of Mr. Xie and his peers were arrogant and proud elite players. But just moments ago, they resembled humble laborers from the neighboring village, hauling bricks. As the night progressed, the rain intensified. The water pooled on the stone path began to spread, soaking the tattered straw sandals and worn cloth beneath the warriors. Brother Kwang curled up behind the windbreak wall. Though he had fallen asleep, it was a light slumber. In a hazy state, he heard the sound of fabric brushing against the ground. Suddenly, Brother Kwang opened his eyes, his hand instinctively gripping the hilt of his knife. He noticed the old squad leader, using his left hand to support himself, moving slowly and gently among the warriors. His injured arm hung across his chest, swaying slightly with his movement. The old squad leader made his way to the edge of the windbreak wall, the weakest point of protection, where the wind and rain were most fierce. He slowly sat down, using his broad back to firmly block the gap between the windbreak and the post, sealing off the last bit of cold air. The chilling rain began to seep through his clothing, soaking his back. Brother Kwang was momentarily taken aback. Just as he was about to call out squad leader, he was silenced by the quietly awakening Eagle Eye beside him. Eagle Eye shook his head. With the squad leader's nature, if he couldn't do something for the group, he would become profoundly uncomfortable. Sometimes, it was better to let things flow than to force them. Eagle Eye gestured for Brother Kwang to look towards Ruo's direction. She had already awakened. As the medic, she was particularly wary of the squad leader's restless movements, fearing he would wear himself out. Only after the squad leader had finished his fidgeting and closed his eyes to rest did she gently take an old, worn blanket and quietly approach his side. Mistaking the movement for a gust of wind, the squad leader did not open his eyes, but merely adjusted his shoulders. Thus, Ruo delicately draped the blanket over his rain-soaked back. The squad leader's body shivered slightly as he felt the warmth of the blanket, his head sinking lower as if he were murmuring something, though no one could hear. That night, the rain fell heavily. Within Wangzong Temple, the flickering green light of the ancient Buddha mingled with the sound of chanting. Outside, mud-covered figures held their weapons, flesh and blood shielding them from the wind. At dawn, the rain finally ceased. The morning mist enveloped the red walls of Wangzong Temple like a diaphanous veil. A few monks clad in dark red robes, holding prayer wheels, emerged from the temple doors. Their expressions were serene and solemn as they prepared for their morning prayers. However, the moment the elder monk stepped over the threshold, he froze in place. The young monks behind him also stood stupefied, some letting out hushed gasps before quickly covering their mouths. Before their eyes, the usually neat and solemn corridor, the space leading to the main hall, had transformed into a chaotic scene, littered with mud-covered figures. Last night's rain has transformed the already tattered uniforms of the warriors into a heavy, reddish-brown hue. Mud clings to their faces, hands, and straw sandals, rendering them reminiscent of figures unearthed from the depths of the earth. They huddle together, clutching their cold rifles, curled up on the stone floor. Under the resplendent eaves, droplets of water fall steadily, striking the faces that bear the innocence of youth or the weight of experience. The elderly monk gazes at the middle-aged man bracing himself against the wind, using his back to block the gap. He observes the young girl clutching a sanitary package, her cheeks still stained with drying tears. He watches the soldiers who, even in slumber, tightly safeguard their weapons. The monk's lips move silently. In the turbulent sea of suffering, they remained steadfast to their principles. Could these truly be the soldiers of the Red Army? How could the rumors portray them as utterly malevolent? Amitabha. The monk softly recites a prayer, choosing not to disturb the slumbering warriors. Standing at the entrance, amidst the mire, he slowly brings his hands together in prayer. Then, he deeply bows before the ragged, dirt-streaked soldiers, a bow that lingers. Chapter 134. A bowl of water reveals life and death. Father, have they truly not moved all night? On the hillside watchtower behind Wangzong Temple, the young chieftain stares in astonishment. Although they have been discreetly observing the Red Army's conduct over the past few days, which has indeed been orderly, the chieftain remains skeptical. The Red Chieftain pays no heed to the young chieftain's words, his gaze fixed on the figures emerging from the corridor. Muddy yet remarkably organized. These figures resemble a horde of wraiths risen from the depths of hell, yet they exhibit a discipline more formidable than the guardians of the Buddha. The golden tiles of the temple hall shimmer in the morning light, representing the warmest and most sheltered spot in Wangzong village. Should these soldiers kick open the door, they could ignite a fire within and even compel the monks to provide butter and bread. Yet, the crimson door of the hall remained unmoved throughout the night. The Red Chieftain keenly observes that several young soldiers, careful not to dirty the stone steps of the corridor, are delicately tucking their tattered sandals into their arms, scooping up the mud from the ground to carry it outside the temple. Unblemished, the Red Chieftain murmurs to himself, a phrase he has encountered in theatrical performances and the tales of elders. Yet, this is the first time he has witnessed it in person. Father, what shall we do? The young chieftain swallows hard, reporting that they had left behind considerable salt and tea in the village yesterday, which is indeed a valuable commodity. The Red Chieftain furrows his brow in contemplation, his expression shifting from doubt to resolution. Prepare the horses, we shall descend. Father, it is too dangerous. What if they are feigning innocence and capture us? If they intended to capture us, we would have been taken last night. The Red Chieftain adjusts the collar of his Tibetan robe, his gaze profound. This is a righteous army. If we cannot trust even such a force, then this world is devoid of trust. Outside Wangzong Temple, the vanguard soldiers are busy adjusting their leg bindings when the sound of hooves disrupts the morning tranquility. Alert! The commander of the Sharp Blade Squad was the first to issue a low command, and with a resounding clatter, over 100 rifles were simultaneously raised. Their dark muzzles aimed towards the slope. The members of the Wild Brothers group instinctively scattered, each seeking cover as they entered a state of readiness for combat. What a surprise! An ambush? The Blue Star members were filled with skepticism. Was there no sense of martial ethics left? The Vanguard Corps had been so meticulous, yet they still needed to send troops to stir up trouble? But hold on, they didn't appear to be here for a fight, lacking heavy weaponry. On the slope, a dozen horses came to a gradual stop. The Red Chieftain dismounted, unarmed, and even signaling for his guards to step back. He strode alone towards the line of defense. Upon noticing, the commander of the Vanguard Corps stepped forward from the ranks, and the two stood 5 paces apart. The atmosphere was tense, punctuated only by the mountain wind rustling through the prayer flags. The Red Chieftain scrutinized the Vanguard commander, noting the patched linen-style uniform and his erect posture. His gaze then swept over the gaunt, resolute warriors, finally resting on a nearly empty cooking pot nearby. I am the chieftain here, the Red Chieftain announced, his Mandarin somewhat awkward yet resonant. Did you sleep well last night? The commander offered a faint smile and returned a military salute. Thank you for your hospitality. I slept soundly here, shielded from the wind and rain. A flicker of understanding crossed the Red Chieftain's eyes. There is fire and butter in the Great Hall. Why not enter? That is a sacred place for the Buddhist faith, as well as a shrine for my compatriots, the commander replied, his reasoning firm. We are a people's army. We do not intrude upon private dwellings or disturb those in quiet contemplation. That is our ironclad rule. The Red Chieftain fell silent for a moment, observing the commander's cracked lips, before suddenly turning to call out in Tibetan. The young chieftain quickly unfastened a water pouch from his horse and rushed over to present it to the Red Chieftain. Cradling the exquisitely crafted silver-edged water pouch in both hands, the Red Chieftain offered it to the commander. As a guest, since you do not wish to enter the hall, would you care for some butter tea? It surely would not violate any discipline. This was a test, a gesture of goodwill. Nearby, the soldiers of the Vanguard Corps swallowed hard. Butter tea was indeed a rare and cherished commodity. Its high caloric content was a matter of life and death for them in their current state of dire scarcity. However, the commander did not accept it. He regarded the silver pouch, shook his head, and then turned to take a chipped coarse ceramic bowl from a nearby guard. To be honest, chieftain, we are impoverished. The commander, holding the broken bowl, approached a mountain spring at the roadside. The previous night's rain had filled the spring abundantly, the water flowing clear and untainted, washing away the debris from the banks. He filled the bowl with pristine, crystal-clear water. If you do not mind, chieftain, this water was drawn fresh from the stone roots. It is clean. The last 2 words momentarily stunned the Red Chieftain, who quickly grasped that the commander was not merely referring to material poverty. Instead, he was conveying that this water was pure. This man was pure. This troop was even more so. The Red Chieftain gazed at the gently rippling clear water, reflecting on the disciplined conduct of the Red Army over the past few days, which aligned perfectly with what he had learned through his own channels. Identical. In this chaotic era, he had witnessed an abundance of murky affairs, rife with deceit, slaughter, and plunder. Yet, he had never encountered a force as unblemished as the Red Legion. The Red Chieftain suddenly burst into a hearty laugh, taking the chipped bowl and tilting his head back to drink deeply. The icy mountain spring water cascaded down his throat, igniting a fiery warmth in his heart. What harm in believing in them? What harm in placing a bet? Excellent. The Red Chieftain placed the bowl heavily upon a nearby greenstone mill, producing a crisp sound. For the sake of this water, this friendship, I pledge my loyalty. He abruptly turned, pointing towards a mountain hollow in the northeast, his voice rising an octave. I know you intend to go to Lhotse Pass, and that your destination lies northward to resist the invaders. But in your current state, you may perish from hunger along the way. With a grand gesture, the Red Chieftain proclaimed, Chui Gutsong, I have provisions. This declaration left all present breathless, their disbelief surpassing even that of the skeptical young chieftain regarding the Red Legion, especially with what the Red Chieftain uttered next, which sent a jolt through the commander of the vanguard and the eavesdropping Brother Kwong. 300,000 pounds of wheat await in the granary. The Red Chieftain raised 3 fingers, articulating each word with emphasis. I shall open the granary and offer it to you as military sustenance. Chapter 135, Eat. What the hell? Is this for real? 300,000 pounds. Were chieftains of that era truly this extravagant? The live stream exploded, a shock of astonishment hitting those accustomed to hardship. This was the epitome of a true benefactor. No wonder the cunning old thief revealed him as the Red Chieftain. He was indeed a player of the Crimson faction. Tears flowed. Truly, the heavens had not forsaken them, and the old squad leader and his men need not gnaw on tree bark any longer. When had the Red Legion ever dined so opulently? The worth of this bowl of plain water was extraordinary. On sight, the soldiers of the Vanguard Battalion on alert were trembling with excitement. 300,000 pounds. For this ragtag group, who subsisted on wild vegetable gruel for every meal. It was an astronomical figure, a lifeline. More importantly, the commander's offering of this water had effectively neutralized an enemy. Should that enemy have ambushed them from behind or blocked their path, it would have posed a significant obstacle. Yet, the Red Chieftain had outdone the local warlords they encountered on their journey across the Xiang River. Those warlords had merely pursued from the rear, escorting them away. While the Red Chieftain had gone above and beyond, he was sending them off with reverence. The hands of the Vanguard Battalion's commanding officer were quaking as he exchanged a glance with the equally exhilarated commander. The commander steadied his breath, suppressing the tumult in his heart, and stepped forward to grasp the Red Chieftain's hand firmly. Chieftain, please don't rush to express gratitude. However, the Red Chieftain abruptly withdrew his hand, the exuberance on his face replaced by a cunning glint, accompanied by a wry, helpless smile. I can provide the grain, but I have a condition. Everyone's hearts leaped once more. Brother Kwong and Eagle Eye exchanged wary glances, their defenses heightened. Is this about money? Or is there some sort of trap? The commander then spoke seriously, urging him to elaborate. As long as we do not violate our principles, we shall certainly accomplish this task. The Red 2C glanced around, lowered his voice, and leaned closer to the commander. I will provide you with the supplies. But this matter must remain unknown to both the North and the South. The commander paused, realizing the precarious position of the Red 2C within enemy lines, and nodded in understanding. I comprehend. We shall keep it confidential. Merely keeping it confidential is insufficient. The Red 2C suddenly displayed a peculiar expression, pointing towards the direction of Chui Gutsong. You must stage a raid. What? Kwang Gu could not help but exclaim. The Red 2C shot him a glare and continued addressing the commander. Later, you should send someone to fire shots into the sky. Make it lively. I will also have my men fire a few blank shots. Let us stage a performance. It shall be as though you attacked Chui Gutsong, defeated me, and seized the supplies. This way, I can explain that they were lost in defense rather than given away. Upon reaching this point, the astute Tibetan man spread his hands, wearing an expression of helplessness. So what do you think? Can you act? The soldiers of the Vanguard team exchanged glances. Then, Kwang Gu was the first to break the silence, bursting into laughter. Following him, even the normally stern commander couldn't help but let a smile creep onto his lips. What sort of condition is this? It is akin to being fed, only to be asked to wipe their mouths as well. Nevertheless, even if the Red 2C claimed it was a gift, the Red Army could not truly accept 30,000 pounds of wheat without recompense. With determination in his heart, the commander gazed at the sincere face of the Red 2C and grasped his hand even more firmly than before. Very well, we shall embrace this role of brigands. The commander bellowed to the entire Red Army. He suddenly turned to face the soldiers, who were already brimming with enthusiasm, and shouted, Target, Chui Gutsong. Show me the vigor we had at the looting bridge. Let the sound of gun bolts echo through the air. Go retrieve that lifeline of 30,000 pounds of supplies. Yes, the roar resonated through the valley. The old squad leader, gun in hand, watched as the jubilant soldiers charged forward, his wrinkles transforming into a blooming smile. He turned to Kwang Gu and the others, playfully scolding them. What are you still doing? Did you not hear the command? Hurry up. We have never been bandits in our lives. Today, let us indulge and become righteous brigands. Kwang Gu laughed heartily, slinging his submachine gun over his shoulder and striding forward. We have received the order. Brothers, this is a high-stakes operation. Not only must we seize the supplies, but we must also showcase our acting skills. Charge. On the mountain path, the red flags fluttered, and the sound of footsteps thundered. The Red 2C stood in place, observing the well-formed line of soldiers. Even as they set out to raid for supplies, listening to the sporadic gunfire in the distance. This gunfire bore no intent to kill. It instead echoed with the hope of survival. He touched his chest, still warm from the bowl of cool water he had just consumed. Ah, pure water. The Red 2C gazed northward, his eyes filled with longing. If only this world could be as pure as this bowl of water. Half an hour later, the sounds of gunfire erupted outside Chui Gutsong. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang, bang. Behind a large rock, Brother Kwong raised his submachine gun high above his head and unleashed a volley into the sky. Ah, I've been hit. He exclaimed. Oh dear, your marksmanship is truly remarkable. Beside him, Pai exaggeratedly cried out in agony, rolling on the ground before seizing a handful of wheat grains that had spilled from the warehouse. You rascal Pai. If you're going to act, at least don't steal. Brother Kwong kicked Pai playfully. Silence. I'm merely striving for authenticity. Which bandit doesn't he nibble on the spoils? Pai mumbled back, chewing on the raw grains. Across the watchtower, the Red Lord's attendants were also firing their weapons into the air, baring their teeth as if engaged in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, under the cover of this lively exchange, heavy sacks of wheat were swiftly carried out of the warehouse by the vanguard soldiers, resembling men hauling gold bars. Unable to manage a full sack, some resorted to using their clothing to gather scattered grains, unlike the old squad leader, who gallantly clutched a sack under one arm while striding confidently. This was the most relaxed, joyful, and least combat-like skirmish since the launch of Crimson Expedition. There was no bloodshed, no sacrifices, only a bowl of clear water and the fragrant golden wheat stretching across the fields, along with the substantial silver dollars the Crimson Legion aimed to retain, and the promissory notes that would later elicit a knowing smile from the Red Lord. Eat, commanded the squad leader, seated atop a pile of wheat sacks. As he grabbed a handful of raw grains and chewed with satisfying crunches. Everyone eat heartily. The regiment has decreed that we must seize Lhotse Pass today. Fill your bellies to gather strength for the treacherous journey ahead. Chapter 136. Do not forget, his surname is Red Ah. What comfort. The aroma of wheat filled the air as Brother Kwong took a hearty sip of wheat porridge. Though the vanguard was set to conquer Lhotse Pass today, they were not deprived of the time to prepare porridge, allowing soldiers to munch on raw grains while on the move. This is truly delightful, Brother Kwong added. Compared to the bland vegetable mush from the previous night, this was akin to a feast fit for the gods. What is luxury if not this? So, love must fade away, right? The once enjoyable green vegetable porridge from last night was now a mere memory. Nearby, the squad leader sat cross-legged on a dry oilcloth, savoring his porridge. Take your time, no one is competing with you. He chuckled at Brother Kwong's desperate expression. That's 300,000 pounds. Enough to make us burst several times over. Not until it's in my stomach can I claim it as mine, Brother Kwong replied, instinctively pulling the bowl closer to his chest, casting a wary glance at a shadow approaching. The usually gluttonous Pai was now gazing longingly at the unbroken clumps of wheat in Brother Kwong's bowl. Brother Kwong, my bowl only has the runny stuff. None of those doughy lumps. Pai swallowed, tempted both in-game and out. Get lost. Brother Kwong tightened his grip on the bowl. You were chattering nonstop during the grain raid. And now you're eyeing my bowl? This was specially served to me by the squad leader. Greedy, Pai muttered, turning to seek out Hawkeye. Hawkeye silently turned away, casting an indifferent glance at the Pai, then quickly emptied the bowl of food with a series of slurps. Softly seated nearby, she sipped her porridge in small mouthfuls, observing the formidable players of the gaming world, usually commanding and powerful, now bickering over mere morsels of wheat gruel, unable to suppress a smile. In the live stream, the barrage of comments erupted in lively chatter. Look at them, truly famished. Who could have imagined that watching a wargame live stream, witnessing a group of individuals consume wheat porridge, would provoke such salivation? It was primarily due to the hardships endured previously, whether from humble beginnings or subsisting on mere scraps. This warm bowl of wheat porridge was akin to a grand feast for the current vanguard. What is this called? It is called reminiscence of suffering, the bitter giving way to sweetness. The soldiers of the Red Legion gradually showed signs of vitality upon their faces. From the Red Earth commander, they felt the assurance that they were not alone in this struggle. Even among foreign compatriots in this land, there resided a collective spirit known as ideals. Yet, the ominous clouds of war would never disperse entirely due to a single hearty meal. Report. A sharp cry shattered the post-meal tranquility. A scout rushed in from the muddy mountain path, nearly collapsing before the makeshift command post. Commander, urgent news. At that moment, all actions came to a standstill. The bowl in the hands of the wild brother remained untouched as the formerly hungry man transformed into a figure ready for action. Hawkeye had already readied his rifle, fingers poised on the trigger guard. The old sergeant gulped down the last spoonful of porridge without chewing, hastily rising to his feet. Meanwhile, on a large slab of bluestone within the command post, the leader of the vanguard set aside his binoculars. Speak. The scout, panting heavily, quickly relayed the information. Approximately 30 miles from Lhotse Pass, enemy activity detected. Which part of the enemy? The commander's tone remained calm. It is a battalion from the enemy's 12th Division, 6th Regiment, which just engaged in minor skirmishes with our reconnaissance unit. The scout spoke rapidly. They are constructing fortifications on the essential route to Lhotse Pass, evidently aiming to ambush us there. The atmosphere grew tense, and the comments in the live stream shifted dramatically. Damn, just when we finished eating, now this? These warlords are astute. As soon as the vanguard secured supplies, they are blocking the way ahead. Ambushing us while we are at ease puts the vanguard at a disadvantage. Unfamiliar with the terrain and the enemy having fortified positions. No, I sense something amiss. If the enemy truly intended to blockade, they would not dispatch merely a battalion. It feels like this battalion serves as a forward guard, intended to thwart the Red Legion's large-scale assault through Lhotse Pass. Of course, if the vanguard were to charge directly at this battalion, it would likely not be a straightforward offensive. The commander furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before turning around and glancing at the somewhat worn map. Subsequently, he waved his hand. Sharp Blade Company, come forward. The company commander, along with the old sergeant, Wild Brother, and others quickly gathered around. Several commanders from the 2nd Battalion, including the mingling Xie and Chao Qingyi, also approached. The commander pressed his finger firmly on the rudimentary map. Here is our current position. The commander's rough fingers traced the lines on the map towards the east. There lay the mountains where the enemy had blocked the road. In conventional tactics, this would mean a direct confrontation. The commander lifted his gaze. Scanning the faces of those around him, the enemy held the same belief. They presumed we were eager to advance, forcing us into a headlong clash. "Commander, let us charge." The sharp-tongued sergeant gritted his teeth, just having enjoyed a hearty meal, with the soldiers brimming with energy. "It's merely a battalion. We can tear through them." To tear is indeed essential, but not in this manner. The commander shook his head, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The main force was still behind us. Should we engage in a stalemate here, the sound of gunfire would alert the enemy at Lhotse Pass, potentially leading to reinforcements. At that point, this route would merely become fodder for our strategy. Our numbers would not suffice. What shall we do then? The commander's finger abruptly departed from the main road on the map, sliding upward to rest on a nearly unmarked expanse of white. We must act swiftly, transforming these opportunistic foes into the blind and deaf. Here, the commander's finger pressed firmly on that blank area. We will return to Quigakang and take the mountain path along the east bank of the Bailong River. The enemy would surely not anticipate that we could make our way through Quigakang, boldly maneuvering behind the Red Earth chief, who now held sway in the region. Curiosity drew everyone closer. But where's the road? The 2nd Battalion commander furrowed his brow. There's south no road on this map. The path is forged by those who tread it. The commander was evidently well informed about the area. Local villagers had mentioned a goat path that, while treacherous, could circumvent the enemy's rear. These warlords would never dream that, whether a path exists or not, my vanguard division dares to traverse it. Fall in. The commander straightened abruptly, issuing his orders. 2nd Battalion commander. Present. The 2nd Battalion commander stood at attention. Take your battalion and a company from the 3rd Battalion, and draw the enemy's attention to the front. Understood. The 5 men exchanged glances of delight. After such a prolonged period of idleness, they finally had work to do. 1st Battalion, along with the remaining brothers from the 3rd Battalion, I shall lead personally. The commander lowered his hat resolutely. We will take that goat path. Since they wish to invite us to their feast, we shall add our own seasoning to their pot. Chapter 137. The sun shines brightly. Unburdened by sorrow with the command given, the troops swiftly began to disperse. The commander, adjusting his gear, approached Brother Kwong. "It seems we shall be operating separately," he stated. His voice steady. The division of teams at this juncture was hardly surprising, especially since the crafty Lao had deliberately assigned the player squads to the Sharp Blade Company and the 6th Company, clearly indicating differing missions. The front is ours to hold. As long as we remain unvanquished, the enemy's machine gun shall not turn upon us, he promised, patting Brother Kwong on the shoulder. "Do not worry," Brother Kwong replied with a grin. "You simply attract their fire while we strike at their rear. When you hear the explosions behind the enemy camp, remember to hurry, lest you miss even the broth." In the background, Yuen whistled and gestured to Eagle Eye. "Eagle Eye, don't go soft when the time comes." Eagle Eye ignored him, quietly inspecting his rifle-less bolt. Do not merely attribute this to them. Even the warriors of the Vanguard Corps have become accustomed to farewells and sacrifices. In this era, it is a necessity for them to acclimatize, paving the way for future generations to traverse the long journey ahead. At this moment, the call to assemble from the 6th Company sounded, urging everyone to hasten their return. "Take care," Chao Qingyi uttered coldly, pausing briefly as she passed by Kwang Ge. He gave her shoulder a light pat, wordlessly conveying a shared understanding. "We shall meet at the mountain peak," Dawn said, following Chao Qingyi's lead, pausing to gaze skyward. There, a sliver of faint golden light pierced through the dense morning clouds. Dawn slowly extended his hand, as if wishing to grasp that faint glimmer within his palm. "Do not let that flag wait too long." The 2 squads began to part ways, one advancing toward the yet silent battlefield, while the other delved into the unfathomable depths of the primal forest. A rugged voice echoed, "Farewell, Kwang Ge." "Hey, Kwang Ge." The cherubic face of Xianbing emerged from behind Dawn, one hand clutching his recently filled belly, while the other waved frantically. "If they capture some cured meat over there, do remember to save me a piece. This wheat porridge is good, but it's far too bland. I crave meat, the kind with fat marbling." The heavy atmosphere of parting, which had hung in the air, was instantly dissipated by the lively banter. The warriors of the Sharp Blade Company erupted into laughter, while the commander of the 6th Company was left speechless, bemused by the presence of such a lively spirit in their ranks. Kwang Ge rolled his eyes dramatically, playfully chiding. "All you ever think about is eating. Be careful not to burst your belly. You'll need Dawn to carry you. Hey, to be able to eat is a blessing." Xianbing chuckled without reservation, as Dawn helplessly tugged at his collar, dragging him into the 6th Company like a reluctant pig. The path the Sharp Blade Company was to take, named Goat Path, seemed as if it were meant for sheep. In reality, even the sheep would hesitate to traverse it. Towering ancient trees obscured the sunlight, and the ground was covered in humus and slippery moss, with the narrow trail often accommodating only a single footstep. Kwang Ge steadied himself against a moss-covered rock wall, using a dry branch he had picked up as a makeshift support. "Squad leader, slow down, there's a pit here." He turned slightly, bracing the old squad leader with his shoulder to help him maintain his balance. The old squad leader, with his bandaged right arm hanging limply, skillfully utilized his left hand to grip a hanging vine, swinging himself onto a protruding tree root ahead. "No worries, no worries." The old squad leader wiped the sweat from his brow with a smile, chuckling. "This path is far better than the grasslands. At least the ground is solid beneath our feet, not sinking into oblivion." In the live broadcast room, the comments scrolled rapidly. "Kwang Ge is becoming increasingly adept with that walking stick. But have you noticed? The speed of our march today is astonishingly swift." Indeed. In previous treks across snow-capped mountains and grassy plains, they had relied on one another for support, but now their movements were vigorous and assured. Observing the ranks of agile warriors climbing ahead, Kwang Ge felt an unusual stirring within him. Though traversing the same mountains, the sensation was profoundly different. He couldn't help but reminisce about the time just before the daring assault on the looting bridge. It was a desperate march, covering 240 miles a day. With empty stomachs that could only gnaw on raw, unhulled rice, many comrades, overwhelmed by fatigue, would run while teetering on the edge of sleep, ultimately collapsing at the finish line and never rising again. Back then, the weight of their silhouettes was heavy and tragic, imbued with a sense of impending extinguishment. Yet now, Brother Kwang instinctively patted his stomach. Each soldier had just consumed several bowls of thick wheat porridge, invigorating the entire battalion. The soldiers' breaths remained labored, but their steps were firm. A sensation of physical vitality that felt almost opulent. Old Luo has finally acted like a human, Kwang muttered. What did you say? The old squad leader inquired, turning back. Nothing. I just meant that our commander's bowl of water was well worth it. Kwang chuckled, propelling himself forward with a powerful kick, leaping over a half-meter wide chasm. The team finally reached a flat area on the mountainside, but ahead came a flurry of urgent whispers. Is there a situation? As everyone raised their weapons in alertness, a soldier at the front called out excitedly, don't shoot. It's mushrooms. Good stuff. Kwang exchanged glances with Eagle Eye, holstered their weapons, and moved closer. Before them lay a massive, decayed log, sprawled at the edge of a muddy pit, surrounded by clusters of exceptionally plump white fungi. The mushrooms gleamed with a brilliant whiteness, their surfaces adorned with delicate hairs, resembling small white monkeys curled upon the wood from a distance. It's lion's mane mushroom. Roro stepped forward, clearly recognizing the treasure. Her delight palpable. Look at this quality. 1, 2, 3. Enough for the whole squad to feast. No further explanation was necessary. Those in the comments were already in a frenzy. Wild lion's mane mushroom. In our tomato city, this quality goes for several hundred per pound, right? The highlight was that in this era, such a find was purely natural and untainted, a true mountain delicacy. The soldier who had called out was now carefully slicing the mushroom's roots with a blade. His movements gentle and precise. Squad leader, look, he exclaimed, cradling the cluster of white lion's mane mushrooms, his face alight with excitement. These are incredibly nourishing. Once we set up camp tonight, I'll stew them for you. Your hand will surely heal swiftly. The old squad leader gazed at the mushrooms with a simple smile in his eyes, but shook his head, a hint of regret crossing his face. You know, these are best when stewed with chicken, he sighed gently. Right now, we only have porridge. To boil such a treasure in plain water would be a waste of nature's bounty. There is still one chapter of basic updates left unfinished. I will complete it during the day. Chapter 138. Mismatch times. The old squad leader stroked the fuzzy mushroom cap, his gaze drifting toward the mountain peak obscured by dense forest. Let us pick them and bring them along. Handle them carefully so they don't get crushed. Once we conquer Lotzi Ko and enter the city, we'll find a villager to buy a plump hen to pair with them. Brother Kwang, overhearing this, couldn't help but scoff. Squad leader, you're being overly optimistic. Just now, that rascal was still dreaming about cured meat, and you're already planning to stew chicken. However, just as the words were about to escape his lips, Kwang's voice faltered. Moreover, dear old squad leader, you still owe me a duck. That was a promise from seizing the looting bridge, when the squad leader vowed to treat him to duck upon reaching looting bridge. The company commander even mentioned that after crossing looting bridge, he would treat them to drinks, real spirits, not just the waters of the Dadu River. Yet, the reality is that the Wild brothers merely followed the old squad leader, inexperienced recruits traversing snowy mountains and grasslands, while the leader, having experienced a future twist, had long forgotten the promise of roasted duck. That memory resides solely within them, unspoken and perhaps best left as a mere jest. The sense of solitary redemption intertwined with the eagle-eyed, soft-hearted wanderings through time suddenly rendered the Wild brother at a loss for words. The squad leader, listening to the unfinished thoughts, turned his head, regarding the Wild brother with a hint of perplexity. What's the matter, lad? Your face is flushed. Nothing, nothing. The Wild brother replied, shaking off the lingering bittersweet emotions, playfully patting the back of his head and chuckling. I was just wondering if, when the time comes, I could have an extra chicken leg. I crave that oily goodness. The squad leader laughed heartily, turning to pat the Wild brother's shoulder. Sure, I'll give you 2 legs if I can. As long as I'm around, I want to let you lot go hungry. With that, the team resumed its journey. The squad leader once again immersing himself in the endless goat paths. The Wild brother stood still, watching the squad leader's somewhat swaying yet remarkably resilient figure, his eyes growing warm with emotion. The live stream chat also reminisced, recalling the Wild brother's hesitant demeanor earlier, hinting he wanted to express something. He wished to remind the squad leader of the duck he still owed him, but the leader had forgotten. Oh, the feeling of being the only one to remember the kindness bestowed upon me, while you think we have only just met. Tears welled up uncontrollably. My goodness. Does one truly have to bear this sense of temporal dislocation, even if it merely alters a single person's history? The Wild brother glanced at the floating comments, his nose twitching at the phrase temporal dislocation. At that moment, a somewhat cool, yet steady hand gently rested on his shoulder. Eagle Eye stood beside him, his gaze similarly following the retreating figure of the squad leader, sighing softly, then giving the Wild brother's shoulder a reassuring pat. Brother, we're all here. Just then, Soft approached, tiptoeing to whisper in the Wild brother's ear. Whether he remembers that duck is inconsequential. What truly matters is that no matter how many times we start anew, regardless of the timeline. Soft gazed at the squad leader, still turning back to beckon the soldiers to follow, her expression gentle. Whenever you need it, he will place that singular chicken leg in your bowl. The Wild brother shivered with realization. Why cling to the past? The squad leader who, on the snowy mountains, offered the last bit of sweetness to Soft. The one who stitched his pants with a needle in the grasslands. The one who, at the looting bridge of the past, never forgot to care for his soldiers. Standing resolutely at the forefront. Regardless of the replica, the deep-seated affection of the old squad leader for his soldiers, akin to that of a father or brother, remains unchanged even across the expanse of time. Brother Kwong finally managed to suppress the unsightly moisture welling in his eyes. You are indeed right. Brother Kwong reined in his sorrow, a mischievous smile breaking upon his face. To hell with melancholy. If the old squad leader desires chicken, then we shall procure it for him. Not only must there be chicken, but also wine. Let us go, brothers, let's get to work. Meanwhile, at the front line where the 2nd Battalion of the Vanguard Regiment was about to arrive, the enemy's 6th Regiment. 3rd Battalion's defensive sector displayed a rather sparse array of fortifications. The trenches, which should have been on high alert, were instead shrouded in a haze of smoke and confusion. A few soldiers clad in yellow-green uniforms casually rested their rifles upon sandbags, their gun barrels pointing in indeterminate directions. They were gathered around a relatively flat boulder, clutching a crumpled deck of cards in their hands. With a loud thud, a card was slammed onto the stone, sending dust swirling into the air. All in, pay up. An old soldier with a face full of jowls laughed heartily, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth as he reached for the pile of coins on the stone. Damn it. Old Zhang, your luck is something else. Did you perhaps visit a lady's chamber the day before yesterday? The soldier who lost money grumbled while reluctantly digging into his pockets. Spitting onto the ground, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards the mountain ridge to the west. Hey, I'm saying, they're pushing us so hard, claiming that the main forces of the Red Army are coming, and here we are playing cards, as if nothing's amiss? What could possibly happen? Old Zhang scoffed dismissively, counting his winnings while gesturing nonchalantly towards the northern Lazico. You, being new, wouldn't understand. Lazico isn't a place for humans to traverse. Even monkeys would fall to their demise. You've never seen the sheer cliffs on either side of Lazico. They are sheer and barren, devoid of vines or footholds. Tell me, how would they climb? How would they climb? Unless they sprout wings and fly over. Attempting to conquer our natural fortress would be a fool's errand. Lighting a cigarette, Old Zhang exhaled a puff of smoke, further underscoring his disdain. I heard they looted grain from that landlord? They're probably hiding in some ravine right now, cooking up a meal. Those peasants have trekked thousands of miles. Their legs must be broken by now. How could they muster the strength to engage in such a hard-fought battle? It's merely the officials above who are terrified, casting us into this forsaken wasteland to suffer. The surrounding soldiers erupted in laughter. In their minds, this was an utterly predictable defensive battle. As long as they positioned several heavy machine guns at Lazico, it would become an impenetrable fortress. Even the fiercest of armies, faced with such an insurmountable terrain, could only lament from afar. In the live stream, the audience from Blue Star observed this loosely organized enemy, and the barrage of comments soared. Goodness, they VE set themselves up for failure. I can almost feel the embarrassment for them. At the conclusion of Old Luo's promotional video, a fleeting glimpse of the cliff-climbing scene appeared. Although the specifics of their ascent remained unclear, I have faith in the Red Army. Indeed, I too have faith in the Red Legion and have begun to anticipate its endeavors, unless, of course, one were to sprout wings. For even a monkey could not ascend to such heights. Brother, do you comprehend the caliber of the deities you are up against? Chapter 139. The illusory and the real as the soldiers of the enemy were embroiled in a heated dispute over a few cards, 2 miles away in the dense forest. The marching column of the 2nd Battalion had quietly dispersed. Within the woods, a unique military democratic assembly was convening. This is a fine tradition of the Red Legion. In battle, a singular voice does not prevail. The best ideas must be voiced. The situation was clear to all. The battalion commander had personally led a team into the forest to flank the enemy, and our task was to maintain the ruse and keep the enemy firmly occupied. However, the manner in which we engage in this battle is a matter of great significance. The battalion commander surveyed the crowd. If we charge too fiercely, not only will we suffer heavy casualties, but the enemy will also suspect that our main force is indeed advancing toward the Lhotse Pass, thus revealing our intentions. Conversely, if we remain too subdued, the enemy is not foolish. They will undoubtedly recognize our feint. Let us hear everyone's thoughts on how to proceed. A brief silence ensued. If it were a matter of a direct confrontation, these seasoned veterans, who had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, would not even flinch. Yet, to act, we must perform convincingly, and that indeed challenges our capabilities. Commander, I suggest we sound the charge and raise our battle cries, firing our weapons without advancing. Proposed the company commander. That will not suffice, replied the 3rd company commander, shaking his head. Only thunder without rain, and after 2 rounds, they will see through our ruse. In a corner, Wang's squad exchanged ideas, and then Xia raised a hand. Commander, I have an idea. All eyes turned to Xia, and the battalion commander gestured for him to speak. Xia stood, casually breaking a dry twig and drawing 2 lines in the dirt. The enemy's psychology is inherently conflicted. They fear we are the main force, yet they also fear we are not. Their fear of us stems from a dread of death, while their fear of us not being the main force arises from a concern of being lured away. Therefore, the effect we wish to convey is that of a force eager to break through yet lacking in firepower, attempting to project an intimidating facade to mask our anxiety. The battalion commander was momentarily taken aback. Though the words were fresh, the underlying principle was indeed sound. Speak plainly, murmured Yi Yuning from the side. Ignoring the interruption, Xia continued. We must create the illusion for the enemy that we are eager to charge forward, yet we are merely probing. My suggestion is to generate more noise than the main force, yet appears soft at the moment of contact. How precisely shall we execute this? The battalion commander felt a headache coming on, yearning for clarity. In 2 steps, Xia indicated to his companions, Liming and Chao Qingyi. First, create an atmosphere of heightened alertness. Second, strike a discordant note. Half an hour later, in a thicket before the enemy's position. I wonder if this will truly be effective? Xianpai mused. A piece of wheat clutched in his mouth, grasping a coarse hemp rope with a skeptical expression. At the other end of the hemp rope were several saplings, each as thick as a wrist. Silence. Pull. Liming crouched behind a large tree, observing the wind direction and the play of light and shadow. As dawn issued its command, the warriors of the Pai, Ayakumo, and the 6th Link Battalion surged forth in unison, awakening the once tranquil mountain forest. Swathes of underbrush began to tremble violently, branches swayed, and birds took flight. Coupled with the lingering mist in the mountains, it appeared from a distance as though thousands of troops were weaving through the thickets, in search of an opening to launch an assault. Ayakumo, where are your red flags? Dawn barked. Coming right up. Ayakumo replied with a mischievous grin, leaping up a tall tree like a monkey. Holding several vibrant red flags, he utilized the elasticity of the branches to launch them forcefully, planting them prominently among the treetops. This was merely the beginning. Within mere minutes, the mountainside was dotted with clusters of red flags emerging from the woods, some fluttering in motion, others barely visible. In concert with the wildly shaking underbrush below, the scene resembled the Crimson Legion filling the entire mountain. I shall add some spice. Ayakumo inhaled deeply and bellowed. Group 1 to the left, Group 3 to the right. Set the machine gun battalion atop the hill. Prepare the mortars. His voice echoed through the valley, brimming with audacity and a hint of brigandry. At the enemy's command post, the battalion commander reclined on a bamboo chair, humming a tune while idly toying with 2 silver coins. Suddenly, a guard stumbled in, pale as a ghost. Commander, it's bad. Red bandits. They're everywhere. What is the panic? Is the sky falling? The commander replied irritably, sitting up. The mountains are awash with red flags. The woods are teeming with people. The guard stammered. From the sound, there must be at least a division. Or even an army. Nonsense. Where would they gather such a force? The commander cursed, rushing out of cover to take a look. Before him, clouds of dust billowed from the woods, trees swayed violently, and red flags fluttered. Faintly, he could hear the roars and footsteps of a large troop mobilizing. The sight was daunting, as if a throng of fierce red bandits would emerge at any moment to tear him apart. My God! The commander felt his legs weaken. This was indeed a formidable force. Fire! Engage! Quickly set up the machine guns. Spare no ammunition. Move! He shouted, frantic and desperate. At that moment, a gunshot rang out, and a tall flagpole at their position shattered with a resounding crack. The enemy commander fell to the ground in shock, scrambling on hands and knees towards cover. Watch out! Sniper! There's a sniper! Bang! 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 The gunfire intensified, rhythmic and precise. This was not the chaotic din of a charging army. Each shot was calm and deadly. Chao Qingyi crouched behind a rock, rifle in hand, his expression impassive. Beside him were a select group of sharpshooters from the 2nd Battalion. Don't aim for the head. Aim for the cap. Chao Qingyi instructed coolly while chambering around. Don't aim for the chest. Aim for the edge of the sandbag. Why? A nearby soldier inquired. Puzzled, such a good target, a single shot could take him down. This is General Xia's tactic, Chao Qingyi replied, pulling the trigger. In the distance, an enemy machine gunner, peering cautiously, had his steel helmet suddenly knocked off, causing him to retreat into the trench with a startled cry, abandoning even his weapon in fear. Our objective is to instill terror, not hatred. Chao Qingyi continued to seek his next target. The dead do not scream, but the living, paralyzed by fear, can spread terror throughout the entire position. Bang! Another shot rang out, striking a sandbag in front of the enemy fortifications. The bag burst open, sending sand flying into the face of an enemy soldier. Believing he had been hit, he covered his face and began to wail like a slaughtered pig, while several nearby soldiers, terrified, huddled on the ground, too afraid to raise their heads. In an instant, gunfire erupted across the enemy position, with machine guns firing wildly at the empty trees, merely for show. It was a scene of utter chaos, where every rustle of leaves and whisper of the wind felt like an enemy incursion. At this moment, 10 miles behind enemy lines, in the command center of the 6th Regiment, the regiment commander was resting with his eyes closed as the phone rang incessantly on the table. Answer it, he ordered without opening his eyes. The adjutant picked up the phone, and after a few moments of listening, his expression changed dramatically. Commander, we have an urgent report from the 3rd Battalion. They claim to have discovered the main force of the Red Bandits. The mountains are covered with red flags and sharpshooters suppressing them, requesting tactical guidance. No, requesting immediate reinforcements. Main force. The enemy commander's eyes flew open. Was Wang Laosan's mind clouded by stupidity? If the Red Bandits truly assaulted Laziku, would they have the leisure to call me? The adjutant hesitated. The gunfire indeed sounded dense. Listen, what is that gunfire? The commander pointed towards the faint sounds outside. All I hear is thunder. I see no rain. If it were truly a main force assault, there should be artillery covering fire followed by a human wave attack. What does this grandiose display from such a distance mean? The enemy commander approached the map, his gaze scanning the 2 major roads leading to Laziku. As a seasoned veteran who had navigated the chaos of warlords for years, he prided himself on his understanding of military strategy. This is a feigned attack, he declared, a knowing glint in his eyes. The more the Red Bandits blustered, the more they revealed their own insecurity. Their aim was to lure me, the tiger, out of my den. Their headquarters was stationed at the crossroads, ready to support either direction. If they acted so rashly, what would they do if the Red Army launched a surprise attack from another direction? Furthermore, the enemy commander did not believe that the Red Army would genuinely advance towards Laziku. Inaction from both sides was the true strategy. Brilliant, Commander, the adjutant exclaimed, enlightened by the commander's explanation, eager to flatter. The Red Bandits' ruse of a diversionary attack has not escaped your keen insight. Indeed, they are still too inexperienced to play mind games with me. The commander huffed with satisfaction, picking up the phone. Hello? Wang Laosan. You fool, listen closely. On the other end of the line, the 3rd Battalion commander's voice pleaded for help, the background filled with the sounds of gunfire. Commander, help. We can't hold on. There are just too many of them. Silence. Even against 1,000 foes, your terrain can hold for 3 days. The commander bellowed in anger. This is a feigned attack. It's a trick. They simply wish to bait me into action. Listen here, as long as there is one person alive on your end, you better keep them firmly in place. No ifs and buts. I expect you to remain vigilant. If we lose this position, I swear I will have your head. With a resounding click, the commander hung up the phone. He adjusted the collar of his uniform and lifted a nearby teacup, blowing away the froth. A feigned retreat? Luring the tiger away from its den? Humph. At the enemy's 6th Regiment, 3rd Battalion command post, the receiver was slammed back onto the base. As the 3rd Battalion commander wiped the cold sweat from his brow, the tension that had gripped his facial muscles and panic relaxed after the call was terminated. He plopped back onto a bamboo chair, retrieved a cigarette, but hesitated to light it, narrowing his eyes to ponder the scathing remarks from the commander. Thunder without rain. The 3rd Battalion commander muttered to himself, glancing towards the cover outside. The surrounding woods remained clouded with dust, the red flags fluttered wildly, and the cacophony of battle echoed through the air. Occasionally, stray bullets zipped out, hitting the sandbags in front of the position, sending up puffs of smoke. It seemed terrifying at first, yet upon closer inspection, the ominous roar of mortars had faded, and the nightmarish sight of a dense assault formation was nowhere to be seen. Damn, it really makes sense, the 3rd Battalion commander exclaimed, slapping his thigh. I told you, that group of red bandits just crossed the grassland. Whether they are men or phantoms is debatable. Where do they find the strength for such commotion? They are merely putting on a show for us. With this realization, the heavy stone in his heart finally settled. Since the commander had declared it a feigned attack, why should he risk everything? If he were to inflict real damage on these acting red bandits, they might retaliate in anger by deploying their main forces against him, which would only invite unnecessary trouble. Relay my orders. The 3rd Battalion commander tucked the cigarette behind his ear and called out lazily to the outside. Tell the men to keep their heads down and not to foolishly throw themselves into the line of fire. Cease all machine gun fire. Bullets aren't free, you know? The adjutant froze for a moment. Commander, we're not fighting anymore? If the higher-ups questioned this, who said we're not fighting anymore? The 3rd Battalion commander shot a glare at the adjutant, his expression one of exasperation. The commander instructed us to hold our ground. That means we stay put. Not that we should deplete all our resources. Inform the men to fire a couple of rounds into the sky every half incense stick, just to make some noise. Remember, we are conserving ammunition for the decisive battle, understand? The adjutant suddenly grasped the situation and gave a thumbs up. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Thus, on what was once a tense battlefield, an extraordinarily peculiar scene unfolded. On the other side of the woods, the soldiers of the Vanguard Regiment's 6th Company shook the trees as if caught in a tempest, their voices nearly cracking from shouting, while the red flags were planted across the hills. Meanwhile, in the trenches, enemy soldiers leaned against the sandbags, chewing on grass roots. And some even set their rifles aside to pick their toes. Occasionally, when the noise from the woods grew louder, the enemy's machine gunners lazily squeezed the trigger, lifting their barrels a few inches as bullets soared into the clouds, maintaining a courteous exchange of fire. Hey, they are quite gracious over there. In the trenches, an enemy veteran, amused by the sounds of battle echoing from the woods, chuckled to himself. Listen, they sound quite jubilant, yet they do not charge forward. Let us not dampen their spirits. Let us provide them with an accompaniment. With that, he raised his rifle and, without aiming, fired a shot into the sky. Bang! This shot seemed to serve as a signal, prompting a few scattered responses from the surroundings. This battle had unexpectedly transformed into a tacit agreement. It became a performance where one side played their drums in the forest while the other lounged in the trenches, smoking and watching the spectacle unfold. In the Blue Star livestream, the comments erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, this is utterly hilarious. Is this what they call a mutual deception, where everyone envisions a bright future? For heaven's sake, who fires into the sky? The enemy battalion commander proved to be quite the character, demonstrating an enterprise-level understanding. Mr. Sia, I am engaging in a high-intensity psychological warfare game. Enemy battalion commander, I am indulging in high-intensity loafing. Mr. Sia must have been bewildered, wondering why the enemy's firepower had suddenly softened. What is this? This is a battle I have never fought in my entire life. Meanwhile, on the flank, the commander of the elite squad suddenly raised a hand, signaling for silence. The team behind him instantly froze, the only sound being their hurried yet deliberately suppressed breaths. We have arrived. The commander's voice dropped to a whisper. According to the intel from the locals, they were likely behind the enemy's 3rd Battalion. However, it was unclear why their detour took longer than anticipated. The regiment commander suppressed his doubts and issued a stern order. Everyone, check your bayonets, unscrew the grenade caps. On my command, we will deliver a devastating blow to those scoundrels below. The soldiers moved silently, and Brother Kwong quietly retrieved a large knife. His heart raced with excitement, and his trembling hands were ready for action. He relished the thought of thrusting a blade into the enemy. Chapter 141. Just say, is this not a detour? The commander of the Vanguard led the way, followed closely by the elite squad leader, the old squad leader, Brother Kwong, and Eagle Eye. Cautiously, they crouched among the bushes, gently pushing aside branches to peer down below. What they saw left them stunned. What lay before them was not the rear of the enemy's 3rd Battalion at all. Instead, the valley below opened up into a vast expanse, as flat as a giant sieve, with a dozen large military tents arranged in perfect order. Moreover, squads of soldiers armed with submachine guns patrolled in crossing patterns, while officers in high-topped leather boots moved in and out of the tents. On the other side of the camp, a complete reserve battalion was resting, cooking their meals. A sudden gust of wind carried the mouth-watering aroma of stewed meat. Gurgle. Someone's stomach quietly growled, prompting Brother Kwong to lower his voice in astonishment. Commander, did we take a wrong turn? Aren't we supposed to be attacking the 3rd Battalion? Where are we now? Wrong turn, my foot. The old squad leader squinted, focusing on the largest tent below. Or rather, the dark lines extending from it. We did not go astray. It seems the heavens have blessed us with a feast. The old squad leader's voice suddenly dropped, filled with restrained excitement. It seems, for reasons unknown, we have left their 3rd enemy battalion in our wake. The old squad leader turned his head, casting a sidelong glance at the regiment commander, a grin both fierce and radiant upon his face. Commander, if my eyes do not deceive me, those few lines we have intercepted connect to the ears and mouths of all enemy forces in this vicinity. We are not stepping on the rear of some insignificant 3rd Battalion, but rather on the very headquarters of the enemy. Upon hearing this, the soldiers crouched on the hillside collectively held their breath for a moment. What? The enemy headquarters? Is that true? Who can comprehend the sensation of what was promised as a flanking maneuver, only to strike directly at the heart of the enemy? In the live broadcast, exclamations erupted across the screen. Is this truly the fabled Chosen One? The enemy regiment commander had previously been on the phone with the 3rd Battalion leader, pretending to be a strategist, only to find his base compromised. What is a surprise? This is a surprise. Ha ha ha, just moments ago. That 3rd Battalion leader was firing shots into the sky, blissfully unaware that his commander was about to ascend. Look at the bewildered expression of the Vanguard Regiment commander. He intended to strike the rear, but landed a blow to the heart. Huh? Villagers of Wangsong, don't ask, just affirm whether the goat path can indeed be flanked. On the hillside, the Vanguard Regiment commander was momentarily stunned, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. He had wondered why the detour took so long, only to discover they had directly encircled the enemy headquarters. The commander surveyed the unguarded camp below, his gaze sharpening with murderous intent. He had originally aimed to give that 3rd Battalion leader a jab in the rear, but unexpectedly, the commander let out a cold chuckle, drawing his sidearm with a practiced motion, expertly opening the chamber, though the gun's muzzle pointed into the void. The chill emanating from it seemed to penetrate the air for hundreds of meters, pressing against the forehead of the enemy regiment commander. This strike was a direct blow to the heart. The commander slightly tilted his head, glancing back at the pairs of eyes glimmering like predatory wolves, filled with a thirst for victory and an even greater hunger for the feast below. All units, prepare for the assault. The commander's voice rose, no longer hushed. Bayonets were fixed, grenades primed. Now, we shall descend and feast. Meanwhile, the 6th Enemy Battalion remained blissfully unaware. In the center of their tent, a purple copper hot pot simmered over a lively charcoal fire, bubbling with a milky broth, while slices of fatty and lean cured meat danced within. The enemy commander lounged comfortably, half-closed eyes listening to the distant sounds of chaos in the mountains. Listen, he said, pointing in that direction. Has it calmed down? The adjutant, bending slightly, held chopsticks poised to serve the enemy commander meat, nodded eagerly. Commander, you are truly remarkable. The adjutant's face shone with admiration. Just a moment ago, Wang Laosan was wailing that the hills were filled with red flags, causing me to tremble in fear. Yet you, calm as a fisherman, saw through their ruse with a single glance. Naturally, the enemy commander replied, opening his eyes and rising to pace a couple of steps within the tent. The Red Army had traveled far, their strength was waning. They intended to assault Lhotse Pass, and other than a frontal assault, they had no alternative. The commotion they created was merely a ruse to lure me into exposing my position, thereby providing them with an opportunity. Observe now. As soon as there was a ceasefire on Wang Laosan's side, they fell silent as well. What does this signify? The enemy commander turned to his adjutant. His gaze piercing. It indicates their desperation. They are out of tactics and are preparing to retreat. In fact, they may never have planned to attack Lhotse Pass at all. The enemy commander asserted with conviction, embodying the essence of foresight. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. The adjutant raised his thumb, marveling at this strategy of using stillness to counteract movement, akin to Zhuge Liang calculating the east wind. With this, Lhotse Pass is secure, and we can indulge in our feast without concern. At this moment, the live stream switched to the enemy headquarters, and the barrage of comments was both humorous and tense. High energy alert ahead. Remember this smile. It is his final dignity in this world. Stop cursing, Commander. Your ill fortune might just return to haunt you. Did he not sense the ominous aura looming above? Oblivious to the impending danger, the enemy commander waved dismissively at his adjutant. Enough flattery. The meat has been stewing for half an hour. It should be just right. Today, we shall celebrate our victory, reveling in the triumph of subduing our foes without battle. Chapter 142. A living ancestor falls from the sky. Very well. The adjutant reached out to assist the enemy commander with the meat, when suddenly, the sound of a charge echoed overhead. The shrill, commanding call startled the enemy commander, causing him to tremble. He raised his head in terror, as if trying to penetrate the thick canvas of the tent above. Where did that sound come from? It was alarmingly close, as if someone were whispering in his ear. In the next moment, bang! The tent side window shattered instantly. But that was not the most terrifying aspect. Through the breach, the enemy commander beheld countless figures clad in gray military uniforms hurtling down the slick slope beside the camp. Leading them was an individual wielding a large knife, their voice more fearsome than the charge call itself. Meet, meet, meet. In midair, Brother Kwong adjusted his stance. In his line of sight, there were no enemy troops, no machine gun positions, only the steaming tent. No one shall touch my meat. Step aside. That is my prize. No, that is my meat. Brother Kwong, soaring through the air, hurled a grenade he had already readied. Boom. Outside the tent, 2 enemy sentries were sent flying. Meanwhile, the commander of the vanguard unit, akin to a hunting leopard, rolled upon landing to dissipate the impact. Simultaneously, he raised his shotgun. Bang, bang. The sharp sounds rang out as 2 enemy officers, who had merely poked their heads out to assess the situation, were instantly met with blood blossoming from their foreheads. Enemy attack. Only then did the guards outside the enemy headquarters finally react. But their response was far too late. The entire camp erupted into chaos. Whose home was directly assaulted from the air? How did those Red Legion troops, who were supposed to be thwarted by the 3rd Battalion, suddenly appear at the entrance of their regiment? Fight! Fight! A commander from the enemy forces rushed out from a nearby tent, his pants barely secured, clutching a firearm and shouting hoarsely. Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, a figure with a wounded right arm had already dashed before him. Lie down, bellowed the old squad leader, swiftly dodging the erratic gunfire. With a deft upward sweep of his left-handed saber, he ruthlessly slashed across the enemy commander's wrist. A scream erupted as the weapon clattered to the ground. Without a glance back, the squad leader delivered a swift kick, sending the man sprawling. He then turned to intercept the young soldier who was about to rush into the tent. Stay calm. The squad leader, one-handed with his blade, vigilantly watched the advancing enemy troops. First, we kill, then we feast. That pot of meat won't escape. Yes. The young soldier, intimidated by the squad leader's presence, halted his advance, brandishing his bayonet and charging at the nearby enemy soldier with a fierce roar. Amidst this chaos, the largest tent of the regiment was the most tumultuous. The enemy's 6th Regiment commander was utterly paralyzed by fear. Wasn't it a feigned retreat? What on earth was happening with this sudden assault by the Red Legion? Were they truly daring to attack the lair? The commander's mind spun, panic-stricken as he reached for the telephone on the table, desperate to grab the firearm hanging on the wall. Adjutant! Adjutant! Just then, the tent flap was violently torn open, and amidst the chaos, a muddy figure, Kong Gu, completely disregarded the enemy commander and his adjutant, leaping straight toward the hot pot. Bang! 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 Stray bullets from outside flew in, striking the ground beside the charcoal stove and sending sparks flying. While wielding his great knife to fend off the advancing adjutant, Kong Gu bellowed at his comrades outside, who were tossing grenades. Don't hit the pot. Don't hit the pot. That's our lifeline. If anyone blows it up, I'll fight to the death. This scene not only left the enemy commander dumbfounded, but also astonished the viewers in the live broadcast. Ha ha ha, Kong Gu. You're truly hungry. The enemy commander stammered. You want to kill me? Do you look down on me? Kong Gu replied. What matters more than meat? The scene was surreal. Amidst the hail of bullets outside, Kong Gu vowed to protect the pot at all costs. Seizing this moment of confusion, the Vanguard Regiment commander and his guard unit stormed in. No words were wasted. Several dark muzzles were instantly pressed against the foreheads of the enemy commander and his adjutant. Don't move. The Vanguard commander stepped into the tent, glancing at the trembling enemy commander, and let out a cold laugh. We heard you discussing Zhuge Liang borrowing the Eastern Wind just now. He approached the table, picked up the gilded browning belonging to the enemy commander. Weighing it in his hand, with a sudden pull of the trigger, he aimed it at the enemy's nose. What a pity, you only calculated our troop strength. The leader of the Vanguard Brigade slightly bent forward, his face, marred by the traces of gunpowder, drew near to the enemy commander. However, you have overlooked one crucial detail. The enemy commander trembled all over, his teeth chattering. What? You have neglected our stomachs. The brigade leader straightened up, waving his hand decisively. Find them. The guards will remain to clear the remnants of the enemy. The rest of you, keep a vigilant eye on the pot. Yes, at this moment, the position of the enemy's 3rd Battalion was enveloped in a tranquil stillness, finally free to clock out. It has stopped. It has truly ceased. The adjutant cautiously poked half his head over the trench's edge, fixated on the distant woods, which no longer swayed or echoed with gunfire, and exclaimed with excitement. The enemy battalion commander, Wang Laosan, still reclined in his chair, albeit in a more relaxed posture than before. Wang Laosan leisurely struck a match, cupping his hands, igniting the cigarette at the corner of his mouth, inhaling deeply, and then exhaling a perfect smoke ring. What did I say? Wang Laosan squinted, gazing through the haze at the overcast sky, engaging in a retrospective analysis. That recent display by the Red Bandits was merely an attempt to entice us out of our trenches, hoping to conserve their meager ammunition. Moreover, the brigade commander had just mentioned over the phone that this was a feigned attack. If we had acted, we would have fallen into their trap by remaining still. We stand firm as a mountain. However, since the Red Army has retreated, it is time to report our accomplishments to the brigade headquarters. This is a splendid opportunity for Wang Laosan to showcase himself. Without losing a single soldier, merely by firing a few shots into the air, he had frightened off the main force of the Red Army. If this merit is reported, surely there will be a bowl of soup for him from the pot simmering with preserved meat, right? Get me through to the phone. Wang Laosan sat up straight, cleared his throat. The signal operator immediately began vigorously turning the handle. After a crackling surge of electricity, the call connected. Wang Laosan instantly donned an excessively obsequious smile, unconsciously bending his back as if the brigade commander were standing before him. Hello? Brigade Commander. This is Xiao Wang, Wang Laosan. Chapter 143. Hello? Brigade Commander. Has the meat cooked tenderly? Your foresight is remarkable. Just moments ago, all commotion from the woods ceased. Those blustering red bandits, true to your words, retreated when their performance could no longer continue. There was no response from the other end, only the faint sound of chewing. Wang Laosan dismissed it, thinking the brigade commander was undoubtedly savoring that delicious pot of preserved meat hot pot, too occupied to respond to him. Thus, he reported with even more enthusiasm. Brigade Commander, you should have seen the scene. I merely employed a hint of the empty city ruse and asked the brothers to fire a couple of shots into the sky, which sent the red bandits fleeing in terror. Our 3rd Battalion's position is as solid as a fortress, not even a fly could pass through. As he spoke, Wang Laosan swallowed hard, finally steering the conversation towards his most pressing concern. Brigade Commander, has your meat finished cooking? Hee. The brothers here have been exposed to the cold wind for quite some time, and the aroma is simply tantalizing. If you've nearly finished, could you grant the brothers a taste of the broth? I can bring the men over to celebrate with you. On the other end of the line, the sound of chewing finally ceased. Silence lingered for a moment, causing Wang Laosan's once fervent heart to cool slightly. What could this mean? Was the commander displeased? Or had his previous remark been too blunt, rendering him foolish? Commander? Wang Laosan tentatively called out. At last, there was a response from the receiver, yet it was not the familiar voice he expected. The meat is well cooked and quite flavorful, remarked the commander of the Vanguard Regiment, his unfamiliar and authoritative tone freezing the smile on Wang Laosan's face. Especially the slices of cured meat, thinly cut, flavorful, and with a delightful chew. Wang Laosan's breath hitched, his flattery evaporating, replaced by sheer terror and confusion in his eyes. Who are you? Where's my commander? Why was a stranger speaking on the dedicated line of the regiment? Before his mind could grasp the situation, the voice on the other end resumed, laced with mockery. However, your commander won't be joining us. He's squatting nearby, looking rather envious, but I haven't allowed him to eat. After all, a captured individual must accept their fate. Wouldn't you agree? What? Wang Laosan's mind felt as if it had been shattered by a grenade, engulfed in bewilderment. Captured? The commander has been captured? Who are you? His voice began to tremble. They were supposed to be at the front lines. How had their home been infiltrated? I am the commander of the Vanguard Regiment of the Red Legion, the very bandit leader you deem unable to perform. Since you seem so eager, would you like to come over with your men now? I still have half a pot of meat here. We could share a meal together. Though I cannot assume the role of your commander, you could certainly come to celebrate our victory. As the commander's words fell, uproarious laughter erupted from those beside him. Yet, this laughter was accompanied by Wang Laosan's frantic screams. Ah! Wang Laosan, startled, dropped the half-burned cigarette he held. Unfortunately, the smoldering ember landed directly in the center of his lap, scorching through the thin fabric of his military trousers and searing the delicate skin beneath with a sizzling sound. Hot! Hot! There's a ghost. There's a ghost. Wang Laosan leapt into the air, clutching his groin and hopping about like a monkey scalded by boiling water, inadvertently kicking over a nearby bamboo chair, which sent the communications soldier tumbling to the ground. Commander! What happened to the commander? The adjutant, startled, rushed over to assist. The regiment is lost. Wang Laosan's complexion turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, uncertain whether it was pain or fear that gripped him. He pointed at the trembling telephone receiver, his eyes filled with despair. We have been deceived. That was not a mere ruse. It was a genuine ambush. The main force has infiltrated our home. The red bandits are feasting at our headquarters. His shout reverberated through the command center of the 3rd Enemy Battalion, leaving everyone utterly dumbfounded. They had been engaging in a battle of wits against thin air for ages, strategizing in silence, only to discover that the enemy had circled back to dismantle their very base. Run. Quick, run. Wang Laosan disregarded the searing pain in his lap, seizing his weapon belt and charging outside. Retreat in the opposite direction of the enemy's position, within the command tent of the 6th Enemy Regiment. The commander of the Vanguard Regiment ended the call. He turned around and glanced at the enemy commander and several officers huddled in the corner, trembling. Did you hear that? The Vanguard commander pointed to the telephone. Your subordinates seem rather ungrateful. I even invited him for a feast, yet he shouts about seeing ghosts. At that moment, the enemy commander dared not utter a word, pitiful, yet feeble and helpless. On the other side of the tent, the atmosphere was entirely different. Don't crowd. You crazy brother. That piece of meat is mine. Get lost. My leap just now nearly broke my back. What's wrong with having a little extra? Leave some soup for the squad leader. Soft, bring over your bowl. Surrounding a massive copper pot were eager heads. Crazy brother, eagle eyes soft. And several soldiers who had joined the charge had completely shed any semblance of expertise, each wielding their chopsticks like novice monks. The barrage of laughter in the Blue Star live stream had thoroughly engulfed the screen. Wang Laosan, hey, commander, is it time to eat? Commander, yes, it's ready. The feast is about to commence. Just say it. Is our commander not a commander? Wang Laosan's segment about singeing his pants with a cigarette is highly recommended for repeated viewing. It's utterly stress-relieving. Crazy brother and the others are truly like starving ghosts reincarnated. This pot of meat probably won't leave a drop of broth. Meat pie. You promised to save me a piece of bacon. Yet not even a drop of broth is left for me. In the corner, the old squad leader, not one to compete, leaned against the tent's support column. His right arm, hanging from his chest, slightly trembling. Although the intense assault was brief, the vigorous movement had caused his still healing wounds to crack open a bit, the bandages tinged with red. Nevertheless, a smile adorned his face as he watched the children devouring their food. Squad leader here. Soft approached with a porcelain bowl brimming with meat, topped with a thick layer of cabbage leaves, soaked in broth, looking utterly tempting. I couldn't compete with them. But Crazy Brother saved your portion. Soft squatted down, carefully handing over the bowl. Eat it warm. Did that last move hurt? The old squad leader accepted the bowl with his still injured right hand, inhaling deeply the enticing aroma, shaking his head. No worries, this hand won't be useless. He glanced at Crazy Brother, who was still engaged in a game of rock paper scissors with a young soldier over the last piece of tofu. To see this bunch of rascals enjoy a hearty meal, even if this hand were to break again, it would be worth it. Don't say such ominous things. Soft retorted. I still need it for fishing. All right, fishing for big fish. The old squad leader chuckled, bowing his head, heartily devouring the meat and vegetables in his bowl. Delicious. Chapter 144. Life is a play, all dependent on performance. The front line? Yes, the battlefield at the Vanguard Regiment's 2nd Battalion position. This is truly inhumane. Through the live stream's comments, it became evident that Crazy Brother and his crew were enjoying a lavish meal, while the voice of Yuin echoed softly. Here we are, drinking the northwestern winds, playing a game of immobile wooden soldiers with that fool named Wang Laosan across from us, and they're feasting on the enemy's headquarters? Such is fate. Chao Qingyi succinctly stated, who told us to draw the short straw and end up in the fainting group. Should they not be grouped with the trio of the madman, there might still have been a chance for them to be assigned to the elite squad. However, that would mean they would miss the opportunity to make an appearance in the madman's livestream. Enough with the complaints. Dawn was observing the enemy's 3rd Battalion position, interrupting the grumbling of the others. The immediate concern was that Wang Laosan might be planning to flee. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward the enemy's 3rd Battalion position, which indeed appeared somewhat peculiar. Even in a coordinated operation, such silence was uncharacteristic. Could it be that the earlier phone call from the commander of the Vanguard had frightened the enemy's 3rd Battalion into retreat? This brought to mind the scene from the storming of Looting Bridge, where the commander left the battalion commander left the company commander, ultimately leaving but a single squad to guard the bridge. If it were the enemy, such a scenario was entirely plausible. They could not let him escape. General Xie abruptly straightened up. The madman had only dealt with 1 battalion and was still regrouping, while the enemy still had a fully organized battalion to contend with. If they allowed the enemy to withdraw unscathed, the next scenario might not involve them encircling the madman, but rather the opposite. The pressing question was how to engage. The pie was still being chewed, and if they charged forth now and said to the 2nd Battalion commander, "Hey, I noticed in the barrage that the enemy seems to be retreating, let us hurry and pursue," would they not be met with an instant system-wide mute penalty? The group fell into silence. This frustrating anti-spoiler mechanism strictly prohibited them from conveying information so bluntly. Thus, they needed to provide the 2nd Battalion commander with a compelling reason. General Xie's gaze fell upon the 2nd Battalion commander, who was conversing with the 6th Company commander, seeking a justification that would make him feel that failing to engage in this battle would mean missing out on a fortune. This problem I can solve. The pie suddenly brightened, swallowing a grain of wheat. When it came to nonsensical chatter and battlefield intuition, I am well versed. At that moment, both the 2nd Battalion commander and the 6th Company commander sensed something amiss. Half a stick of incense had passed, yet the enemy showed no signs of movement. Not only had the customary gunfire ceased, but even at the appointed time, there were no shouts or curses emanating from the enemy's 3rd Battalion position. Strange, indeed. It felt as if a dog that had been barking at them had suddenly tucked its tail and fallen silent. Commander, the pie suddenly sprang up from the trench, catching the attention of the surrounding soldiers. The interrupted 2nd Battalion commander and the 6th Company commander cast annoyed glares at the pie. What are you yelling about? Startling the enemy's rabbit. I'm asking you, not a rabbit. Commander, something's not right. The pie, disregarding the mud on his face, leaned over the edge of the trench, his nose dramatically twitching. Smell it. Commander, take a careful whiff. The 2nd Battalion commander paused, instinctively inhaling. Smell what? Other than the earthy scent and the odor of decaying leaves, what else is there? A foul stench. It's the odor of someone preparing to flee. Having taken everything of value, the pie turned around, his expression resolute, even tinged with a sense of urgency. I remember. It was the same smell when thieves ransacked my home. That bastard commander over there is definitely not cooking or sleeping. This smell unmistakably indicates that he is burning documents. Preparing for a hasty retreat, the surrounding soldiers exchanged glances, incredulous that the pie could detect the scent of burning documents. The barrage of comments in the livestream instantly provoked laughter. Ha ha ha, what an absurd scent of burning documents. Could it be that you, Mayan Pie, possess an extraordinary sense of smell? The 2nd Battalion commander remarked, I haven't read much, so don't deceive me. Despite the ridiculousness, accompanied by Mayan Pie's undeniably convincing expression, there was a strange sense of persuasion in the air. The 2nd Battalion commander eyed Mayan Pie with suspicion. Have you lost your mind from hunger? Can you truly detect the scent of burning paper from 2 miles away? Commander, I too sense something amiss, interjected Liming at the opportune moment. Having already established himself in the 2nd Battalion commander's mind as an astute observer, Liming's words carried a bit more credibility than Mayan Pie's, albeit just slightly. With his hands clasped behind his back, he tilted his head upward at a 45-degree angle, gently stroking his chin as if he were a sage gazing at the heavens. Deep in thought, Commander, look over there. Liming pointed to the sky above the opposing position. Several birds that should have returned to their nests were now frantically circling above the treetops, hesitant to descend. The birds' anxiety indicated an imminent disturbance. Under normal circumstances, with smoke rising from campfires, birds would merely avoid the smoke. However, the absence of smoke now, coupled with the birds' reluctance to settle, suggested that the enemy forces were currently in a state of disarray. This chaos was not the gathering before an attack. It resembled a situation akin to a nest of wasps being disturbed in a frantic search for their home. Chao Qingyi, standing nearby, furrowed his brow, glancing at Liming, who had previously agreed to maintain silence, yet was now overflowing with chatter. Was it possible for this boisterous member of Wang's squad to remain quiet? Chao Qingyi merely pulled the rifle's bolt gently, affirming the 2nd Battalion commander's nod of determination. Indeed, the stoic assassin needed only a single word to validate Mianpai and Liming's conjectures. Observing the situation, Bai Yuning realized the moment was ripe. He hoisted his rifle onto his shoulder, a sly grin forming on his lips. Since the enemy seems reluctant to engage, perhaps we should take a break as well. After all, the commander has no expectations of us accomplishing anything significant. At these words, the 2nd Battalion commander felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. The peculiar remarks of these young soldiers, though strange, clarified the ominous feeling he and the 6th Company commander had sensed. The 6th Company commander nodded in agreement with the 2nd Battalion commander, acknowledging the valid observations made by his new recruits. After all, the sudden silence from the enemy camp was indeed abnormal. Even without Mianpai's provocation, the 2nd Battalion commander had intended to stage a feint to test the waters. He could not allow the enemy to remain so idle. Yet now, his gaze oscillated between Mianpai's earnest face and Liming's finger pointing skyward. Ultimately, his attention settled on Bai Yunying's infuriatingly smug expression. The tactic of provocation would not work on him. The 2nd Battalion commander snorted coldly, shifting his tone. However, you are correct. Opportunities are fleeting. Even if it's a trap, I shall ensure to knock out a couple of their teeth. With a decisive wave of his hand, his voice thundered. Signal soldier. Yes. Inform the bugler to sound the charge. Thank you all for your unwavering support. In this chapter, I will first address the outstanding updates. I will provide a list of guest appearances in the comments, as some readers seem to have misunderstood the closing remarks of Chapter 116, starting this month. Aside from gifts of the highest tier, there will no longer be special updates for gifts of all sizes. However, if the number of contributions reaches 2,000, I will indeed provide additional updates. I am currently behind by nearly 100 chapters and can hardly keep up with the influx of gifts. Thus, if you genuinely enjoy my work, your contributions are more than sufficient, and there is no need to spend any money. Of course, every gift, regardless of its size, brings me immense joy and motivation. Regarding guest roles, I urge those wishing for a character cameo to proceed with caution. Please refer to the list of guest appearances. I recently took stock, and, honestly, I am uncertain whether I can complete all the roles by the end of the story. If you are particularly eager to see a character appear, it may only be possible for those who contribute at the highest tier. However, I must emphasize that even for those at the highest tier, appearances may only be possible after the next chapter. I want to reiterate that I will not write cameos just for the sake of it. I am committed to my narrative pace and wish to write the story that I hold dear. If your sole intention is to secure a cameo, please refrain from excessive expenditure. I hope for your understanding. Chapter 145. In a state of utter despair, truly, it was a moment of profound anguish. However, the 2nd Battalion commander remained vigilant, casting a wary glance towards the enemy camp. Do not charge recklessly. First, let me establish the momentum, whether a trap or not. The enemy forces would not remain indifferent upon hearing the charge signal. It was a question of whether they would flee or retaliate. If they chose the former, then do not blame me for mercilessly striking at a drowning rat. The resounding and fervent call to charge sent the already chaotic enemy 3rd Battalion into further disarray. Just as Wang Laosan handed over the box of small yellow fish to his adjutant and stepped out from behind cover, he was startled by the sudden sound, causing him to collapse into the muddy pit. My goodness, they are coming. They truly are. The previously taciturn Red Legion had never sounded the charge signal, and its sudden emergence implied a forethought that was indeed alarming. While they feigned combat on the front lines, a separate force was likely to launch a surprise attack from the rear. Just as their headquarters had been overrun, the Red Legion initiated its charge. If this were mere coincidence, then Wang Laosan would invert his surname. Moreover, what filled Wang Laosan with dread was the realization that if the Red Legion dared to assault their headquarters, they were undoubtedly targeting La Zico. This charge signal, devoid of pretense, could very well indicate that the main force of the Red Legion had indeed arrived. The more he pondered, the more terrified Wang Laosan became, scrambling to rise from the mud. Stop fighting. Stop defending. He screamed in desperation. The main force of the Red Bandits is here. Those who wish to survive, flee at once. This command left the enemy 3rd Battalion in shock. The soldiers, who had hesitated about whether to resist, upon hearing the word main force and witnessing their commander's panic-stricken demeanor, fled the camp without a moment's hesitation. The headquarters has been completely overrun. They would never suspect that the Red Legion's sound of the charge was merely a feint. Run! Bellowed a soldier from the enemy camp. In that moment, machine guns and mortars became nothing but encumbrances. Delaying even for a second would be a disservice to their battalion commander. At the forward position of the Red Legion's 2nd Battalion, the call to charge continued to sound tirelessly, and the warriors' battle cries echoed thunderously. However, as the shouting persisted, the voices gradually dwindled. Everyone crouched at the edge of the trench, dumbfounded, as they watched enemy soldiers scramble to abandon their helmets and armor, hastily retreating to the rear. Some even forsook their trousers, caught on branches, and dashed into the woods in the nude. In less than 5 minutes, the vast enemy 3rd Battalion position was left in utter disarray, save for the whisper of the wind. The 2nd Battalion commander, with a pistol in hand, had intended to call off the feigned assault. Who would have imagined that upon hearing the charge call, the enemy would simply scatter? Was a single sound truly enough to instigate such a rout? Without even attempting to resist, they fled? After a moment of bewilderment, An overwhelming sense of absurdity and elation surged within him. By heavens, they truly had been routed. Could it be that the regiment commander had taken the enemy headquarters? Otherwise, the 2nd Battalion commander could hardly fathom why the enemy would flee merely upon hearing the charge call. The sight of the enemy 3rd Battalion's panicked retreat was far too genuine to be an act. Yet, even if it were a ruse, the commander must have successfully flanked them. If the enemy had set an ambush, who would prevail in this encounter remained uncertain. Brothers, do you see? The 2nd Battalion commander began to issue orders. These bastards want to run. Did they consult us about our firepower? All units, heed my command. There is no need for pretense anymore. Let us truly charge. The soldiers of the 2nd Battalion erupted in cheers, leaping from the trenches like fierce tigers, charging towards the enemy position piled high with spoils. Among the crowd, Xie and his 4 companions slowly rose, exchanging knowing smiles upon hearing the 2nd Battalion commander's warnings about ambushes. Though the need for discretion hampered their expressions, they felt an immense thrill within. After all, did they not possess the foresight to discern whether an ambush was present? This pursuit proved far easier than the 2nd Battalion commander had anticipated. He led the charge at the forefront, his pistol scarcely fired, for it was unnecessary. In his line of sight, the enemy soldiers clad in yellow and green uniforms scurried about like startled wild ducks. Some, in their haste, cast aside their rifles, arms flailing like windmills. Others even lost their shoes, sprinting barefoot across the rocky terrain, not daring to look back. "Commander, this is far too easy," exclaimed a young soldier from the 2nd Battalion, holding his rifle, eyes wide in disbelief. After enduring a series of setbacks, when had they ever enjoyed such a favorable turn of events? It was, after all, a regular mainstay battalion of the enemy. Their regiment commander had executed a splendid maneuver. From the captives, it was learned that the enemy regiment's headquarters had been dismantled, and at this moment, the 2nd Battalion commander was beaming with exuberance. It must be said that it was indeed the old comrades. Their navigation skills deeply embodied the essence of the Red Army's strategic encirclement, leading them to the enemy's headquarters with remarkable finesse. However, the 2nd Battalion commander soon halted his steps, gazing at the thoroughly shattered enemy forces ahead, refusing to be intoxicated by the sweet taste of victory. "Do not pursue the defeated too eagerly, especially given the complex terrain ahead," he relayed orders. "Do not focus solely on the chase. Let the remnants scatter. Our objective is to rendezvous with the regiment commander." The advanced battalion of the 2nd Regiment, having pursued tirelessly, finally arrived at the enemy's camp. In the center of the encampment, the warriors of the spearhead unit were sprawled out, utterly devoid of dignity, squinting in pleasure as they leisurely picked their teeth. Some of the younger soldiers had even unfastened their uniforms, patting their noticeably swollen bellies with sighs of contentment. Among them, a gleaming purple copper hot pot had been unearthed. Shining as if brand new, standing at the forefront of the ranks, the figure known as Meat Pie had eyes widened in astonishment, far exceeding the size of even a black cat's. His nose twitched, still catching the rich aroma of cured meat, mingled with the spiciness of Sichuan pepper and dried chilies. "Where's the meat?" His voice trembled, reminiscent of an abandoned husky, as he dashed towards the hot pot. Upon peering inside, he found the pot, which should have been brimming with bright red oil, slices of cured meat, tofu, and cabbage leaves, was now devoid of even a single drop of broth. The pot's walls had been meticulously scrubbed clean by an unnamed individual, appearing even more spotless than if it had been washed. "Where's the meat you left for me?" Meat Pie suddenly looked up, pointing in despair and fury at the figure of Crazy Brother, who was languidly reclining against a crate, swinging his legs. "Old thief Luo, you are not as treacherous as this. Crazy Brother, are you even human? We toiled in the dust and wind, shaking trees and shouting orders until our throats were raw, all to provide you cover. We promised to share the spoils. Yet not a single drop of broth was spared for our brothers. What happened to trust between comrades?" Chapter 146. He still resembles a war god. Meat Pie's outcry was truly heart-wrenching. It evoked sorrow in those who heard it. Even the followers trailing behind, such as General Xie, couldn't help but wear expressions of disappointment upon seeing the barren pot. It was indeed a formidable challenge to procure even a morsel of meat in this game, one that felt more arduous than crossing the Dadu River. Only within this game did they find themselves craving meat so desperately. "Hey, keep it down." Crazy Brother lazily opened one eye, shifting the toothpick in his mouth, and patting his belly with a mischievous grin. Burp. A long, satisfying belch followed. "Brother, you do not understand." Crazy Brother sat up, donning a serious expression as if imparting sage advice. This cured meat was the enemy's reserve. It had been stored for too long and was excessively salty, indeed. Moreover, it was too greasy. Just think about it. You've just completed a rugged run, and your stomach is vulnerable. To suddenly consume such rich food would likely lead to an upset stomach. To safeguard your delicate digestive systems, we took on this burden ourselves. As he spoke, Crazy Brother even rubbed his belly with a pained expression. It truly is torturous to feel so stuffed. At this moment, the barrage in the live broadcast room flooded the screen in perfect unison. Never have I encountered such audacious individuals. Brother Kwang's reverse Versailles is deserving of full marks. "Where's the knife for the meat pie? Bring it to me." The meat pie trembled with rage, his hand already reaching for the hilt of his dagger at his waist. "Stop talking nonsense with me. If you don't hand over something today, we shall perish together." No, it's not a big deal." As the meat pie seemed on the verge of exploding, Brother Kwang smirked and dropped the pretense. He extended his foot and kicked a wooden box hidden nearby. "Enough with the shouting. Although the freshly cooked meat is gone, this will suffice." Clang. The lid of the box flew open. Inside were neatly stacked dozens of dark green tin cans, along with several packages of compressed biscuits wrapped in oil paper. But most importantly, the two exceedingly conspicuous traditional Chinese characters on the cans shone glaringly in the sunlight. Beef. The meat pie and his companions paused for a second. Holy cow, beef cans. The expression of rage on the meat pie's face seamlessly transformed into a murderous intent in a split second. In an era where even barley must be counted grain by grain, these scarce meat cans represent life, celebration, and joy. Brother Kwong, I knew you had me in your heart. The meat pie leaped forward with a shout, rubbing a can against his face. The soldiers from the 2nd Battalion, including General Xie, gazed at the cache of supplies, their throats collectively tightening. Don't fight over it. Everyone gets a share. Brother Kwong stood up, waving his hand grandly, exuding the air of a local tycoon distributing wealth. That son of a gun, the enemy commander, certainly knows how to indulge himself. All of this was pilfered from his private stash. Besides the cans, there were rations, cigarettes, and blankets. The commander declared that our vanguard regiment has achieved great merit. So we shall rest for an hour. Once the supplies are distributed and we've eaten our fill, we shall continue our work. Long live. Cheers instantly echoed through the valley. The previously tense and weary atmosphere of the battlefield dissipated in this brief moment of revelry. In a corner of the mountain hollow, resources were being distributed. The new recruits, clutching their allotted beef cans and compressed biscuits, trembled with excitement. Some, unwilling to eat, carefully tucked them deep into their pockets. Others, unable to contain their anticipation, pried open a can with their daggers, placing a piece of meat into their mouths, savoring it without chewing, tears brimming as they relished the flavor. Meanwhile, in another corner where supplies were being distributed, the old squad leader sat on a rock. In front of him lay a newly allocated gray military blanket and a thick cotton overcoat. Softly, who had just received her rations, approached, eager to assist. Squad leader, let me help you with that. The old squad leader's right arm was still suspended in a bandage across his chest. Although it had been examined and temporarily treated by Softly, it still ached intermittently. At that moment, he needed to organize his marching pack with one hand, a task nearly impossible for an ordinary person. No need. The old squad leader smiled and shook his head, declining Softly's outstretched hand. I'm not incapacitated yet. This small task is nothing. Under Softly's astonished gaze, the old squad leader grasped a corner of the blanket with his left hand and gave it a quick shake. Spreading it flat across his knees, he leaned forward, firmly trapping one end of the blanket under his right armpit as an anchor point, while his left fingers deftly folded, compressed, and smoothed it. Lacking the assistance of his right hand, he resorted to biting one end of the packing strap with his teeth and used his chin to support it. Although his movements were somewhat slower than usual, and beads of sweat poured down due to exertion, in merely 2 minutes, a sharply defined block of tofu materialized before the onlookers. The old squad leader effortlessly hoisted the backpack with his left hand, skillfully flinging it onto his back and tightening the straps. What do you think? He asked, raising his head and flashing a grin at the astonished Ruo. A flicker of stubborn pride nestled in the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. I told you. Even with a hand that doesn't quite work, it doesn't hinder progress. Ruo gazed at the impeccably packed backpack, her nose tingling with emotion. The old squad leader's right hand resembled that of a warrior, and his left hand, too, bore the same valiant quality. Yet, one could only wonder how he had adapted to make his left hand equally formidable. What are you standing there for? Seeing Ruo silent, the old squad leader stepped forward, extending his left hand to tighten the slightly loose strap of the first aid kit on her shoulder. The canned food is well hidden. Don't rush to eat it. He lowered his voice, his gaze drifting beyond the crowd towards the seemingly bright sky outside the valley. The final 30 miles will be treacherous. This good stuff must be saved for when it's truly critical. Ruo followed his gaze. The earlier buoyancy of delight at the prospect of a feast dissipating under the weight of his words. She nodded, instinctively clutching the canister in her arms. I understand, Captain. An hour later, as the sun leaned towards the west, the assembled vanguard troop set forth once more. As the march progressed deeper into the terrain, the mountains on either side grew increasingly steep, and the canyon space narrowed, with sunlight ruthlessly blocked by towering peaks. Although it was still afternoon, the light within the canyon dimmed as if it were dusk. This place possessed an unsettling aura. Brother Ku tightened the straps of his gear. The earlier excitement of feasting had been largely suffocated by the oppressive atmosphere. He glanced upwards, where a once vast expanse of blue sky had now shrunk to a thin line. This terrain not only felt stifling but also signified one crucial fact. There was no refuge, no hiding place. If a confrontation ensued, it would be a relentless struggle. After traversing a few more miles, the leading group suddenly halted and began to spread out, searching for cover. Brother Ku exchanged a glance with Eagle Eye, protecting the old squad leader as they swiftly crouched behind a massive slab of bluestone. They had arrived. The old squad leader leaned against the rock, peering cautiously ahead. Following his gaze, Brother Ku and the others felt an involuntary shiver. Before them lay an exceedingly narrow pass, no more than 30 meters wide, flanked by sheer cliffs that rose nearly 100 meters high. In the center surged the tumultuous, roaring Lhotse River. A solitary wooden bridge spans the river, connecting the two banks. Beyond the bridge lie the enemy's fortifications and an imposing array of bunkers. The Blue Star Barrage is filled with questions. Is this really Lazaku? Old thief Luo cannot escape this time. The promotional video is nothing but a deception. How can one scale the cliffs, and how can one engage in battle? The commander of the 6th Enemy Regiment was not speaking in vain. These sheer cliffs are indeed both vertical and barren, with just a few trees that are neither sufficient nor reachable. Can the Vanguard Regiment ascend like a cloud? Indeed, at least during the daring capture of the looting bridge, there were 13 iron chains to climb. Here, not a single hair can be found. Other than charging across that bridge, there is no alternative route. With this terrain, if the enemy sets up a few heavy machine guns, any number of troops sent would be mere fodder. At this moment, Don, the scout from Wang's squad, stealthily returned with a grim expression. Did you see clearly? Asked Chief Xia. What the hell is clear? Don exclaimed, pointing towards the narrow pass ahead. Unable to restrain his frustration, the stronghold on the opposite side of the bridge is fortified like a turtle shell, with 6 visible firing ports on the surface alone. Beyond the bridge lies an open expanse devoid of any cover. A direct assault would render one a living target, certain death. Yet, what is most absurd are the mountains on either side. Don indignantly raised his head, gesturing towards the smooth, mirror-like cliffs. What was the title of old Thief Luo's previous promotional video? Strolling in the clouds? Is this something a human can climb? I observed those cliffs as well. They are comprised entirely of weathered bluestone, stark and bare, with some areas even protruding outward. Unless we all transform into geckos, and those trained in lightness, there is no hope of ascending. Listening to Don's complaints, both Brother Kwong and Eagle Eye remained silent, yet their hearts felt heavy. If they cannot maneuver around the sides, it means they must launch a frontal assault on the bridge. And that bridge, under the enemy's commanding firepower, is but a passage to hell. Company commander, called the Vanguard Regiment leader from behind a massive boulder. Here, responded the company commander as he approached. Since we are here, we must test the waters. Organize a feint attack. The leader extended a finger, pointing towards the bridgehead across the river. Do not charge recklessly, that is a death sentence. Just probe the route and assess the enemy's firepower configuration. Remember, retreat at the slightest touch. Do not let me lose men there. Understood, replied the company commander, turning to depart. Meanwhile, the Blade Company, serving as the reserve, lay crouched within a rocky outcrop several dozen meters behind. Brother Kwong pulled down the brim of his hat to shield his anxious eyes. How are we to witness the spectacle? He nudged the old squad leader beside him. The commander is being rather biased. We are the ones who have just captured the enemy regiment's headquarters. Stop whining, the old squad leader retorted. Such probing of enemy firepower is not our task. Besides, he raised his chin, indicating the narrow, suffocating pass ahead. This place is not easy to tackle. Just look at the terrain, it is practically a vast funnel. Whoever enters will be like sand trapped within it. No sooner had he spoken than several gray figures from one of the Company S squads crawled across the wooden bridge towards the opposite bank. As they had just crossed the wooden bridge, the seemingly tranquil stronghold on the opposite side suddenly erupted with thunderous gunfire, unleashing for fiery tongues. Had it not been for the resolute command of the company commander, the soldiers of that platoon would have instinctively sought cover, and the barrage would have left the ground across the bridge strewn with corpses. Even so, 2 soldiers were struck by bullets in the shoulder and thigh, groaning in pain as their comrades desperately dragged them back. There was simply no way to advance. Retreat. Fall back. The company commander shouted vehemently, his eyes aflame. The feigned assault lasted less than 5 minutes before it was deemed a failure, and the company commander retreated, his face smeared with dirt and disappointment. The expression on the Vanguard Regiment commander's face was equally grim. He refrained from ordering another assault. Charging headlong into such terrain would only cost the lives of the soldiers. A crime in itself. Meeting. The commander called out, and behind a massive windbreak stone, a military democratic assembly was convened once more. The atmosphere was stifling, with only the sound of rushing water breaking the silence. Speak up, the commander urged, removing his hat and brushing off the dust. How do we smash this walnut? The company commander brooded, taking a deep draw from his unlit pipe. Commander, a direct assault is certainly unfeasible. You witnessed the firepower just now. There's at least 1 machine gun platoon across, with 4 heavy machine guns cross-firing. It's a veritable meat grinder. What about mortars? The commander inquired. Out of range. The battalion commander shook his head. The canyon is too narrow, and at an upward angle, the shells would likely strike the cliffs above, endangering our own men. Silence enveloped them once more. At that moment, having meticulously observed and gathered various intelligence, Don suddenly raised his hand. Commander, I have something to say, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate. The commander glanced at Don and waved his hand dismissively. Speak plainly. Now is not the time for eloquence. Chapter 148. There is no path in the clouds. Thanks to Gagag electric motor for the gift of kings, Don hesitated briefly, but was grateful for the battalion commander, who allowed him to express his thoughts. Commander, I observed closely just now. Don reorganized his thoughts. The enemy's bunkers, while fierce and well-positioned, possess a critical vulnerability. All eyes turned to Don. They lack a roof. He picked up a small stone and sketched a rudimentary diagram on the ground. The enemy's bunkers were constructed in a depression beneath the cliffs, leaving them uncovered. If, and I emphasize if, we could manage to have someone scale the sheer cliffs on either side, Don pointed emphatically at the lines representing the cliffs. As long as we can get up there, even if just a few individuals toss grenades down, it would be like throwing explosives into their very hands. Each explosion would be precise. This tactic, though unspoken, was evident to everyone present. If they could ascend, it would indeed be feasible. The commander gazed up at the nearly vertical cliffs, noting that there were no enemy troops stationed above. However, the question remained, who could scale these cliffs? Kwang Go, listening intently, felt a surge of excitement. Though he too deemed the endeavor precarious, he could not resist nudging the veteran squad leader beside him. Squad leader, with your extensive experience. Kwang Go lowered his voice. This precipice. If you were uninjured at that time, could you perhaps give it a try? The promotional video from the old rogue is so blatantly audacious. Surely it wouldn't lead to such a deadlock for them? If the former squad leader could ascend this cliff during his prime, then there must be someone in the Vanguard Regiment capable of scaling this sheer rock face. As a player from the Blue Star, Brother Kwong had long since discerned the multitude of heroes among the ranks of the Red Legion. each possessing their unique skills, whether it be the former squad leader or the commander of the elite unit. However, to Brother Kwang's astonishment, the old squad leader shook his head without a moment's hesitation. Brother Kwang, look at that stone, the old squad leader remarked, nudging backward to gesture. That blue stone was as slick as if it were greased. Even if my hands were perfectly fine and I were 20 years younger, I would find myself powerless. There are no handholds or footholds in that place. Unless I could fly. The old squad leader's words left Brother Kwang's heart chilled. He truly did not expect the omnipotent former squad leader in his prime to deliver such a resolute and dismissive answer. The barrage of comments in the live stream echoed a collective lament. It's over. If the old squad leader says it can't be done, then it certainly cannot. Everyone understood that scaling the cliff was essential, but the problem lay in the unattainable conditions. Yet, this cliff must be scaled, right? We cannot truly force our way through the Lazi Pass. Just as the crowd found themselves at a loss before the sheer wall, a somewhat diminutive figure suddenly emerged from the throng. Commander, a voice with a distinct accent from northern Xi'an emerged, drawing the attention of everyone present. It was a young soldier, appearing to be merely 17 or 18, with a less imposing stature and dark skin, blending inconspicuously among the towering vanguard warriors. Yet, Brother Kwang's eyes widened in recognition. He knew that face. It belonged to the third squad leader from the daring assault on the looting bridge. At that time, the third squad leader, positioned in the third slot, exhibited agility in climbing the iron chains akin to a lark. His nickname, endearingly bestowed by the Southerners, was Yun Guichuan. Brother Kwang had not anticipated that the third squad leader, who had been discreetly wiping his nose at that time, would suddenly step forward now. The third squad leader, somewhat awkwardly rubbing his hands, felt his face flush under the gaze of so many officers. Yet, his eyes stubbornly remained fixed on the desolate cliff that had rendered everyone else hopeless. Commander, I would like to give it a try, the third squad leader declared, pointing at the cliff. I believe I can climb it. What did you say? The commander raised an eyebrow, incredulous. You can climb? This is not the iron chains of looting bridge. This stone has nothing on it. The third squad leader nodded, then shook his head. It's not entirely devoid. He turned around and pointed to the resilient little trees and shrubs that grew sparsely from the crevices of the cliff. As long as there are trees, one can climb. With that, the third squad leader dashed to the side and, to the bewilderment of all, produced a long bamboo pole. The pole measured 3 to 4 meters in length, evidently saved specifically for this journey. At its top, a curved iron hook was prominently tied. I have this, the third squad leader exclaimed, raising the seemingly rudimentary equipment. A simple yet confident smile gracing his face. In our hometown, when foraging for herbs, even the steepest cliffs can be scaled with the aid of a hook or a tree branch. I yearned to take this pole and attempt to reach the base of the sheer precipice. The entire gathering was taken aback. Don glanced at the iron hook, then at the cliff, exchanging bewildered looks with Mr. Xie and the others. To ascend by hooking a tree above and climbing the pole? It seemed plausible, yet utterly absurd. What a ridiculous notion. The captain instinctively rebuked. That cliff soared over 100 meters. A fall would result in a disastrous fate. Let him try. The long silent commander suddenly spoke up. His gaze lingered on the third squad leader for a considerable time, ultimately dismissing the makeshift gear in the leader's hands. Find him several of the sturdiest bamboo poles, and procure some of the strongest leg straps. The commander inhaled deeply, his voice trembling slightly. This was our regiment's sole glimmer of hope. Brother Kwang stood nearby, observing the third squad leader as he organized the leg straps, feeling a dryness in his throat. He tilted his head back, once more gazing at the daunting cliff that inspired despair. It turned out that old Luo's promotional video, Walking on Clouds, was not a deception. It represented a vision that only this group, this red army of warriors, dared to conceive and pursue. In this pathless expanse, they forged a way to the clouds. Once the third squad leader was ready and everyone had exhausted their efforts crossing the river, Brother Kwang and his companions craned their necks, watching as the vanguard prepared an exceptionally long bamboo pole for the squad leader. It was a painful sight to behold. Was this truly our siege ladder? Brother Kwang reached out to pat the pole, which was as thick as a bowl, its top secured with a large iron hook, then turned to the squad leader, who was busy winding straw rope around his waist. This contraption could hang the entire company's uniforms if used for drying clothes, yet without any safety measures. Relying solely on this bamboo pole to conquer the nearly vertical cliff ahead, what need was there for a ladder? The third squad leader chuckled, tightening the leg straps one last time. In our hometown, those rock fungi and dendrobium that grow on cliffs are harvested in this very manner. As long as there are trees, even just roots among the stones, this hook can find purchase. With that, the third squad leader spat twice into his palm and rubbed his hands vigorously. Everyone stepped back. If I happen to fall, I wouldn't want to crush any of you. Chapter 149. Be careful. The third squad leader spoke lightly, taking 2 steps back while grasping the bamboo pole, aiming for a cluster of crooked shrubs about 6 or 7 meters above the cliff. He raised the pole, hooked it. With a snap, the iron hook firmly latched onto the roots of the shrubs. The squad leader tugged, ensuring the pole was secure, then wrapped his legs around it and swiftly ascended to the top. There he dangled in midair, one hand gripping the roots of the shrub while he hoisted the long bamboo pole with the other, setting his sights on a higher pine tree. Hook, pull tight, and climb. The higher he ascended, the more the bamboo pole swayed in the wind, and the third squad leader, suspended above, swung like a wind chime. In that moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream came to an almost complete halt, only to erupt with fervor shortly thereafter. Are all you herbalists truly this formidable? Not me. I'm not. Don't speak nonsense. We herbalists are nothing like that. Goodness, I am an outdoor rock climber. The approach taken by the squad leader seems theoretically sound. Yet the demands it places on core strength and mental fortitude are nothing short of excessive. After all, a single slip of the hand, or a loose root, could lead to catastrophic consequences. At the canyon's base, hundreds of members of the vanguard held their breath, maintaining the same posture as they gazed up. Mr. CF felt as though his cervical spine might snap, yet he dared not blink. This was a path he had never contemplated. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters. The gray figure diminished in size until it became a small black, persistently writhing against the vast, desolate cliff. Each lift of the pole sent tremors through the hearts of those below. With every moment of suspension, the climbers' palms were drenched in cold sweat. Finally, after an indeterminate duration, darkness enveloped the sky, leaving only the faint glimmer of starlight at the cliff summit. That little black had finally traversed the last protruding rock. In that instant, a synchronized exhalation resonated from the canyon floor, reminiscent of a group of drowning souls finally surfacing. He made it. Truly made it. Filled with excitement, the Pi wanted to shout, only to be silenced by the quick hands of Dawn. Don't shout. Do you wish to attract the enemy's attention? 10 seconds later, a sturdy grass rope descended like a dark serpent, winding down the sheer cliff and landing with a thud on the rocky shore. The tautness of the rope signified that the route was clear. The vanguard leader abruptly adjusted his cap, which had relaxed in tension. 2nd Battalion Commander. Present. Take your battalion and strike hard at the front. The commander pointed toward the direction of the cliff's blind spot. Machine guns, grenades, use as many as you have. Make it loud. Let the enemy hear nothing but the gunfire from the front. Yes, the assault team. The commander's gaze shifted to the other side. Now, the leader of the Sharp Knife Squad and the commander of the 2nd Company stepped forward, followed closely by the ready and eager members of the team. Follow me up the rope. At 3 o'clock in the morning, we will launch a simultaneous attack with signal flares and take that cliff. Yes, the night was as dark as ink. Before the frontal battle had commenced, actions were already underway on this side. The climber grasped the grass rope and tested its strength. It was indeed sturdy. This rope, crafted from local wild grass, was rough to the touch. Yet at this moment, it provided a sense of security greater than any high-tech fiber. Be careful. A voice, slightly hoarse, emerged beside the climber and Eagle Eye. Turning, they saw the old squad leader standing by a large blue stone, accompanied only by Soft, who remained by his side, whether in solitude or loneliness. This time, the old squad leader did not insist on ascending. Although he was the leader of the Sharp Knife Squad, this sheer cliff was no flat ground. Even someone as strong as he could not climb with one hand. That sense of helplessness was well concealed behind his calm gaze, yet it was perceptibly captured by Eagle Eye. In the depths of his gaze, it resembled an old blade watching a new one unsheath, while it remained confined to its scabbard, rusting away. The squad leader, Eagle Eye, wished to utter something, but was interrupted by the old sergeant. As they approached, he overheard the captain and the company commander advising against bravado. The old sergeant stepped forward and patted the blade on Crazy Brother's back. Especially you, crazy kid, don't let the crowd cloud your judgment. This is a stealth operation, not an invitation for recklessness. Rest assured, squad leader, Crazy Brother replied with a grin, swallowing the inexplicable bitterness that lingered within him. Once we reach the top, we'll put on a grand display. The grand display, of course, referred to the signal flares they carried. Go on, the old sergeant gestured, retreating into the shadows. I'll be counting heads down here. With some unease, Crazy Brother glanced at the soft-spoken companion trailing behind him, who nodded reassuringly. It was as if she conveyed that her presence rendered the old sergeant's worries unnecessary. As long as the old sergeant's injury remained unhealed, she would stand at the pinnacle of the chain of command within the elite squad. Moreover, compared to the old sergeant, it was Crazy Brother and his team who truly warranted concern during their cliffside ambush. Unless they failed in their assault, the main force of the vanguard would be compelled to launch a full-scale attack, at which point the isolated old sergeant would finally have his moment. After all, the Crimson Legion must seize Lhotse Pass as swiftly as possible to avoid prolonged uncertainties. Crazy Brother shook his head slightly to clear his thoughts, nodding in acknowledgement towards his companion. Everything was understood without words. Then he exchanged a glance with Eagle Eye, and they tightened their grips on the ropes, their feet bracing against the rocky wall as they began to ascend. It was more arduous than it appeared. The cliff was cold and unyielding, the grass ropes constricted painfully, and each upward pull demanded the engagement of every muscle in their bodies. After climbing several dozen meters, Crazy Brother felt a burn in his arms. He couldn't help but glance down. Below lay an abyss of darkness, with only a white bandage glimmering like a tiny beacon, remaining motionless. The old sergeant was still watching, still looking up. Gritting his teeth, Crazy Brother forcibly suppressed the pain and hastened his pace, utilizing both hands and feet. For the observer below, this performance had to be executed flawlessly. As Crazy Brother and Eagle Eye distanced themselves from the old sergeant, the gap widened until they were 50 meters above, suspended over the inky void, the towering cliff looming above. Breathing heavily, Crazy Brother exhaled white mist, which the wind swiftly tore apart. This physical simulation created by the old rascal was torturous indeed. Cursing under his breath, Crazy Brother attempted to channel his anger to bolster his waning strength. His arms ached, and his legs trembled. This swaying ascent was no easier than the challenges faced at Bodhisattva Ridge. Meanwhile, Eagle Eye was positioned several meters above Crazy Brother, calling out a warning. Watch out. There's a protruding ledge above. A rock jutted out about half a meter, with no foothold, requiring sheer upper body strength to swing up. Chapter 150. The hand that did not extend the protruding ledge, one of the most detestable terrains in rock climbing. Crazy Brother looked up and indeed spotted a massive rock overhead, resembling a gluttonous figure, obstinately obstructing the path ahead. The rope clung tightly to the edge of the rock. Stretched taut. To proceed, one must swing out, suspending their body in midair, relying solely on sheer strength to hoist over 100 pounds of flesh. Damn it. Here goes nothing. With gritted teeth, Kwang Go alternated his hands upward until his fingertips grazed the icy surface of the rock. He inhaled deeply, then thrust his feet against the wall, propelling his body into the void. In that instant, gravity transformed into a greedy specter, fiercely yanking at Kwang Ji's ankles, pulling him downward. Veins bulged in his arms as he let out a low growl, a cornered beast fighting for survival. Up, he engaged his core, striving to swing his legs up to latch onto the edge of the rock. Yet, he fell short, his body swinging back through the air, crashing violently against the cliffside. Bang! The collision between his knee and the unyielding stone sent a sharp pain coursing through him, drawing a gasp from his lips, tears nearly spilling forth. To make matters worse, the impact caused his once firm grip with his right hand to slip on the moss-covered, slick surface. The sound of skin scraping against the rough rock echoed in his ears. Kwang Go felt a sudden lightness as he plummeted half a meter, the sensation of weightlessness piercing through his mind. "Captain, lend me a hand." The shout erupted instinctively. A primal cry born from the reliance fostered during their treacherous journey across mountains in the seizure of Looting Bridge. It was as if, by calling out for the captain, the heavens themselves would ensure that the sturdy man would be there to catch him. However, no response came. Only the howling wind filled his ears, accompanied by the creaking wails of the rope under immense strain. Kwang Go shot his gaze upwards, his pupils dilating in terror. Above him loomed the indistinct silhouette of an eagle-eyed figure, struggling to secure himself, utterly unable to lend a hand. Below, a pitch-black abyss awaited. His heart skipped a beat as he instinctively looked down towards the cliff's base. There, it was as dark as ink. The man was no longer visible. The very same captain who, even during their perilous ascent in the seizure of Looting Bridge, had always been there to protect and guide them, was now a mere shadow. That weathered hand, calloused and strong, could not reach him now. The hand that had once offered barley flour on snow-capped mountains, served fish soup on grassy plains, and exchanged straw sandals across the Dadu River could no longer grasp him. Even if the captain were right beside him, that unhealed right arm would be insufficient to save him. Kwang Ji's face, flushed from exertion, suddenly froze. The icy night wind of Lhotse Ko, laden with an indescribable sense of solitude, invaded his lungs with a fierce chill. Once, he had been a sheltered child, following closely behind his mother hen, a mere chick. He could throw tantrums, roll around, and cry out in exhaustion, for he knew there would always be someone to catch him. But now, that protector had become the wounded figure gazing up at him from the cliff's base, and he had transformed into the sharp blade suspended above the precipice. The one tasked with carving a bloody path for the entire battalion, for the captain. Huh. Kwang Go suddenly let out a bitter laugh, tinged with heartache. What was the point of shouting? Kwang, you've long outgrown your dependence. He would no longer wait, or look back. The lacerated right hand suddenly grasped the crevice of the rock, the nails splintered, yet numb to the pain. Blood trickled down from his fingertips, enhancing his grip. "Give it to me," roared the madman, leaving no room for hesitation. He channeled all his strength, along with an overwhelming surge of grievance and responsibility, into his arms. His muscle fibers wailed in protest, yet he wrenched himself upward. The moment his knees met the rocky surface, he collapsed like a lifeless dog, gasping for air, his heart pounding as if it would burst forth. In the live stream, the previously frantic barrage of comments fell into a momentary silence. Soon after, the comments began to drift by slowly. "Is this what growing up feels like?" That backward glance from the madman made my heart feel heavy. Once, turning back was a display of affection. Now, it signified a farewell. He didn't wait for that hand, but he climbed back up on his own, sobbing softly. At the bottom of the cliff, amidst the rubble, the old squad leader maintained his upward gaze. The darkness was profound, and with his vision obscured, he could hardly discern what transpired above. Only by the violent tremors of the rope could he sense impending danger, prompting him to step forward. Suddenly, a pair of warm small hands brazenly landed on the back of his neck. Crack! The hands were harsh, forcefully adjusting his stiff neck that was on the verge of cramping. Ugh! The old squad leader winced in pain, about to turn around in protest when he heard a sharp voice from behind. "What are you staring at? Your neck is about to break." Softly stood behind him, unreservedly reprimanding the elder soldier. As she expertly kneaded the tension in his trapezius muscle, she scolded him as if he were a grandson. "Is this what you've been keeping an eye on? If your cervical spine suffers from inadequate blood supply and you faint, who will carry you? Look at your big frame. Who can lift you?" The old squad leader paused, his neck stiffening. "No problem, I must keep an eye on them." The rope was shaking violently. If it shakes, it means their S movement. If their S movement, their S life. Will staring at the rope make it stop shaking? Without allowing him to retort, softly increased her pressure, pressing firmly on his Fengqi acupoint. "Close your eyes. Rest. That's a medical directive." "You little girl." The old squad leader attempted to resist, but the relieving sensation radiating from his neck slightly relaxed his taut nerves. "I'm the medic. In this team, you handle the fighting, and I handle the lives." Softly S voice was fierce, yet her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Your hand is already like that. If your neck becomes incapacitated too, who will take care of us once victory is achieved?" Softly S voice faltered, recalling a distant memory. "Braised meat sauce noodles?" At the mention of the dish, the old squad leader visibly stiffened. Gradually, he bowed his head, yielding to Softly S gentle guidance. No longer fixated on the impenetrable darkness above. "All right, I'll listen to you," he murmured, his voice tinged with a sense of relief, transforming his anxiety into a tender indulgence. These days, the medics are fiercer than the soldiers. Softly, she let out a hum without uttering a word. Yet she exerted herself even more diligently in massaging the shoulders of the old squad leader. Though she could not join the fray, she steadfastly held the line for the team. As long as the old squad leader remained, their comrades above would have a solid foundation. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast surged once more, lifting the earlier heavy atmosphere. Ha ha ha, Soft is so formidable. This is our battlefield nurse. The old squad leader remarked. I was terrified at that moment. This girl has quite a strong grip. Don't laugh up front. This candy is filled with shards of glass, and Soft is showing her filial piety towards Brother Kwong. This is what inheritance means. Once, it was the old squad leader protecting them, and now it is they who safeguard him. Chapter 151. Our side's artillery is ready on the edge of the precipice. Brother Kwong finally managed to climb up, flipping over and gazing up at the sparse cold stars above with blurred vision. Where's Eagle Eye? Brother Kwong croaked. I'm here, came the equally fatigued voice of Eagle Eye beside him. He had arrived a good 10 minutes earlier than Brother Kwong and had somewhat regained his strength. Brother Kwong propped himself up, sitting upright, and, aided by the faint starlight, turned to look at the third squad leader, who was also resting nearby. The third squad leader's hands were battered, and his pants were worn, clearly indicating that the ascent had not been as effortless as it appeared from below. You are quite the trooper, third squad leader. Brother Kwong was about to jest, hoping to alleviate the tension of their narrow escape. However, the third squad leader turned back and gestured for silence. Should keep quiet. He pointed to the ground below and then around them. See for yourself. Brother Kwong paused, following the direction of the third squad leader's finger. His eyes widened in disbelief. He had assumed that after scaling the sheer 100-meter cliff, even if they did not reach a broad platform, there would at least be a patch of forest or a gentle slope to land upon. Yet, what lay before them was a path no wider than 2 feet, stretching into the unknown like the back of a fish. On either side were bottomless chasms, and the narrow stone bridge resembled a massive dorsal fin, abruptly spanning the night sky. In this place, not only could 2 battalions not hide, but even 2 individuals walking side by side would risk tumbling into the abyss with the slightest misstep. Damn, Brother Kwong couldn't help but mutter under his breath, cursing. No wonder the enemy had not fortified this sheer cliff. They could hardly believe anyone could climb up and still traverse this precarious ledge. Just as Brother Kwong felt a prickling unease, the grass rope trembled violently once more. The burly figure of the Vanguard Regiment commander emerged. Following him were the company commander and the platoon leader, each like a specter climbing out of the abyss, then freezing on this narrow fish spine. The commander surveyed the treacherous path before them, his expression darkening, but he remained silent for a moment. Pass it down, he ordered in a hushed tone. Untie your leg straps, pair up, and secure yourselves with the rope. Bite down on your swords, and fasten your collar. If you fall. The commander's gaze swept over the warriors who had already scaled the heights. If you fall, do not shout. Even if you break your teeth, do not utter a sound. Do not reveal our position, and do not endanger your comrades. The commander paused momentarily, his voice heavy with gravity. Death must come silently and without a trace. The comrades, including Brother Kwong, were struck with astonishment, yet none dared to utter a word. There was no questioning, no retreat. They simply unfastened their bindings in silence, gripped their blades between their teeth, and quietly bound their fates to their fellow warriors. In silence, it was deafening. At this moment, on the front lines of Lhotse Pass, around 11 o'clock at night, the 2nd Battalion's advance was thwarted, leaving them in a state of extreme frustration. The enemy forces guarding Lhotse Pass were evidently seasoned veterans, allowing the vanguard of the 2nd Battalion to cross the bridge only to strike. As soon as the soldiers stepped onto the open ground, the enemy's machine gun fire erupted with a relentless da-da-da. The 2nd Battalion attempted several waves of attacks, all to no avail. Many soldiers fell on the opposite shore, ensnared in the enemy's web of fire, their blood staining the waters of Lhotse River. Retreat. Fall back. The battalion commander, driven to madness by yet another failed charge, screamed. Several surviving wounded were dragged back to safety by their comrades at great peril. Before they even landed, the battalion commander slammed his fist against a rock, marring his hand in a gruesome manner. Those wretched scoundrels. How treacherous. This is a trap to lure us into slaughter. They intend to let us pass only to kill us. The company commander of the 6th Battalion bore a grim expression, his cap shot off, revealing singed hair. He shoved his carbine into his belt and shouted vehemently at the enemy across the way. You there. If you have the guts, come out and face us. Hiding behind your shells makes you no hero. The opposing position remained ominously silent, save for the wisps of smoke dissipating from the cooling barrels of their guns. After a lengthy pause, a languid voice drifted over, evidently amplified by a tin horn, reverberating through the mountains. Brothers of the Red Army, do not strain yourselves. Our commander has declared that Lhotse Pass is the gateway to heaven. You beggars might as well return to the grasslands and eat roots. Think you can pass? Unless you grow wings. Furthermore, we are well aware of your poverty. You hardly possess any decent firearms. If you relinquish your weapons, our commander, in his benevolence, will grant you a path of escape southward. Southward. This meant they would traverse that hellish terrain once more. The company commander of the 6th Battalion trembled with rage, grasping his weapon, ready to charge forward, but was firmly restrained by the 2nd Battalion commander. Do not act impulsively. This is merely a provocation. We have yet to receive any signal from the commander. Our current task is to draw fire, not to march towards death. Just as the atmosphere reached an unbearable tension, a few uniquely styled heads suddenly emerged from a corner of the 6th Battalion's position. I say, this is quite uncouth, one remarked, rubbing his belly with a look of disdain directed at the enemy. If we must fight, let it be a battle. What is with these personal attacks? Calling us beggars? We just had a sumptuous meal of cured meat hot pot. Though they had only dined on canned beef, it was still a feast compared to what Brother Kwong and his men could muster. Dawn smirked coldly, calling out to the 2nd Battalion commander. Commander, they are insulting us. The 2nd Battalion commander, already frazzled, cast an impatient glance at Dawn and the others. What are their insults? Can you retort? Right now, it is the gun that speaks. Oh, but you see, you are mistaken, Dawn replied, leisurely peering halfway out of the trench. They were waiting for just such a response from the 2nd Battalion commander. Sometimes, one's words can wield more power than a firearm, particularly when it comes to stalling for time and diverting the enemy's attention. After uttering this, Commander Li Ming exchanged knowing glances with his comrades behind him. Brothers, let us engage. We must not allow the enemy to perceive our insults as mere playful banter. This remark left the battalion commander and the 6th Company commander momentarily stunned, feeling as though they had been subtly ridiculed. Among Wong's squad, the first to speak was the boisterous Pai, whose voice starkly contrasted with his youthful visage. Hey, brothers on the opposite side, are you feeling hungry? This proclamation left the opposing side momentarily bewildered. The enemy machine gunners paused, pondering whether the Red Army was seeking to surrender or merely begging for food. Pai continued. His tone as sincere as a neighbor's casual chat. I see you all are fighting so fiercely. You must have missed dinner, right? Meanwhile, your officers are back there smoking opium and embracing their concubines, indifferent to the fates of you brave soldiers. Unlike us, who just enjoyed a delectable hot pot feast with your regiment's supplies. The oily broth mixed with white rice was simply divine. I must ask, has your commander withheld your pay? Why do your gunshots sound so feeble? Surely, you aren't going to bed hungry tonight, are you? In the enemy's defensive positions, several soldiers instinctively rubbed their empty bellies. After a lengthy skirmish with the Red Army, how could they not be famished? Pai's words had awakened their hunger, especially since he spoke the truth. Enjoying hot pot was indeed a privilege, no, a tradition, of their officers. At this moment, Li Ming seized the opportunity to interject. Zwan people, Zwan spirit. We shall not grant the enemy the luxury of time to formulate a retort. He brandished a rifle, swaggering near the trench. Oh, that machine gunner from earlier. Did your technique come from your mother? Your bullets seem to drift all the way to your grandmother's house. Or perhaps you fear hitting us and having to explain it to your mother. After all, we are all sons of the Dragon Nation. It is wise to accumulate some virtue. Why don't we set down our weapons and chat about whether your wife is still waiting for you at home? The final jab pierced through the air with a razor-sharp wit, prompting the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion to erupt in laughter, with one even adding, this comrade speaks the truth, but hey, machine gunner over there, you wouldn't happen to be single, would you? The laughter intensified, infuriating the machine gunner, who, in a fit of frustration, fired a volley into the air without a discernible target. Look at that, getting anxious, aren't you? Li Ming ducked back, eager to comment further. However, Yun Ing restrained him, allowing his own words to flow with fervor. Did your commander grow up nourished by his mother's placenta? Your tactics resemble the product of a half-baked brain, a bunch of spineless shrimp, hiding in their shells, daring to poke their heads out for a glimpse? His rapid-fire retorts left both the enemy and the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion in stunned silence, though they struggled to comprehend the concepts of the placental cerebellum and cerebrum. The palpable sense of insult was unmistakable. Of course, the offense was directed at the opposing side. A hostile officer wielding a tin trumpet, his face flushed with indignation, raised the horn, ready to retaliate with vitriol. You're full of nonsense. It's you who should be silent. Yagumo Kage abruptly interrupted the incantation, asserting, when adults speak, children ought not to interject. Tell that fellow surnamed Lu to come out. I have a question for him. Does he not fear the specters of the night when he sends this group of splendid young men to the front lines as mere cannon fodder? The battalion commander listened, exchanging glances with the commander of the 6th Company. After many years of warfare, they had encountered countless insults. Yet the flamboyant and cunning nature of this particular affront was unlike anything they had ever witnessed. Just then, Xie Zong, who had remained silent, stepped forward. What an affront to civility, what a disgrace, he exclaimed, shaking his head as he gazed at Yagumo Kage. We are a force of civilization. How can we descend to such rudeness? Upon hearing this, the enemy troops felt a glimmer of hope, as if a voice of reason had finally emerged. Xie Zong cleared his throat, and, assuming a lecture-like tone, proclaimed loudly, Confucius said, he who first sets the puppet in motion may face dire consequences. In simpler terms, should you dare to fire the first shot, we shall ensure that your lineage comes to an end. Furthermore, he also stated, to learn the way in the morning is to embrace death by evening. This implies that if you comprehend the principles of our Red Legion at dawn, you may as well prepare for your demise by nightfall. Gentlemen, the heavens are merciful to all living beings. I observe the ominous signs upon your foreheads, which suggest you are fated to extinction. It would be wise to surrender early, lest you leave this world in a more gruesome state. The oppressive atmosphere created by this cultured individual's absurdity further exacerbated the enemy's psychological turmoil. Despite their advantageous position and machine gun bunkers, they found themselves thoroughly outmatched in morale against this formidable verbal onslaught. The officer with the trumpet could no longer contain himself. He tossed aside the horn, leaned out from behind the defenses, and, in a fit of hysteria, brandished his weapon, shouting, Fire! Shoot this rabble! A gunshot rang out, abruptly silencing the enemy officer, whose lifeless body slumped against the fortifications. Chao Qingyi, expressionless, pulled back the bolt of his rifle, ejected the spent cartridge, and coldly uttered a single word, grass. He may not have been proficient in banter, but he was certainly skilled in the art of killing. Meanwhile, the enemy position seemed to erupt with rage, retaliating with a barrage of gunfire across the river. The previously lighter atmosphere, momentarily buoyed by the verbal skirmish, was instantly shattered. Mud flew as shrapnel whizzed through the air. This was the first instance where the enemy began firing frantically without waiting for the 2nd Battalion soldiers to cross the bridge. Some grew anxious. Yet no one revealed their identity. The battalion commander crouched behind a large boulder, his cap long lost, yet he laughed heartily, shouting hoarsely to the nearby soldiers, "Listen. Listen to this uproar. They're panicking. These little rabbits are thoroughly rattled. If they felt secure in their position, would they expend such reckless ammunition against us?" The 6th Company commander chimed in to bolster morale. The battalion commander is right. The more frantic they become, the more it indicates we have struck at their Achilles heel. He then turned to Xie Zong and the others, giving them a thumbs up in solidarity. It is indeed the cultured individuals who possess the ability to scold. At that moment, however, the smile on the face of the 2nd Battalion commander abruptly vanished, and he sternly bellowed, "Enough of the laughter. It is time to get to work. We not only need the thunderous sounds of battle, but also the heavy downpour of action to ensure safety at the commander's side. Relay my orders. Bring forth all the grenades we have saved. Do not cease the gunfire. Unleash everything you have. Tell the brothers that no one is permitted to sleep. Even if they must prop their eyelids open with sticks, they must endure until 3 in the morning." At 1:45 a.m., beneath the precipice of Lhotse Ko, a relatively sheltered niche in the rocky wall was designated as a makeshift infirmary. The wounded, covered in blood, knelt on the ground, tending to a lightly injured soldier's arm. A feigned attack must still mimic a genuine charge. Despite the utmost caution exercised by the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion, many fell in the fray. This was no mere drill, it was a true test of mettle. As the medic, Soft, was about to finish the bandaging, she secretly sighed in relief and distractedly glanced at the barrage of gunfire. This momentary lapse caused her to lose focus. Oh no. That last move from Brother Kwong nearly cost him his life. That ridge is barely half a meter wide. Is this even a path for humans? The moss-covered terrain was treacherously slick. When Eagle Eye slipped moments ago, her heart nearly stopped. Startled, Soft's hand trembled, tightening the bandage around the soldier's wound. The young warrior let out a muffled groan of pain, but bore no resentment. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Soft hurriedly released her grip and swiftly finished dressing his injury, gently patting the soldier's shoulder to signal him to rest. Once he had moved away, she slumped onto the damp grass mat, gazing up at the ink-black precipice above, where nothing was visible. Chapter 153. The King of Hell. Are you polite? You must be safe. Soft sat cross-legged in prayer. At times, being a player felt quite powerless. While the old squad leader and others were still hopeful for the flanking troops to be in position, Soft was acutely aware that Brother Kwong and his team were far from achieving that on time. She knew this truth, yet could not voice it. At that moment, a small, warm piece of roasted compressed biscuit was offered to Soft. Startled, she looked up to find the old squad leader smiling gently. "Eat this." Under the dim light of the makeshift infirmary, his warm demeanor was reassuring. The biscuit, warmed by the fire, would provide some comfort. Soft hesitated to accept the small morsel and shifted the conversation, asking, "Squad leader, are you not worried?" "Worried about what?" The squad leader leaned closer, persistently offering the biscuit. "Worried about Brother Kwong and the others. The path up there must be treacherous." What if? There are no what ifs, the squad leader interjected, cutting her off. In that moment, Soft shed the authoritative demeanor of a medic and appeared more like a vulnerable young girl. In this quiet corner, where only the sound of the wind prevailed, a faint smile graced the squad leader's face. "My dear girl, remember this, those kids have strong lives." As he firmly placed the biscuit into her hand, he adjusted her slightly askew military cap. Yama, the King of Hell, may wish to claim them, but he must first consult the captain and the company commander regarding the blades they wield. At this juncture, the old squad leader paused, as if recollecting something, his tone softening with the weight of experience and certainty. After all, they were destined for victory. If victory was their fate, how could they possibly fail to return? "Fear not. Rest assured and wait." Softly clutching the warm biscuit, she pouted, unable to convey to the old squad leader the dire circumstances surrounding her companions. Nor could she divulge their situation. She understood that the old squad leader was attempting to console her, unaware that as a player, she was already privy to all that transpired upon the precipice. At 3:20 a.m., on the front lines of Lhotse Pass, the offensive of the 2nd Battalion continued, yet a palpable sense of exhaustion weighed heavily upon them. After over 6 hours of intense feigned assaults, even the most stalwart of men could not endure. Gun barrels heated and cooled repeatedly, and the ground was littered with empty shell casings that crunched underfoot. The battalion commander paced back and forth at the forefront, his military boots squelching in the mud, his mind troubled. He had lost count of how many times he had checked the time. It was 3:20. The battalion commander halted, brows furrowed. By all accounts, they should have arrived by now. Regardless of how treacherous the mountain path, they should have reached the summit by this hour. Why was there no sign of movement? Nearby, the 6th Company commander wore a grim expression, anxiously striking his tobacco pipe against a rock, sending sparks flying. Could something have gone awry on the road? He murmured, his voice low with concern. That was a sheer cliff. If the enemy were to discover them, even a single squad of defenders could spell disaster for their men. A heavy silence enveloped the group. Should the flanking unit fail, they would be left with no choice but to mount a direct assault. For there was no time left to attempt another flanking maneuver, having relentlessly attacked Lhotse Pass throughout the night. Even a commander as dim-witted as a pig would dispatch reinforcements to the area. Once the enemy reinforcements arrived, Lhotse Pass would become a bottomless pit, one that could not be filled even with the sacrifice of lives. At that point, the Red Legion would be compelled to retreat southward, crossing the grasslands. In the corner of a trench, Wang's squad was equally beleaguered, sprawled in the mud, desperately grasping for rest. It was a grueling ordeal, struggling to maintain composure. Dawn pressed bullets into the magazine while casting a glance at the barrage of information. It was clear that their comrade had survived and that the captain was still alive. The flanking unit was still laboring in the clouds above, yet they remained far from signaling their position. Wang's squad, much like Soft's, was aware of the situation but remained silent. Particularly, this information was dire for the Red Legion. Commander, the 6th Company commander rose, speaking in a low, serious tone. What if we charge a few more times? Let us buy the captain some time. Perhaps they are simply delayed. The 2nd Battalion commander abruptly lifted his head. His expression complex. Charge. To charge again would mean a full-scale assault. Their time was running out. Even if the flanking troops encounter unforeseen delays and cannot position themselves on time, they can only wait until 4 in the morning at the latest. After all, what if the enemy reinforcements arrive if they delay further? By 4 o'clock, they would have no choice but to join forces with the 3rd Battalion to launch a full-scale assault, a desperate charge. Amid this tense silence, Chao Qingyi, who had maintained a shooting stance, suddenly pulled the bolt and replaced the magazine. Click. The crisp sound of the chambering drew the attention of the 2nd Battalion commander and others. The 2nd Battalion commander, resting beside Chao Qingyi, suddenly stood up. He looked at the restless 2nd Battalion commander and the worried captain of the 6th Company, gently wiping the blood from his face. Although he could not say that Brother Kwong and the others were maneuvering around the enemy's rear and needed more time, he could suggest something else. Commander, do you not trust them? The 2nd Battalion commander was taken aback. What? Pointing towards the sky, which was in the direction of Brother Kwong and his team. Despite the mountains and clouds in between, Xiezong continued. The vanguard of the flanking troops is the Sharp Blade Company. They survived in the snowy mountains, in the grasslands, and even at the looting bridge. Do you think this mere cliff at Lotzi Pass can stop them? The Vanguard Corps is the most frequently deployed elite unit of the Red Army's 1st Corps, having participated in countless battles. The Sharp Blade Company, in particular, is the creme de la creme of the Vanguard Corps, with an impeccable track record in executing missions. Even the players from Blue Star, after traversing numerous scenarios, are well aware of the prowess of the Sharp Blade Company. Xiezong paused, casting a glance at the weary soldiers around him. A hint of pride mixed with a touch of melancholy curling the corners of his mouth. Keep your heart steady. As long as they are still alive. Even if they have to crawl, they will make their way to the enemy's heads and defecate in their pots. Our task is merely to play our part to the fullest. We must not allow our firecrackers to fall silent while they are celebrating with fireworks. That would be truly shameful. The 2nd Battalion commander gazed at Xiezong for a long moment before breaking into a grin. You are right. The Sharp Blade Company, especially those stubborn soldiers led by that mule-headed squad leader, are incredibly tenacious. Even the King of Hell couldn't drag them away. Relay my orders, bugler prepare. Let us put on another show. As soon as the enemy's mountaintop lights up, we charge. No one is allowed to bring shame to our Vanguard Corps. Understood. Chapter 154. A single slash through the path of life and death in the enemy's rear headquarters, the Triangular Valley area. It was nearly 4 in the morning, brightly lit, and the phone rang incessantly. The enemy brigade commander paced irritably in front of the operational map with his hands behind his back. Is the gunfire at Lotzi Pass still ongoing? It has been firing all night. Why hasn't it stopped yet? The brigade commander suddenly halted, seizing the telephone handle on the table, and bellowed at the operator. Connect me to the division headquarters. Quickly. Tell the division commander that the Red Army has gone mad. It's all main forces attacking, all main forces. Once connected, a cacophony of noise erupted from the other end, as if the division headquarters was also mobilizing troops. Before the brigade commander could voice his grievances, the exasperated shout of the enemy division commander echoed through the receiver. You useless Liang. Lotzi Pass is a natural fortress. It is a gateway that a single man can defend against 1,000. Though you possess only 3 battalions, in this terrain, they are as potent as 3 regiments. Why the trepidation? Commander, it is not that I am ineffective. The voice of the enemy brigade commander dwindled, for the firepower of the Red Legion was fearsome indeed. I dread the possibility of failing to hold my ground. There is no possibility. The enemy division commander's voice rose sharply, startling the brigade commander into distancing the receiver from his ear. Should we lose Lotzi Pass, our division shall be shamed. I demand the head of that Liang fat man. After a fleeting roar, the enemy division commander's tone softened, offering reassurance to the brigade commander. In truth, I dispatched the Special Operations Regiment earlier today. The enemy brigade commander's eyes brightened. The division commander was unexpectedly decisive. Today? The Special Operations Regiment? That is indeed your prized possession. Not solely the Special Operations Regiment. The enemy division commander continued to weave his ambitions. I have also instructed the Engineering Battalion to drag up 2 freshly delivered German heavy field guns. In this battle, I intend to bury the Red Legion beneath Lotzi Pass. Just hold on for another 3 hours. Once dawn breaks and the heavy artillery is in position, you need not lift a finger. I shall flatten those cliffs myself. Click. The phone call ended. The enemy brigade commander finally exhaled in relief. 3 hours. Merely hold on for 3 hours, and these beggars, no matter how resilient, shall be reduced to dust. Suddenly, the broadcast of the enemy brigade headquarters appeared on the Blue Star live stream, leaving the audience in bewilderment. What? A special operations regiment with heavy artillery? And German field guns at that? How on earth does one contend with this? 3 hours means that if Lotzi Pass is not captured by 7 o'clock in the morning, the moment the heavy artillery fires, the Vanguard Regiment will be doomed. The 2nd Battalion commander was right to be anxious. This truly is a race against death. Let alone 3 hours. I suspect the 2nd Battalion is already on the brink of collapse. Now it is the 3rd Battalion's turn to feign an assault. Meanwhile, at the precipice of Lhotse Pass, Brother Kwong and his comrades had successfully traversed the treacherous ridge, leading to a dense thicket of primeval underbrush. Still, no path lay ahead. Only countless entangled vines, thorny brambles, and the treacherous muck beneath their feet awaited them. Heavy breaths echoed through the forest. The commander of the vanguard regiment forged ahead, wielding a machete with fervent vigor. Each swing was imbued with the desperate energy of life and death, carving a narrow passage just wide enough for a single person to traverse. Behind him followed the 1st Battalion commander, the Sharp Blade Company commander, and the 2nd Company commander. These highest-ranking officers of the regiment had transformed into path-clearing laborers. They toiled in silence, resembling a relentless assembly of iron men. No words were exchanged. Only the dull thud of blades biting into wood and the weighty sound of footsteps filled the air. Brother Kwong trailed behind, observing the variously stout and lean silhouettes ahead, and could not help but recall the old squad leader. When the moment called for their utmost sacrifice, these officers were always at the forefront. If I falter, you take my place. Suddenly, the Sharp Blade Company commander turned back, whispering to Brother Kwong. His face bore the marks of blood, all from branches striking him. Brother Kwong paused, pondering whether the commander was nearing exhaustion or uttering his final words. Spare no more time. Let us hasten. Brother Kwong gritted his teeth, tightening his grip on the machete. I am the vanguard, and if death must come, let it be I who meets it first. If you falter, I shall take up the blade. The commander of the vanguard, relentless in his duty, wields his sword with unwavering fervor, tirelessly swinging it, again and again. He urges himself to hasten even more. Down the mountain, his comrades are nearing their breaking point. At 4 o'clock in the morning, on the front lines of Laziku. The night is at its densest, a time when human endurance wanes. Yet, within the 2nd Battalion's position, not a single soldier succumbs to drowsiness. With no signal, the battalion commander crouches behind a weathered stone, its edges smoothed by bullets, gazing intently at the shadowy peaks. It is truly time. They cannot afford to wait any longer. If they linger, dawn will break. Once the light appears, not only will the enemy reinforcements arrive, but the open ground just 30 or 40 meters behind the bridge will become a target for the enemy's machine guns, mercilessly mowing them down. No more waiting. The battalion commander's voice is low, tinged with reluctance. The flanking troops may have encountered trouble, or worse, may have been annihilated. We must strike before the dawn breaks and seize Laziku. The battalion commander suddenly turns, his gaze sweeping across the remaining soldiers in the trench. What was once a full trench is now more than half empty. Most of the remaining soldiers are wounded, some clutch empty rifles, while others possess but a single grenade. 6th Company commander. Here, the battalion commander commands. Organize a death squad. His throat tightens, his expression hardening with a brutal yet mournful resolve. This time, we shall not feign an attack. Everyone, make your way to the bottom of the bridge, use grenades and explosives, and find a way to cooperate with the 3rd Battalion to eliminate the enemy's stronghold at the bridgehead. The 6th Company commander stiffens, then salutes sharply. Understood. Who will go? He turns to face the brothers in the trench. Before the soldiers of the 6th Company can respond, several figures stand up resolutely. I will go. The unscathed Xiezong steps forward without hesitation. I will also go. Chao Qingyi silently slots his bayonet onto his rifle. Count me in. Damn it, this water looks frigid. I wonder if they will reimburse medical expenses. Xian Pai grumbles, finishing the last of his compressed biscuit. Li Ming and Ba Yuning remain silent, simply standing behind Xiezong. Wang's squad, step forward. The 6th Company commander is taken aback. These special soldiers are esteemed even by the battalion commander himself. However, this is not the time to deliberate over who is more precious. With the 6th Company in decent condition, few warriors remain capable of fording the turbulent Laziku River. As the other soldiers of the 6th Company step forward, the 6th Company commander bellows, everyone else, give them all the grenades. Machine guns, provide cover for us. Even if the barrels burst, do not cease fire. Prepare. The cold wind howls, mingling with the icy mist of the Laziku River. Suddenly, gunfire erupts from the 2nd and 3rd Battalions, abandoning pretense and committing fully to the assault. Charge. Chapter 155. At the summit, a feast awaits. Splash. Splash. The water is frigid upon entry. My teeth begin to chatter. As I flounder in the water, I nearly lose my footing, swept away by the swift current. The Lhotse River, though merely a few meters wide, boasts a terrifyingly swift current, with its bed covered in slick moss and jagged stones. Silence. Mister. Xie grasped the collar of the Pai with a firm hand, his teeth chattering. The soldiers from the 2nd and 3rd Battalions provided cover with gunfire. As long as the 6th Company assault team remained discreet, the enemy bunkers, obscured by the wooden bridge's blind spots, would not detect their presence. However, should they expose themselves now, not only would their attempts to eliminate the enemy bunkers be futile, but these few dozen men would also become living targets in the river, easily obliterated by enemy grenades. Damn it, I have never experienced such a frigid bath. Ba Yuning cursed internally, immersed in the biting icy waters. Her body barely above the surface with only her nose and eyes visible, struggling to move through the Lhotse River. At that moment, behind her, Chao Qingyi slipped, her body abruptly leaning backward. Fortunately, Li Ming reacted swiftly, catching Chao Qingyi's harness just in time. They exchanged a glance, both shaken by the near mishap. If this slip made a sound or thrust them out of the shadow of the bridge pier, they could all meet their end here. Steady, Mr. Xie signaled, his voice barely above a whisper. They advanced slowly, like blind fish swimming upstream, navigating the darkness and cold toward the bridge's edge, supported only by a few pillars. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments in the live stream grew increasingly frantic. They were almost beneath the bridge, but it was futile. Even if they reached the other side, merely peeking out would expose them to the bunker cluster ahead. A direct confrontation held no promise of success. So, was no one concerned about the flanking unit? What about Brother Kwong and the others? Why was there no sign of movement? On the front lines, at the 2nd Battalion's position. Estimating that the 6th Company assault team had likely reached the bridge's base on the opposite bank, the battalion commander glanced at the still signal-less night sky, hesitating. Commander. The 5th Company leader beside him spoke decisively. Issue the order, there's no time left. If we wait until dawn, we will truly have no opportunity. The battalion commander abruptly closed his eyes, his chest heaving violently. It seemed they would not be able to await the flanking unit's surprise attack. Nor did they have much time to speculate whether the flanking forces had encountered misfortune. Previously, they had used gunfire to cover the assault team's crossing. Now, they would need to charge forward to shield the assault team. Once the order was given, it would mean that all brothers in the 2nd Battalion, including the 3rd Battalion, would have to risk their lives to create an opportunity for the assault team to destroy the enemy fortifications. There was no retreat, but they had no alternative. For the larger force behind them, for the entire Red Legion not to suffocate in this gorge, someone must perish. Ready. The battalion commander suddenly opened his eyes. The corners cracked, blood streaming down his face, rendering him a ghastly visage. He slowly raised his carbine, preparing to signal a suicidal charge. All machine gunners ceased their sporadic fire and began to reload. The bugler, with cracked lips, raised the military horn, ready to sound the last breath in this world. Just as the battalion commander was about to pull the trigger and bellow the command to charge, "Commander, look, you see," the guard, who had been fixated on the sheer cliff, suddenly screamed with uncontainable joy, his voice cracking in a cacophony of exhilaration. The 2nd Battalion commander jerked his head up. And there, atop the seemingly insurmountable precipice, amidst the desolate blackness of the night, 2 blinding beams of light pierced the sky. First, a crimson flare, as vivid as blood, trailed a long, fiery tail that illuminated half the canyon. Following closely was a ghastly green signal, intertwining in the night sky to form a cross of life and death. It was the dual flares of the flanking unit. Their commander and the others had finally arrived just in the nick of time. They had made it. They had truly ascended. In that moment, tears streamed down the 2nd Battalion commander's face, mingling with the blood that marked him. He was unaware of the arduous route the flanking unit had to navigate, which had delayed their arrival, but he understood that the moment for the general assault had arrived. This time, they would not charge recklessly into the fray. Bang, bang, bang. The 2nd Battalion commander fired 3 shots into the sky, releasing the pent-up madness of the night with a ferocious roar. Quick, signal the commander in response. Then sound the horn. Let it blare as if the very heavens were listening. All troops, heed my command. Regardless of life or death, charge forward. Above the cliff, at the pinnacle of the clouds, Brother Kwong stood at the edge of the precipice, with a 100-meter abyss yawning beneath him, the cold wind slicing through the air. Yet, at that moment, he felt a surge of heat and blood coursing through his veins. The warriors of the vanguard unit, already in position, crouched at the cliff's edge, eyes fixed like wolves upon the enemy bunkers below. Illuminated by the flares, Brother Kwong finally discerned the formidable tortoise shells that had cost the vanguard so dearly. These were robust bunkers, constructed along the hillside, featuring thick stone and sandbag facades in front, with interlocking fields of fire on the sides. To attack from the front was to confront an impenetrable fortress. However, these tortoise shells, lacking a roof, had never anticipated a threat from above. In those half-exposed trenches and uncovered bunkers, enemy soldiers, startled and confused, looked up at the suddenly ascending flares, their faces etched with shock and bewilderment. Where did this come from? The sky? How could there be someone above? Brother Kwong and his comrades erupted in laughter, appearing like a band of malevolent spirits under the glow of the flares. "Brothers," he declared, pulling 2 warm grenades from his belt and clenching the safety pins between his teeth. This was the lesson imparted by the old rogue, Luo. In this world, arrogance comes at a price. Let us treat them to a hearty meal, a feast to fill their bellies. No sooner had he spoken than Brother Kwong sharply tossed his head, pulling the pins free, and the grenades plummeted directly toward the exposed enemy bunkers below. Simultaneously, every soldier of the vanguard unit released their grenades, a deluge of over 100 grenades raining down into those uncovered bowls of death. Boom, 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 boom. In that instant, the darkness of La Zico was obliterated, as the cacophony of explosions melded into a singular, thunderous roar. The enemy's stronghold suddenly transformed into barrels of explosives, flames leaping skyward, accompanied by countless fragments of rubble and weapon components, alongside the terror-stricken screams of the adversaries. Ah, bombs are falling from the sky. Run. Chapter 156. The Phobia of Insufficient Firepower. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions continued unabated. Grenades rolled in the enemy trenches, detonating in the hidden corners of their bunkers. The once impregnable net of gunfire was rendered silent by this rain of destruction. Charge! After enduring for so long, the Lazi River erupted in a cascade of water as the soldiers of the 6th Assault Team surged forth from the shadows beneath the bridge. Onshore, seize the bridgehead. The captain of the 6th scrambled up the moss-covered, muddy riverbank, roaring with fervor. Behind him, Wong's squad and dozens of equally frostbitten members of the 6th Death Squad emerged like specters from the depths, brimming with ferocity. At this moment, the enemy's position was in disarray from the relentless bombardment. Hold your ground. Hold your ground. A fortunate enemy platoon leader, who had narrowly escaped death, clutched his bleeding head, attempting to regroup the machine gunners. There are people below. Someone is coming up from the river. But as he peered over the sandbags, he was met with a blade thrust into his chest. Though his hands were numb from the cold, Don maintained an unwavering grip on his weapon. The bayonet was twisted and pulled free, and he kicked the corpse aside, swiftly cycling the bolt of his rifle. Click! A bullet was chambered, and the barrel was aimed at a dazed enemy machine gunner. Bang! The gunner, who was preparing to turn his weapon, collapsed in response. This is a greeting from your sixth grandfathers. As the chaos unfolded, Xian Pai emerged from behind Don, brandishing a submachine gun and unleashing a hail of bullets upon the remaining enemy combatants attempting to resist. Surprised? Shocked? Just a moment ago, you were mocking us for begging, telling us to eat grass. Just moments ago, our grandfathers were beneath the water, delivering greetings to your ancestors. Amidst his roaring, Xian Pai sprinted through the muddy waters. Even when he slipped and fell, he rolled on the ground, tossing a grenade into the enemy's cover. Boom. The last flicker of resistance was extinguished, and the remaining enemy troops fled towards the rear, crying out in desperation. Soon, the frontline forces and the flanking troops converged. Gasping for breath, Kwanga leaned on his knees, panting heavily. He was covered in mud and leaves, his clothes tattered by thorns, with several bleeding gashes on his face, resembling a wild man emerging from the earth. Yet, he smiled radiantly. Opposite him, Xian Pai was wringing the water from his clothes, shivering. The two figures stood in contrast, one a wild man, the other a water ghost. Their eyes met. Oh, you're still alive? Kwanga teased. Barely. Once the adrenaline faded, Xian Pai chuckled, his eyes still alight with excitement. The water is freezing, while your side is warm. Warm my foot. Hawkeye approached from behind Crazy Brother, his hands marked with the blisters left from their arduous climb, fanning himself as if he were a monkey. Although they exchanged mutual disdain, the two groups still bumped fists vigorously. Stop dawdling. The 2nd Battalion commander, passing by Crazy Brother and his crew, had blood dripping from his large blade. He cast a glance at the injured group, his eyes momentarily reddening, yet his voice remained robust. The commander has given the order. Continue the pursuit. Ahead lies the enemy's ammunition depot. We must not allow these scoundrels to set it ablaze. Upon hearing the words ammunition depot, Crazy Brother and his companions, previously listless, suddenly brightened with excitement. Good heavens. Equipment. Hurry, hurry. No one stop me. I want explosives. I want grenades. 1 kilometer away, the enemy's ammunition depot awaited. The vanguard had overestimated the enemy's speed in their retreat. The remaining enemy troops fled in disarray, entirely preoccupied with their own survival, to consider setting fire to the depot. After all, their commanders had been eliminated in a hail of gunfire, leaving only a handful of inexperienced soldiers. At that moment, crates of ammunition and bundles of grenades lay strewn along the roadside. WVE struck gold. WVE struck gold. Crazy Brother dove headfirst into a box filled with wooden-handled grenades. He disregarded whether he could carry them all, stuffing grenades into his coat, tucking them onto his belt, and even cramming 2 into his gaiters. Meanwhile, Hawkeye remained remarkably composed. He discovered a box of 7.92mm rifle ammunition, eagerly grabbing a handful of golden bullets and methodically loading them into the magazine. Filled to capacity, he withdrew the bolt, reloaded, and the satisfying click echoed joyfully. At that moment, the enemy's ammunition depot had transformed into a treasure trove for Crazy Brother and his companions. Crazy Brother, emboldened, tightened the legs of his military trousers with 2 captured straps and stuffed bullets into his pant legs like a glutton. As he walked, the bullets in his trousers clashed with the grenades at his waist, resembling a whimsical, animated tin penguin. Crazy Brother, do you even care about your knees? Hawkeye, having just filled a magazine and turning to witness this spectacle, felt a twinge of embarrassment. What is the point? Crazy Brother replied, bending down to pick up 2 more grenades, his face alight with a raucous, exuberant grin. Having been impoverished for so long, he was now reveling in abundance. He patted his bulging belly, filled with 2 boxes of shotgun shells. In the past, we counted every bullet, desperate to stretch them. Now? Crazy Brother waved grandly at the scattered supplies. Anyone who dares mention conserving ammunition, I'll smash them with a grenade. Not far off. The performance of Pai was even more exaggerated than Crazy Brother's. This fellow had a cigarette, pilfered from an enemy officer, dangling from his mouth. Yet he refrained from lighting it, savoring the thrill of it. Clutched tightly in his arms was a wooden box marked with foreign text. King goods. All king goods. Pai mumbled excitedly. No one dare snatch this from me. This entire box belongs to me. Even the typically composed Don and Chao Qingyi were now adorned with ammunition belts, eliciting both amusement and a pang of envy from the onlookers. How long must one endure poverty to find bullets more familiar than one's own mother? In the midst of chaos, where Pai seems to fill the eyes of the hungry, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from behind the frenzied crowd. Brother Kwong, Eagle Eye, called Ruo. Soon, the familiar figure of the old squad leader hurried into view. Squad leader. Brother Kwong attempted to rush forward to greet him, but as he lifted his leg, the weight of the bullets in his pants caused him to stumble, nearly bowing deeply before the squad leader. Ruo, initially filled with worry as she rushed over to check for injuries, felt a surge of frustration upon seeing Brother Kwong, a veritable moving arsenal. Have you lost your mind? Ruo exclaimed, dashing forward to unfasten the grenade strapped to Brother Kwong's waist, echoing the earlier words of Eagle Eye. Carrying such a burden, are you disregarding your knees? And those bullets jammed in your pants, aren't they chafing? Hurry, lighten your load. Chapter 157. Dust rising. No. These are vital. Brother Kwong evaded her grasp, clutching the grenades protectively, resembling a chubby squirrel guarding its hoard. Ruo, let him carry them, the squad leader interjected, gently restraining Ruo's wrist. His gaze fixed on the grenades adorning Brother Kwong's waist. He then extended his left hand to touch the cold wooden grips, nodding in understanding. Though it may be heavy, having these iron lumps close to the heart brings a sense of security. The squad leader lifted his head, surveying the other young soldiers similarly adorned with supplies, their faces glowing with joy as if celebrating a festival. Our team has suffered in the past due to the lack of such provisions, he sighed, his gaze piercing through the ammunition cache, envisioning the Xiangjiang River. Had we possessed such abundance earlier? The squad leader's voice trailed off as he firmly patted Brother Kwang's shoulder. Not a single one can be lost. If you can't carry them all, I will help you with a couple. In that moment, the live stream's comments fell into a brief, stunned silence. We are vulnerable, my friends. The squad leader's gaze pierces through me. Is this what they call the fear of inadequate firepower? Not only must we not lose any, but we must also be fully stocked. Rest assured, squad leader, Brother Kwang will ensure we are well equipped for this battle. Brother Kwang hesitated, as if he perceived the rivers of blood behind the squad leader's earlier glance. Clearly, it was yet another untold chapter of the Red Legion's past. But now was not the time for questions. He merely glanced at the envious young soldiers who had followed the squad leader, hesitant to take action. Without further ado, Brother Kwang retrieved several cans of food from the timid Pai that had not resisted. What are you staring at? Take these, he insisted, shoving the cans into the arms of a few young soldiers. Everyone eat up. Only when full can we muster the strength to confront these scoundrels. The young soldiers fumbled with the heavy tin cans, unsure of how to respond as they looked towards the squad leader. He smiled and nodded. Eat. We fought hard for this. Shall we leave it for the enemy to feast on? Just as this fleeting moment of warmth enveloped them, a thunderous shout erupted. 1st and 2nd Battalions. What on earth are you dawdling for? The leader of the vanguard regiment strode purposefully forward, wielding a bloodied saber. His military cap was lost somewhere, and his hair stood on end, singed by the acrid smoke of battle. The enemy had fled like frightened rabbits. Are you all contemplating making a nest amidst this heap of scrap metal? Though he derided the remnants of war, his eyes gleamed momentarily at the sight of the crates of ammunition, his pace slowing just a fraction. Yet he quickly averted his gaze, restoring his fierce demeanor. Listen closely. No pausing. No sleeping. Seize this momentum and relentlessly pursue the enemy. In this battle, we shall drive these scoundrels from the mountains and back to their homes to drink milk. Yes. The response was a thunderous roar, resonating with a vitality unmatched. This time, the shout was more robust than ever, fueled by the knowledge that they had provisions and ammunition, their resolve unyielding. As dawn broke, a cumbersome yet swift-moving column pressed on through the narrow gorge. They clung tenaciously to the retreating enemy, despite their bodies being pushed beyond their physical limits. Not a single soul uttering a complaint, just like the fervent spirit of Kwang, who felt both pain and exhilaration. Each step brought the bullets in his pant legs into painful contact with his skin, yet he remained at the forefront. It was a curious state of being, utterly exhausted yet invigorated, as if aflame with fervor. Soon, ahead lies the triangular valley. Eagle Eye, clutching a light machine gun, panted heavily. The terrain was open, and if I were the commander, I would choose that spot for an ambush or to lay down suppressive fire, just as Eagle Eye anticipated. As the vanguard regiment reached the triangular expanse, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted ahead. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Sparks flew from the rocks by the roadside. The soldiers of the Spearhead Company dropped swiftly to the ground. I knew these rascals wouldn't go down easily. Kwang spat out the dirt from his mouth, surmising that this enemy must be the brigade headquarters. Their firepower was methodically arranged, clearly prepared for this encounter, and fortified by pre-established defensive works. They effectively halted the vanguard's advance. Meanwhile, at the rear of the triangular valley, the enemy brigade commander, drenched in sweat, frantically rallied his troops. Hold the line. All of you hold firm. Don't tell me about heavy casualties. I have my own neck on the line. The commander had previously communicated that if we could hold until dawn, reinforcements from the Special Operations Regiment and German heavy artillery would arrive. At that moment, a single shell could turn not just men, but even deities into mere pulp. Anyone who dares to retreat a single step now will face the wrath of my entire family. Simultaneously, at the vanguard regiment's position, the commander crouched behind an earthen embankment. Peering through binoculars at the opposing position, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Something feels amiss. He lowered the binoculars, his tone grave. Just moments ago, the enemy was fleeing for their lives. How could they suddenly fortify their position in this triangular valley? This desperate gambit does not seem like a flight for survival, but rather a tactic to buy time. Commander, could it be that they are awaiting some significant maneuver? Beside him, the raucous fellow spat out the grass he had been chewing. Although the bullets nestled uncomfortably in his pant legs, the machine gun in his hands longed for action. Shall we charge forward? He suggested eagerly. Not so fast, the captain interjected, raising a hand to signal restraint as he surveyed the scene. The first rays of sunlight had pierced through the clouds, illuminating the battlefield thick with an atmosphere of tension. They're coming. They're coming. The enemy brigade commander erupted in a frenzy of elation, his eyes fixed on the dust rising in the distance along the mountain path. Quick, straighten up the troops. The commander hurriedly fastened the uniform buttons strained by his girth. Get your act together. We cannot afford to be a laughingstock to the Special Operations Regiment. As the enemy commander advanced to meet the approaching force, his smile gradually froze. As the dust settled, only a few exhausted transport soldiers appeared, leading a handful of emaciated mules, gasping for breath as they halted before him. The mules, clearly unable to carry heavy artillery, were only a few woefully inadequate wooden crates. Where are the men? The enemy commander, unwilling to accept this reality, peered past the transport soldiers. Where is the Special Operations Regiment? Where are my heavy guns? Chapter 158. We are prepared to fight to the death. The lead transport soldier wiped sweat from his brow, looking bewildered. Sir, what special operations regiment? It's just us. Nonsense. The enemy commander roared, seizing the soldier by the collar in fury. The division commander told me directly over the phone. Special operations regiment. Heavy artillery. All on the way. The transport soldier, his eyes rolling back, stammered, Sir, I don't know. The division headquarters just told us to deliver this. As he spoke, the soldiers unloaded 3 wooden crates. As the dull thud of the crates hitting the ground echoed, a sense of foreboding washed over the enemy commander. Could this be the so-called support? Kicking open one crate, he found it packed meticulously with mortar shells. He opened the other 2 crates, revealing more shells, mortar shells, brimming to the top. There was no joy in this discovery, only a sense of incredulity. What is this? The enemy commander felt his blood vessels straining with rage. The division commander said he was worried you might run low on ammunition, so he had us bring 3 crates of shells, the transport soldier offered nervously, attempting to placate him. Please use them sparingly. Run low on ammunition? Use it sparingly? Damn it. The enemy commander fumed, his face reddening. I wanted artillery. What use are shells without the guns to fire them? The transport soldier shrank back, muttering under his breath in confusion, but the division commander said you had artillery already. You didn't need support from us. The enemy commander looked at the seemingly ignorant transport soldier, a bitter taste rising in his throat. How could they not know about the heavy artillery of the Special Operations Regiment? The talk of holding out for reinforcements was nothing but a deceitful promise. Not only was there no German heavy artillery, but the Special Operations Regiment wouldn't even spare a single company for support. Truly a farce. Taking several deep breaths of the morning air that should have felt refreshing, he forced himself to calm down, realizing that the division commander was clearly fearful. The only force currently stationed was this Special Operations Regiment, while other warlords lurked nearby, ready to pounce. Although ostensibly united in purpose, the reality is a facade that conceals deeper discord. The true injury lies within the heart of Lyon. The grand vision painted by the commander is so vast that it is utterly insurmountable for the enemy division commander. As he gazes upon the 3 crates of mortar shells, his ire simmers. German heavy artillery? What a farce. The division commander surveys his beleaguered subordinates, valiantly holding the line, and then casts a disdainful glance at the crates of heavy artillery shells, laughter tinged with fury escaping his lips. What a commendable commander, what a pillar of our nation. The resolve of the enemy division commander crumbles under the weight of despair. Commander, shall we hold our position? Inquires the trembling adjutant. Endure? What nonsense. The division commander erupts, violently overturning a wooden crate, spilling mortar shells across the ground. If I am to perish, why should I defend this land? Retreat. Everyone retreat. He bellows, his voice a frantic roar, yet beneath the surface lies a cunning glimmer of madness. He points at the scattered ammunition and German heavy artillery, his face contorted in rage. Do not leave any for the Red Legion. Fire the shells, grenades, and bullets. Unleash a cacophony of firepower for these few minutes. Make it resound as if we are counterattacking. Then, amidst the smoke, everyone must flee. Boom, boom, boom. At the forefront, the vanguard's position. What once was a rhythmic exchange of gunfire abruptly devolves into chaos, forcing the advancing soldiers to retreat. The enemy's mortar barrage, relentless and heedless of cost, is characterized by its poor accuracy due to the frantic loading speed. Yet, in this valley terrain, the continuous reverberation of explosions is utterly terrifying. Simultaneously, both light and heavy machine guns open fire, showering the vanguard soldiers with a torrent of bullets that render them unable to lift their heads. By the heavens! Crazy Brother is momentarily stunned by the nearby explosion of a mortar shell, his ears ringing. He instinctively shields Softy, pulling her beneath him, while shouting at the top of his lungs, have they lost their minds? Are they mounting a counteroffensive? Hawkeye furrows his brow, observing the thick smoke billowing from the enemy's position. The intensity of fire has increased, at least threefold. Have their reinforcements truly arrived? The audience in the live stream is in an uproar. This intensity of fire coverage, has the design of this segment by the old thief Luo plunged them into an inferno? Just as they were given a taste of success, the difficulty has surged to hellish levels? If heavy weaponry is indeed supporting them, the vanguard would be mere targets in such open terrain. Brothers, we are in peril. The atmosphere on the battlefield tightens to a breaking point. Prepare for battle. The commander of the vanguard brandishes his sword fiercely. Bugler, prepare the charge. If they dare to descend upon us, we shall meet them with bayonets. Every soldier grips their weapon tightly. Crazy Brother, even releasing the safety, gritting his teeth. Come on. I just had a hearty meal, and you are perfect for my appetite. Yet, 1 minute passes. 2 minutes. 5 minutes. The once ferocious gunfire fades abruptly, akin to a hidden chicken in the background suddenly silenced. Smoke still lingers. Yet the enemy's position lies eerily quiet. There was no sound of slaughter, no footsteps of assault, and even the shouts of enemy officers had vanished. As the wind swept through, only the lingering dust swirled in the valley below. The man, calm, stood in a daze, clutching his rifle, perplexed. What was happening? Had the bullets jammed? Or was the whole battalion afflicted with sudden illness? The commander slowly straightened his posture, listening intently for a moment before suddenly letting out a cold laugh. Bugler, sound the horn. Let us test the waters. The resounding call of the charge echoed through the valley. Had this been earlier, the enemy would have unleashed a hail of gunfire at the sound of the charge. Yet, this time, there was no response from the opposite side, as if they had perished entirely. Advance. The captain of the 1st Battalion led his men tentatively forward. The enemy trenches were now eerily deserted. The ground was littered with empty shell casings, discarded tin cans, and a haphazard array of abandoned bedding. In the rear of the position, the captain spotted 3 shattered wooden crates and some empty shells that had not yet been removed. Kong rushed over, kicking the broken crate and glancing at the seal on it, only to burst into laughter. So, it turns out that was a farewell ceremony? That old rascal Luo, through his broadcast, had misled the barrage and us, making us believe the enemy had strong reinforcements. And what do we find instead? The Blue Star barrage had only now caught sight of the replay of the enemy brigade commander and the innocent transport troops, and it was simply hilarious. What? Was this really the support from the Espionage Corps and the German heavy artillery? Not a single promise had been fulfilled. The situation at the front was dire, while the rear was tightly constrained. The enemy division commander was truly formidable, sending 3 crates of shells, causing their own brigade commander to lose his composure. Haha, this is too funny. One might as well label these as shells. Why can't mortars be classified as heavy artillery? We were prepared to fight to the death, and yet. Your Majesty, why have you chosen to surrender first? I had thought we were facing a hellish challenge, only to find it was a mere triviality. The enemy brigade commander lamented, the longest road I have ever walked in my life is the routine of the division commander. Chapter 159. Tears at the corners of the mouth. Apologies. The advancing soldiers of the vanguard also peeked their heads in, exchanging glances, their understanding deepening. After all, having witnessed various unreliable behaviors of the enemy throughout their long march, it was only the inexperienced Kong and his men who found it hard to believe. Especially after learning through the barrage about the enemy division and brigade commander's affairs, they were left speechless, realizing they had been outwitted by thin air. The vanguard commander, who had rushed up, was taken aback as well, but it was not unexpected. He pointed his saber toward the wooden crates containing the German heavy artillery. Comrades, do you see clearly? This is the enemy's trump card. This is their support. These bastards had run out of options. They were now akin to a pack of mangy dogs with their spines broken. The commander's voice was fervent, the saber pointing toward the direction of the enemy brigade's retreat. Take advantage of their weakness. Strike while the iron is hot. All units, heed my command. Discard all unnecessary burdens and continue the pursuit. And so they chased, relentlessly, for an entire day, from dawn until dusk. I find myself utterly exhausted, as I run while rolling my eyes in disbelief. This is all too real. Shut up. Run. Xia, panting heavily, interrupts me. If you dare to fall behind, be prepared to be deemed a deserter by the system, leading to failure in the game. The players had not anticipated this. After finally conquering the Lhotse Pass, they now had to traverse 90 li in continual pursuit. This distance had already disheartened numerous squads. They had captured the Lhotse Pass, yet faltered just before the final finish line. After battling through the night, they were now expected to run a full marathon. How could the average player possibly endure such a challenge? The sheer cliffs and fortifications of Lhotse Pass had not deterred many, but this seemingly moderate 90 li left those unaccustomed to rapid marches in a state of mental turmoil. Only those who had truly completed the arduous 240 li, like Brother Kwong and his team, felt relatively at ease at this moment. Even the Koi squad and the veteran team, who had persevered to the end but failed to reach the looting bridge, found their progress comparable to that of Brother Kwong. In contrast to the desperate sprint to seize the looting bridge, this 90 li journey appeared somewhat more manageable, as the sun's last rays bathed the vast grassland. Brother Kwong and his team finally caught up to the enemy brigade, which was fleeing faster than a rabbit. Or rather, they arrived at the enemy's supply base on the grassland. Wisps of smoke rose gently, and rows of tiled houses and warehouses glimmered enticingly in the fading light. The enemy brigade commander sat slumped on the ground with a group of weary soldiers. Commander, we've run so far. Surely those wretched fellows can't catch up, right? The adjutant said, glancing back anxiously. The commander, gazing at the long mountain path behind them, nodded with a sense of lingering dread. After the battle at Lhotse Pass, they were at their wits' end. Having fought through the night, they surely needed to regroup and rest. Even if they pressed on, they were in vehicles while the enemy had to rely on their legs. Even the toughest of them must be worn out by now. Once assured of their safety, an overwhelming hunger surged within them, a sensation akin to having survived a catastrophe. The commander's stomach rumbled audibly, and he swiftly adopted a fierce expression. Send the word. Light the fire. Cook the meat. Slaughter all the pigs and sheep in the storeroom. Use the finest white flour. Today, we shall feast to soothe our frayed nerves. With the command issued, the enemy brigade's supply base sprang to life. The sounds of pigs squealing, vegetables being chopped, and the wind blowing through the bellows intermingled. Before long, the rich aroma of meat and the sweet scent of freshly steamed buns wafted through the air toward the distant hills. Amidst it all, the soldiers of the vanguard regiment lay hidden in the grass, ravenously eyeing the large iron pots at the enemy's supply base. Exhausted and unwilling to move, I suddenly felt a surge of energy, tears of determination streaming down my face. The meat is succulent, thick slices, I murmured, my gaze dreamy as if I were witnessing my first love. And the freshly steamed white buns, what a luxurious term. In all the countless instances, we had never encountered the fragrance of white buns before. Even the usually composed eagle, I felt his throat constricting with anticipation at the scent. I apologize for the green vegetable porridge, as well as the barley porridge. We have a new target. The commander of the vanguard squad leaned forward, licking his cracked and parched lips. He slowly turned his head and glanced at the group of soldiers behind him, their eyes glistening with hunger, and pointed towards the steaming iron pot in the distance, confidently stating, comrades, that is our dinner. The meal ahead has been prepared for us. Sometimes, rallying the entire army is as simple and unadorned as this. The mere mention of food instantly ignited the enthusiasm of all the soldiers in the regiment. It was not solely for the act of fighting, but also for the sake of a hearty meal. Indeed, that meal was meant for them. It was theirs. In that moment, all fatigue and pain were cast aside, forgotten in the clouds above. Brother Kwong suddenly pulled the gun bolt and leapt from the grass, unleashing a thunderous roar. Brothers, dinner is served. Charge! Meanwhile, the enemy soldiers, gathered around the cooking pot, eagerly fantasizing about how many pieces of meat they might receive, had even set their guns aside for the sake of convenience. Suddenly, a chilling battle cry erupted from the hillside. The enemy soldiers looked up in confusion, only to behold a ragtag band of muddy, tattered figures, some even barefoot, descending upon them like a dark cloud. Leading the charge, Brother Kwong ran wildly, brandishing his colorful machine gun, shouting, "Countrymen, don't run. We are here to cough cough. Ask for food." The audience in the Blue Star live stream burst into laughter. "What do you mean asking for food? Brother Kwong, are you trying to kill me with laughter so that I can pass on my credit line to you? Is this the legendary art of physical begging?" The enemy retorted. "Are you truly begging? You are risking your lives." Brother Kwong was retaliating. Wasn't there an enemy soldier who once taunted that the Red Legion was a bunch of beggars, suggesting they go home and ask for food? Now, the tables have turned. Chapter 160. Chased 90 Li just for a meal? On the battlefield, the situation was overwhelmingly one-sided. The enemy troops, already terrified and on edge, thought they had reached safety after fleeing for 90 Li, their psychological defenses utterly shattered. Now, witnessing this group of seemingly invincible soldiers appearing out of nowhere, they were paralyzed with fear. Ghosts. They are ghosts. Run. The Red Legion is upon us. At this moment, only a single battalion remained of the enemy's forces, and even with their backs against the wall, they could not hope to challenge the vanguard squad. Could a battalion truly charge at a regiment? They were not the Red Legion, unafraid of anything. What was the military pay worth? Was it worth such desperation? Many didn't even have time to grab their weapons, fleeing in all directions, clutching their heads. "Don't run. Stand still." Xianbing brandished his bayonet, relentlessly pursuing an enemy officer clutching a chicken leg. "Drop the chicken leg. I will treat you as a prisoner of war. Otherwise, I will stab you." The enemy officer, terrified, screamed and tossed the chicken leg aside, running faster than a rabbit trying to escape a piercing. "Oh no, my chicken leg." The Pai lunged forth to seize a chicken leg, disregarding any dirt as it casually wiped its sleeve and took a hearty bite. "Delicious. Truly delectable." The Pai, with tears of joy welling up, shouted Dawn. "Old Chow, hurry and grab some. If you delay, there won't even be soup left." Brother Mad, with a swift kick, sent an enemy machine gunner sprawling, knocking him unconscious with the butt of his gun before dashing towards the iron pot simmering with succulent pork. "Don't move. This pot belongs to the Sharp Knife Brigade." Brother Mad fiercely guarded the pot, turning to call out, "Squad leader, Softy, come over quickly. The meat is just right. Tender and juicy." Within half an hour, this supply base, brimming with resources, had completely changed hands. The enemy brigade commander, along with a few confidants, fled disheveled into the dense forest of the rear mountain, losing one of his shoes in the process. He glanced back at the camp, where smoke curled into the air, listening to the cheers and sounds of chewing, filled with existential doubt. Were they truly made of iron? They pursued for 90 miles just for a meal? In the logistics courtyard of the enemy brigade, the large iron pot, fiercely guarded by Brother Mad, boiled with tantalizing layers of pork belly, the aroma enticing all to hunger. A crisp sound of bamboo chopsticks striking suddenly echoed. "Brother Mad, you're really going to hit me." The Pai swiftly retracted its hand, covering the back of it, casting a resentful glance at the man before the stove, who stood like a deity. Brother Mad, with his chest puffed out, glared at the Pai ferociously. "What do you mean? Who else should I hit? The old squad leader hasn't even touched his chopsticks yet. What's your rush?" Feeling wronged by Brother Mad's fierce words, the Pai couldn't help but steal glances at the pot, attempting to justify itself. "I just wanted to taste the seasoning." "Taste seasoning my foot." Brother Mad remained unmoved, even positioning himself to guard the pot more securely. "I already tasted it when I added water. If it was too bland, I added salt, and if it was too salty, I added water. Do we need your mouth for that? Off you go. Help Dawn distribute buns." Feeling even more aggrieved after Brother Mad's reprimand, the Pai lamented internally. If it weren't for the old squad leader, it would certainly challenge Brother Mad. It hadn't yet avenged the previous incident with the preserved meat hot pot, and now it couldn't even have a bite of pork belly. As for the canned beef, it had long been forgotten. Regardless, the grievance over the pork belly was firmly etched in the Pai's mind. Reluctantly glancing back 3 times, it moved away, wondering when it would ever have the chance to savor the stewed meat. The audience in the live stream watched this scene, amused yet tinged with a hint of sadness. "Ha ha. Brother Mad's food guarding manner is just like the big wolf dog my grandmother raised." The Pai lamented. "I have bled for the squad. I have been injured for the squad. I deserve to eat meat." "Stop laughing, brothers. Brother Mad is just worried about the old squad leader. Didn't you see how exhausted he looked?" In a corner of the courtyard, the old squad leader leaned against a discarded grinding stone. His face was pale, lips cracked and dry. His injured right arm had just been re-bandaged and secured with a wooden board, hanging heavily against his chest. He was utterly fatigued. From the snow-capped mountains to the grassy plains, and now to this rugged terrain, the steadfast anchor of the team seemed to finally exhale in relief at this moment. The old squad leader squinted slightly, his left hand gently stroking the coarse stone mill, as if listening to the distant laughter of the soldiers. Suddenly, an irresistible aroma of meat wafted closer. The old squad leader opened his somewhat blurred eyes and beheld Kwang Gu approaching swiftly, holding a large bowl. At the bottom of the bowl lay 4 plump, white steamed buns, each saturated with meat juices, rendering them an enticing shade of crimson. On top of the buns rested a thick layer of fatty pork, cut into generous pieces, quivering with a delightful balance of fat and lean. The gleaming sheen of the oil, illuminated by the firelight, was enough to whet one's appetite. Squad leader, the food has arrived, Kwang Gu said as he crouched down, presenting the bowl before the old squad leader with an air of pride. I specifically selected the fattiest cuts from this pot, discarding the lean ones for 6th company. The old squad leader gazed at the heaping bowl of meat, instinctively swallowing, but soon his brow furrowed in concern. He instinctively raised his left hand, attempting to decline. Just give me a bun. There's so much meat. It should go to the wounded and the little ones, who are still growing. You are one of the wounded. Kwang Gu interjected, not allowing the old squad leader to finish. He seized the old squad leader's left hand, firmly placing a pair of chopsticks into it, then set the bowl steadily on the millstone. Furthermore, this is the wounded's kitchen, Kwang Gu asserted, his eyes wide with feigned authority. Don't worry about the little ones. Xia and the others already took a bucket over. This bowl is reserved just for you. The old squad leader attempted to protest once more, but Kwang Gu suddenly lowered his voice, leaning in with a mischievous grin. Squad leader, if you don't eat, I might just call Ruan over. She's over there bandaging the company commander. If she finds out you're not following medical advice and neglecting your meals hearing the names of Ruan and the company commander. The old squad leader shot a glare at Kwang Gu. This rascal not only feigned authority, but dared to leverage the company commander's name. Meanwhile, Ruan, busy in the distance, seemed to sense their gaze. Straightening up after finishing a bandage, she waved her fist towards the old squad leader in a mock-fierce manner. Very fierce, added Eagle Eye, timely supporting her remark. Squad leader, just eat. If you don't pick up your chopsticks, the brothers over there are all watching. No one dares to eat. The old squad leader paused, lifting his gaze over Kwang Gu's shoulder. Not far from the campfire, soldiers from the elite squad and even some new recruits held empty bowls, eagerly watching this way, resembling a pack of pups waiting for their alpha to feast. The old squad leader's eyes suddenly felt misty, and he lowered his head with a smile. All right, let us eat. Trembling, he raised the chopsticks, masking his emotions. Carefully, he picked up the largest piece of fatty pork and reverently brought it to his mouth, savoring each bite. The meat was stewed to perfection, its fat bursting in the mouth, far more exhilarating than the previous preserved meat hot pot. In a moment of reverie, the old squad leader envisioned the meat sauce noodles from the snowy mountains and the braised pork from the grassy plains. Although he was merely consuming pork belly, it felt as though dreams long thought lost had suddenly come to fruition. Those dreams born from hardship and despair had, unbeknownst to him, remained in the past and transformed into reality. The old squad leader tightly closed his eyes, and suddenly, tears began to flow unbidden from the corners of his eyes. The tears trickled down his cheeks, falling into the bowl, landing on the gleaming piece of pork belly. In that instant, the barrage of comments in the live stream went wild, countless viewers from Blue Star breaking down in tears before their screens. Wow, I'm hungry. Yet I'm also crying. Is it just a piece of meat? Is it really worth crying over? You in the front row do not understand. You can't possibly comprehend. This is far more than mere meat. Is the old squad leader weeping merely because it's delicious? Perhaps he is reminiscing about those who could not make it here. I think of old Li, little Wu, little Chun, and those brave souls who fell on the snowy mountains and grassy fields. If they could have persevered to this point, they too would savor this warm bite. This bowl of worldly warmth is too weighty. The old squad leader swallowed the first mouthful of meat, as if he were consuming the snow-capped mountains and grassy plains that had weighed on his chest. He then opened his eyes, nodding vigorously to the eager soldiers watching him from afar, and raised his chopsticks. Eat. With that single word, the soldiers erupted in jubilation. Let us eat. Grab the meat. The warriors cheered as they rushed towards the large iron pot. There was no pretense, no concern for appearances. They simply tore into their buns, burying their faces in their bowls to drink the broth, enduring the heat without flinching. Eating, that was the way to embrace the moment. With gusto, they devoured their food, relishing the experience as the best way to honor that time. Crazy Brother sat down on the grass beside the grinding stone, pulling out 2 buns he had hidden away, clutching a large bone of uncertain origin, gnawing at it without a hint of decorum. Eagle Eye sat opposite Crazy Brother, more refined in his demeanor, yet equally swift in his actions. Softy had finally finished her tasks and approached with a small bowl, sitting next to the old squad leader, taking delicate bites as the 4 of them gathered around the grinding stone. Above them, the starry sky gradually brightened. The distant sounds of comrades' laughter and joy filled the air, while the crackling campfire burned brightly beside them. No one spoke. The only sounds were the rhythmic swallowing and the slurping of meat juices. Crazy Brother finished gnawing on a piece of bone, licking his fingers clean of grease, and looked at the small warriors devouring their meals around him. Just a moment ago, they had been fierce combatants at the Lhotse Pass. Now, they were merely children, grinning foolishly over their meat. Crazy Brother let out a hearty burp, leaning back to lie on the earthy-smelling grass. The warmth spreading from his stomach allowed the tension in his body to completely dissolve. It was as if a wandering soul, adrift in the clouds, had finally been drawn back into its corporeal form by a bowl of succulent pork belly. The following morning, the voice of the company commander shattered the tranquility of dawn. Rise and shine. Get up. The sun is already high. The second company had already counted half of the supplies in the warehouse, while our first company lagged behind. Meanwhile, the third company, boasting the best combat readiness, had already advanced into Minzhou and was even engaging in assaults on Hatapu alongside the newly arrived Red Army units. Here they come. With a sudden burst of energy, Brother Kwang sprang up, hastily grabbing a confiscated sheepskin coat and tossing it over his shoulders. After a night spent indulging in meat and slumber, the only accomplishment was seizing the enemy's kitchen. The real treasures lay sealed within the rear warehouses. Let us go. Let us see what those rascals have hoarded. In a nondescript corner of a mud brick warehouse, a figure was circling around a pile of burlap sacks. These sacks were meticulously stacked, covered with a thick oilcloth, and situated in a remote location, unguarded like a stash of firearms, nor were they infested like a grain storage. What is this? The figure sniffed, detecting no enticing aroma. Glancing back at Xia and Chao, who were busily transporting ammunition crates, curiosity gnawed at him. Could it be hidden sugar? His eyes sparkled at the thought. In this era, sugar was a precious commodity, a strategic resource capable of replenishing high energy. Casting a furtive glance around to ensure no one was watching, he stealthily drew his dagger and gently punctured a small hole in the outermost sack. To his surprise, a stream of fine, snow-white, crystalline substance flowed forth. He paused momentarily. This did not resemble sugar. Tentatively, he dipped a finger into the pile of white crystals and tasted it. 1 second, 2 seconds. His youthful face contorted in an instant, and he let out a piercing scream. Holy cow! Salt! This outburst startled the nearby soldiers, even attracting the attention of Brother Kwong and Eagle Eye, who rushed over. What happened? Is there an ambush? Brother Kwong raised his weapon instinctively. There stood the figure, pointing excitedly at a small puddle of white crystals on the ground. Good grief, refined salt, like snowflakes. It's all here. These dozens of sacks are filled with it. Upon hearing the word salt, the previously bustling warehouse area fell into an immediate hush. In this era of extreme scarcity within the Red Army, salt equated to strength, to life itself. During their previous march, how many soldiers had collapsed from the lack of salt? Even the old squad leader had suffered from cataracts due to prolonged malnutrition, making him prone to blindness at night. Make way. Everyone, step aside. A flurry of hurried footsteps approached. The old squad leader pushed through the crowd, nearly stumbling as he reached the pile of sacks. Trembling, he extended his left hand toward the flowing white crystals, hesitating to grasp them, as if fearing that touching them would shatter a beautiful dream. Gratitude is extended to the gifts bestowed by the 6th sunken ship, with an update on progress prior to February, as well as the additional contributions for love that commenced in February. The deficit currently stands at over 80 chapters. After a long struggle to reduce the backlog from nearly 100 chapters to just over 80, it has once again swelled to nearly 100 unmet chapters. Chapter 162. Something is amiss. Ultimately, the old squad leader delicately pinched a bit of salt and placed it in his mouth. 1 word, salty. 2 words, exceedingly salty. 3 words, extraordinarily salty. There was no gritty sensation of sand, nor the bitter taste of earthy salt, just the purest essence of saltiness. The old squad leader's body shook violently as he turned sharply to face the nearby soldiers. It is salt, good salt. This is the lifeblood of our Red Legion. The Blue Star audience mused, pondering that this refined salt is likely more precious to the Red Legion at this moment than an equivalent weight in gold. Confidence restored. Let us discard any doubts. With this supply of salt, surely the old squad leader's eyesight will improve. That is certain. This is white gold. This is the essence of combat capability. In the warehouse, the leader of the Vanguard Regiment approached, his expression alight with joy as he beheld the mountainous pile of salt bags. With a grand gesture, he commanded, 2nd Battalion Commander, dispatch personnel. Guard this place with utmost vigilance. Even if gold bars are lost, not a single grain of this salt must be absent. Instruct the cooking team to add an extra pinch to today's soup for each soldier. Understood. The cheers resonated, lifting the roof of the warehouse. At noon, the resting 1st and 2nd Battalions of the Vanguard Regiment were marching through the town of Dazhao Tan, preparing for logistical distribution and outreach. Stay alert. The 6th Company leader advised quietly to those around him. This area is a mixed Han and Hui community. Customs vary, so let us avoid any taboos. Especially you, Mianbing. Wipe the grease from your mouth. Not everything should tempt your appetite. I know. This ISNT grease, it's sweat. Mianbing, burdened with a sack of wheat, panted heavily but couldn't resist peering toward the advancing assault squad, asking, Brother Kwong, do you sense something unusual about this place? Without Mianbing needing to voice it, everyone felt the eerie silence enveloping the area. Brother Kwong and the others were somewhat accustomed to this, having witnessed the fearful concealment of the populace due to the antics of those rogue soldiers. While the citizens' avoidance was disheartening for Brother Kwong and his fellows, they were compelled to keep their weapons lowered and continue forward. As they turned a corner, Brother Kwong, prepared for a cold reception, suddenly halted, nearly colliding with the soft one behind him. What the? Brother Kwong's eyes widened in astonishment as he instinctively adjusted the sack of salt he was carrying. To his shock, the narrow street was densely populated with people. Men and women, young and old, from both Han and Hui backgrounds, stood closely packed, unafraid and unmoving. They lingered at their doorsteps and beneath the large trees lining the street, observing the ragtag, mud-streaked procession with a mixture of curiosity, scrutiny, and even a hint of warmth. Brother Kwong was taken aback by this scene, standing there at a loss, unsure whether to advance or retreat. What on earth should he do? In an unexpected stammer, Brother Kwong pondered, are they not afraid of us? If the Red Legion had indeed engaged in grassroots work and gained understanding, it would make sense. Yet they have only just arrived at this vast prairie. The audience in the live broadcast appeared equally bewildered. This is peculiar, under normal circumstances. Wouldn't the common folk be shouting about the arrival of bandits and fleeing in all directions? Has old thief Luo reformed, or is this a trap? I observe that these villagers are unarmed, with some even carrying baskets. Just as Brother Kwong froze in trepidation, a spirited little child, no more than 5 or 6 years old, emerged from the crowd. The child, dressed in open-crotch pants and with a runny nose, seized the moment while the adults were distracted and approached Brother Kwong. With wide eyes, the child curiously gazed at the red cloth tied to the barrel of Brother Kwong's ornate submachine gun. The vibrant red beckoned. The child reached out with a grimy little hand, intent on touching the red cloth. Ah, don't move. Startled, Brother Kwong instinctively recoiled. This weapon had just claimed a life. Its menacing aura could spell disaster if it collided with a child. Yet his retreat, combined with his fierce countenance, inadvertently rendered him somewhat intimidating. Child. A woman adorned with a headscarf surged from the crowd, swiftly pulling the child back to shield him. Brother Kwong's heart sank. This is bad. A reflexive response. Could there be an explosion? He instinctively sought to explain, but the woman merely scolded the child gently, patting his rear, before producing a handful of clean, shriveled red dates from her bosom and thrusting them into Brother Kwong's hands. Comrade, have a date. Her thick Northwest accent was unmistakable, yet Brother Kwong comprehended those two words. Comrade, not commander. Stunned, Brother Kwong held the red dates, momentarily lost in thought. Not sister, this, before he could gather his wits. The townsfolk lining the streets erupted into cheers. It truly is the Red Legion. I knew their attire seemed familiar. Though somewhat tattered, their spirit is unmistakable. Comrade, would you like some water? The well water just came up. It's sweet. Here, have some freshly boiled potatoes. Take it, quickly. In an instant, the villagers who had initially stood by the roadside flocked toward him. Some carried coarse porcelain bowls, others cradled eggs they could scarcely bear to part with, while some brandished handmade cloth shoes. They displayed no trace of fear or aversion toward the Red Legion. Mr. Xie and his companions were momentarily taken aback. Something felt amiss. What could possibly be wrong? Eagle Eye scrutinized the scene, observing their gazes. That gaze, it was the look of kin. Just then, a commotion arose from the front. Open the warehouse. The commanding voice of Commander Hong Liang cut through the clamor of the crowd. He stood on a set of steps, brandishing a ledger and bellowing, "Villagers, we are the Red Legion. We have driven off those marauding bandits. These grains, this salt, were extorted from your hard-earned sustenance. Now we return it to you. Form an orderly line. Every household shall receive their share." As his words echoed, the crowd neither expressed surprise nor rushed to seize the provisions. Under the guidance of several elderly imams and venerable figures, a spontaneous line formed. Some carried cloth bags, others held basins, and a few even used their garments to gather provisions. The soldiers momentarily set down their rifles, assuming the role of porters. Kwong Gu placed the sack of salt on the ground, intending to assist an elderly woman with her supplies. "Young comrade, you mustn't. An old man with a white beard and cap intercepted him. Leaning on a cane, the elder appeared frail, yet his spirit was vibrant. Though our region is impoverished, we are not devoid of reason." He gestured toward the villagers behind him, who were pressing eggs and jujubes into the soldiers' arms. "You fight for us common folk, and we are well aware of that. These are offerings from our hearts. You must eat well to have strength for battle." Kwong Gu scratched his head, hesitant to respond. "Sir, we adhere to discipline. We cannot take anything from the populace." "What discipline are you talking about?" The elder shot him a stern glance, feigning indignation as he lightly struck Kwong Ji's arm. "Once you're home, sharing a meal is hardly a crime." With that, the elder sighed, gazing wistfully toward the northern sky. "In truth, you are not the first wave of the Red Army to arrive here." Kwong Gu was taken aback. Eyewitnesses like Ing Yen and the newly arrived Ruan were equally astonished. "Sir, have you encountered our brigade?" Ruan inquired curiously. "Indeed, I have," the elder replied, squinting in recollection. "Previously, a group of youngsters with red banners visited, speaking as kindly as you do. They paid for their purchases and even helped us fetch water and tidy our yards. When they departed, we sent them off in the same manner." The elder patted Kwong Ji's hand, his tone laced with nostalgia and hope. "I asked the leader of those youths where they were headed. He said they were going north to confront those who oppress us, the Eastern Devils, to resist their tyranny." His voice intensified with emotion. "However, I later heard that they were intercepted by those treacherous warlords along the way and suffered greatly." The elder's voice trailed off, and the surrounding villagers fell silent, pondering the gravity of his words. What does suffering greatly entail? Kwong Gu and his companions felt a weight in their hearts, the soldiers halting their tasks. After finally receiving news of other Red Army units, it appeared to be an unsettling tale. Lan Xing, overhearing, expressed frustration. "Ah, these warlords of the parallel world. Even a 3-year-old knows that internal strife is foolish when facing external threats. Yet, the greatest hindrance to the Red Army's resistance against foreign oppressors is their own warlords? It baffles the mind. Do these warlords possess no sense? They expend all efforts on the Red Army, yet have none left to confront the Eastern Devils? To this day, I see no virtue in these warlords, merely a den of brigands. Is this the tragedy of our era? To possess fervor, yet have it squandered in internal conflict? Wait, does no one care about what ultimately happened to that brigade? If everything were to vanish, Lo and Studio, prepare for the blade." At that moment, the old squad leader pushed his way through the crowd. "Old brother," he said, looking at the elder with a glimmer of hope. "What became of that squad? Is there any news?" The elder gazed at the squad leader's arm, which hung limply from his chest, and then at the surrounding youth, who were battle-scarred yet vibrant. With a sigh, he shook his head. "No news. I only heard that much blood was shed in that canyon. I can't say how they are faring now. However." The elder paused, his cane striking the ground, his voice suddenly rising in intensity. "I see those youngsters have good faces and strong spirits. Even if that squad has but one member remaining, their souls will not dissipate. As long as their spirits endure, they have not lost." The squad leader, taken aback, nodded vigorously. "Indeed, as long as the spirit remains, they have not lost." He abruptly turned, concealing the moisture at the corners of his eyes, and shouted at the dazed Kwong Gu and others. "What are you all standing around for? Like wooden posts? Is the water jar full? Have the firewood logs been split? Has the yard been swept? Our fellow villagers have offered us eggs and dates, and we just stand here with our mouths agape. Get moving. Don't bring shame to the Red Army. This shout roused Quan Gu and his companions, who were lost in their grief. Yes, Quan Gu took a deep breath, suppressing his pent-up frustration and channeling it into energy. He slung his gun over his back, rolled up his sleeves, and rushed towards the water jar at the old lady's house. Old lady, I'll take care of the water. I can chop wood too. The next 2 days felt like a transition from hell to paradise for the Vanguard Corps. The Red Army had already occupied Hatapu, and the 3rd Battalion of the Vanguard Corps safely rejoined the main force. At this moment, the commander of the Vanguard Corps, radiant with joy, stood on a high platform. Behind him, a guard held a large red lacquered tray filled with gleaming silver dollars, their brilliance dazzling in the sunlight. Gulp! Someone in the ranks swallowed audibly, the sound loud enough for even the adjacent line to hear. The commander did not scold, but instead broke into a grin. Envious? Pathetic? He teased, then turned serious. Orders have come down. Throughout this journey, everyone has endured hardships. The higher-ups have decreed that our soldiers must not shed blood only to starve in a good place. Therefore, with a dramatic flourish, the commander raised his hand. From today on, from the commander to the political commissar, down to the mule drivers and cooks, each person will receive a silver dollar, with but one command. He grasped a handful of silver dollars from the tray, weighing them in his hand, the sound ringing clear and melodious. Spend this dollar. Buy meat. Buy chicken. Buy salt. Buy chili. Fill your bellies. Nourish your bodies. Do you understand? Understood. The chorus of voices echoed like thunder, and happiness gleamed in everyone's eyes. Ever since the victory at Lhotse Pass, life had been improving steadily. In the past, it was unimaginable to think that each person could squander a silver dollar. The regiment leader descended the steps, accompanied by his guard, and personally approached the front of the ranks, firmly placing a silver dollar into the palm of each soldier. Take it. This is rightfully yours. When it was time for the elite squad, the leader gazed upon the figures of Quan Gu, Ing Yen, Wan Ruan, and the old squad leader, who stood nearby with a look of profound satisfaction. Here you go, squad leader. The regiment leader placed a brilliantly polished dollar into the old leader's hand with such force that it caused the old man's palm to sink slightly. Quang Zi, this is yours. With a resounding clap, the dollar landed in Quang Ji's hand, its weight radiating through his entire being. He looked down at the silver dollar, still warm from the leader's touch, and felt a moment of disbelief. Is this really payment? Throughout their journey, any money available had been managed collectively by the old squad leader and the others. Now, they each held a dollar, free to indulge without the fear of enemy interference. Indeed, this felt like a healing respite. Quang Gu pinched the silver dollar and exhaled deeply, swiftly bringing it to his ear. A delicate yet prolonged celestial resonance filled the air, prompting Quang Gu to lift his head abruptly, his smile broad and exuberant. He tossed the dollar high into the air and caught it deftly, turning to his comrades Ing Yen and Ruan Ruan with a hearty laugh. Brothers, listen. Listen to this sound. After being impoverished for so long, we can finally indulge ourselves. Let us go. Today, all expenses are on me, young Master Quang. The audience in the live stream burst into laughter at Quang Ji's exuberant display. Ha ha ha. Look at Quang Ji's naive expression. It's all too real. This is what it means for the poor to suddenly find wealth. After all, they had previously resorted to boiling their belts for sustenance. A single dollar. The prices in Hatapu are remarkably low. One could purchase a pig for merely $3 to $5. I'm moved to tears. It's amusing. Yet I can't help but feel like crying. It's as if they're preparing for a grand celebration. Chapter 164. After crossing the snowy mountain. Is that bowl of noodles still warm? Half an hour later, in a corner of the Hatapu market. How much for this chicken? Quang Gu was crouched in front of a local vendor's stall, weighing the wing of an old hen in his hands. The vendor, a typical man from the northwest, saw Quang Gu's gray military uniform and was undeterred. After a brief pause, he held up 3 fingers. 3 copper coins? Quang Gu raised an eyebrow, astonished at such low prices in Hatapu. No, 30 copper coins. The vendor squinted, taken aback. He had already offered a bargain, and yet this young comrade was still pushing for more. Quang Gu, however, merely smirked. 3 copper coins would have left him at a loss for how to haggle. 30? Humph. Who do you think you're looking down on? He pulled a dollar from his pocket and, with a chime, tossed it into the vendor's hands. No need for change. Grabbing the hen, he also snatched a bundle of scallions from a nearby stall, feeling as though he had just struck a grand deal. And he turned to leave. The vendor stood bewildered, clutching the silver dollar in a daze. That single dollar could buy not just one chicken, but an entire cage of them. He had initially thought this young comrade was trying to take advantage, only to discover it was a case of generosity. After a moment of shock, the vendor snapped back to reality and rushed after him. Hey, comrade, you've given too much. Take it back. With a decisive stride, Brother Quang walked away without a backward glance, his pace quickening as he declared the remaining coins as a deposit. Next time we pass this way, make sure to reserve a plumper chicken for me. Eagle Eye and Soft exchanged knowing smiles at the street corner. After all, a mere silver dollar paled in comparison to the significance of providing nourishment for the old squad leader. However, Old Rogue had yet to conclude the game. Leaning against the earthen wall, Eagle Eye surveyed the bustling market. The Battle of Lhotse Ko had long since concluded, yet the quest had not been finalized, presenting a relaxed atmosphere that felt somewhat disconcerting to one accustomed to the blade. Perhaps it was a reflection of our hardships. Brother Quang approached, clutching a chicken, his bold demeanor still evident. As he walked, he tightened his hold on the flapping hen tucked under his arm. Let us savor a moment of ease, he mused. Honestly, this was the most leisurely quest we had ever experienced. Brother Quang sighed, glancing up at the blazing sun overhead. There were no treacherous, snow-capped mountains to freeze us. nor perilous bridges to claim lives. We could stroll through the market and buy chickens to eat. Only Lotzi Ko had posed a challenge with its sheer cliffs. We ought to be grateful. Soft, smiling, accepted the leeks from Brother Kwong. Come, let us return and prepare a soup. The lion's mane mushrooms we gathered earlier are nearly dried out, just perfect for rehydrating. The Sharp Blade Squad's base was nestled in a secluded courtyard, and the pot was already set up. A bubbling sound emanated as the lid remained closed. The aroma of oil mingling with the distinctive fragrance of the mushrooms wafting through the air. Several soldiers from nearby squads passed by the courtyard gate, unable to resist inhaling the delectable scent. At that moment, the old squad leader sat on a small stool by the stove, stirring the pot gently with a wooden spoon in his left hand, occasionally skillfully skimming off the pale yellow chicken fat that floated to the surface. The once shriveled lion's mane mushrooms had absorbed the broth, becoming plump and succulent, resembling fluffy clouds amidst the shimmering oil. Is it ready yet, squad leader? Brother Kwong inquired eagerly, squatting beside him, his anticipation palpable. He had lost count of how many times he had been separated from this quest. Forgive us, someone. We have found new delights. Patience, the squad leader replied without raising his head, scooping a small amount of broth, blowing on it, and tasting. Not quite done. The mushrooms lack their essence, and the chicken is tough. He shook his head slightly, returning the spoon to the pot and covering it once more, allowing it to simmer for another few moments. The wait was the most excruciating part. Brother Kwong, Eagle Eye, soft, and the other soldiers from the Sharp Blade Squad formed a circle around the stove, resembling a group of children eagerly awaiting their meal. The comments in the live stream echoed with the sound of salivating viewers. Oh no, this time I'm genuinely craving it. What should I do? Pure, free-range chicken combined with wild lion's mane mushrooms. This soup is beyond my imagination. The flames flickered across the squad leader's face, casting an ever-changing glow. Gradually, the surroundings fell silent, save for the bubbling broth and the crackling fire. The squad leader's gaze fixated on the dancing flames, his expression becoming somewhat distant. His eyes seemed to penetrate the fiery orange glow beyond the courtyard walls adorned with ceremonial silk, gazing toward some far-off place. A faint, gentle smile, tinged with a hint of bittersweetness, emerged. Soft-hearted and meticulous, Ruan paused her hands, which were busy peeling garlic, and gently tugged at the old squad leader. Squad leader? There was no response from him. Squad leader? The soup is about to overflow. Ruan raised her voice slightly. The old squad leader suddenly snapped back to reality, his body jolting as he hurriedly lifted the pot lid, a cloud of white steam billowing forth and enveloping his face. It's fine, he stammered, wiping the corners of his eyes in a flustered manner. Squad leader, are you feeling homesick? Ruan inquired softly, observing the faint redness around his eyes. Kwang Gu and Ing Yen seemed oblivious, their gazes averted, paying attention to any noise. The old squad leader was momentarily taken aback, but did not deflect the question. Instead, he smiled with an air of sincerity. Yes, I miss home, and I miss my daughter. When I left, she was just as tall as the stove, crying and clinging to me, not wanting me to go. I had to coax her. He gestured animatedly. I told her I was going to fight the bad guys, and when I returned, I would make her meat sauce noodles. As he spoke, he reflected on how long it had been since that moment, pondering how much she had grown and whether she still enjoyed those noodles. Kwang Gu and Ing Yen exchanged glances, realizing that this old rogue had ulterior motives. They recalled the promises made during their harsh days on the snow-capped mountains, where hunger was a constant threat, and they could only dream of food. Unlike now, when they had chicken and meat, the promise of noodles lingered as a nostalgic yearning, a reminder of home. Suddenly, Kwang Gu turned his head and spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. He lowered his gaze, not wishing to reveal his expression. Once the battle is over, we shall return together. Don't even think about shirking your promise, squad leader. I want my share of those noodles, 3 big bowls, to be precise. The old squad leader recognized the emotion in Kwang Ji's voice, but chose not to confront it, instead laughing lightly to lighten the mood. All right, as long as we can return, I'll make sure there's enough for everyone. At that moment, a booming voice resonated from the courtyard entrance. What a delightful aroma. I could smell the special dish from afar. Everyone turned to see the commander of the Vanguard Regiment strolling in, hands behind his back. He had no escort. His military cap askew, and was holding half a bottle of homemade liquor, looking like a neighbor visiting for a casual chat. Commander. The group instinctively rose to salute. Sit down. Everyone sit down. The commander stepped forward, pushing Kwang Gu back onto his stool, and without a care for the dirt on the ground, plopped himself down beside Ing Yen, acting as if he were one of them. Mind if I join for a taste? He asked with a grin, pointing at the pot of chicken soup. Of course not. The old squad leader quickly fetched an empty bowl and filled it to the brim for the commander. The commander accepted it without hesitation, blowing on the hot soup before taking a hearty sip. Ah, delicious. He sighed contentedly. Now this is the life. He then unscrewed the liquor bottle and took a swig, the fiery drink melting away the fatigue accumulated during their journey. Handing the bottle to the old squad leader, he asked, care for a taste? The old squad leader shook his head, glancing at the agitated Wan Yuan, then pointed at his injured arm. The doctor had forbidden him from drinking, fearing inflammation. Indeed, the commander took a sip from the bottle and waved it before Kwang Gu and the others. You little rascals should refrain from overindulging. It could lead to mishaps. Hearing this, Kwang Gu curled his lip, bowing his head to gnaw on the large chicken leg that the old squad leader had served him. The flickering flames illuminated the faces of those gathered, and everyone ate heartily, engrossed in their meal. As the commander chewed on a bone, he regarded the youthful faces around him, Kwang Gu devouring his food ravenously, Ruan Yuan cautiously blowing on her hot soup, and Ing Yen maintaining a vigilant posture even while eating. The commander's gaze gradually deepened. At this moment, we revel in joy, surrounded by food and drink, meat and soup. Yet it reminds me of the time when we first set off from our hometown. Huang Ji's movements froze, and the soldiers fell silent, turning their attention to the commander. He stared into the dancing flames, his voice low and somber. Back then, we were numerous. The red flags waved, and the mountains were filled with people. The townsfolk bid us farewell, truly reluctant, holding our hands and expressing their hopes for our swift return. The commander paused, taking another swig from his drink. He choked slightly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. At that time, none of us anticipated that this journey would stretch over 20,000 miles. None knew that for the vast majority, there would be no return. The old squad leader bowed his head, staring silently into his bowl of chicken soup as the commander's voice grew increasingly hoarse. When we first set out, some soldiers were injured and could no longer march. We had no choice but to leave them in the care of local villagers or leave a bit of money for their recovery. Those wounded comrades grasped my hand, weeping and pleading. "Commander, I'm not afraid of death. Please don't abandon me." I deceived them. He chuckled bitterly, gesturing to his chest. I told them, "Recover well. Once you're healed, you'll surely catch up with us along the main road." Huang Ge suddenly found the chicken meat in his mouth tasteless, unable to swallow at that moment. I once thought they might truly catch up. The commander's gaze swept across each person present, a profound sorrow unspoken in his eyes. But until we crossed the Xiang River, entered Hunan, traversed the snow-capped mountains, and crossed the grasslands, he did not continue, merely tilting the remaining half-bottle of liquor slowly. The crystalline liquid spilled onto the yellow earth, seeping in and leaving a dark stain. At that moment, it seemed as if the wind itself had stilled. None of our comrades who remained behind, those brothers whom I thought might catch up, were able to do so. It was a journey of tens of thousands of miles, filled with countless barriers and the peril of being trapped between pursuers. Once you fell behind or were left behind, the notion of catching up was merely a comforting lie to ease the departure. He raised a silent toast to them, placing the empty bottle on the ground, the wind swirling suddenly, echoing like a sigh. To those brothers who will forever remain on the road. The soldiers of the elite squad could not help but bow their heads in reverence. They remain unaware of whether the brothers who eternally traversed the road still exist, or if, like their fellow villagers from Jiangxi, they await them at the starting point of the long march. For them, the journey has already become an arduous one, fraught with uncertainty. In a landscape dominated by warlords, even soldiers hailing from Jiangxi find it impossible to communicate with their families. At this moment, the trio, Kong Gu, Ing Yan, and Ruan, bow their heads in silence, while the sun outside the courtyard sinks beneath the horizon, casting a crimson glow. The atmosphere is heavy, as Blue Star feels an unsettling tightness in his chest. Lao Laojai, you are truly despicable. Just a moment ago, I was salivating, and now you present me with this? It's over 20,000 miles away. The old squad leader and the others are struggling to advance. How can those left behind hope to follow the main road? Enough said. Tears have already fallen into the instant noodle bowl, and the captain's words, that not a single one can catch up, are utterly devastating. At this point, the captain, sensing the discordant mood, quickly wipes his reddened eyes and bellows in frustration. Hey, what are you all dawdling for? I finally managed to snag some chicken. Don't make it feel like a death sentence. With all of you looking so glum, are you trying to send me off to the afterlife? As he speaks, the captain reaches for his chopsticks, plucking a chicken wing from the pot and devouring it with gusto. Delicious. Old squad leader, your culinary skills have truly improved. The captain mumbles, smacking his lips while gesturing toward Kong Gu with his greasy fingers. Kong, what happened to that fierce spirit you had earlier? If you don't start eating soon, I'll finish everything myself. The old squad leader also perks up, managing a smile as he nudges the spoon toward Kong Gu's bowl. Hurry, it's just right. Let it cool, and the fat will congeal, making it unpalatable. Kong Gu lifts his head, his acting skills maturing as he bellows. Seize it. Whoever doesn't grab some is a fool. And with that, he lunges into the fray, claiming his share without hesitation. Gradually, the gloom in the courtyard begins to lift. Before long, the meat is nearly devoured, and the chicken broth at the bottom of the pot becomes visible. The captain, still yearning for more, lets out a satisfied burp, his gaze sweeping across Kong Gu and the others, suddenly igniting with enthusiasm. Just eating meat isn't enough. We need some entertainment. The captain looks at Kong Gu. I've heard you're the liveliest among this group of talented individuals. Come, give us a shout. Sing a song from your hometown, or recite a tale, anything will do. Upon hearing this, Kong Gu immediately waves his hands in refusal. Captain, please spare me. I am tone deaf. If I were to howl, I'd attract wolves from the hills. And we need bullets to fend them off. The soldiers burst into hearty laughter, cheering him on. The captain playfully scolds him for being cowardly, scanning the faces of the others. Who will step up? Today is a celebration. There must be some excitement. I will. Ruan suddenly raises her hand from beside the old squad leader, as she gazes upon the rugged faces before her, noticing the old squad leader's injured arm. A melody suddenly surfaces in her mind. It is a folk song crafted by a friend specifically for Red Expedition. Composed by Qi Ping and with lyrics by Mo Fengshang, intended for her to sing in front of the old squad leader when the opportunity arose. And now, that chance has come. It is an old tune from her hometown. Softly rising to her feet, Ruan tugged at the ill-fitting, oversized military uniform, the firelight casting a solemn glow on her dust-covered face. A girl willing to sing is surely more admirable than this band of older men. The commander initiated the applause, and Ruan, no longer shy, joined in. Amidst the occasional crackling of burning wood in the hearth, she gently closed her eyes. Her voice low and tinged with a raspy quality reminiscent of the northwestern winds. The red flag flutters in the cool western breeze. as brothers in straw sandals traverse the land. With just this line, the soldiers, who had been quietly joking moments before, fell silent. The melody did not resemble a theatrical tune, but rather evoked the weeping lament of a girl bidding farewell to her beloved as he set off to war. Yet it carried a sense of resilience. Ruan's voice resonated through the night, clear enough to evoke a trance. Do not inquire where the path home lies. Only wish for one's descendants to bask in the warm sun. The lyrics were simple, devoid of ornate phrases or fervent slogans. There were only straw sandals, only the western wind, and the uncertain journey home, alongside the faint hope for a warm sun. The commander slightly parted his lips, reminiscing about the youthful faces that had fallen along the roadside, recalling those wounded who had shared their last rations with comrades. Did they too harbor such thoughts as they departed, not questioning their return, but merely wishing for future generations to witness a bright sun? In the live streaming room, the previously bustling comments mocking the commander had noticeably thinned. This lyric was profound. Only wish for one's descendants to bask in the warm sun. Was this not the very reason this group fought so fiercely? This song carried a story. The composer Qi Pingjing and lyricist Yu Mo Fengxiang. I shall remember these IDs. For this song resonates deeply with the game. As the melody reached its latter half, Ruan's voice quavered slightly, but she swiftly suppressed it, transforming it into a more resolute chant. The mountains are high and the roads long, yet the soul endures. Blood stains the picturesque homeland. As the song concluded, silence enveloped the courtyard. After a long pause, the commander exhaled a deep breath, tinged with the scent of alcohol. Good, he exclaimed, slapping his hands together with a tremor in his voice, yet exuding a bold spirit. This song possesses vigor, 100 times more enjoyable than those syrupy theatrical pieces. Especially that line, do not inquire where the path home lies, sung beautifully. He raised the empty bottle towards the night sky in tribute. Since the day we set out, we never thought of a way back. As night deepened, the commander took his leave, his steps slightly unsteady. Whether from inebriation or the weight of the song's poignant memories, it was unclear. The fire in the courtyard dwindled, leaving only a few embers smoldering softly. The soldiers had retreated to their quarters, except for a few members of the elite squad still gathered around the dying flames. The old squad leader sat sheltered from the wind against a wall, using the faint firelight to organize his rucksack. Huang Gu and Ing Yen reclined atop a nearby haystack, appearing to rest their eyes, yet both were intently monitoring the system panel, awaiting the delayed conclusion of the instance. Squad leader. The previously silent Ing Yen suddenly spoke, his voice breaking the stillness of the night with a jarring clarity. The old squad leader continued his task, not looking back as he replied, "What is the matter? Can't sleep?" Ing Yen sat up, his gaze fixed intently on the old squad leader's back. He recalled the name of the place that the captain had mentioned while drinking. Each time the old squad leader and the others began to bring up unfamiliar territories, that area invariably became their next mission. Thus, when the captain had said earlier, once you cross the Xiang River, no one can catch up, Eagle Eye paused, tentatively inquiring, is the Xiang River particularly difficult to navigate? The old squad leader, who had been deftly tying the backpack straps with his teeth, suddenly froze, his posture becoming exceedingly awkward. With his back turned to the group, his shoulders slightly shook, and he remained silent for a prolonged period. It was so long that a spark erupted from the fire, snapping him back to reality as he slowly released his grip, allowing the strap to fall limply against his chest. With a heavy sigh, the old squad leader exhaled, the breath so laden it felt as if he could cough up the very blood in his lungs. Turning around, he did not directly address Eagle Eye's question, but instead extended his left hand to grasp at something intangible in the air, as if attempting to seize a fleeting memory, only for it to fall helplessly against his knee. Difficult? The old squad leader shook his head, his expression grim. Child, it's not about difficulty. It's about life. His gaze drifted over the dying embers of the fire, lost in the pitch-black sky, his voice taking on an ethereal quality. The water was red. During those days, it was not boats drifting on the river, but people, countless souls, blocking the flow of the river. Just a few words from him sent shivers down Eagle Eye and the others, while the audience in the livestream felt a chill rise within. The water was blocked. With corpses? My heavens, how brutal. Although the snowy mountains and grasslands had been harsh, they were more a product of nature. The Xiang River sounded like a massacre. The old squad leader seemed reluctant to dwell on that scene, taking a moment to steady his breath before bowing his head to continue tying the strap. Yet this time, his hands trembled, failing to secure it after 2 attempts. Finally, he muttered softly, as if speaking to Eagle Eye or perhaps just to himself. Since then, the people have lamented. He lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with a sorrow so profound it was almost unbearable to meet. 3 years without drinking Xiang River water. 10 years without eating Xiang River fish. Why? Because that water flows with the blood of the Red Legion. Because those fish have grown on the remains of the Red Legion warriors. Just a single phrase encapsulated the brutality and tragedy of that battle. The old squad leader fell silent, fastening his backpack, cradling his rifle, leaning against the wall, and closing his eyes. That night, he slept fitfully, his dreams filled with the crimson waters and the youthful faces that would never return. Time passed, though it was uncertain how long. Crazy Brother and Eagle Eye lay on the bed, staring at each other, unable to sleep. Old Thief Luo hasn't tallied the scores yet, Crazy Brother murmured, rolling over, his voice low but laced with determination. The La Zico mission is nearing its conclusion. The information the old squad leader shared is certainly not casual. Eagle Eye nodded, gazing at the dark ceiling above. The Xiangjiang River may very well mark the first battle following the departure of the Red Legion, and it stands as the most harrowing conflict. The cunning designs of the old rogue often entail revealing the core clues of the subsequent chapter at the conclusion of the current one. Coupled with the captain's drunken confessions and the old sergeant's reactions, it seems likely that we shall soon return to the past, perhaps even to the very origins of the Long March. Listening intently to the analysis provided by Eagle Eye, Kwang Ge fell into a contemplative silence before suddenly sitting up, ruffling his disheveled hair. Regardless of whether it be the past or the future, if a return is indeed possible, that would be splendid. His gaze turned to the slumbering old sergeant, filled with a gentle and hopeful smile. If we can truly go back, I wish to meet that little girl, the daughter of the one who, throughout the journey, has been on the old sergeant's mind. The one for whom he would willingly devote a lifetime to making meat sauce noodles. 1-1. Chapter 167. Northward. Northward. With gratitude for the fourth gift from the shipwrecked number 6, the following day, a cacophony of hurried footsteps roused everyone from their slumber. In a daze, Kwang Ge instinctively reached for his weapon. Yet, just as his fingers grazed the cold grip of the gun, a rough, large hand pressed down upon it. Don't touch that. You still think it's time to sleep? The old sergeant exclaimed, his voice cracking with excitement. Startled, Kwang Ge shot upright, the harsh light of the room stinging his eyes. Eagle Eye and Ruan had also awakened, staring blankly at the doorway. The old sergeant stood there, holding a newspaper in his left hand, his face aglow with an inexplicable joy, akin to a wayfarer who suddenly glimpses his home. Sergeant, what is going on? Is the enemy upon us? Kwang Ge asked, bewildered, as he jumped down from the bed without even putting on his shoes. Touch what? The old sergeant burst into the room, slapping the newspaper down onto the table with a resounding thud. Look, you all must see this. He pointed to a corner of the newspaper. You surely recognize these characters. Kwang Ge leaned in, joined by Eagle Eye and Ruan. It was a newspaper seized from the enemy by the Red Legion. The date was recent, and it was filled with dense lead type, mostly reporting on operations against bandits. However, the section the old sergeant was indicating contained news about the activities of the Red Legion in Shaanxi province. It read, the Red Legion in Shaanxi is in full swing. The 25th Army of the Red Legion has arrived in Shaanxi to rendezvous. The regular forces of the Red Legion in Shaanxi have now exceeded 50,000. How many? Over 50,000. But our Red Legion has fewer than 10,000 left. Did you see that clearly? The old sergeant's expression oscillated between laughter and tears. We are not mere wandering souls. We have a home. Shaanxi lies just northeast. There. We have our troops. The 25th, 26th, and 27th armies. The old sergeant grew increasingly animated, and the soldiers of the vanguard squad were moved to tears as they listened. 50,000, my children. That is a whole 50,000. Once we reach there, we shall have new clothes to wear, bullets to fire, and no longer need to fear being chased by those wretched warlords. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, overwhelmed with joy. So, Sergeant, are we heading home? One soldier asked, his voice trembling. Yes, we are going home. The old squad leader nodded emphatically, wiping his face vigorously. The commander had already issued the order. The entire regiment was to prepare, to eat and drink their fill, and with a surge of energy, charge towards Shaanxi and Gansu. We are to unite with our comrades. Outside, the sound of assembly echoed. Yet this call was no longer mournful or heroic. Rather, it carried a joyful and uplifting spirit, as if it sought to disperse the clouds overhead. Stop dawdling. Pack your things. The old squad leader turned his back to the crowd, his shoulders shaking. Smooth out those uniforms and wash your faces. We are the vanguard, the sharpest blade of the regiment. When we meet our kin in Shaanxi and Gansu, let us be spirited and not disgrace our army. Yes, the soldiers of the Sharp Blade squad roared in unison. This cry encapsulated their grievances, their sorrows, and also expressed an unprecedented hope. Main mission objective achieved. Arrive at Hadapu. Establish the final destination of the Long March in Shaanxi and Gansu. Congratulations to players Kwang Ge, Ing Yin, and Ruan for clearing the Red Expedition. Lotsiko chapter. All surviving player teams have concurrently completed the narrative. There will be no first completion rewards for this instance. In this momentous occasion, individual heroism pales in comparison. The brilliance of collectivism shall illuminate history. As the system notification echoed, the humble earthen house, the sunlight, and the excited silhouette of the old squad leader began to dissolve into a golden haze. A massive, vivid red phrase reappeared. Even the most treacherous terrains can be crossed. Subsequently, the screen in the settlement space dimmed. A low, somber wind howled, the chilling breeze passing through the Lotsiko Canyon. The scene illuminated, revealing Kwang Ge's blood-stained hands, with broken nails gripping the slick rocks of the cliff. The camera pulled back, revealing tiny figures precariously connected with leg straps, silently climbing in the darkness upon the nearly impossible-to-stand ridge. Are you afraid? Soft Ruan's voice softly inquired from the makeshift medical station. What a ridiculous notion. Kwang Ge growled through clenched teeth. If you fear death, you shouldn't be a soldier in the Red Army. The scene shifted to Wangzong village, where the old squad leader carefully measured salt with a scale. 1 qian, 2 qian, 3 qian. It was a measure of salt, but also of life itself. The lens transitioned to the bustling market at Hadapu, where the commander hefted a silver dollar in his hand, slamming it down into the soldiers' palms. In that moment, the smiles on the soldiers' faces shone brighter than during the new year. Spend this dollar. Fill your bellies. The screen erupted with fervent comments as the audience from Blue Star wept freely. Whoa, old thief Luo, you owe me my tears. Why must I weep like a dog while watching a war game? That dollar truly pained my heart. They fought with all their might. Yet their only desire was to fill their stomachs. When 50,000 people heard that there were still 50,000 left, I truly cried alongside Kwang Ge. The feeling of not being alone on this path was overwhelmingly profound. The final frame fixed upon the old squad leader's face, which was streaming with tears yet illuminated by laughter. He pointed at the newspaper, gesturing towards the north. The background music shifted from the somber tones of the cello to the resounding and stirring notes of the suona, a sound that pierced the heavens and resonated deeply within the heart. Completion reward, special title Pioneer to the North, equipped effect, in any dire circumstance. Perception of hope is enhanced by 100, allowing one to glimpse a glimmer even in the darkest of times. Is this all there is? After the initial joy, Eagle Eye suddenly expressed doubt. Is this truly the end? Crazy Brother failed to comprehend Eagle Eye's concern. Had they not found their way home? Heading to northern Shaanxi. Wasn't this the conclusion of their long march? Logically, it should be so. Soft, her eyes glistening with emotion, added that their old squad leader was so elated. Surely it signified the end of their suffering. No. Eagle Eye shook his head. Haven't you noticed? This time, the conclusion did not unlock the narrative experience mode. Crazy Brother was taken aback. What does that mean? Did we finish too quickly? It is not a matter of speed. Just as Eagle Eye was about to elaborate, the previously darkened screen illuminated once more. The subtitles, drenched in blood red, were inscribed in wild strokes, a palpable sense of bloodshed and lamentation enveloping the scene. The long march sees the dawn, with northern Shaanxi just ahead. But, at this juncture, do you not feel as though something has been forgotten? Forgotten what? Crazy Brother and Soft exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's confusion. Throughout this arduous journey, they had exerted every ounce of strength to protect their old squad leader's arm, successfully traversing all the historically accurate difficulty levels. What could possibly be forgotten? Thanks to Shipwreck number 6 for the 4 gifts from the king, progress increased by 312. Chapter 168. Why come? Why depart? Is it the Xiang River? This was the only answer Crazy Brother and the others could conceive. However, it was not. What responded to them was a gust of bloody wind, as the imagery on the screen began to rewind. The bustling Hadapu turned desolate. The green onions and old hens on the stalls flying back into their baskets. The spent shell casings at Lazaku leapt from the earth, hurtling back into the chambers of their guns, the speed of the rewind increasingly accelerating. The clouds rolled backward, time flowing in reverse. The bonfire on the grass extinguished and rekindled. Comrades trapped in the mire were pulled free. The snowstorm at Mount Qiajin ascended to the heavens. The monuments buried beneath the snow revived into vibrant life. The iron chains on Looting Bridge ceased their swaying, while the torrents of the Dadu River flowed westward. The lights of Junyi went dark, and the bamboo rafts of the Wu River were dismantled. Everything was regressing, until the scene froze upon the crimson Xiang River, where countless gray military caps floated upon its surface. There were also the swollen grain bags soaked in blood, broken gun stocks, and floating leg wrappings. Moreover, on the riverbank, a mountain of corpses nearly dammed the flow of the river. Beneath the blood-red setting sun, the river resembled a colossal scar, brutally etched upon the earth. In the center of the screen, lines of blood-red text gradually emerged. Origins of the Red Expedition, the beginning of it all. Yet merely the end for a small fraction of humanity. At the outset, 86,000 souls. After crossing the river, 30,000 remained. Where did the remaining 56,000 go? The stark numbers were more visceral than the rivers of blood, sending shivers down the spines of Crazy Brother and his companions. They only beheld the jubilant arrival in northern Shaanxi, yet forgot to inquire the purpose of this contingent's journey and the path they traversed. What sacrifices were made to secure that chance of survival? In the realm of reality, Brother Kwong was lost in thought. Suddenly, he comprehended what they had overlooked. They began their journey from the snowy mountains, emerging during the later stages of the long march, with the essence of their inspiration largely stemming from the old squad leader. However, their understanding of the Red Army was neither extensive nor limited. After all, most players were initially drawn by the old squad leader and only gradually learned about the Red Army through him and others. Now, it was evident that the old rascal Luo desired them to delve deeper. Little by little, the full picture of the Red Army would unfold. For without retracing the Red Army's past journey, how could they be worthy of witnessing the rainbow of northern Shaanxi? At that moment, Brother Kwong received a message from Xian Yao, his focus sharpening as he glanced at the recently announced daily competition, covering 240 miles, released by the 4 major military districts. Special guests? Brother Kwong scrolled to the bottom of the announcement and spotted several familiar names. Commentary team, Brother Kwong, Eagle Eye, Soft. Brother Kwong paused for a moment, then a sinister smile crept across his face. Excellent. Just after being ruthlessly beaten in the game, he was eager to unleash his frustrations on these obstinate foreign devils. The following day, the 4 major military districts set up a comprehensive terrain training ground for the commentary team. My goodness. Brother Kwong forcefully swallowed the national essence that was on the tip of his tongue. Today was a global live broadcast, an official occasion requiring civilized language. Taking a deep breath, Brother Kwong flashed the most benevolent smile of his life towards the microphone. Dear family members, welcome to today's early human, the extreme individual endurance test. Beside him, Soft, clad in a fitted uniform, stifled a laugh while observing Brother Kwong's reddening face, then mercilessly added, simply put, some people are so obstinate that they insist on crossing borders to receive this beating. The barrage of comments erupted instantly. Ha, Brother Kwong. Are you referring to the early human atavism phenomenon? We understand. Brother Kwong, blink if you've been kidnapped. Where's the Brother Kwong who used to rant and rave? Cut the nonsense. Switch the camera. I want to see the foreigners in straw sandals. The camera zoomed in sharply, cutting straight to the preparation area. At that moment, the top-notch gear prepared by the Zhuke military district consisted of straw, coarse cloth leg bindings, and uncomfortable straw sandals, all lying quietly in the mud. Colonel Smith from the Eagle Nation clutched a straw sandal, questioning his existence. This is murder. This is an affront to human engineering. Colonel Smith bellowed at the translator, unable to believe that Dragon Nation truly expected them to compete in such gear. No arch support. No cushioning. You expect us to run 120 kilometers in this? Have you lost your minds? Beside him, Major Singh from Peacock Nation exuded an air of confidence. He propped his leg on his neck, executing a challenging yoga stretch while casting a disdainful glance at Smith. How pretentious. The power of the spirit is indeed capable of transcending the material realm. In a corner, Captain Ivanov of the White Bear Nation exemplifies sincerity. This robust figure tightened the fabric around his shins with such fervor that the flesh on his calves indented. The leg wraps are merely leg wraps. As long as they do not impede his running, they are of good quality. At the commentary booth, Eagle Eye adjusted his ostentatious gold-rimmed glasses in agreement. Smith was not entirely incorrect. From the perspective of modern sports medicine, these wraps create excessive friction, absorb significant moisture, and possess zero rebound, rendering them rather inhumane. Shifting the topic, Eagle Eye gestured towards the opposing side of the preparation area. There, the 5 elite soldiers of the Dragon Nation, including Zhao Wuyin and Yang Aigua, sat silently in the mud, devoid of complaints or idle chatter. Yang Aigua, with calloused hands, swiftly added a layer of padding to the heel of his straw sandals with a bundle of straw. His fingers danced adeptly, forming an exceedingly intricate knot in an instant. It appeared to tighten with every pull, yet could be effortlessly released. Did you see that knot? Eagle Eye pointed to a close-up on the screen. His tone filled with pride. That is known as the 8-character anti-slip buckle. Once secured, the sandals cling to the soles like suction cups, preventing them from slipping off while running. With a soft grin, he gazed at Smith, who was still struggling to tie a knot in his sandals. As for Colonel Smith's bow tie, it likely wouldn't allow him to run more than 3 miles before he'd be barefoot and crying for his mother. Meanwhile, in the preparation area, artificial rain began to fall, and Smith continued to obsessively examine his sandals. Without energy bars or cushioned boots, the human limit is merely 80 kilometers. Can these sandals truly facilitate a daily distance of 120 kilometers? Today, I shall pierce through this Eastern fallacy with my feet. At the commentary platform, Brother Kwong, upon hearing Smith's remarks, refrained from holding back and launched a civilized retort. Colonel Smith's calculator must be malfunctioning. He has meticulously calculated every calorie, but has forgotten to input the variable of faith. Once the running commences, he will understand that there exists a certain resilience in bones that far exceeds mere data. Bang! As the participating teams prepared, the starting gun fired amidst a torrential downpour. Charge! Major Singh of the Peacock Nation let out an unusual cry, lifting his legs high in an attempt to seize the spotlight, while chanting yoga slogans. In stark contrast, the Dragon Nation team, led by Zhao Wuyin, huddled with their necks retracted and knees slightly bent, swiftly gliding along the muddy ground. Confused spectators on the foreign internet flooded the comments with question marks. Hilarious. Is this the so-called Eastern mystical power? An elderly walking group? The Peacock Nation is about to lap them. I bet they'll be crawling off the course before nightfall. Upon hearing the mockery from the foreign commentators, Eagle Eye adjusted his glasses and let out a cold laugh. A group of amateurs, unaware of the efficient running techniques. The current ridicule is merely accumulating strength for the impending slap on the face. Soon enough, the consequences became evident. After running 30 kilometers, a piercing scream echoed ahead. A soldier from the Peacock Nation, in an attempt to show off, stepped into a deep pit, twisting his calf into a painful knot. Just as Major Singh attempted to assist, he slipped and fell into the mud, choking on the muck, and knelt on the ground, retching uncontrollably. Brother Kwong suppressed the urge to slap his thigh, maintaining composure, restraint, and a touch of decorum, before tactfully commenting. It appears that our friends from the Peacock Nation harbor a profound affection for this land, as they hastily kiss the earth shortly after stepping outside. Meanwhile, soft attention is diverted elsewhere, aptly reminding everyone of their surroundings. Colonel Smith's expression at this moment is quite remarkable. The camera shifts, revealing Smith intently gazing at the monitor. Damn, his heart rate has soared to 170 after merely 30 kilometers, and their thigh muscles are beginning to rebel. Beside him, Ivanov fares even worse. The straps he tightened around his muscles have now transformed into a tourniquet, with his calves swelling to a purplish hue. Smith and Ivanov, in a state of panic, point behind them. Look back. Smith struggles to turn his head, his pupils dilating in shock. The group of elderly soldiers, who had seemed to be strolling moments ago, has somehow caught up. Zhao Wuyin leads the way, with the formidable Lei Ao breaking the path ahead. The entire team maintains a steady rhythm, each step perfectly aligned with the footprints of their predecessors. Among them, a female warrior named Jiang Wei slips, teetering on the brink of a fall. Just as Smith feels a flicker of schadenfreude, his scalp prickles with dread. Without even glancing back, Yuyin uses the momentum to deftly nudge Jiang Wei upright with a stick. Like a gear seamlessly re-engaging, she regains her balance and re-enters the formation. Throughout the entire ordeal, there is no communication and no deceleration. Even their breathing remains synchronized. For the elite warriors of the 4 major military districts, traversing 240 miles in a day, especially in a non-famine state, is relatively straightforward. Indeed, it seems almost simplistic compared to the looting bridge challenge. However, for Smith and his companions, who struggle increasingly in their straw sandals, despair sets in. Do they not feel pain in their soles? What of the lactic acid? The camera zooms in on Zhao Wuyin's feet. His straw sandals are nearly worn through, exposing his toes, with blood and mud staining them a dark crimson. Yet, true to his name, he remains expressionless, seemingly devoid of sensation. At this moment, darkness descends. From the commentary booth, Brother Kwang glances at the sharply dropping temperature with a mischievous grin. For some, the competition has concluded. Yet for the Special Operations Battalion of our 4 military districts, the training session has ended, and the real battle is just beginning. As night falls, the previously steady atmosphere surrounding the Dragon Kingdom team shifts dramatically. Zhao Wuyan gestures. Not to slow down for rest, but to charge forward. Smith watches in despair as the shadows of his pursuers accelerate. While everyone else feels as if their legs are weighed down with lead, this group of Dragon Kingdom warriors surprisingly begins to speed up. Brother Kwang is unfazed, taking a hearty swig of water. For some, darkness signifies the time for slumber. But for others, it is an opportunity to hasten their journey and seize life itself. Thus, as night envelopes the land, the Dragon Kingdom Special Operations Battalion distances itself further from the other 3 nations' teams, leaving Smith 2 kilometers behind, increasingly despondent. In truth, the mentality of the Eagle Nation is quite straightforward. If the Dragon Kingdom warriors can achieve what they cannot, the Eagle warriors will inevitably lose composure. Yet at this moment, it is the Peacock Nation's team that first falters. Major Singh comically slips into a muddy pit, rising to see the distant warm glow of a bus, utterly breaking down. Retreat. The terrain is unsuitable. This is not a path for humans. Soon enough, they found themselves seated on the bus, indulging in curry, and even had the leisure to flash peace signs at the camera. Had the Peacock Nation already succumbed? Softly observed the split screen. Spitting out sunflower seed shells with remarkable speed, we had merely begun to warm up. As expected, Hawkeye scoffed. A physique devoid of conviction is but a mere folly, easily scattered by the slightest breeze. With the exit of the Peacock Nation, only 3 factions remained on the track. Or rather, one was leading the charge while the other 2 desperately pursued. Captain Ivanov of the White Bear Nation was a stalwart figure, charging forward with his entire battalion like a black bear, yet the straw sandals upon his feet felt akin to instruments of torture. With 30 kilometers remaining to the finish line, Ivanov paused, gazing at the silhouette of the Dragon Nation team, nearly merging with the night. Under Zhao Wuyan's leadership, the Dragon Nation's Special Operations Battalion, despite running to the point of vomiting and their legs trembling with fatigue, clung tenaciously to their comrades' harnesses and pressed on. Ivanov glanced down at his bloodied and battered feet, suddenly removed his military cap, and bowed deeply in the direction of the Dragon Nation's Special Operations Battalion. Ula! A roar echoed through the valley. This was the highest tribute a soldier could pay to a worthy adversary. The White Bear Nation came to a halt. Now, the burden of pressure fell squarely upon the Bald Eagle Nation. They could not afford to lose. Absolutely not to the Dragon Nation. Smith's eyes burned crimson, spurred on by pride as the Bald Eagles gritted their teeth and advanced. Only 20 kilometers remained. Their blood sugar levels must have plummeted to the brink of shock. Catch up. Smith led his Bald Eagle soldiers in a desperate charge, but reality dealt him a brutal blow. For from the darkness ahead, an odd sound suddenly resonated. Tap, 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 tap. The monotonous rhythm of bamboo clappers unexpectedly dominated the hundreds of feet of the Dragon Nation's Special Operations Battalion. Boom, boom, boom. The once scattered footsteps converged once more, and the enthusiastic commentators abruptly fell silent. The Dragon Nation soldiers, clad in modern fatigues, seemed to be overlaid by the shadows of another group. This spectral assembly wore simple garments, bore an array of vintage firearms, and above them hovered a slightly tilted pentagram. 2 groups, separated by parallel dimensions, their figures perfectly aligned, moving towards the same direction, towards the same bridge, in pursuit of the same hope for survival. Chapter 169, New Year's special preview at 5 in the morning, the sky was a pale gray. At the foot of the makeshift iron chain bridge, there were no flowers. Only a mire of mud. They had arrived. The voice of the commentator was hoarse. As the fog parted, Zhao Wuyan staggered into view, stepping mechanically. Following were Liao, Jiang Wei, Yu Yin, and Yang Aigua, each supporting one another as they clawed their way back to the realm of the living. Their fatigues were unrecognizable in color. Many were barefoot, their soles in tatters. Even the simplest version of flying seizing the looting bridge, completed in straw sandals, was no small feat. The last person crossed the finish line. The timer halted at 24 hours and 7 minutes. No one had the strength to utter a word. The entire battalion collapsed en masse, quickly drifting into slumber. It was only then that the medical team from the Bald Eagle Nation arrived. Smith, just waking, slumped on the ground, staring at the report that finally crushed his hopes. Without the influence of stimulants or drug residues, Smith gazed upon the slumbering soldiers of the Dragon Nation, his worldview shattered. My God, are their muscles forged from iron? Or are their nerves twisted from steel? He found himself perplexed. The data logic of the West could not elucidate the miracles of the East. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed. Xian Yao, clad in a crisp military uniform, strode purposefully into the arena. Ignoring the astonished foreign observers, he approached the soldiers, bending down to retrieve a misplaced straw sandal from the mire. The sandal, worn to half its heel, was stained with dried blood. Xian Yao turned, holding the tattered sandal aloft in front of Smith and the countless skeptical eyes watching from screens. His voice rose, tempered with caution so as not to disturb the sleeping warriors of the Dragon Nation. Are you searching for stimulants? He inquired, gesturing toward the dozing soldiers. This is our stimulant. Before questioning why, perhaps you should first ask yourselves, what does your army fight for? For wages? For oil? Or for hegemony? A cold smirk graced his lips, his gaze sharp as a blade. We are different. On this land, our ancestors traversed great distances in straw sandals. Wearing them, we come to know who we are, where we originate, and our destination. Having spoken, Xian Yao gently placed the sandal upon the monument at the finish line, honoring the slumbering young faces with a solemn salute. At that moment, dawn broke. golden sunlight cascading over the tattered sandal and the mud-caked soldiers. The audience on Blue Star, whether Dragon Nation citizens or Westerners caught in the depths of night, fell into silence. In the commentary booth, the exuberant commentator rubbed his sore nose, his voice hoarse. Did you see that? This is the spirit of the Dragon Nation. Whether in games or reality, our ancestors fought arduous battles in straw sandals. As long as this spirit endures, even 100 years hence, no one shall break the backbone of our Dragon Nation. After the conclusion of the Four Nations competition, the three returned to Tomato City by noon. They entered a hot pot restaurant, where the copper pot bubbled with red oil over charcoal. The slices of lamb danced upon the tips of their chopsticks, curling and changing color within seconds. Dipped in sesame sauce, the first bite elicited a singular word: delightful. The commentator unbuttoned his shirt, downing half a bottle of chilled soda in one go. Then, quite naturally, he extended his chopsticks to seize 3 slices of raw lamb that had yet to be cooked. Glancing around, he swiftly slipped the bloodied meat into his pocket. Clack! A pair of chopsticks struck the back of his hand. Come on, that's excessive, Eagle Eye remarked, somewhat helplessly. This is a hot pot restaurant, not a market or a field. The commentator froze, eyeing the meat in his hand, then glancing at Eagle Eye, ultimately sheepishly returning the meat to the plate, while muttering, "It's a reflex. You wouldn't understand. When I saw that plate of meat brought out, my first thought was whether I could dry it for the road." Soft chuckled beside him, placing a plate of freshly cooked tripe into his bowl. "Let us indulge, for we are well stocked now." Softly cradling her chin, she gazed out at the snowflakes cascading from the sky, reminding her that the new year was fast approaching. With the Lunar New Year nearing, red lanterns adorned the lamp posts lining the streets of Blue Star. This festive ambience stood in stark contrast to the recent hardships of smoke, hunger, and death they had endured. Indeed, the new year was upon them. As Brother Kwong chewed on tripe, a distant look clouded his eyes. He pondered whether their old squad leader and the others in northern Shanxi could enjoy a decent meal. The La Zico segment had unfortunate timing, halting just as they were about to embark on their journey to northern Shanxi. That old rogue Luo was truly despicable. "It's hard to say," remarked Eagle Eye, setting down his chopsticks and wiping his mouth with a napkin, his expression serious. Given Luo's nature, the origin segment is bound to be poorly crafted. The final flashback of La Zico was drenched in the scent of blood. "I concur," softly admitted, shrinking her neck slightly. "Origin signifies a beginning. Yet we all know that the true inception of the Red Legion should be at the Xiang River." As those words left his lips, the warmth in the private room seemed to dissipate several degrees. It was a nightmare that their old squad leader preferred not to recall. A tragedy that had turned the river's waters crimson. "Therefore, I propose," Eagle Eye suggested, tapping the table, "let us first celebrate the new year. We can engage with the origin segment after the festivities. Let us not invite unnecessary distress upon ourselves." Brother Kwong shoved a piece of frozen tofu into his mouth, mumbling his agreement. "I agree. Just seeing red water gives me psychological trauma. Whoever wishes to indulge may do so, but I shall refrain." Before he could finish, all 3 of their phones vibrated simultaneously. Luo and Studio has released an announcement. Luo and Studio has released an announcement. The special alert tone prompted the trio to exchange glances. Brother Kwong swallowed the tofu, his Adam's apple bobbing. "No way, right? An announcement at this time? Doesn't he, that old rogue, take a break for the new year?" Trembling, Brother Kwong unlocked his screen, revealing the latest update. The title was simple yet exuded an eerie warmth. Red Expedition Origin, New Year Special. The accompanying text sent shivers down the spines of players familiar with Luo and style. "In this frigid winter, let us momentarily forget the flames of war and the smoke of battle. This time, there is no hunger, no sacrifice. Only the warmth of a bustling kitchen and the one waiting for your return. All of us at Luo and Studio wish you a joyful new year and a harmonious reunion." The image depicted a silhouette. Beneath the warm yellow light, a man hoisted a little girl high, the girl clutching a string of candied hawthorns. Reunion? The mere sight of those words triggered Brother Kwong. Hadn't every healing-themed PV from Luo been phrased similarly? Perhaps the La Zico segment had at least been somewhat coherent. "Stay calm," Eagle Eye said. Though his furrowed brow betrayed his concern, this announcement felt somewhat unusual. Regardless of whether it was a ruse, let us first view the PV. Softly, feeling the tension, adjusted her breath and clicked on the video link, simultaneously starting the live stream. In an instant, millions of viewers, still lingering on the recent drill, surged into the live room, drawn by the special alert. "Here it comes. Luo's New Year's grand reveal." Brother Kwong exclaimed. "Am I about to feast? I too am enjoying hot pot, in commemoration of those days spent gnawing on tree bark in the game." The video buffering concludes, illuminating the screen with an exceptionally rich and warm filmic texture. It opens with a crisp and festive sound of the Swana, mingling with the crackling of firecrackers and the laughter of children frolicking in the alley. The camera glides like a swift swallow over the eaves adorned with golden cured meats. The gentle winter sun casts a warm glow, accentuating the marbled textures of the meat, glistening with a sheen that seems to promise droplets of clear fat occasionally trickling down. The lens then sweeps past golden red sweet potato slices drying on a bamboo tray, and over wooden windows adorned with intricate red paper cuttings. In just these few seconds, all players in a state of therapeutic stress are momentarily entranced. Something feels amiss in this visual narrative. The camera gradually pushes into a room decorated with the character for fortune. On the stove, steam rises from a large iron pot. A man stands with his back to the camera, his posture upright and unbent. He is clad in a pristine white coat, in stark contrast to the patched, gray military uniform he once wore. The camera suddenly zooms in on his hands. His left hand presses the dough while his right firmly grips the rolling pin, the dough becoming increasingly pliable under his skilled touch. Roll, fold, slice. The rhythmic sound of the knife striking the cutting board is as lively as a percussion ensemble. The man turns his head. In that instant, the boisterous fellow in the hot pot restaurant's private booth abruptly rises, knocking over his chair. The visage he beheld is far younger than what they had encountered in the game. There are no deep, weathered creases etched by hardship, nor the pallor of long-term malnutrition. Most importantly, his eyes are clear and bright, not clouded by night blindness, radiating the brilliance of a starry sky atop a snowy peak, filled with boundless joy and affection. It is the old squad leader, a vigorous, healthy man, brimming with youthful spirit, still residing in his hometown. Dad! A cheerful call shatters the tranquility of the scene. A little girl, her hair styled in 2 towering horn braids and dressed in a red floral cotton jacket, bursts through the door like a bundle of joy, leaping straight into the arms of the old squad leader. He laughs heartily, wiping the flour from his hands onto his apron, then bends down to lift her high, twirling her gently in the air. Oh dear, slow down. Look at all this sweat. He playfully nudges her forehead with his voice devoid of the battlefield's roar, imbued instead with a tenderness that melts the heart. Be good, go wash your hands. Dad will make you meat sauce noodles. This time, we can eat to our heart's content. There will be plenty of meat. This chapter is an extended 3,000 word edition. The storyline of the Four Nations tournament has been taxing for Luo, as she truly struggles with some aspects of writing, hence the previous chapter's 4,000 words have been consolidated. Chapter 170. That year of spring breeze, old friends remain. The scene shifts. A large bowl, wide noodles, a base of red chili oil, piled high with glistening fatty meat and tender lean meat in a savory sauce, garnished with fresh green scallions. The father and daughter sit together around a small wooden table. The old squad leader gazed at the ravenous girl, his eyes brimming with joy, occasionally using his chopsticks to heap more meat into her bowl. The moment was frozen in time. In the center of the screen, 3 lines of text slowly materialized. The starting point is also home. The Crimson Expedition, New Year Special. Tomorrow at 1800, on time for the grand opening. As the video concluded, the only sound remaining was the bubbling of the broth in the copper pot, yet no one had an appetite anymore. Softly covering her mouth, tears welled in her eyes. She had witnessed the old squad leader on the brink of death, seen him with a severed arm, and watched as he conjured illusions of feasting on noodles amidst the snow-capped mountains. Yet, she had never encountered such a healthy and blissful version of him. The man who bore the weight of all suffering in the game, silent as a mountain, was, before he took up arms, capable of such radiant joy. This was a heart-wrenching revelation by the crafty Luo. Eagle Eye let out a long sigh, his voice tinged with both resignation and an undeniable allure. He had torn apart the most beautiful things for us to witness, a tragic display. Yet now, he meticulously pieced together the remnants and presented them to us, declaring this to be the origin. How could one resist? In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments was rife with disbelief. I don't believe it. Brothers, don't buy it. The sweetness at the beginning only foreshadows pain ahead. This is Luo's usual trick. But that is a wholesome squad leader. His hands are still intact. His eyes can see. Oh, how I wish to go. Even if it's a facade, I long to savor that bowl of noodles. During the festive season, surely Luo should show some humanity? Perhaps this is merely a pure what-if side story? To mend our regrets? Yes. They say it's a New Year special. It must culminate in a happy reunion. How naive you are. The origin story is a river of blood and corpses. Little do they know, the true origin of the squad leader's long march does not lie in the Xiang River, but in Jiangxi. If the Dadu River represents the players rescuing the squad leader from his severed arm, then Jiangxi is where the army's long march began, the inception of their dreams. Yet for players, plagued by a severe information gap, this is akin to a poisoned apple, exuding the fragrance they most yearn for. Brother Kwong silently returned to his chair, staring at the unfinished plate of lamb, enveloped in silence for what felt like an eternity. It was as if the usually taciturn Huang Xiaodian had truly fallen silent. Eagle Eye and Soft exchanged worried glances, casting anxious looks at the typically loquacious Brother Kwong, for silence from such a person is the most daunting. Just as they were about to offer comfort, Brother Kwong suddenly smiled and uttered 2 words, so fragrant. He gazed at the pre-download button on his phone. The image of the squad leader spinning his daughter around replaying endlessly in his mind. Father will make you meat sauce noodles. This time, let us indulge. The voice was so vivid, so genuine, that Brother Kwong felt as though the squad leader was speaking directly to him. Damn it. Brother Kwong cursed again, abruptly seizing his phone and looking at Eagle Eye and Soft, resolutely affirming their imperative to witness it. That is our squad leader. Even if it means traversing mountains of knives and seas of flames, I shall go. For the sake of this bowl of noodles. For the sake of these eyes and this arm. Even if it is merely a fleeting moment from the past, I must guard it. Brother Kwong resolutely pressed the download button. Crimson Expedition, New Year Special Edition is downloading. Welcome back to 1934. This winter, let us bring him home. The next day, when the server opened, Brother Kwong and his companions entered the game. There was no biting wind, no sound of gunfire. Only a vast expanse of verdant greenery greeted their eyes. Brother Kwong blinked in astonishment. The starting point was not on the Xiang River, but in Ruijin, Jiangxi. It was the eve of the Spring Festival, and the air was gradually warming and becoming humid after the onset of spring. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the fresh scent of turned earth and the unique fragrance of distant camphor trees. Not far away, a small water wheel, busy with preparations for the new year, slowly turned in the stream, producing a lazy creaking sound. Along the ridges of the fields, the purple vetch, having survived the winter, bloomed vibrantly, resembling a layer of crimson velvet spread across the ground. Further away, scattered gray tiles and white walls stood in harmony, with wisps of smoke rising straight into the sky. Undisturbed by the ravages of war, the live stream's chat momentarily fell silent, unable to believe what they were witnessing. What the heck? This scenery feels off. So beautiful. So peaceful. Is this still the Crimson Expedition I know? I expected a battlefield filled with corpses and blood, and instead, you show me landscapes? Although the Luan studio had announced it was a New Year special edition, the healing reputation of the old bandit Lu had long turned negative in the players' minds, making this spring scenery truly disorienting. Especially when Brother Kwong and his companions stood on the field ridge, gazing at the tranquil village, the smoke-free land, and the common folk still laboring in the fields. It was as if they glimpsed the life that their old squad leader yearned for, the vision he desired. What are you dawdling for? Is that those few soldier boys? Suddenly, a familiar voice, resonating deep within their souls, emanated from beneath the banyan tree at the village entrance. Brother Kwong's body jolted, and he swiftly turned his head. Beneath the lush banyan tree stood an old wooden plow. A man clad in gray military attire was bent over, repairing farming tools. Though his back was hunched, his spirit was as upright as an unyielding crimson spear. It was the old squad leader, looking remarkably different. Though the skin on the old squad leader's face remained coarse and dark, it glowed with a healthy flush. His eyes sparkled with vitality, but most notably, his hands were deftly and steadily repairing the tools. What is this? Are you seeing ghosts? The old squad leader turned his head to glance at the three dumbfounded recruits. Furrowing his brow, he casually tucked the hammer into his waist and strode toward them with an air of authority. It was only when the old squad leader approached that Brother Kwong snapped back to reality. Squad leader? Brother Kwong's voice remained dazed. Are you calling for me? The old squad leader shot Brother Kwong an annoyed glance and playfully slapped his shoulder. You were just assigned to my squad yesterday, and today you don't recognize me? I knew you book-smart youngsters would be unreliable. Chapter 171. Something is amiss with the new recruits. The force behind the old squad leader's slap was both heavy and painful, yet undeniably real. Despite being caught off guard, Kwong stumbled but did not express any anger. Instead, his eyes glistened with unshed tears as he reached out to grasp the squad leader's right arm, even daring to pinch the rough knuckles with his other hand. What on earth? The old squad leader was taken aback by Kwong Ji's sudden and audacious behavior, instinctively withdrawing his hand with a look of shock and disdain. Stepping back a couple of paces. You rascal, touching me in broad daylight. Protectively cradling his arm, he regarded Kwong Gu as one might view a deviant. I'm not into that sort of thing. Keep your claws to yourself. Soft, who had nearly burst into tears, could not contain her laughter, while the live stream chat erupted into a chorus of hilarity and tears. Ha ha ha, Kwong Gu, you rogue. You frightened the old squad leader. The old squad leader mused. This batch of recruits is peculiar. Why would anyone touch hands upon first meeting? Amidst the laughter, there were still traces of tears, and he thought, at that moment, he would trade Kwong Gu's decade of solitude for the assurance that this hand would remain intact forever. Eagle Eye turned his head, shoulders shaking. Kwong Ji's antics had caught them all off guard. He then stepped forward, seizing the still-dazed Kwong Gu and standing at attention before the old squad leader. Report, squad leader. We were just overly excited. Eagle Eye strove to maintain his composure. Seeing you in such high spirits brings us joy. The old squad leader cast a skeptical glance at the trio, his gaze eventually settling on Kwong Ji's foolish yet tearful visage, which significantly diminished his irritation. Yet, a new concern arose regarding the mental state of these peculiar recruits. Enough of that. Clean up the mess. The old squad leader waved his hand. Though his tone remained sharp, it had softened considerably. It's New Year's, crying like that. Don't you know it might give others the wrong impression of what I've done to you? With that, he pointed to the large banyan tree and a pile of farming tools. Since you've been assigned to my squad, you are my soldiers. Today is the little new year. The regiment hasn't scheduled any drills, but we cannot remain idle. Our fellow villagers over there have their plow broken, and that is vital for the spring plowing. You lot, lend a hand. Don't just stand around like a row of telephone poles. Yes, sir. Kwong Gu finally settled down, rolling up his sleeves and bellowing. We will complete the task. His enthusiasm surpassed that of receiving a mission to demolish the enemy's command center. For the next hour, Kwong Gu and the others busily engaged with a few logs and a pile of cow dung, their energy unwavering. Eagle Eye wielded the broken plow, picking up a wooden wedge and striking it with a stone. This mortise and tenon joint is loose. The pressure point is misaligned. We must adjust the angle, otherwise, it will break while plowing. Soft squatted in the cow shed, meticulously grooming the old cow's fur while humming an unknown tune. The old cow, reveling in the attention, squinted its eyes and occasionally licked Soft's palm with its rough tongue. As for Kwong Gu, he was trotting behind the old squad leader, balancing 2 bundles of straw taller than himself. Squad leader, where should I put this straw? Squad leader, how do you find my knot tying skills? Quite impressive. Wouldn't you say? Team leader, perhaps you should take a breather? Allow me to take over. I possess considerable strength. The old team leader, exasperated by the incessant chatter of the enthusiastic recruit, turned around and playfully kicked at him. Get moving. Arrange those haystacks neatly. If even one is askew, I shall give you a swift kick. Despite his words, the corners of the old leader's eyes crinkled with mirth, observing the 3 recruits, who worked swiftly and with a hint of wildness, yet radiated sincerity. The initial irritation he felt at having to guide these newcomers dissipated into thin air. These youngsters are quite commendable. They have not become foolish from their education, complaining about this and that. Suddenly, the recruit noticed a detail. On the old leader's left ring finger, there was a fresh-looking wound, even unbandaged. Team leader, what happened to your hand? The recruit inquired, rushing over. The old leader instinctively recoiled his hand and casually replied, "It's nothing, just a small cut from carving bamboo skewers last night." "What were you carving bamboo skewers for?" "To make lanterns," the old leader said, lowering his head to organize the farming tools, his tone unusually gentle. "My daughter, Nan Nan, insisted on having a rabbit lantern. I'm rather clumsy. It took me half the night just to produce a rough semblance." Upon hearing this, the trio paused in their tasks. This was the first time they had heard the old leader refer to his own hands as clumsy, simply for the sake of that daughter, Nan Nan, who once existed in his memories. At that moment, the sun began its descent in the west, casting a warm golden hue over every tile and tree. The agricultural tasks were complete. The old leader returned the last tool to a local villager and surveyed the tidy barn and neatly stacked hay, nodding in satisfaction. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a somewhat hardened black bread, breaking off a piece to pop into his mouth, then glanced at the recruits. "Well done. You've completed the work admirably." The old leader brushed the dust from his hands and looked up at the sky. At that moment, the village began to echo with sporadic firecracker sounds, accompanied by the faint scent of sulfur and the aroma of cooking food wafting through the air. That was the essence of the new year. It was also the essence of home. The old leader turned around, his back to the setting sun, his smile radiant and full of warmth, as he waved his hand toward the 3 standing recruits. "Come, since you have been assigned to my team, we are family. Today is the little new year. What paltry fare does the kitchen serve?" My eyes sparkle with anticipation. "Come with me. I have a treasure to show you." Chapter 172, Nan Nan. Afraid on the way home, the old leader walked ahead, his steps light and buoyant, reminiscent of a 20-year-old youth. "We have arrived. Just ahead." The old leader pointed, and the recruits looked towards what appeared to be an ordinary earthen brick house. The walls had shed much of their plaster, revealing the straw and mud within. However, the roof tiles were meticulously arranged, indicating that the homeowner was diligent and often repaired their dwelling. The 2 somewhat darkened wooden doors were adorned with vibrant red paper cuttings, strikingly bright. "Chill on, chill on." Before even stepping inside, the old leader's booming voice resonated. "Guests have arrived. Fill the water." As the curtain was lifted, a woman clad in a blue cloth jacket stepped out. She appeared to be in her 30s. Her hair meticulously arranged in a bun at the back of her head, held in place by a polished wooden hairpin. In her hand, she clutched a partially sewn layer of fabric for shoes. Upon noticing the 3 peculiar soldiers following her old squad leader, Shilon paused momentarily, only to break into a warm smile without uttering a word. Swiftly, she tucked the needle and thread for the shoe into her apron pocket and picked up a cloth hanging on the wall, vigorously polishing the already gleaming benches once more. "Please, sit." Shilon's voice was gentle, infused with the refreshing tone characteristic of Hakka women. She nimbly fetched a ceramic pot, pouring steaming water for the 3 men, who sat upright with coarse porcelain bowls in hand. They resembled students at a formal meal hosted by their parents, yet facing them was their exceptionally stern homeroom teacher. They were acutely aware of the impression they were making in front of the old squad leader's family, an impression that had already become rather nuanced in the eyes of their mentor. "Dad." At that moment, a patched blue floral curtain in the inner room stirred. First, a small foot clad in tiger head shoes tentatively stepped out, testing the ground. Soon after, a little head peeked through, with 2 skyward horn-like braids. One slightly askew from just waking up, the child donned a red floral cotton jacket that was not particularly new, its sleeves patched with blue fabric, clearly a sign of growth and the reluctance of adults to discard the garment. The child's face was round and chubby, with large, dark eyes that seemed to capture all the essence of the picturesque scenery of southern Jiangxi. In that instant, the breaths of Kuang-gu, Ing-yen, and Ruan-Ruan halted simultaneously. The name that had been murmured countless times by their old squad leader in the perilous snows of the mountains. The name that had sustained them through the treacherous journey over the Jiajing mountain had now materialized before them. The little girl stood there, timidly clutching the doorframe, one hand fiddling with the hem of her clothing, her curious yet fearful gaze scrutinizing the 3 unfamiliar faces. Upon seeing the girl, the old squad leader's stern visage instantly softened into a radiant smile, and he opened his arms, ready to embrace her. "Nuan-Nuan, come here, greet your uncles and aunties." But Nuan-Nuan did not move. Instead, she shrank back behind the curtain. Observing this, Kuang-gu thought to himself, "This won't do. We are men bearing the title of the old squad leader's soldiers. How can we let a child be afraid of us?" So he bent down, resting his hands on his knees, bringing his large face closer, his voice dripping with warmth. "Oh, who is this little cutie? Uncle is not a bad person, you know. I have tasty treats here." The air fell silent. Ing-yen, taken aback by the tactical approach, glanced at Kuang-gu, hesitating to speak. Ruan-Ruan, shivering slightly, rubbed her arms to soothe the goosebumps. How could Kuang-gu be more charming than me? "Call the police. Quick, call the police. There's a human trafficker." In the live stream, the comments exploded. "Oh no, my ears. Kuang-gu, have your vocal cords fallen on that snow-covered mountain? This is akin to the big bad wolf. If I were Nuan-Nuan, I would cry in fear. Old squad leader, I possess a firearm, indeed, and I have no desire to breach discipline. Yet this individual is utterly insufferable." As anticipated, when Nuan-Nuan beheld the bizarre expression of Brother Kuang, her little mouth pouted, and she burst into tears. She promptly dashed into the embrace of the old squad leader, burying her face against his thigh, presenting her back to Brother Kuang, resolutely refusing to lift her head. "Wah, Daddy, there's a monster." Brother Kuang stood frozen, casting a perplexed glance at Eagle Eye, whose bewilderment was manifest. "A monster? Him?" Eagle Eye discerned Brother Kuang's confusion and nodded. "Not like that." Just as Brother Kuang was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Eagle Eye delivered another blow. "Monsters aren't as lecherous as you." The old squad leader, while gently patting his daughter's back to soothe her, shot an exasperated glance at Brother Kwong. You, silly lad, have you got a chicken feather stuck in your throat? Speak properly. Brother Kwong was instantly mortified, fumbling in his pockets in a frantic attempt to salvage his image in Nuan Nuan's eyes. Don't cry, little Nuan Nuan. Uncle will get you something delicious. He rummaged through his attire. The left pocket was empty. The right pocket yielded nothing. From the upper pocket, he retrieved 2 shriveled, blackened red chili peppers. The situation grew even more awkward. Given the current timeline, what delectable treats could these new recruits possibly offer? It wasn't tea like they were at the bazaar. At least Eagle Eye and Ruan Ruan had some money. Just as Brother Kwong was about to retract the 2 chili peppers, a chubby little hand unexpectedly reached out before him. Startled, Brother Kwong looked down. He noticed that the previously sobbing Nuan Nuan had, unbeknownst to him, peered out from behind the old squad leader. Her large, tear-stained eyes fixated on the 2 chili peppers in his hand, seemingly assessing whether they were edible. Then, as if making a monumental decision, she opened her tightly clenched fist in Brother Kwong's palm. Nestled within was a piece of malt candy, no larger than a fingernail. Uncle, don't cry. Nuan Nuan sniffled, her voice sweet and innocent, both reluctant and sincere. Candy is sweet. Chapter 173. The Eternal Light. However, Brother Kwong couldn't shake the feeling that the candy was akin to shards of glass in his mouth. Yet it was undeniably sweet. For Nuan Nuan might only possess such a piece of candy throughout the entire year. Yet, upon witnessing his embarrassment and sorrow, she unhesitatingly offered him what she believed to be the finest thing in the world. No, I shan't eat it. Brother Kwong hurriedly waved his hands. This is for Nuan Nuan. Uncle Wen-Ti, take it. Just take it, Xiaolan interjected gently with a smile, approaching to ruffle Nuan Nuan's hair. Nuan Nuan understood the importance of hospitality when guests arrived. Little brother, you should accept it. This is the child's heartfelt offering. Although the old squad leader remained silent, he subtly acknowledged Xiaolan's words with a nod towards Brother Kwong. It was then that Brother Kwong, momentarily taken aback, trembled as he gingerly grasped the candy. He certainly could not bring himself to eat it. Instead, he solemnly wrapped it up and placed it in the pocket closest to his heart. Thank you. Nuan Nuan. Brother Kwong squatted down, his tone once more gentle and devoid of harshness. Uncle will remember, this candy is truly sweet. In the ensuing moments, the small room was filled with joyous laughter. Ruinsoft mysteriously produced a red ribbon to amuse Nana, her hands dancing gracefully as she conjured a parachute and then a grand bridge. Wow. Nana's eyes widened in awe, her mouth forming an O shape as she gazed at Ruinsoft with admiration. Let me teach you, Ruinsoft said, her eyes sparkling with delight as she patiently held Nana's tiny hands. This finger hooks here, and this one there. Now release. The sight of the 2 girls, one large and one small, huddled together was as enchanting as a painted masterpiece. Meanwhile, Eagle Eye found himself engaged in a battle with a couplet. The class monitor had procured red paper, intending to write the couplet himself, while Eagle Eye eagerly volunteered to affix it. A little to the left, no, a bit more to the left. Standing atop a stool, Eagle Eye squinted one eye, as if aiming at an enemy commander hundreds of meters away, fixating intently on the edge of the red paper. It's too high. The right side is a tad elevated. The class monitor, supporting the stool, strained his neck and couldn't help but exclaim, have you lost your wits, scholar? Do you really need a ruler to hang a couplet? Just make it close enough. That one do, Eagle Eye insisted with a serious demeanor, succumbing to his obsessive compulsiveness. Class monitor, this is the facade for the new year. It must be perfect. Although the class monitor grumbled, he dutifully adjusted the angle of the red paper according to Eagle Eye's directives. Meanwhile, Brother Kwong, wishing to mask his earlier embarrassment, took on all the firewood chopping in the yard. Gradually, he piled the wood into a small mountain. That's enough. Xiaolan poked her head out from the kitchen, startled by the towering stack of firewood before Brother Kwong. Little brother, take a break. That wood will last until the lantern festival. As night descended, the kerosene lamp flickered to life within the room. Dinner was ready. Although it lacked extravagant dishes, it was still hearty. A large pot of sweet potato porridge simmered to a thick consistency, accompanied by a plate of finely chopped pickles drizzled with sesame oil, and a platter of golden fried eggs. A rarity the family had saved for some time, gathered around the somewhat wobbly 8 Immortals table. The class monitor filled a bowl with a generous scoop of eggs for Nana and served large spoonfuls to Brother Kwong and the others. Eat. Don't hold back, he urged with a cheerful smile. Even without meat today, you'll be full. Come New Year's Eve, I'll slaughter that old hen for you and prepare authentic meat sauce noodles. Thank you, class monitor. The 3 raised their bowls, heartily slurping the porridge. It was warm and fragrant. Ruinsoft, while sipping, stole glances at the class monitor, who, unfazed, watched Nana devour her food and then glanced at Xiaolan, who was mending his clothes. His gaze was filled with deep affection, a sentiment only those who have faced life and death could comprehend. Suddenly, the class monitor extended his hand and gently stroked the back of Nana's head. Nana, he called softly. Nana's cheeks were stuffed with sweet potato, her cheeks puffed out. The class monitor remained silent, merely watching her, wishing for her safe and sound growth. Meanwhile, on the opposite end of the same map, in the outskirts of Ruijin, the night was as dark as ink. The solitary player, known as Jinshan, sunken ship, grappled with the enigma of his own gaming identity while serving as a sentinel. Who was he? He had stood guard at this post for quite some time, adapting to the role despite the years that had elapsed since he last did so. Unlike the flamboyant Angura, Crazy Brother, or the technically skilled Yan, Hawkeye, he was accustomed to solitude. His purpose here was merely to glimpse the increasingly vivid and intricate parallel world of Luoan. At that moment, the sound of footsteps disrupted his reverie. A veteran cook, adorned in an apron, approached with a tray covered by a white cloth, steam escaping from beneath it. Qinchan, the cook murmured, his voice low and tinged with a distinct Jiangxi accent. Still awake? Qinchan nodded in accordance with the game's prompt, swiftly immersing himself in character. The squad leader is still busy, he replied. The cook sighed, casting a glance at the dimly lit earthen house behind Qinchan. What time is it? Even the sturdiest of bodies cannot endure forever. Today is the Little New Year, and I managed to procure some meat to prepare a bowl of braised pork for him. Hurry, and take it in while it's hot. Braised pork? Qinchan paused, momentarily taken aback. The mere mention of it evoked memories of the legendary tales spun by the old squad leader. In this era, savoring a dish of braised pork was far from a simple endeavor. Very well, Qinchan acquiesced, taking the tray and turning towards the earthen house. The structure was aged, with the wooden window panes adorned with frayed paper that had yellowed with time, marred by holes that had been meticulously patched with old newspapers. After standing guard for so long, he felt a twinge of nervousness as he approached the door, particularly regarding the mystery surrounding the figure referred to as he. With a deep breath, Qinchan gently lifted the heavy cotton curtain that served as the entrance. Reporting, he uttered softly, as if fearing to disturb the stillness within. The room was silent, devoid of any response. Only the faint rustling of paper and the sporadic crackle of burning charcoal punctuated the quiet. Qinchan stepped lightly inside. The temperature was scarcely warmer than outside. In the corner, a charcoal brazier struggled to sustain a flame, its embers nearly smothered by ash, casting a dim red glow that barely warmed the room. A square table made of cedar occupied most of the space, its surface a chaotic tableau of telegram drafts, convoluted military maps, and densely annotated scraps of paper. Behind this mountain of disarray sat a solitary figure, his back turned to Qinchan. The silhouette was not robust, rather, it appeared somewhat gaunt. He was clad in a gray cotton coat, worn at the elbows, revealing dark, aged stuffing underneath. He sat there, his back slightly hunched, with a half-rolled cigarette pinched between his left fingers. The ash had accumulated to a precarious length, swaying ominously without falling. At that moment, his entire focus was fixed upon the map before him. Even this mere outline of a man instilled a sense of pressure in Qinchan, a former guard of the Zhuke military district, more so than he had ever experienced before. In the depths of his heart, the sunken ship felt an inexplicable pang of bitterness, akin to witnessing a solitary vigilante illuminating the darkness for countless souls. Report. The sunken ship gently placed the tray on the corner of the table, softly reminding. The cooking team prepared a dish of braised pork, claiming it was to celebrate the minor new year, to provide you with some nourishment. Originally intended to synchronize with New Year's Eve, but it seems that won't be possible. Wishing everyone a joyful New Year's Eve. Chapter 174. The man did not turn around. His gaze lingered on the map, his right hand clutching a pencil as he forcefully circled a point along the contour lines of a mountain range. After a prolonged silence, a voice, hoarse and weary, broke through. Sunken ship, add 2 more pieces of charcoal. The night is deepening, and my hands are growing stiff. The sunken ship felt a jolt in his heart, surprised that the first words exchanged were not about battle or sustenance, but rather concerning the warmth necessary for their work. Yes, the sunken ship quickly crouched down, using the tongs to stir the ashes of the stove, cautiously adding 2 pieces of wood charcoal. The flames flickered, casting shadows that danced within the room. That figure finally stirred, seemingly recalling something, tilting his head slightly. The dim halo of the oil lamp illuminated his profile, revealing an extraordinarily profound outline. A broad forehead. And though his eyes were shrouded in shadow, they shone brighter than the sun. Has that telegram been sent? He inquired abruptly, his tone calm. Yet a thread of authority within his words awakened the instincts of the sunken ship, who had once served as a guard. Report. The communications team is encrypting it, and will dispatch it shortly. Be swift, he instructed. This battle is arduous. Every second counts, and is measured in the blood of our soldiers. Evidently, the Spring Festival of 1934 was not as tranquil as it appeared on the surface. After speaking, he seemed to finally catch a whiff of the enticing aroma of meat, turning to fix his gaze on the bowl of braised pork at the table's corner. 7 parts fat, 3 parts lean, the meat cut into square chunks, glistening and inviting, resting atop dried green beans. Yet, he merely glanced at it, his throat tightening. Before diverting his gaze, he reached for the chipped enamel mug beside him, took a sip of water, and set it down. I cannot eat. He turned away again, his back to the sunken ship, his voice devoid of emotion. The front lines are tense, and the number of wounded is great. Take this meat to the hospital and share it with the severely injured. With just a few words, he ignited a sense of urgency within the sunken ship, who had just regained his guard instincts. But this was specially saved for you. You've endured 3 sleepless nights. Your health, my body is as strong as iron. He interrupted, his tone gentle yet resolute. Take it away. How could I indulge in meat while my comrades fight valiantly at the front? But the sunken ship attempted to persuade further, but the man waved his hand, seemingly unwilling to linger on the matter. He picked up his pen once more, immersing himself in the pile of documents, leaving only the silhouette of his patched-up figure behind. Just as the sunken ship clenched his teeth, preparing to take the food away, the man suddenly spoke again. By the way, sunken ship, today is the minor new year. His voice carried a hint of warmth, casual, as if making small talk. The cooking team has made ginger syrup. Remember to drink a bowl. It's cold tonight. Don't catch a chill. Upon hearing the words, Qinchan opened his mouth slightly, overwhelmed by an impulse to weep. At that moment, he suddenly noticed the wealth of information contained within this room. He observed the man's silhouette, the stack of manuscripts marred by countless small holes from cigarette ashes on the table, the enamel basin filled with butts, and the map densely circled with pencil marks. On the map, the blue arrows representing the enemy surged forth like a relentless tide. In stark contrast, the red markers denoting their own forces appeared fragile and precarious amidst the overwhelming encirclement. Chen Chuan comprehended at once why this chapter was titled The Origins of the Red Expedition. This was not the dawn of victory. It was the inception of a dire predicament. Outside, a chilling wind howled. The army loomed ominously, and the countdown to life and death began. Inside, a dim light flickered. Remnants of cold meals lay scattered, and one individual bore the weight of a nation's future upon his shoulders. Yes, Chen Chuan trembled as he rendered a military salute, his hands quivering as he carried away the bowl of meat. Meanwhile, the laughter and joy from the old squad leader's home seemed to reach him across the fabric of time and space. On one side lay the warmth of human connection and familial reunion. On the other, a solitary light in the cold night, pressing onward under heavy burdens. Chen Chuan suddenly relinquished his preoccupations with his identity, for some names are themselves monuments, etched into every inch of the landscape, requiring no utterance. As long as one can behold that light and that silhouette, certainty arises within the heart. Night deepened. In the earthen house of the old squad leader, the oil lamp's flame was reduced to a mere speck, a stubborn orange glow radiating a small measure of warmth. In the communal sleeping area, breaths rose and fell in a rhythmic cadence. The old squad leader gently lifted the curtain, holding the dim lamp as if surveying his most vital stronghold. The flickering light illuminated several individuals sprawled across the bedding. Quang Ji's sleeping posture was the most chaotic, occupying half of the bedding with his limbs sprawled outside. His mouth slightly ajar as he mumbled in his dreams. "Save some meat for me," he mumbled. The old squad leader shook his head in resigned amusement at the untroubled sight before him. He placed the lamp on a nearby bench, bent down, and tucked Quang Ji's leg back under the covers, carefully adjusting the blanket's corners for him. "This brute," the old squad leader silently cursed, a smile dancing in his eyes. His gaze shifted to the soft figure nestled at the far end. This girl slept fitfully, curled into a small ball, clearly lacking a sense of security. The old squad leader's expression softened, and he longed to pat her back, yet fearing it would awaken her from her dreams, he hesitated, his hand lingering in the air before retracting. Lastly, there was Ying Yan, who, even in slumber, bore a frown, his hands neatly folded over his abdomen, his body rigid. The old squad leader observed Ying Yan's furrowed brow for a moment, sighed, and chose not to smooth it. Instead, he turned away, slightly repositioning the oil lamp to distance it from the boy's sensitive eyes. After completing these tasks, the old squad leader carefully carried the lamp back to the outer room. In the outer room, the charcoal in the brazier had turned white, leaving only a faint residual warmth. Xiaolan had long prepared a wooden basin of hot water and was seated on a small, polished stool, waiting patiently. Upon seeing the old squad leader emerge, she said nothing, merely gestured with a wave of her hand. The old squad leader approached and sat down, removing his tattered cloth shoes to reveal feet covered in calluses, frostbite, and old scars, which he gently submerged into the warm water. The moment of searing heat caused him to involuntarily squint his eyes in pleasure. Xiaolan knelt beside him, rolled up her sleeves, and tenderly washed the feet that had traversed countless mountains. The room was enveloped in silence, save for the gentle sound of splashing water. "Darling." Xiaolan spoke softly, her voice barely above a whisper, as if she feared to disturb the children inside or shatter the dreamlike tranquility of the night. "Do you feel that today our home is bustling, as if we are in a dream?" The old squad leader leaned against the wall, his eyes closed, a faint smile gracing his lips. "A lively atmosphere is wonderful. It is the new year, after all. The home has been so desolate for so many years that it is time for some warmth." Xiaolan paused momentarily, droplets cascading from her fingertips into the basin, creating ripples. She lifted her gaze to the tightly drawn curtain of the inner room, her expression becoming somewhat distant. "Earlier today, I saw that tall fellow chopping wood in the yard." She gestured, her voice trembling slightly. "His boundless strength and that boisterous demeanor. Doesn't he remind you of our Dainyu?" At the mention of Dainyu, the old squad leader's smile faltered. Dainyu, their eldest son, was aptly named. He was robust, strong-willed, and stubborn. When the Red Army expanded, he was the first in the village to enlist, unstoppable in his determination. The boy often boasted of his resilience, claiming he would scout ahead and shield his comrades from bullets. Alas, he ventured forth and never returned. After a moment of silence, the old squad leader swallowed hard, ultimately exhaling a heavy sigh. Indeed, that relentless spirit is carved from the same mold. Once he set his mind on something, not even 9 oxen could pull him back. Xiaolan sniffled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet she forced a smile and continued. "And then there's that little girl. I noticed her meticulousness and cleanliness. Earlier, she was teaching the child how to weave string figures. Her laughter reminded me so much of Sonya. Sonya, their third daughter, had a love for beauty and cleanliness. She later became a medic in the Red Army, enduring the mud to save the wounded, bravely carrying those heavier than herself for miles." The old squad leader opened his eyes, staring at the soot-darkened beams above, as the image of his daughter with braided hair resurfaced in his mind. Yes, if Sonya were still here, she would be of age now. His voice wavered. During the war, with so many casualties, that delicate girl had carried wounded men for miles. She saved lives, yet it drained her, and she never awoke again. At last, Xiaolan could no longer hold back. She bowed her head and wiped the tears from her eyes on her shoulder. She scrubbed her soles with increased vigor, seemingly attempting to mask the anguish that lay within her heart. After a considerable time, she finally spoke again, her tone imbued with a hint of hesitation and confusion. The refined young man was indeed a boy. Xiaolan paused, as if contemplating her words. Yet, observing his earnest demeanor, the way he concealed everything deep within, he resembled Arya, The old Bunjong took the opportunity to interject, his tone resolute yet laden with profound sorrow. Arya was the second child, and the one in the family who seemed least like a soldier. She favored books over adornments, spoke little, but was astute. Her calculations sharper than those of the town's accountant. In the Red Army, Arya managed logistics and finances. Though she was a daughter, she was the family's cornerstone. The old Bunjong gazed at the curtain, as though peering through the fabric to see the frowning eagle eye asleep behind it. Just moments ago, I noticed that young man, even in slumber, wore a furrowed brow, reminiscent of Arya back in the day. During a time of food shortages, Arya would fret over the ledgers, unable to account for any surplus, and would often spend sleepless nights in despair. Ultimately, to safeguard a ledger and several dollars in funding, she bravely diverted the enemy during a retreat. Xiaolan could no longer contain her emotions. Tears cascaded into the foot basin, creating delicate splashes. She lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at her husband, her voice thick with concern and unease. Child's father, please confide in me. Is it your longing for the children that has led you to care so deeply for these new recruits, to share our resources with them? Even going so far as to slaughter that old hen for their meals? Do you regard them as replacements for Dinyo, Arya, and Sanya? As a wife, she understood her husband all too well. The anguish of losing their children lay buried deep within the old Bunjong's heart, hidden from view in his daily demeanor. Yet, once a crack appeared, it would flood forth uncontrollably. She was afraid that her husband might see these young souls as substitutes for their departed children. Such dreams are beautiful, yet awakening from them can be perilous. The old Bunjong studied his wife's tear-streaked face in silence for a long while. He slowly bent down, gently wiping the tears from Xiaolan's cheeks. Xiaolan, he began, his gaze clear and resolute. I am not yet old or senile. I understand that they are neither Dinyo, nor Arya, nor Sanya. Dinyo did not have the fortune to sleep in. Arya was deprived of the joy of scenery, and Sanya will never have the chance to weave flowers again. Once life departs, it cannot return. That is fate, and we must accept it. As he spoke, he turned to look inside the room. But Xiaolan, when I see them, I feel as if our children have not strayed far. The path not completed by Dinyo may perhaps be traversed by this spirited lad. The accounts left unresolved by Arya might find resolution through this scholar. The lives that Sanya could not save might be rescued by this girl. The old Bunjong's voice trembled with emotion, yet his eyes sparkled with a renewed brightness, as if he were ready to charge into battle. This time, I shall watch over them closely. This is not merely my child. It is also the cherished offspring of others, the pride of their parents. The beloved Duoya and Sanya. The hardships our children have endured, the suffering they have faced, the endless paths they have traversed, and the good life they have yet to experience must be carried forth by these young ones, allowing them to live it in their stead. The old squad leader withdrew his feet from the basin, stepping onto the dry towel. He then stood upright, his posture as steadfast as the ancient banyan tree that cannot be toppled by the fiercest winds at the village's entrance. As long as this body of mine remains intact, as long as this hand can still pull the trigger, and these eyes can still aim true, I shall not allow them to tread the same path as our children did. Xiaolan gazed at her husband in a daze, her initial worry gradually dissipating, transforming into profound respect and tenderness. She could discern that her husband had selfish motives, yet they were not for the purpose of seeking a substitute. That was sufficient. Xiaolan dried her hands and lifted the basin of foot water, nodding gently. I understand. When the New Year's Eve arrives, remember to add extra meat to the noodles for the children. After washing his feet, the old squad leader extinguished the oil lamp, plunging the room into darkness. He listened to the rhythmic sounds of the young ones snoring in the back room, their silent murmurs drifting into dreams. Oh, how wonderful it is to have children around. This night, the young man did not kick off the blanket again, and Eagle Eye's brow seemed to ease slightly. Ruan no longer curled up but instead stretched her body, as if she had caught a whiff of the fragrant meat sauce noodles in her dreams. Sleep well, old squad leader. Tonight, may you have a restful slumber. When New Year's Eve arrives, we shall enjoy noodles together. Chapter 176, The Clown's Joy. The Clown's Joy. The following day, the morning light shone brightly. In the small courtyard of the old squad leader's home, Ruan squatted beside a small wooden stool, holding a damp towel in her hands. Ruan, be good, don't move. After washing your face, we will become beautiful. Ruan gently rubbed the still sleepy Ruan's face, the warm water in the basin releasing thin wisps of steam that illuminated Ruan's focused profile. In the live broadcast, the comments began to flood the screen. Is this the morning of 1934? How serene. Ruan is so gentle. I wish to be Ruan. Hey, do you want to be a child? Humph. After washing her face, Ruan positioned Ruan on her lap and magically produced a wooden comb. The messy hair of Ruan, which had been in disarray, transformed into smooth strands under Ruan's deft fingers. With remarkable swiftness, Ruan, with a hint of selfishness, styled a playful yet exquisite modern fishbone braid for Ruan. Ruan's little head shrank back, her voice sweetly complaining, Auntie, it hurts. It will be over soon. Ruan is the best little girl. Ruan held a red hair tie between her fingers and finished with a beautiful bow, gently patting Ruan's shoulder. All done. Go take a look in the mirror. Ruan hopped excitedly into the house, grabbing an old copper mirror with darkened edges from the table. In the mirror, her previously tousled hair now hung neatly down her back, the fine braids glistening like fish scales. She widened her eyes in surprise and reached out to touch the vibrant red hair tie. So beautiful. Truly beautiful. Ruan suddenly turned around and dashed out of the room, crashing into Ruan's embrace, tightly clutching her aunt's leg, her little face rubbing against Ruan's pant leg. So fragrant. The scent of soapberry lingered on Auntie's body, a fragrance most delightful. Ruan Yuan smiled softly as she gently stroked the child's head. This instance of the copy might be the cleanest she had ever felt. Yet at that moment, Xiaolan, seated beneath the eaves mending shoes, suddenly froze in her actions. She was threading a needle in the morning light when the sounds of laughter from the courtyard captured her attention, prompting her to instinctively lift her gaze. Against the backlight, Ruan Yuan was bending down, smiling at the child, the morning glow casting a golden halo around her profile. The gentle arch of her brows and her patient demeanor, in that fleeting moment, overlapped with a cherished memory of Xiaolan's, a figure full of charm and laughter. A sharp intake of breath caused Xiaolan's hand to tremble, the needle pricking her fingertip unnoticed. It was simply too reminiscent. The way Ruan Yuan held the child was strikingly similar to how the third sister had once been. Just yesterday, Xiaolan had cautioned the old squad leader, fearing he might mistake these new recruits for substitutes. Yet, at that moment, as a mother, her heart fluttered violently. In the courtyard, the child was in a state of ecstatic delight. She had never seen such beautiful braids or such a warm-hearted older sister. Thank you, third sister. The braids you made are the most beautiful in the world. Her clear, ringing voice echoed like thunder in the yard, momentarily freezing Ruan Yuan's smile. She stood still, her hand still poised as if to stroke the child's head. Third sister? Ruan Yuan instinctively corrected, you should call me Annie. After all, she was a soldier of the old squad leader, and according to the hierarchy, being called third sister felt strange to her. However, the atmosphere in the courtyard suddenly darkened. The old squad leader, entering through the door, paused, the firewood on his shoulder trembling slightly. His gaze swept past the child to Ruan Yuan, then quickly shifted to his wife beneath the eaves. Xiaolan's eyes were already rimmed red, struggling to form a smile. The barrage of comments in the live stream sensed the unease. Third sister? That title feels off. If there is a third sister, it implies there are an elder brother and second brother, yet the old squad leader has never mentioned any other children. The realization sent shivers down their spines. Could it be that the old squad leader's 3 eldest children were? The courtyard fell silent, mirroring the disquiet of the comments. The child sensed the shift in atmosphere. She shrank back, releasing her grip on Ruan Yuan's clothing, tears welling in her eyes as she timidly glanced at the now silent adults. Did I call it wrong? Whether it was her parents or the suddenly aware Ruan Yuan, they were all enveloped in a haunting silence. The adult's silence was terrifying. The old squad leader regained his composure, about to urge the child to correct herself, but Xiaolan stood up. She quickly walked to Ruan Yuan, gazing at her somewhat bewildered face, her voice gentle as a breeze. It's fine. Xiaolan reached out, her fingertips lightly tracing the folds of Ruan Yuan's sleeve. The glimmer of tears in her eyes ultimately unshed. If this child feels close to you, and you don't mind, let her call you that. The old squad leader glanced at Xiaolan, seemingly letting out a quiet sigh, offering no objection. Ruan Yuan's heart skipped a beat as she realized that she resembled the third sister the child mentioned, enough to evoke such innocent words from her. However, the old squad leader had never mentioned that he had a third daughter. Ruan glanced at Xiaolan, who was caught in a misunderstanding, while the old squad leader stood by, tacitly approving. Since they were unbothered by the issue of seniority, she naturally would not take it to heart either. After all, the old squad leader was like a father figure to her, and even to Kwang Gu and the others. Very well. Ruan's nose tinged with emotion as she agreed. She squatted down, embracing Nuan once again, and whispered softly into her ear. Your third sister will braid your hair every day, alright? Nuan's tears were quickly replaced by laughter as she responded joyfully. Alright, I have an older sister now. Standing at the door, the old squad leader let the firewood he was carrying fall to the ground, raising his voice to mask his emotions. Enough. It's early in the morning. What are you all acting like? Not yet. Kwang Gu was the first to reply, sensing the lingering tension in the air. He quickly changed tactics, slapping his thigh with sudden enthusiasm. Oh no, Nuan, that's not right. He tossed aside the task at hand, feigning a jealous demeanor. Why does she get to call you sister while I have to be called uncle? Look at my face. I'm barely 18 in a few months. Eagle-eyed. Now back to reality, shot a sidelong glance at Kwang Gu, joining in to lighten the mood. Kwang Gu, are you 18? Or did you age poorly since then? The lively atmosphere from moments ago seemed to evaporate. Kwang Gu, do try to keep up. Your face is a decade away from 18. Ignoring the playful jabs, Kwang Gu lumbered over to Nuan, attempting a comically exaggerated face. Call me brother. Quickly, call me Big Pot, and I'll teach you how to catch wild rabbits. Nuan was thoroughly amused by Kwang Ji's antics, her earlier fright dissipating. She pointed at the soot on his nose and giggled. Shame on you. The big uncle is an old man. Hey, you little rascal. Kwang Gu pretended to be offended, plopping down onto an old bamboo chair nearby. With a loud crack, the chair gave way under his weight, sending him crashing to the ground amidst a cloud of dust. A moment of silence enveloped the room. Ha ha ha. Nuan laughed, pointing at the soot-covered Kwang Gu. The big bear broke the chair. Xiaolan couldn't help but chuckle, rushing over to help him up. Oh dear, are you alright, little brother? This chair is a bit old. The old squad leader approached, playfully kicking Kwang Gu's rear and scolding him. You wasteful fool. I told you to chop firewood, not chairs. If you can't fix it by noon, don't expect any sweet potato porridge. I will fix it, I promise. Kwang Gu replied, dusting himself off with a goofy grin, hiding his tenderness deep within. Though the process had its minor mishaps, the outcome was still joyous. Happy New Year, everyone. Chapter 177. Fate beyond control. After breakfast, on the way to the market, Kwang Gu strode ahead with 2 empty baskets, his long legs moving swiftly. Slow down. The old squad leader followed behind, a pipe clenched between his teeth. The basket was borrowed from the neighbor, Old Li. if it gets damaged. Shall we settle the debt with your strong physique? Brother Kwang chuckled lightly, unfazed, and adjusted the burden on his shoulder. Meanwhile, Eagle Eye trailed behind, instinctively vigilant of his surroundings. Soft was in high spirits, captivated by the wildflowers along the roadside. Before long, Brother Kwang's incessant chatter resumed. Hey, class leader. I meant to ask last night. Your sister-in-law speaks with a charming, soft Gan and Hakka accent, quite delightful. Yet you, with your constant spicy dialect, are unmistakably from Sichuan. Isn't that tens of thousands of miles away? Upon hearing this, both Eagle Eye and Soft perked up their ears. Previously, they had been preoccupied with survival on the battlefield, with little inclination to investigate their old leader's past. Or perhaps, even if they had wished to inquire, their leader would have dismissively ignored them. However, in this origin chapter, it seemed they could now freely explore their leader's history. Without pausing his steps, the old leader recalled, yes, tens of thousands of miles. Over 20 years ago, a disaster struck my family, leaving me all alone. In my youth, I wandered, begging for food, working for the landowners. Later, I was conscripted but managed to escape. His words flowed lightly, as if detached from the painful memories. At that time, people were like floating duckweed, drifting wherever the water carried them. Eventually, I found my way here. Then I encountered Xiaolan and the Red Army. The old leader halted, gesturing towards the distant town, and then down at the red earth beneath his feet. Wherever there is land to cultivate, where people are treated with dignity, there is home. Here, the locals call me comrade, and I was thus anchored, reluctant to leave. The chatroom's comments fell silent. Such a past was, in fact, a common tale of hardship in that era. Comrade, he said, but could he be referring to his children? Had his children joined the Red Army? A sharp intake of breath followed. If that were true, the pain would be unbearable. Brother Kwang too fell into silence. The old leader's reluctance to leave ultimately transformed into a resolute march northward. For only by venturing out and winning could they ensure a lasting existence where people were regarded as equals. Let us go, he declared, seemingly uncomfortable with the somber atmosphere, returning the pipe to his mouth and waving his hand. With the spring festival approaching, the market will be bustling today? Hurry along, or the good red paper will be picked over. In the surrounding towns of Ruijin, the market was alive with activity. Come and take a look. Sweet-dried sweet potatoes from our own farm, selling sturdy straw sandals. Wear them for 100 miles without pain. As they stepped into the market, the cacophony of haggling filled the air, a vibrant spectacle overwhelming the senses. The streets were adorned with homemade red couplets, jars of rice, wine open wide, the fragrant aroma wafting for miles. There were also stalls frying donuts, the sizzling oil bubbling merrily, golden pastries rolling in the fryer, enticing passers-by with their mouth-watering scent. The bustling atmosphere of the market is even more vibrant than that of Hadapu, especially with the new year approaching. Enough of just watching. The old squad leader skillfully navigates through the crowd with Kwang and the others, splitting up to accomplish their tasks. Kwang, you go buy some salt. Remember to taste it first and avoid the overly bitter kind. Eagle Eye, you pick some red paper. As a cultured individual, your judgment is impeccable. Ruan. Accompany me to procure a few feet of red thread and some needles and thread. All right. Kwang sets down the wicker basket and, clutching the pouch of money, pushes his way into the market. As he searches for a stall selling salt, an elderly woman suddenly tugs at his sleeve and whispers, "Young comrade, do you need salt?" Kwang is taken aback and looks down to see a woman in her 60s, her hair grizzled, lifting a tattered cloth covering her basket to reveal a few coarse bags of grayish material. "This is the salt I've made myself," she states, opening one bag and offering him a pinch of the rough, yellowish granules. "Give it a taste. It may be bitter, but it can sustain life." Kwang licks it. The flavor is salty and astringent, with a hint of earthiness. However, it isn't excessively bitter, meeting the squad leader's requirements. Just as he is about to pay, the woman suddenly presses his hand down. "Wait a moment, young comrade." After a moment's hesitation, she pulls out a small oiled paper package from the bottom of her basket and places it into Kwang's hands, her voice dropping even lower. "This is real salt. Smuggled from the enemy territory by my son-in-law last month. It's very fine. I had planned to save it for my grandson's full moon celebration. But take it for the injured comrades." Kwang opens it to find the salt pristine white and finely ground, resembling flour. "But this is far too precious," he protests. "Precious?" The woman suddenly becomes animated. "My younger son also joined your ranks last year and was lost in Nanfeng. You are all risking your lives." Without further ado, she shoves the oiled paper package into Kwang's embrace and pushes the coarse salt bags towards him as well. "Take these." "No, this is not acceptable. We have regulations." "We must pay," he insists. "Regulations? Regulations?" Just then, an elderly man selling peanuts notices their commotion and tosses a handful of peanuts into Kwang's pocket. "Here, young soldier. These are homegrown." A woman selling tofu approaches with a bowl in hand. "Young comrade, have a piece of hot tofu." In no time, Kwang finds himself surrounded by villagers, his pockets filled with peanuts, red dates, and tofu wrapped in lotus leaves, while a child discreetly slips a boiled egg into his hand. "Enough, enough. This is truly too much," Kwang exclaims in a panic. "You must accept payment." "No payment needed. That cannot be." In the end, it is the old squad leader who pushes through the crowd to mediate, raising his hand. "We appreciate the villagers' goodwill, but we must pay for these." He squats down and places the money into the woman's basket, turning to address everyone. "You have sent your sons to fight alongside us and saved your provisions for our sustenance. Such kindness will be remembered by the Red Army for a lifetime. But if we accept these gifts without compensation, what differentiates us from bandits?" The crowd falls silent for a moment before the peanut seller is the first to chuckle. "That makes sense. All right, we'll accept the payment, but let it be a token amount." "Yes, just a token." On the return journey, Brother Kwong trailed behind, adorned with the heartfelt offerings from the villagers. Oh dear mother, he sighed, wiping the sweat from his brow. This market gathering felt akin to a supply run. If it weren't for our current discipline, I would genuinely believe I was a wealthy landlord returning home. Stop joking around. Eagle Eye, walking in the middle, shot him a glance, cradling several carefully selected rolls of red paper in his hands, tokens of friendship earned at the cost of one's life. At this remark, Brother Kwong restrained his laughter, his thoughts drifting to the youngest son of the elder. Ruan walked beside the old squad leader, softly inquiring, "Squad leader, can we truly collect so many things?" The old squad leader halted, gazing at Brother Kwong and Eagle Eye, who shared a look of confusion. "Yes," he replied succinctly. "If we do not collect, the villagers will be unsettled. They fear we may not have enough to eat or the strength to prevail. Only when we are well-fed and strong will they find reassurance." The old squad leader turned his gaze northward, his eyes seemingly piercing through the undulating green mountains. "However, having partaken of this bounty from countless households, our lives are no longer solely our own. We must safeguard their hopes and hold up the sky for them." Chapter 178. Layers of foundations, mountains upon mountains. Brother Kwong and the others were momentarily taken aback. The phrase bounty from countless households felt particularly apt. The common folk of Dakuation and Hatapu, though familiar, were nonetheless distinct from those here. Very distinct. In Dakuation and Hatapu, the people regarded them with surprise and gratitude, as if finally welcoming a long-awaited benevolent authority. Yet here, in Ruijin, along the narrow paths of the fields, a few men rolled up their trouser legs, waving to the procession and calling out, "Comrades, take a break. Have a sip of water before proceeding." By the village entrance, young women and wives washed their clothes by the stream. Upon seeing the approaching group, one woman pulled out some sturdy insoles from her basket and pressed them into the hands of the young soldiers, playfully poking the foreheads of the leather-clad men. "Your last pair must be worn out. Take these. If you lose them again, there won't be any more." There was none of the carefulness that one might show towards benefactors, only the ease and intimacy of family. Previously, while listening to the 3 major disciplines and 8 points of attention in the fields, I had once thought it was an idealistic constraint imposed by the old rogue Luo to enhance the grandeur of the team's image. Though indeed, the old squad leaders acted accordingly. As Eagle Eye walked, he suddenly spoke in a rare serious tone, observing not far ahead where a 15 or 16-year-old soldier was assisting an elderly man with a unicycle, his face flushed from exertion. The old man, while critiquing the young soldier's clumsiness, handed him a sweat towel to wipe his brow. In the past, I had believed that refraining from taking even a needle or thread from the masses was an idealistic restraint, a lofty moral standard. But now I understood that it was not a constraint at all. Eagle Eye paused, turning back towards the direction of the bustling town. After all, who would dare steal from their own parents or rob their brothers of their grain? At that moment, the live stream's comments erupted. "Wow. Eagle Eye's understanding is on point. Wait, I didn't know Eagle Eye had such depth of thought. The old squad leader truly knows how to read people. Eagle Eye's insights are profound. Indeed, I now comprehend why one would choose to restart anew upon the brink of reaching the distant shore of the long march. Even if it entails revisiting the same 3 major disciplines and 8 points of attention, returning to the origins of the old squad leader feels far more tangible. After all, the Red Army is not merely a collection of slogans. The old squad leader and his comrades are under the watchful eyes of their fellow villagers, or rather, their loved ones. Upon hearing Eagle Eye's words, Brother Kwong gazed at the silhouette of the old squad leader leading the way, filled with nostalgia. Yes, in the previous mission, we were perpetually on the move, desperately breaking through, adrift in the winds, lacking a solid foundation. Yet here, we witnessed that the Red Army did not emerge from thin air. It is this land, these kind-hearted elders who have tirelessly nurtured this troop, feeding it bit by bit. Later that night, at the old squad leader's home, the little girl had already drifted into a deep slumber, cradling a soft dragonfly crafted from grass leaves that her mother had made for her that afternoon. A gentle smile lingered at the corners of her mouth, perhaps dreaming of the great hero, Uncle Kwong, taking her to hunt wild rabbits. Meanwhile, Xiaolan sat beneath the dim light of an oil lamp, her hands diligently working on a thick, layered shoe sole. Ruan perched at the corner of the table, closely examining it under the warm glow. The sole was meticulously constructed from old cloth, washed, dried, and layered, then stitched together with hemp string, each stitch requiring immense effort. With a firm thrust, Xiaolan's all pierced through the sturdy fabric, each puncture demanding all her strength. At last, she bit off the thread and tapped the shoe sole against her knee to secure it. From the bottom of the sewing basket, she retrieved the completed shoe upper and commenced the final assembly. Before long, a brand new pair of cloth shoes lay before them on the table, black fabric for the upper, white stitching for the sole, each stitch dense and robust. Xiaolan set aside her work, shaking her slightly sore wrists, and looked expectantly at the old squad leader. "Shall we give it a try?" The old squad leader had been eyeing the shoes for quite some time. He nervously rubbed his hands together and rose from the bench, brushing his trousers before slipping his foot into the shoe and testing it on the ground. It fit perfectly. Good shoes. The old squad leader joyfully stamped his feet twice, as delighted as a child with a new toy, appreciating the sturdy sole that gave him a sense of security. However, Ruan frowned slightly as she observed the thick sole. Crafting such a pair required 2,000 to 3,000 stitches. She wondered how many sleepless nights Sister Xiaolan would endure. Yet, most importantly, it was evidently a pair of farewell shoes. "Sister, your craftsmanship is exceptional," Brother Kwong exclaimed, giving a thumbs up and, with a quick tongue, asked, "But with such thick soles, if the squad leader goes off to battle, who knows when he'll return?" What if these shoes wear out, or he longs for home? Before he could finish, Wan delivered a sharp kick to Brother Kwong beneath the table. For goodness sake, Brother Kwong, be quiet. The chat room erupted in a frenzy, as he had unwittingly touched on a sensitive topic. From the perspective of the sunken ship, do you realize how tense the situation outside is? Brother Kwong winced from the kick, quickly realizing his blunder. Although they were deep in Ruijin, the front lines were far from peaceful, longing for home. The smile on the old squad leader's face faltered momentarily as he gazed down at his new shoes, momentarily at a loss for words. Xiaolan, however, did not weep or lament. She merely grasped the scissors, and with a decisive snip, severed the last remaining thread. Little brother. Her voice remained composed as she tidied the sewing basket. She lifted her gaze towards Kwang Gu, then turned to face her husband. Remember this, Xiaolan's presence radiated authority. Once a soldier of the Red Army steps beyond this threshold, do not look back towards home. Kwang Gu and Ying Yan stood in stunned silence, softly covering their mouths. Xiaolan rose and approached the old commander, extending her hand to smooth the creased collar of his uniform. The more she pondered, the more tumultuous her heart became. The more she reflected, the weaker her legs felt. Her fingers lingered on the commander's collar for a moment, noticing a loose button. She instinctively reached for her needle and thread, but restrained herself. Weak legs hindered distance. A troubled heart could not steady a weapon. Xiaolan met the old commander's eyes with unwavering resolve, devoid of any sentimental longing. Out there, you must carry the weight of great responsibilities, fighting for countless children. If you let your thoughts linger on us, it could cost you your life on the battlefield. Her voice quivered slightly, but quickly regained its steadiness. Just think of home as well. I will keep watch here, caring for our child. If your shoes wear out, mend them. If they are beyond repair, walk forward barefoot. When you emerge victorious and return, I will craft you new shoes. One pair will not suffice. I will make them for you a lifetime. But until then, do not look back. Do not look back. Chapter 179. That old thief Luo is truly despicable. The old commander gazed at Xiaolan, a long silence enveloping them. So prolonged was this stillness that Kwang Gu regretted his earlier words, before the old commander finally uttered a single syllable. It was a muted, curt sound, tinged with nasal inflection. It conveyed no discernible emotion, yet seemed to encompass every feeling in existence. He understood her. He needed no hollow promises. These sturdy soles were crafted for his feet, and the admonition to refrain from looking back was meant for his heart. Kwang Gu, Ying Yan, and Ruan stood frozen in place. In that moment, they finally comprehended why the one-armed veteran in the snowy mountain tale spoke incessantly of his daughter, yet never mentioned his wife, Xiaolan. In fact, in other narratives, apart from the momentous conclusion of the long march at Hatapu, the old commander even refrained from mentioning his daughter until he felt himself nearing his limits, at which point he allowed a few memories of her to surface. However, he never spoke of Xiaolan, not because he wished to avoid her, but because he dared not mention her. He was still bound by the promise made tonight. Once you leave, do not look back. To turn back would soften his heart. The moment he recalled Xiaolan's tenderness as she stitched soles by the oil lamp, or the care she showed when washing his feet. The agony of trudging through the cold, gnawing on leather belts, and climbing snowy mountains during the long march became unbearable. To survive in such a hell, one must harden oneself into iron or stone, in order to lead the group of young soldiers out of despair. The pair of layered soles represents the courage bestowed upon him by Xiaolan. This utterance, a mere serves as the incantation that transforms him into steel. Even when faced with despair so profound that the old squad leader finds it hard to endure, his thoughts fleetingly drift to his young daughter, Wan. For she embodies hope. In contrast, his wife, Xiaolan, is his Achilles heel, a tender sanctuary that shatters at the slightest touch. Upon hearing that heavy Xiaolan smiled, her grin blossoming as if she had released a sigh of relief. He understood her, yet she comprehended him as well. At that moment, a single sufficed. For her man, promises were as solid as gold. Xiaolan reached out to pat the steadfast chest of the old squad leader, gently coaxing him as one would a child. Sleep now, we must rise early tomorrow. The night deepened. Kwang Gu and his companions lay side by side on the bed. Restless, Kwang Gu stirred, rousing Ying Yan, who spoke softly. Can't sleep. Of course not, Kwang Gu retorted, irritably tugging the tattered blanket higher over his abdomen. I'm unaccustomed to such tranquility. Nestled on the innermost side, Ruan found herself increasingly insomniac. Kwang Gu, Ying Yan, she suddenly spoke, her voice muffled. Do you think I'm a thief? Kwang Gu turned in surprise. What nonsense is this? Did you steal a chicken from the villagers? Not that. Ruan dismissed Kwang Ji's jest, her tone laced with gloom. During the day, Wan calls me third sister. And even Sister Xiaolan looks at me as if I were her own daughter. I'm just a gaming addict. Even if this game feels real, I'm merely an imposter. I have appropriated their familial affection and benefited from their kindness. If our group of recruits were to perish on the battlefield, how heart-wrenching would it be for Sister Xiaolan and the old squad leader? After all, this origin tale evidently has a long journey ahead. Should they venture to the Xiang River and meet their demise there, Ruan suddenly found herself fearful of the consequences. Imagining the old squad leader and Sister Xiaolan mourning for her, their new daughter, fallen on the battlefield, was a thought too heavy to bear. The cyclical nature of the old rogue's narrative was truly insufferable. At the very least, we, the immersive players, genuinely fear the prospect of arbitrary death. And with that fear comes concern, hesitation, and sorrow. Thus, Ruan sniffled. I suddenly feel as though I am deceiving myself. This sentiment weighed heavier than the struggles of climbing snow-capped mountains or traversing grasslands without sustenance. While being called sister by Wan felt delightful, the most sensitive Ruan now felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. A brief silence enveloped the room. Ing Yen sat up, leaning against the earthen wall, gazing into the darkness towards Ruan Ruan. You are not a mere substitute. What? Ruan Ruan lifted her head. The old squad leader has not acknowledged that, has he? Ing Yen analyzed calmly. Both the old squad leader and Sister Xiaolan are more aware than anyone of who we truly are. Their kindness towards us does not stem from perceiving you as that third sister, but rather because, Ing Yen paused, seemingly searching for the right words. Because we are soldiers. The ones who have taken up the weapons once held by their children. Ruan Ruan and Quan Go listened, momentarily stunned. Yet they failed to grasp the deeper meaning embedded within Ing Yan's words. It was not solely about Ruan Ruan, but about all of them. Hawkeye harbored doubts, suspecting that besides the third sister, there might also be an elder brother and a second brother. This suspicion primarily stemmed from the old squad leader's past demeanor towards them, which contrasted sharply with his attitude towards other warriors. Notably, his affection for Brother Kwang resembled that of a doting father. However, before the trio could delve further into their discussion, the livestream chat suddenly erupted with synchronized messages. Softy. Brother Kwang, stop being emo. Check out the Angel Squad next door. The third sister, known as Sanya, was mentioned in the context of news concerning her. The Angel Squad. Brother Kwang exclaimed, sitting up abruptly. Isn't that an all-female team of professional medics? Have they matched with us too? In Ruijin, at the Recuperation Center of the Red Legion. The term Recuperation Center was somewhat misleading, as it merely referred to a few spacious ancestral halls and residential houses that had been commandeered. 5 female players busily attended to their tasks. Although they were players, their movements exuded remarkable professionalism. The team leader, San San, adeptly directed the placement of stretchers, embodying the authority of a head nurse. Team member Xiao Tudo, on tiptoe, poured the prepared medicinal broth into a series of chipped porcelain bowls. Another member, known as Aining, was diligently repairing a makeshift wooden splint. At that moment, the livestream camera focused on a player named by Ling Yuan, who possessed a graceful, mature demeanor. She was crouched beside a straw-covered sickbed, tending to an elderly warrior with a broken leg. With great care, she used tweezers to gently peel away the old, blood-soaked bandages that had adhered to the warrior's flesh, moving slowly to avoid causing him pain. After cleaning the wound and reapplying the bandage, Bai Lingyuan habitually folded the discarded, soiled bandages neatly on one side of the tray and tidied up a few stray strands of straw scattered around the bed. In a final act of kindness, she even rebut-toned the warrior's collar and smoothed the creases in his clothing. This was not only a professional instinct, but also a manifestation of her ingrained cleanliness and refinement. The aging warrior had been watching Bai Lingyuan's hands intently. Suddenly, a flicker of recognition illuminated his cloudy eyes, and his lips trembled. San. Bai Lingyuan paused in her actions, lifting her head to reveal a gentle countenance, and smiled while shaking her head. Squad leader, I am the new medic, called Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai. The light in the old warrior's eyes dimmed slightly, but then it was replaced by a hint of nostalgia. Ah, you resemble her. You also have a penchant for cleanliness. He gestured toward the neatly stacked bandages, and then pointed to her slightly worn but bleached cuffs. The third sister in our regiment. She had the same troublesome habit. Curious, several members of the Angel Squad, including Xiao Tudo and Dan Chun, gathered around, their ears perked up with interest. Who is the third sister? She is the third daughter of our old squad leader, the warrior reminisced, leaning back against the pillow. That girl, she's quite peculiar. A bittersweet smile crossed his face. We soldiers roll around in mud all day. Who cares about being clean? Yet she does not. No matter how exhausting the march. She insists on washing her face whenever we pass a creek. Even amidst the busiest of times, her white coat remains the cleanest among us. She also has a love for beauty. The old warrior gestured towards her hair, where, come spring, a wildflower would invariably adorn her braid. Sometimes it would be red, at other times yellow. During those moments, others would jest, claiming she was a lady of privilege trapped in the role of a servant, and that such frivolity on the battlefield would inevitably lead to her downfall. As Ruan Yuan observed the stream of comments in the live broadcast, her heart trembled. The love for beauty, for cleanliness, for embellishing her braid. Was this not a reflection of herself? Though she had traversed snow-covered mountains and grassy plains, her obsession with cleanliness had long since faded, the so-called obsession having been cured by her experiences. In the live broadcast, the old warrior's voice softened. She bore no resentment, instead smiling as she remarked that a clean appearance would uplift the spirits of the wounded, thus hastening their recovery. Yet, it was this very fondness for cleanliness that brought tears to the old warrior's eyes as she reminisced. During a counteroffensive, a severely injured soldier arrived from the front lines, his abdomen torn open by shrapnel, his intestines spilling forth. A torrential downpour had drenched the earth, making the mountain path treacherously slippery, rendering the stretcher-bearers incapable of proceeding. The road was a mire, with mud deep enough to swallow a leg, mingled with the odors of manure and decay. Even the bravest among them felt trepidation. Yet without uttering a word, that girl charged ahead. The old warrior's fingers trembled slightly, her vision growing hazy. To shield the injured from the muck that could infect his wounds, that girl, who would normally take great care to avoid even a speck of dirt on her clothes, crawled a mile through the mud. She placed herself beneath the soldier, using her body as a makeshift stretcher, gradually inching backward. The sludge filled her mouth and nostrils, coating her cherished white coat. Suddenly, the only sound that remained was the distant bubbling of boiling medicine. Even the white-clad angels, accustomed to life and death, fell silent. When they finally carried her back, the old warrior wiped her eyes. She had transformed into a figure of mud. Not a single clean spot remained on her. Her hair matted into clumps, and her beloved red hair tie lost. The soldier was saved. Yet she succumbed that night to exhaustion and a fever ignited by the contaminated water seeping into her wounds. The old warrior's voice choked as she paused to regain her composure before continuing. As she departed, that girl, who typically possessed the cleanest hands, clutched tightly to a blood-soaked bandage belonging to the wounded. Ah, that girl. The old warrior sighed deeply and closed her eyes. In truth, she possessed an inner strength that surpassed all, unafraid of dirt. The live broadcast froze on the old warrior's weathered face. The comments momentarily halted before erupting. This was Sanya, the third daughter of the old squad leader, was it not? The beauty had perished in the foulest of mud, sacrificing herself for her comrade. What had initially seemed like the delicate narrative of a substitute turned out to be a legacy of iron will. Ruan Yuan, did you hear that? You are not merely a substitute. It is this spirit of resonance that has earned the old squad leader's recognition of you. In the darkness, Ruan Yuan had already risen. Seated in the corner. Slowly, she lowered her head, illuminated by the cold moonlight streaming through the window, gazing at her own hands. These hands, once pampered and delicate in the modern world, now bear a cut on the palm, an injury inflicted by a splinter while reinforcing the cattle shed during the day. Now scabbed over. Is it not beautiful? No, it is not. Is it dirty? Yes, it is. Yet, Ruan feels no shame. She is no longer the fragile girl who first entered the snowy mountains, her tears frozen and her makeup ruined, even though they had only spent 2 days together. The old squad leader and Sister Xiaolan saw in her not just a resemblance to flowers, but a heart equally willing to become soiled in the name of protection. Upon this realization, the guilt that weighed heavily on Ruan's heart finally dissipated, like the mud described in the barrage of comments. She lifted her hand and gently yet firmly wrapped the red string, intended for creating flower knots for the little girl, around her wrist. 1 loop, 2 loops. Finally, she secured it with a tight knot. Eagle Eye, crazy brother, Ruan's voice resonated in the darkness. What is it? Crazy brother inquired. I think I have an idea of what I should prepare for the old squad leader tomorrow, she replied. What? First sleep, Ruan declared, raising her fist and lying back down. Tomorrow, she needed to help Sister Xiaolan grind beans. She could not bring shame to their women's brigade. Hearing this, Eagle Eye breathed a sigh of relief, realizing Ruan needed no further guidance. Crazy brother chuckled, turning onto his side and mumbling, now that's more like it. Enough of the melodrama. Sleep, sleep, and dream of meat. Chapter 181. I heard she has an older brother? The next morning, at the training ground of the 3rd Army Corps Artillery Battalion, the Trinity Small Artillery team was gathered around a wooden mortar. Adjust the elevation by 2 degrees. Why does the wind here blow so erratically? Spoke Shirting, brandishing a stick, tracing parabolas in the muddy ground. Captain, this wooden barrel is warped. What good is precision if it's wood and not steel? Yezekang, who was lying on the ground aiming, rolled his eyes. That's where you misunderstand, Shirting retorted, pointing at the log reinforced with iron hoops. As stated in the artillery manual on simple firing and intuitive adjustments, if you have the spirit of an artilleryman, everything is artillery. We must learn to correct the deviations caused by non-standard barrels. Prepare. Load. Shirting commanded. Got it. Loading complete. The 3rd team member, with lightning-fast hands, simulated loading with a wooden stake shaped like a shell, adding sound effects as he did so. Click. Into the chamber. Fire. He exclaimed, arching his neck and mimicking the sound. Boom. The 3 maintained their post-launch stances, their gazes following the imaginary shell as they uniformly looked toward the distant hillside. After a few seconds, Shirting nodded. Target hit. Deviation within 3 meters. Not bad. Next round. The viewers in the live stream were left in awe. Wait. What are you even doing? This ISNT artillery practice. It's performance art. ISNT it? Sigh. One wishes to laugh, yet laughter eludes them. Ultimately, it is the impoverished state of the Red Legion that constrains them, leaving the Divine Cannon Squad, as exemplary recruits, to practice their skills with nothing but this wooden target. Yi Zicheng tenderly brushed his fingers against a nearby wooden crate, which contained their squad's meager supply of genuine artillery shells. Conserve your strength, he admonished, casting a wary glance at the motor. Even if my voice is hoarse, we must not risk damaging our precious asset. The captain has made it clear, unless it is a matter of life and death, those shells must remain untouched. At that moment, a limping veteran ambled by the training ground, a pipe in hand, chuckling as he observed the 3 diligent recruits grappling with their wooden foe. Youngsters, hard at work. I see. The veteran settled onto the ridge. Yi Zicheng's eyes lit up as he approached eagerly. He had a penchant for seeking out information. Not only frugal, but also quite curious about the latest tidbits. Rest easy, veteran, he said, quickly lighting the old man's pipe. May I inquire about something? I've heard tales of our stubborn old sergeant. Wasn't he, his eldest son, also involved in reconnaissance? Since the intel regarding Sanya was unearthed by the Angel Squad, more details about the old sergeant's family had surfaced. However, the Divine Cannon Squad only knew that the sergeant's eldest son had served in reconnaissance. Unaware of the circumstances surrounding his demise, the veteran took a drag from his pipe, his gaze growing distant. Ah, that was Big Nyo. That lad was as sturdy as a steel tower, capable of devouring 3 sweet potatoes in one sitting. But how did he meet his end? The motor, intrigued, leaned in. His curiosity piqued. Did he perhaps embrace a bundle of explosives, or block a gun's muzzle? Surely, being the sergeant's son, he must have been a martyr? The veteran cast a sidelong glance at them, exhaling a plume of smoke, and shook his head. It was not so grandiose. His tone was flat, akin to the fog that enveloped the mountains. That morning, the mist was even thicker. Our unit had to cross a river, uncertain of ambushes on the other side. Big Nyo proclaimed his swimming prowess and tough skin, and volunteered to scout ahead. He stripped off his cotton coat and plunged into the river. As he reached the reed bed on the opposite bank, I heard a faint crack. The veteran gestured lightly, as if to illustrate the moment. There was not a sound, and then the water erupted in crimson, and he vanished beneath the surface. The 3 members of the Divine Cannon squad were taken aback. Just like that? Because of a single cold shot? And then what? Shirtion pressed, unwilling to accept the stark reality. This was far removed from the heroic narrative they had expected. What happened next? The veteran sighed, a bitter smile crossing his lips. Afterward, the main force had to march quickly. There was no time to retrieve him. We simply bowed 3 times at the riverbank and moved on. In war, most meet their end in such quietude, like a leaf falling silently in the mountains. Before long, the busy Kwang Gu and his comrades received the news through the barrage of messages. He was hit by a cold shot, Kwang Gu muttered under his breath. Pausing his task, an image formed in his mind. A robust man, much like himself, foolishly grinning as he declared, "I'll scout ahead," only to vanish silently into the icy waters. Having not utilized brute force to tear apart the enemy, nor had the opportunity to show filial piety before my father, it is no wonder that Brother Kwang continues to be occupied. It is no wonder that the old squad leader gazes at me with an expression that seems to oscillate between reprimanding and withholding reprimand. Not far off, beneath the eaves, Eagle Eye sits on a small stool, sketching something in the ground with a twig. Ruinsoft squats nearby, assisting Sister Xiaolan in selecting the freshly pulled scallions from the earth. Eagle Eye, she murmurs, her eyes following Brother Kwang's retreating figure. Do you think we are somewhat special? Not somewhat, but exceedingly special, Eagle Eye decisively replies, gesturing towards the barrage of comments in the live stream. In other instances, most players are matched with ordinary recruits. Some assist in the kitchen, while others help their fellow villagers fetch water. Although they may catch a glimpse of the old squad leader, it is usually from a distance, or they receive a few scoldings from him. Only we have taken up residence in the old squad leader's home, partaken in Sister Xiaolan's cooking, and even Ruinsoft has been affectionately called third sister by the little one. It is evident that we have perfectly completed the puzzle of the old squad leader's household. Brother Kwang corresponds to Dainyu, embodying pure strength and a sense of duty. You correspond to Sanya, representing the pursuit of goodness and beauty even amidst adversity. As I, Eagle Eye, lower my gaze to the twig in my hand, I ponder the old squad leader's frequent reference to me as a scholar, perhaps indicating I align with the old squad leader's own scholar, the second child. However, I am certainly no scholar. Suddenly, Ruinsoft blinks, as if uncovering an overlooked detail. Hey, Eagle Eye, look. The eldest is called Dainyu, the third sister is Sanya, but the youngest has a special name, Nuanyuan. She counts on her fingers, her face a mask of seriousness. What about the second child? The second child? Eagle Eye is taken aback, continuing his analysis. If it were a girl, she would typically be named Xia. If it were a boy, he would commonly be named Xinyo, since Dainyu resembles Brother Kwang and Sanya resembles you. If the second child is not a girl. At that moment, Brother Kwang, having finished his tasks, approaches and overhears the question. Do we even need to ask? He laughs boisterously. It must be a boy. Otherwise, how could he be called a scholar? He continues, just look at Eagle Eye. Does he resemble a girl at all? Brother Kwang chuckles heartily, as if he has uncovered a new continent. If the eldest is called Dainyu, then the second must certainly be. They all exclaimed in unison, as if arriving at some peculiar consensus at that moment. Ernyu. The live stream audience erupted in laughter. What the heck, Ernyu? Eagle Ernyu? If you say Brother Kwang is Dainyu and Ruinsoft is Sanya, I can accept that. But with Eagle Eye's aloof sniper visage paired with the name Ernyu, I can only burst into laughter. To be fair, based on the rustic naming convention, this logic is sound. Dainyu, Ernyu, how catchy. Chapter 182, slowly within the live stream. The screen is flooded with comments regarding Eagle Ernyu like a swarm of locusts. Indeed, as the comments suggest, his name paired with Ernyu seems quite peculiar. Dainyu and Sanya sound reasonable, but Eagle Ernyu is oddly amusing. Ernyu, Eagle Ernyu, Brother Kwang finally realizes, laughing heartily. This name is excellent. It sounds robust. Far superior to Eagle Eye. Hawkeye cast a silent, incredulous glance at the boisterous brother, pondering how the term robust could possibly apply to a name. Leave. Despite his scornful words, there was no genuine anger in Hawkeye's heart. In a fleeting moment of distraction, he observed their old commander in the courtyard, delicately pasting paper for a lantern for the rabbits, and an absurd thought crossed his mind. If he could truly consider the old commander as a father figure. Even if he were to be called Ernyo, it might not be so bad after all. This was not merely his sentiment. After enduring the biting winds of the snowy mountains, traversing the muddy grasslands, sprinting across the perilous looting bridge, and scaling the clouds of Lazaku, the 3 of them, each isolated in their own realities, had come to regard the old commander as a paternal spirit on this crimson land. What did it matter if they were called Dainyu, Ernyo, or Sanya? They were all acutely aware. It was only Wan Yuan who had briefly questioned her own status as a mere stand-in. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream, far more imaginative than the individuals involved, had shifted the tone of the comments from playful banter to a more piquant flavor of curiosity. Brothers, I suddenly have a bold idea. Do you think the characters of Dainyu, Ernyo, and Sanya were intentionally crafted by the old thief Luo? Oh my. Upon deeper reflection, this is chilling. If Ernyo truly resembles Hawkeye, wouldn't that be tailor-made for the Boisterous Brothers team? If that were the case, how fortuitous it would be. The Koi squad, while still under the command of the old commander, has yet to trigger the moment where Wan calls her sister. Could it be that only teams that have conquered all the authentic historical difficulty dungeons can unlock such hidden familial bonds? Let us not kid ourselves, it's quite plausible. Either way, I'm envious to tears. I wish to be a son to the old commander, even if just as an adopted one. But enough of that. You haven't even crossed Lazaku yet. Going there would only make you cannon fodder. What right do you have to partake in the old commander's sumptuous offerings? The boisterous brother, observing the comments, felt a swell of vanity regardless of the rationality behind their speculations. See that? This is the show of power. He raised an eyebrow triumphantly at the camera. This feast on New Year's Eve is earned by us risking our lives. You cannot envy it. Yet, the bravado was merely a facade. His gaze towards the old commander was tinged with caution. He had no desire to unearth the old commander's scars. Nor would he dare to inquire directly, although Ruan Yuan had already been recognized by Nuan Nuan as the third sister. And Nyo's information had been confirmed from the Divine Cannon Squad. The mystery surrounding the enigmatic Air Nyo lingered. Glancing at Hawkeye, the boisterous brother thought. If Air Nyo were genuinely named Air Nyo, it would be one thing. But what if it were merely an unrelated mix-up? As the sun ascended higher, bringing warmth, the old commander did not allow the idling boisterous brother and his companions to remain at ease, having recognized them as his soldiers. They were to embody the essence of soldiers. Young rascal, go grind those beans in the backyard, the old commander instructed, pointing towards the stone mill. Understood. The boisterous brother responded without hesitation, rolling up his sleeves and rushing over. However, Ruan Yuan paused in confusion. Wait, isn't grinding beans my job? At that moment, the old commander's voice rang out. Ruan Yuan, go assist Xiaolan in cutting window flowers. Keep your hand steady, and don't cut the Fu character. Understood, commander. Soft and cheerful, Ruan eagerly agreed to the task at hand and settled beside Xiaolan with a small stool. The two women then huddled together, red paper fluttering about as scissors snipped rhythmically, occasionally accompanied by Xiaolan's gentle laughter. Eventually, the old captain's gaze fell upon Eagle Eye. Instinctively, Eagle Eye stood at attention, awaiting orders. The captain scrutinized Eagle Eye before retrieving a yellowed booklet and a pencil from his pocket. You can read, so calculate the expenses for the past few months. Though our supply unit is impoverished, we must ensure that the accounts for essentials are clear and transparent. Eagle Eye was momentarily taken aback as he accepted the ledger. It was quite old, its corners frayed, yet each page lay flat, adorned with neat and elegant handwriting that meticulously recorded every expenditure. Despite the precision and orderliness of the entries, the captain interrupted Eagle Eye's contemplation with a raised eyebrow. What are you dawdling for? Can't calculate. I can. Eagle Eye quickly replied, regaining his focus as he found a clean stone table to begin his calculations. Thus, the proud marksman transformed into a scholar. Sunlight filtered through the leaves of the old banyan tree, casting dappled shadows across the courtyard. Congo pushed the stone mill, producing a dull, rhythmic rumble. The red paper scraps cut by Xiaolan and Ruan danced in the wind, resembling a flurry of crimson snow. Eagle Eye bent over his calculations, the pencil scratching softly against the paper. Nuan circled around him, occasionally curiously poking at his pencil. In that moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream seemed to slow down. If only time could freeze right here. Indeed, as long as they remained in Ruijin and did not embark on the long march, they could forever be a happy family. Alas, there are no if-onlys in reality. Time passed swiftly in this serene atmosphere, and before long, it was afternoon. The aroma of freshly made soy milk wafted through the courtyard, while the old captain added firewood to the stove, the flames illuminating his face, which still bore a youthful smile. Congo, drenched in sweat, cheerfully snuck a sip of freshly made tofu pudding, grimacing from the heat. Ruan affixed her carefully cut window decorations to the window frame, stepping back to admire her handiwork before clapping her hands in satisfaction. Eagle Eye closed the ledger with a long sigh of relief. The accounts were balanced to the last cent. Just then, the comments in the live stream erupted. The audience, previously immersed in the warm atmosphere, suddenly reacted as though they had received urgent military news. Brothers, stop watching the tofu being ground. Hurry next door. There's news about Air Nyo from the Wushan team. Chapter 183. Air Nyo, Eagle Air Nyo. In the temporary military supply depot of the Red Army Supplementary Unit in Ruijin, the Wushan team was busy transporting supplies. The team leader was Shunming Weijian, with members Shaluan, Lion, Yiwu, and Shuiyue. Captain, we've been hauling for 2 hours. And we haven't seen a hint of the hidden mission, Shaluan grumbled, effortlessly hoisting a 100-pound ammunition box. The neighboring Angel team has triggered the area storyline, and the Divine Cannon team has uncovered the cause of Dinyo's death. We can't just toil away here. The deity, with a list in hand, meticulously checked the numbers without lifting his head. What's the rush? The logic of old thief Luo has always been meticulous. Since this supplementary regiment is the root of the old squad leader, every blade of grass and tree here may conceal a clue. Our current identity is that of a newly enlisted laborer, so let us excel in our duties. Sha Liwan smirked, set down his box, and directed his gaze toward a dilapidated wooden table in the corner. There sat a military supply officer, a man past 50, busily manipulating an abacus. With a lively mind, Sha Liwan approached. Uncle, take a break and have some water, he offered, handing over a water bottle. The supply officer continued his calculations, casting a sidelong glance at Sha Liwan. Youngster, if you have something to say it quickly. I can't wrap up these accounts today. The commander will have my skin. Sha Liwan grinned. Uncle, you're quite shrewd. I just wanted to inquire about something. There's talk in our regiment that the old squad leader's eldest son, Big Nyo, is a valiant reconnaissance hero. What about his younger sibling? Based on the information gathered, Sha Liwan speculated. If the eldest is named Big Nyo, is the second one called Second Nyo? Is he also formidable? Perhaps skilled with a bayonet or a machine gun. Nearby, the Lion, who was moving supplies, and Shuiyue, both perked up their ears. After all, Brother Kwang corresponds to Big Nyo, and Ruan Yuan corresponds to Sanya. Thus, the identity of the second sibling likely aligns with that of the sharp-eyed marksman. Observing the cold demeanor of the sharpshooter, it was evident that the second sibling must be a tough character. However, upon hearing the name Second Nyo, the supply officer abruptly paused his calculations. Second Nyo? He scoffed, yet his tone bore no hint of mirth, only an inescapable bitterness. The old squad leader has only one male heir, Big Nyo. The second is a daughter. Upon this revelation, the entire No God team froze, their audience in the live stream brimming with questions. A girl? So that sharp-eyed one Sha Li Wan was taken aback and instinctively asked, a girl? What is her name? Erhua? Erniu? The supply officer sighed, finally ceasing his frantic calculations. Her name is Arya. However, he wiped the corner of his eye with a frostbitten hand. Though she is a girl, her temperament is graver than Big Nyo's, and she is tougher than many men. Unlike Big Nyo, who delights in wielding weapons, and Sanya, who is fond of cleanliness and beauty, she prefers trailing behind us old folks, learning to read and calculate. He gestured to his well-worn abacus. In those days, our regiment was impoverished, so destitute that it echoed. Every bullet, every grain of rice, every inch of cloth was a soldieress life. Arya became the best clerk in the regiment, her handwriting exquisite, and her accounting impeccable. She rarely spoke, often furrowing her brow, constantly jotting notes as if someone owed her $200. Even when the commander sought to requisition an extra box of ammunition, if the paperwork was lacking, she would send him back. Sha Li Wan listened, astonished. This sounds so familiar. Rarely speaks. Always frowning. Meticulously frugal. Extremely principled. Aside from the gender discrepancy, is this not a perfect embodiment of Hawkeye? The barrage of comments from curious onlookers began to scroll frantically. Oh my, the truth has emerged. I had a feeling that Hawkeye was summoned by the old squad leader to settle accounts. It turns out she inherited the ledger from Arya. However, ISNT Hawkeye primarily an archer? Quiet down, quiet down. Listen to what the quartermaster has to say. How did Arya meet her end? Shallowan, being knowledgeable, immediately pressed for more details. Uncle, what happened next? Did Arya also? The quartermaster's hand trembled slightly, rendering the abacus beads indistinguishable. That year, during the transfer, it was also winter when the logistics team encountered bandits and enemy scouts. To safeguard the regiment's ledger and a few pieces of silver, she instructed the others to take the ledger and leave first. She declared herself the accountant, knowing which transactions were most profitable. Thus, she exchanged her life for the entire regiment's fortune. The quartermaster's voice quivered. Alone, with a sack of coins, she refrained from firing a shot, instead running while scattering the coins upon the rocks and into the woods. The clinking sound. The quartermaster imitated that noise, grief etched upon his face. How crisp that sound was. It was the sound of money, but also the sound of life. The bandits, upon hearing the clatter of coins, pursued her like madmen. In the end, the quartermaster shook his head, unable to continue. No further words were necessary. A frail young girl, to divert a pack of greedy wolves, paved her path to death with a sack of coins, until the last coin fell, until the last drop of blood was shed. This transaction was worth it. The No God team, along with the barrage of comments, fell into silence. The Blue Star barrage had already shed countless tears due to old thief Luo's deception, yet it soon became lively again, or rather, the sorrow dissipated. Hawkeye and Arya's connection is now solidified. Dainyu is Kwang Gu, Sanya is Ruan Ruan. And Hawkeye is indeed our half-sibling elder sister. Would you stop talking? It's not elder sister, it's Ernyo. Right. Hawkeye Ernyo. Oh. Crying and laughing at the same time, poor Hawkeye Ernyo. At the home of the old squad leader in Ruijin, the night deepened. Several hours had passed since the plot triggered at the logistics depot. The tale of Arya and the new viral term Hawkeye Ernyo had already reached the ears of Kwang Gu and his companions through the omnipresent barrage. The room remained dark. The old squad leader and Xiulan had long since retired, while Kwang Gu and the others lay side by side on the large bunk in the inner room. Kwang Gu turned over, the sadness long gone, and a smile that had been suppressed finally burst forth. He chuckled. Arya, Ernyo, Hawkeye Ernyo, haha. In the darkness, Hawkeye lay with his eyes closed, brow furrowed. If you want to die, just say it. I'll grant your wish. Stop pretending, Hawkeye. Kwang Gu decided to drop the act, resting his hands behind his head, gazing at the pitch-black ceiling. Now the entire internet calls you Ernyo. You need not maintain your facade. Just think. When the old squad leader had you tally the accounts, your expression was one of utter disdain over the mere penny. Wasn't he that quintessentially Arya? Chapter 184. Chicken. Upon hearing this, Hawkeye refrained from retorting, his breathing slightly heavier, and after a while, he managed to utter a mere HM. Then he opened his eyes. No one knew what he was contemplating. In summary, they need not deliberately create a spectacle for the sake of attracting an audience. They simply need to present their most authentic selves. The genuine Hawkeye exists in tranquil silence, embodying a serene presence. This is indeed commendable. Softy embraced Hawkeye's quietude. Brother Bold, valiant as he is, has vanished in pursuit of exploration. Sister Air, astute in her ways, has disappeared for the sake of the accounts. Sister San, gentle-hearted, has departed for the injured. Softy turned slightly, observing the two indistinct figures beside her. The three of us, perfectly complementing one another. I possess the heart to care for others. Hawkeye has the intellect to strategize. Brother Mad, your strength is formidable, capable of shouldering burdens. We are indeed a family. The notion of family momentarily stunned both Brother Mad and Hawkeye, yet it felt entirely natural. They were no longer rivals, but comrades, companions, family, an effortlessly united clan. Brother Mad fell into a brief silence before extending his hand to pat Softy's head, and then delivering a hearty thump on Hawkeye's shoulder. Indeed, we are a family. Not just us, but also the old squad leader and the others. Brother Mad's voice softened as he closed his eyes. Let us rest. Once this night passes, old thief Luo will commence the acceleration of time. Clearly, this year is nearing its end. Yes. Hawkeye too closed his eyes, continuing the conversation. Tomorrow will be New Year's Eve. The following morning, after a night of beautiful dreams, it was indeed New Year's Eve. Awake? Hawkeye was fastening his leg straps while playfully teasing Brother Mad, who was 3 minutes behind his usual schedule. It's New Year's. Must you bring your sniper routine into this? Brother Mad stretched lazily, countering Hawkeye's jibe. Sister Air, one must learn to save her life. Hawkeye's fingers momentarily froze as he looked up, his gaze sharp as a blade. Call me Hawkeye. All right, Sister Air, Brother Mad chuckled, unfazed by Hawkeye's fierce demeanor. Slipping on his cloth shoes as he made his way outside. In the courtyard, there was quite a commotion. The old squad leader was crouched under the eaves, sharpening his knife. The grinding stone was a well-worn piece of bluish stone with a hollowed center. Water splashed upon it as the squad leader, wielding a chipped vegetable knife that had seen over a decade of use, pushed and pulled across the surface. Meanwhile, Xiaolan was bustling in the kitchen, white steam billowing from the door crevice, carrying the sweet aroma of sweet potato porridge. Most conspicuous was Nan Nan, her 2 pigtails soaring high, squatting beside the squad leader with her chin resting on her hands, gazing intently at the knife. Father, is the knife ready? Almost, the squad leader replied, testing the blade's edge with a fond expression. I wouldn't dare claim it can slice a hair, but it will surely cleave a chicken neck with ease. Then why haven't we caught the chicken yet? Nan Nan licked her lips in anticipation. Sister San said that meat sauce noodles require plenty of meat, and that old hen must have a lot of flesh. The first to awaken, Softy, chuckled at her words and helped Nan Nan rebutton her crooked button. What's the rush? That's your father's prized hen, raised for several years. It hasn't even risen yet. Chickens can be lazy too. Nan Nan pouted. At that moment, Brother Mad approached, and, upon hearing this, immediately perked up. Squad leader, leave this task to me. Brother Mad rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular forearms, thumping his chest with a resounding declaration. Isn't it just catching a chicken? As the first assault soldier of our reinforcement team, isn't it a simple matter to catch that chicken? The old squad leader paused his work, scratching the blade with his thumb, casting a sidelong glance at Brother Kwong. His eyes filled with intriguing meaning. You? The self-proclaimed first assault soldier of the reinforcement team? That chicken is quite cunning. The chickens in this mountain area, though they primarily feast on grass seeds and insects, have seen a bit of the world. Previously, when Xiaolan attempted to catch it, it simply soared onto the roof. That was due to sister-in-law's kindness and hesitation. Brother Kwong, however, was undeterred, brimming with confidence. With my well-trained muscles, how could I possibly fail to capture an old hen? Fine, go ahead. The old squad leader made no attempt to stop him, even shifting his stool aside. Preparing for the spectacle. In the live stream, joy and concern intermingled. I had a foreboding sense that this chicken might prove to be extraordinary. And Brother Kwong was on the verge of a mishap. It was said that suggesting a mishap was excessive, after all. Brother Kwong was an all-around player. How could he possibly falter in catching a mere chicken? I wager 50 cents at LLB over in 3 seconds. There, in the backyard beside the woodpile, the chicken strolled leisurely, exuding an air of confidence. Its comb was vivid red, its tail feathers erect, as it walked. It extended and retracted its neck, resembling a commanding officer. Brother Kwong lowered his body, employing a standard tactical stance, stealthily flanking from the side. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Just as Brother Kwong was about to launch his attack, that old hen seemed to possess eyes in the back of its head, suddenly tilting its head. Its beady black eyes rolling with a hint of human-like disdain. Cluck! Brother Kwong lunged like a tiger descending the mountain, hands poised like pincers, aiming directly for the chicken's wings. Yet, in an astonishing display, the hen spread its wings wide, its slender legs propelled forcefully against the ground, executing a remarkable leap. Soaring over Brother Kwong's head, with a thud, as it flew past, the chicken's claws even pushed off Brother Kwong's head with a vigorous shove. Brother Kwong missed his target completely, and was unable to halt his momentum, crashing headfirst into a mound of straw he had piled up days prior. With a puff of dust, straw scattered everywhere. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The hen landed triumphantly, head held high, emitting a series of calls as if avenging a great grievance. The courtyard fell silent for a moment before being shattered by Nuan Nuan's tinkling laughter. Ha! Uncle Big Bear has turned into a straw bear. Nuan Nuan laughed so hard that she nearly toppled backward, but fortunately, Nuan Nuan was quick enough to catch her. Brother Kwong emerged from the straw pile, his head adorned with a few stray straws, his face smeared with mud, wearing an expression of bewilderment and disbelief. Has this chicken become a spirit? Did it just anticipate my anticipation? The old squad leader chuckled, his shoulders shaking as he continued sharpening his knife. I told you, this chicken is indeed crafty. Your sheer strength may suffice against an ordinary chicken, but not against ours. I refuse to believe it. Brother Kwong, with his stubborn temperament, thought he had been careless before by not dodging. This time, he would be serious. At that moment, Hawkeye, who had been leaning against the doorframe watching the spectacle, approached with a professional tone. The target moves with remarkable speed, possesses vertical takeoff and landing capabilities, and maintains a vigilance range of approximately 5 meters. Brother Kwong, your tactics are far too simplistic. It's a classic case of reckless charging. Hawkeye picked up a branch and swiftly traced a few lines on the ground. After analyzing the terrain, we determined that a C-shaped encirclement tactic was necessary. Soft, you are tasked with guarding the exit of the chicken coop, as that is its only retreat route. Brother Kwong, you shall block the gate to cut off its escape. I will advance from the left flank, using the woodpile as cover to intercept it mid-flight. Soft was momentarily taken aback. Really, it's just a chicken. Do we need to treat it as if we were in a battle for survival? Chapter 185. The chicken, this is a matter of attitude, Hawkeye replied sternly. Any mission must be approached with utmost dedication. All right, I'm with you. Brother Kwong was also riled up. If we don't catch this chicken today, I'll start calling you Eagle too. Hawkeye shot a sideways glance at Brother Kwong, wondering if he meant to mock him. The old squad leader looked at Hawkeye with curiosity, finding the nickname rather peculiar. Action. Once prepared, Hawkeye commanded, and the three sprang into action simultaneously. Although Soft grumbled, her body was utterly honest, promptly sealing off the chicken coop. Brother Kwong stood like a guardian at the gate, while Hawkeye, using the terrain to his advantage, advanced rapidly. This time, the hen was indeed flustered. Attempting to return to the coop, she was blocked by Soft. Trying to flee, she found the door barred. The only escape was upwards to the roof. The hen flapped her wings frantically, attempting to ascend to the thatched roof. Anticipating her every move, Hawkeye leaped high, his hands darting toward the airborne chicken, legs like lightning. However, just as his fingers grazed the hen's claws, she executed an exceedingly bizarre maneuver in midair. She abruptly retracted her neck and raised her rear. With a splatter, a warm, semi-fluid substance erupted toward Hawkeye's face. Though battle-hardened, he had never encountered such a biochemical assault. His instinctive aversion to filth caused him to instinctively turn his head, slightly delaying his actions. It was this brief hesitation that allowed the hen to spring off his shoulder, soaring like a springboard onto the rooftop. As Hawkeye landed, dodging the foul attack, his expression mirrored the muddy chicken footprints on his shoulder, dark and grim. On the roof, the hen looked down imperiously, cackling victoriously. Cluck, cluck. The triumphant call left Brother Kwong agape. Is that really a chicken? It must be a battle chicken. He could hardly blame Hawkeye for his reaction. It was the hen's lack of honor that was to blame. Even if Brother Kwong were in charge, he would surely avoid confronting such a formidable foe. Soft covered her mouth, shoulders shaking violently as she stifled laughter, her face flushed with suppressed mirth. Wan, however, was not laughing this time. She gazed at the hen atop the roof, her little mouth pouting, on the verge of tears. Wah! The chicken flew away, and there's no meat left. Her crying startled Brother Kwong and the others. Don't cry, Uncle will catch it for you. Brother Kwong began to climb toward the roof. Stop! The old squad leader could no longer bear it. He slammed the cleaver onto the chopping board with a thud. The old squad leader rose to his feet, dusting off his trousers, and leisurely strolled to the center of the courtyard, retrieving a small handful of broken rice from his pocket. Cooing softly, he squatted down, producing a call to the chickens that only those from the countryside would comprehend, imbued with an irresistible allure. He gently scattered the rice on the ground, his movements as delicate as a spring breeze caressing a rice field. On the rooftop, the once mighty battle rooster tilted its head, eyeing the rice below before glancing at the squatting old squad leader. The conditioned reflex, ingrained since birth, swiftly overcame all tactical training. It flapped its wings and descended directly towards the scattered grains. Just as it bent down to peck at the rice, the old squad leader's hand reached out, slow, even somewhat languid, yet remarkably steady. He firmly grasped the base of the chicken's wing and lifted it effortlessly. The hen, which had previously embarrassed both the Mad Brother and the Eagle Eye, was now captured with ease. The hen struggled momentarily, but soon succumbed to the old squad leader's grip, becoming docile in his hands. Holding the chicken aloft, he glanced at the three new recruits, who stood frozen in awe, and shook his head with a chuckle. What use is brute strength? What purpose does strategy serve? To deal with this chicken, one must understand its mind and offer it a taste of sweetness. You youngsters may excel in battle, but in the art of living. He weighed the chicken in his hands, noting its tender flesh. Mad Brother and Eagle Eye exchanged glances, each recognizing a profound respect in the other's eyes. They suddenly realized that no tactical maneuvers or firepower were required here. A handful of rice could secure a peaceful home. Hooray, we have meat to eat. Dad is the best. The little girl, Nan, broke into laughter, skipping joyfully around the old squad leader. Sister Sholan peeked out from the kitchen, her face illuminated with a smile as she observed the scene. All right, enough showing off. Hurry and prepare the chicken. The water is already boiling. The old squad leader acknowledged her and carried the chicken towards the backyard, patting the dust off Eagle Eye's shoulder as he passed by. Don't wear such a gloomy face. Tonight, we'll have 2 chicken legs, one for Nan and one to share between you two. Eagle Eye paused, the weight of his earlier gloom dissipating in an instant, as the comments in the live stream took on an unexpectedly tender tone. Just moments ago, they had been laughing uproariously, yet now tears threatened to surface. No matter how artfully the chicken danced, it ultimately succumbed to the realities of life. While the old squad leader remarked that they were still inexperienced in living, he knew they would never have the chance to experience such simplicity again. Enough. Silence in the front. Today is New Year's Eve. No knives allowed. Yet, despite such proclamations, the chicken ultimately met its fate. The burden of sacrifice fell upon the old hen. At the kitchen door, the old squad leader squatted on the ground, deftly plucking the feathers from the chicken. Mad Brother initially intended to take over the task, but was met with the old squad leader's retort. Your grip is more suited for uprooting trees. Don't tear the chicken skin apart. Sister Sholan emerged from the house, carrying a wooden basin, and upon witnessing Mad Brother's expression of helplessness, she couldn't help but laugh. Little brother, why not wash the carrots? She provided him with a task to occupy his hands. Sure thing, sister, Mad Brother exclaimed, relieved, and hurried towards the well with the carrots in tow. At this moment, the little girl, who had been playing with a red ribbon indoors to avoid the sight of the chicken being slaughtered, peeked her head out, drawn by the commotion. Today, she wore an old floral jacket that had been altered to fit her, making her appear even rounder and more endearing. She scampered over to the old class leader, crouched down beside him, resting her chin on her hands, her eyes resembling dark grapes as they fixated on the now motionless chicken. Daddy, the girl called softly. The old class leader continued his task, a smile gracing his face. Does the chicken feel pain? Soft, who was nearby preparing vegetables, instinctively glanced at the old class leader upon hearing her question. Xiaolan, holding a wooden basin, paused, wanting to soothe the child, but was interrupted by the old class leader's voice. Little one, it doesn't feel pain. He meticulously plucked the last few fine feathers from the chicken. The girl blinked twice, her expression a mixture of confusion as she gazed at the bare bird. If we eat it, will it hold it against us? In the realm of a child's imagination, everything possesses a spirit. This chicken had clucked in the backyard for years. Although the girl had cried earlier when she feared there would be no meat, seeing the chicken lifeless now stirred a sense of uncertainty within her. The courtyard fell silent for a moment, and Xiaolan found herself at a loss for how to explain this harsh reality to the child. Finally, the old class leader, having finished his task, wiped his hands on his apron and gently patted the girl's head. No, it won tea, he assured her confidently. It lived with us, grew fat for this day, just like your father goes to war with the army. He does it so you can enjoy meat sauce noodles. The girl nodded, half understanding, glancing at the chicken as if grasping something profound, yet remaining oblivious to its entirety. However, the audience in the live stream was struck by the profundity of this plain statement. Wow, the old class leader's awareness. It lived with us for this day. And your father follows the army for this day too. Tears welled in the eyes of the viewers, resonating with the notion of sacrifice. The generation of chickens for the next generation of people, and the generation of soldiers for the next generation of the nation. Suddenly, words seemed inadequate. Quan Gu, with his hands submerged in the water while washing radishes, turned to glance at the little girl squatting on the ground. Why could the old class leader articulate sacrifice so casually? As night fell, all preparations in the old class leader's household were complete, awaiting the making of meat sauce noodles. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard gate, drawing the attention of Quan Gu and the others. Knock, knock. The sound of a knock resonated, steady and unhurried. Who is it at this hour? Quan Gu began to rise to open the door. But the old class leader was quicker, standing up first. He gestured for Quan Gu to remain seated and walked briskly to the gate. Outside stood Qin Xuan, holding a square package wrapped in oil paper. He gazed at the warm red lights spilling from the house. Listening to Quan Ji's booming voice and the laughter of the little girl, his brow relaxing. The door creaked open. The old class leader leaned out and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Qin Xuan, instinctively bringing his feet together. Comrade, do you need something? The shipwreck stood at attention and saluted, presenting the oiled paper package with both hands. Squad leader, this was specially allocated from above. The old squad leader did not take it, his brow furrowing deeper. Above? Which above? I haven't earned any merit. Receiving something for no reason violates discipline. It was that person who asked me to deliver it. The shipwreck lowered his voice, casting his gaze towards the package. That person said that this year is exceptional, and several military families in our village are struggling. Therefore, he specifically set aside some of his rations for me to ensure it reaches the families with children. The shipwreck paused, mimicking the tone of that person who had given him the instructions, and softly added, he said that during the new year, we mustn't let the children suffer. The old squad leader was momentarily taken aback, touched by the concern from that person, who had now been marginalized. Trembling, he extended his hand and solemnly accepted the package from the shipwreck. Peeking into the oiled paper, he found a small piece of cured meat, glistening dark red in the night. Please thank that person for me. The old squad leader saluted once more, and the shipwreck nodded in acknowledgement. Having completed his task, he turned to leave. Hey, comrade. The old squad leader grasped the shipwreck's sleeve, eagerly urging him inside. On this festive occasion, come in and sit with us. We're preparing to make meat sauce noodles. Inside, Xiaolan also peeked out. Yes, comrade, we can add another pair of chopsticks. Come in and warm up. Quan Gu even stood up, bellowing, shipwreck brother, don't be polite. I can already smell the cured meat. Everyone shares the joy. Come in and eat noodles. At that moment, the shipwreck stood at the threshold, one foot already inside. After all, it represented the old squad leader's hopes and aspirations for the meat sauce noodles, who among the Crimson Expedition players would not long to partake. It was a taste of home, the ultimate temptation for the red players. Yet, as he looked at the smiling faces within, and at the little girl with her pigtails gazing curiously at him, he found his foot stubbornly halted at the threshold. Suddenly, a memory flashed through the shipwreck's mind, the figure in a tattered cotton coat, sketching maps under the dim light of a small lamp. The one who had selflessly given the braised pork prepared by the cooking team to the wounded, quenching his own hunger with cold water. The shipwreck swallowed hard and withdrew the foot he had initially stepped forward with. The old squad leader observed the shipwreck's actions and understood much of what was transpiring. He no longer urged him, merely gazing deeply into his eyes, his lips moving slightly before he finally asked, still standing? Clearly aware of the shipwreck's role as a guard, he knew that his guard could not stray too far. The shipwreck nodded, remaining silent, and the old squad leader ceased his persuasion. The old squad leader turned back into the room, swiftly wrapped 2 freshly cooked rice crusts in oiled paper, and firmly pressed them into the shipwreck's hands. The night was cool, but the warmth of the rice crusts was comforting. The shipwreck looked down at the package still radiating warmth from the stove, then glanced up at the oil lamp covered in red paper. Under the light, the little girl was leaning on the table, eagerly staring at the bowl of noodles yet to be served. Quan Gu had his meat sauce noodles, and he had his braised pork. As Qin Xuan withdrew his gaze, he turned towards the faint flicker of candlelight hidden deep within the night, a light so dim it was nearly imperceptible. With a barely audible sigh, he murmured to the old squad leader, someone must keep watch for that light to remain aglow. Upon finishing his words, Chen Chuan tucked the rice crust into his embrace, saluted the old squad leader, and then vanished into the darkness. The old squad leader, standing at the threshold with 2 liang of cured meat in hand, gazed intently in the direction where Chen Chuan had disappeared, remaining motionless for an extended moment. The cold wind swept through, stirring the dried leaves on the ground in a whirl. He did not move. He understood. Chapter 187. This family will fall apart without me. After a prolonged pause, the old squad leader finally closed the door and returned to the room. This meet Xiaolan began to speak, but the old squad leader interrupted with a wave of his hand. Let us prepare a meal. He approached the stove, poking the firebox with a fire stick. That individual is a guard. Once sent out, he won to be recalled. If we refuse, it would only serve to vex him. Since it has been given, let the children have a hearty meal. Inside, the atmosphere quickly shifted from its previous tension to bustling activity. Xiaolan was adept at managing household affairs. She deftly transformed the old hen into evenly sized chunks of meat on the chopping board. The 2 liang of cured meat was sliced into translucent thin pieces, which were first placed in a hot pan to render their fat. The sizzling sound of oil mingling with scallions, ginger, and garlic exploded into a robust aroma when dried chili segments were added, transforming the once crisp air into a thick, tantalizing essence. A distinct swallow echoed through the room. Huang Gu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, clasped his stomach and chuckled, "Sister-in-law, this aroma is overwhelming. It's simply against the rules." Xiaolan smiled as she tossed the chicken pieces into the pan to stir-fry. "Patience, little brother. This meat needs to be thoroughly stewed to release its flavor. Go fetch another bundle of firewood. We need a stronger flame." "Understood," Huang Gu replied, turning to dash outside. Eagle Eye stood nearby, peeling garlic, while Ruan Ruan rolled up her sleeves, squatting beside the stove to assist Xiaolan in rolling out the dough. Ruan Ruan was the busiest at this moment. She retrieved the large, coarse porcelain bowls from the cupboard, which they usually hesitated to use. "This one is for father, and this one is for mother," she chanted, arranging 2 pairs of bamboo chopsticks neatly atop the bowls. Then, she picked up a third bowl and placed it where Ruan Ruan had been sitting, exclaiming, "This one is for third sister." Ruan Ruan paused in her dough rolling, her face lighting up with a smile. "Ah, thank you, Ruan Ruan." Immediately after, Ruan Ruan lifted a larger bowl than usual, struggling to set it at the eastern end of the table. "This is." Ruan Ruan tilted her head, biting her finger as she glanced at Huang Gu, who was chopping firewood at the door. With a sudden spark of inspiration, she shouted, "This is for elder brother." Her declaration caused the air in the room to freeze for a moment. Huang Gu, who had just returned with firewood, froze mid-motion. Previously unaware of the matter concerning Daniel, he had been urging Ruan Ruan to call him brother. However, now, the title of elder brother left him feeling uncertain. Elder brother is big and eats a lot. He needs a large bowl. Ruan Ruan insisted, pointing at the sea bowl. Mother used to say that elder brother could eat 3 sweet potatoes in one sitting. Uncle Big Bear can eat too, so you are elder brother. The innocent words of the child momentarily halted Xiaolan's hands, her gaze drifting absently towards Huang Gu. "Sister-in-law." Huang Gu looked at Xiaolan, somewhat at a loss, fearing that such a term might evoke painful memories for the family. To his surprise, Xiaolan merely took a deep breath and continued rolling the dough. "What the child said is true. With your physique, how could you be satisfied with a small bowl? Use that big one." The old class monitor sat by the stove, tending to the fire, his expression obscured by the flickering flames. He merely responded with a muffled acknowledgement. "Yes, that is her elder brother's bowl, the one that Dania used. Cleaned thoroughly, without ash." Huang Gu swallowed slightly, caught off guard by the sudden mention of brother. They had initially intended to keep this matter concealed, yet it was inadvertently revealed by the child. However, since both Xiaolan and the old class monitor had spoken, any hesitation on his part would be a transgression. "Ah, then I shall not stand on ceremony today. Thank you, Ruan Ruan." With renewed enthusiasm, Ruan Ruan picked up another bowl and placed it before Ingyan. Holding a half clove of garlic, Ingyan looked up at Ruan Ruan. "This one belongs to the second brother." Ruan Ruan pointed at Ingyan. "The second brother is not chatty, but he is clever, can count, and even catch chickens. Mother said the second sister used to be good at counting, so you must be the second brother." The logic of children is refreshingly simple and direct. "Since you are like my older siblings, and since I desire older siblings, then you are indeed them." Ingyan was momentarily taken aback. He was accustomed to being called Ingyan, to acting as the calm observer within the group, and even used to being humorously referred to as Ing Er Nyo in the live stream. Yet, the title of second brother felt both weighty and warm. Instinctively, he glanced at the old class monitor. The old class monitor added a handful of firewood to the stove, and the sparks crackled loudly. "What are you dawdling for?" The old class monitor chuckled. "Ruan Ruan has assigned you a task. Why don't you get on with it?" Lowering his head, Ingyan placed the peeled garlic cloves into the bowl, responding with a quiet yet earnest yes. The live chat exploded with warm sentiments. "Woo-woo, the family portrait is complete. This is how the old class monitor's home should be." Though aware it was all an act, a part of him wished this moment could last forever. The unwitting accomplice, Ruan Ruan, chimed in, "Humph, this family won't fall apart without me." As the lid was lifted, a rich aroma of meat wafted through the air. Bright red chili oil, vibrant green scallions, golden stir-fried eggs, and chunks of both fatty and lean cured meat and chicken filled a large bowl to the brim. The noodles, handmade by Xiaolan, were wide, firm, and chewy, swirling in boiling water before being lifted, exuding a fragrant wheat aroma. Dinner is served. The family gathered around, each with a steaming bowl of meat sauce noodles before them. The old class monitor picked up his chopsticks, not to eat, but to rummage through the bowl of meat sauce. Soon, a tender, falling off the bone chicken leg was lifted and placed into Ruan Ruan's bowl. "Eat up, grow strong." the old class monitor said with affectionate eyes. Then, he reached for another chicken leg, intending to share it with Kwon Go. No. Kwon Go, quick to react, pulled his bowl back, misinterpreting the old class monitor's intentions as wanting him to have the chicken leg all to himself. I can't let that happen. Monitor. I don't like chicken legs. They get stuck in my teeth. This excuse is so flimsy that even Won cannot bear to listen. What is the point? Misunderstanding. Xiaolon kicked the old class leader under the table, signaling to the nearby Eagle Eye and Ruan. The old class leader was momentarily taken aback, then realized he had been misinterpreted, just as he was about to suggest that Kwon Go and the others share. A small hand suddenly reached out and snatched the chicken leg from his chopsticks. Wan placed the chicken leg into her bowl, and with the one from earlier, she now had two. Just when everyone thought she would devour them alone, Wan picked up her chopsticks again. She was small and weak, and it took considerable effort to shred the chicken meat. Then, she picked up a large piece of leg meat, trembling as she extended it toward Kwon Go's bowl. Big brother, eat. Big brother is strong and can help father chop wood. Kwon Go looked at the extra piece of meat in his bowl, utterly surprised. Burying his face in the bowl to conceal his emotions, shoveling noodles into his mouth, fearful of revealing the glimmer of tears in his eyes. Next, Wan offered a piece to Eagle Eye. Second brother, eat. Second brother has good eyesight and must eat more meat. Eagle Eye tightened his grip on the chopsticks and softly said, thank you, Wan. Finally, Wan transferred the remaining large portion of meat into Wan's bowl. Third sister works the hardest, helping mother and even braiding Wan's hair. Wan smiles with crescent-shaped eyes, eat more. After distributing one chicken leg, Wan gazed at the remaining one in her bowl, contemplated, and tore off half, placing it into the bowls of the old class leader and Xiaolon. Father must eat. Mother must eat. In the end, Wan looked at the little bones and scraps of meat left in her bowl, licking her lips with a satisfied smile. The noodles are truly delicious. The meat broth is so fragrant. Chapter 188. Wishing for year after year at this moment, no one spoke. The noodles were savory and slightly spicy, while Kwon Go chewed heartily on the chicken and slurped the noodles. The only sounds in the room were the slurping of noodles and the occasional clink of bowls and chopsticks. Soon, only a neat stack of empty bowls remained on the table. So satisfying. Kwon Go languidly slumped in his chair, speaking candidly. I have never tasted such delicious noodles in my life, truly. Compared to the previous experience in the Snow Mountain chapter, where he could only watch the old class leader and the others enjoy their meat noodles, this time was evidently more fulfilling for Kwon Go and the others, even if it was merely a fleeting moment. Xiaolon playfully glared at Kwon Go with a smile and stood up to clear the bowls and chopsticks. Ruan quickly rose to assist, deftly polishing the table until it gleamed. The old class leader, puffing on his pipe, observed the joyful scene in the room, his face beaming with smiles. He stood up and mysteriously walked toward the corner of the wall, where a basket covered with oilcloth lay. Father, what is that? Wan's sharp eyes immediately spotted it, jumping down from her stool and trailing behind the old class leader like a little tail. The old class leader turned back and gently pinched her cherubic face. Look at what this is. He lifted the oilcloth, revealing an object from the basket, a beautifully crafted rabbit lantern. The bamboo frame was covered with translucent white paper, and the rabbit's long ears stood upright with vitality. Her eyes were adorned with two plump red beans, exuding a delightful charm beneath the dim light. Wow, a rabbit! Nan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling brighter than the red beans. The old class monitor, feeling somewhat awkward, wiped his hands on his trousers before handing over the lantern. It was a bit rough. I had intended to cover it with red paper, but there wasn't enough. So beautiful, so beautiful. Nan heard not a word of it. Her focus was solely on the rabbit lantern. She gingerly accepted the lantern, cradling it in her arms with affection. Thank you, Dad. Let's go to the yard. Dad will light it for you. The group made their way to the small courtyard, where the moon shone amidst sparse stars. The old class monitor struck a match, the flame flickering as it cautiously ventured into the lantern's belly, igniting a small piece of candle. A warm red glow emanated, illuminating Nan's cherubic face. It's bright. It's bright. Nan ran around the courtyard with the lantern. The shadows danced with her movements, resembling a joyful little butterfly fluttering gracefully in the pitch-black night. Suddenly, a gust of night wind swept through, whistling ominously. The candle flame trembled violently, as if it were about to extinguish. Before Nan could react, a broad shadow, as solid as a mountain, shielded the lantern from the wind. Kwon Go turned his back to the wind, spreading his arms wide to create an impenetrable wall for the fragile paper lantern. I've got you covered, it won't go out. Kwon Go turned back with a grin for Nan. She giggled, continuing to run with the lantern. Ying Yan followed closely behind, meticulously watching the ground beneath Nan's feet. A slightly raised pebble, kicked aside. A potentially tripping branch, picked up. Ruan squatted by the grinding stone, resting her chin on her hands, her eyes glistening with warmth. In the live stream, countless viewers from Blue Star beheld this heartwarming scene, the comments dwindling. No one was joking, no one was teasing. All eyes were quietly fixed, afraid that any comment might disturb this beautiful dream. Exhausted from running, Nan paused at the center of the yard, raising the lantern high. Dad, look. It's brighter than the stars in the sky. The old class monitor stood beneath the eaves, taking a puff of dry tobacco, his voice slightly hoarse amidst the swirling smoke. Yes, it's bright. As long as Nan holds it, it will always shine. As the night deepened and the wind grew cooler, the family remained outside. The rabbit lantern was placed on the grinding stone in the center of their circle, the candle flame dancing quietly. It's New Year's, Xiaolon suddenly spoke, gazing tenderly at Nan. Make a wish, Nan. Mother says that wishes made on New Year's Eve will surely come true next year. A wish? Nan tilted her head in thought. then closed her eyes, pressing her hands together. I want. Her voice was crisp, imbued with the unique innocence and certainty of childhood. I wish that every year during the new year, I can eat the meat sauce noodles made by Dad. And I want big brother, second brother, third sister, and mother, all of us together to eat. Not a single one can be missing. The night wind fell silent, and the sparse comments suddenly flooded the screen. Nan, don't wish for such things. Every year? Do you know how extravagant that word is for them? Sigh. Since the commencement of the long march, many have never returned. Where is the solace in the annual lamentations? Alas, one cannot escape the gentle yet fatal blade of the old thief, each cut a deadly blow. Brother Kwong bowed his head, while Eagle Eye lifted his gaze, both struck by the naive wishes of the little girl. The most sentimental among them, Soft, could only discreetly wipe away a tear from the corner of her eye with the back of her hand, then muster a radiant smile. Silly child. The old squad leader tapped his pipe to shatter the silence, proclaiming that wishes lose their magic once spoken. Magic. It must be magic. The little girl opened her eyes and stubbornly gazed at everyone. Brother, what is your wish? She asked as she grasped Brother Kwong's hand. Is it to eat 3, no? 4 sweet potatoes? Brother Kwong looked into the depths of her clear eyes, seeing his own dark-haired reflection within. Ah, my wish, Brother Kwong's voice softened, is to return every year to chop firewood for you, to stack the wood as high as a mountain, ensuring our home remains warm forever. He spoke not of slaying enemies nor of achieving glory, but simply of chopping wood. For within this family, he is the elder brother, and such is his duty. The little girl nodded earnestly and turned her gaze towards Eagle Eye. And what of you, second brother? Eagle Eye withdrew his gaze from the heavens, directing it towards the lantern on the grinding stone. Second brother hopes. He paused, recalling the words spoken by a comrade before parting. Hope that no matter how far we wander, or how dark the night, this lantern shall always shine in our home. As long as the light persists, there is a place to return. And third sister? Soft gently adjusted the little girl's disheveled bangs, her fingers brushing lightly against the rosy cheeks. Third sister wishes for you to wear the prettiest braids, to live a long life and be safe and sound. Even if it means sacrificing our own lives for that wish, Soft kept it nestled in her heart. At this moment, their wishes were exceedingly simple, devoid of grand ambitions or personal accolades. They were merely about protection, about this family. The little girl seemed content with everyone's wishes and finally leapt into the old squad leader's embrace, tilting her head to ask, Father, what about you? Chapter 189, The Wind Rises, with a glimmer of light. Father has no grand wishes. The old squad leader caught the little girl, gently patting her back. I merely hope that in the future, all the children in the world have meat to eat and books to read, that there are no more wars, and no one fears the dark. By then, I shall be home every year, cooking noodles for you all. No sooner had he spoken than the wind in the yard grew fierce. Not only fierce, but also cold. The old squad leader glanced at the flickering rabbit lantern, then at his companions, who suddenly felt the chill, and called out, The wind is strong. Let us return indoors. He tightened the old cotton coat he wore. Let not the wind blow away our blessings, nor let the lantern grow cold. I'm not cold, the little girl exclaimed, her small face reddened by the biting wind, fiercely clutching the rabbit lantern. The rabbit isn't cold either. Be obedient, Xiaolan said, wrapping a slightly thicker old jacket around the little girl. We must stay up tonight. If you catch a cold, how will you wear your new shoes tomorrow? Upon hearing the words new shoes, the little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Those were the new shoes her mother had painstakingly crafted over several nights, the coveted New Year gift she had longed for. We're new shoes. We're new shoes. The young girl, brimming with excitement, led the way back into the house, where the charcoal in the brazier had turned a bright white. Yet, the room remained warm and cozy, enveloped in the comforting embrace of home. Amidst laughter and conversation, the New Year's Eve approached the stroke of midnight. The girl was already drowsy and was gently cradled into bed by the old class leader. However, she stubbornly clutched the lantern in her hand, its red, bean-inlaid rabbit eyes gazing at her companions, as if she were whispering in her sleep. The eldest brother, Kwang Gu, suddenly looked up, instinctively wanting to respond, but hesitated, unwilling to disturb the slumbering girl. The voices of the second brother and third sister faded into whispers. See you tomorrow, we will eat noodles together. But what hope was there for tomorrow? Kwang Gu and his companions fell silent as they observed the countdown to the end of the New Year's Eve drawing near. Clearly, the special edition of the new year, free from burdensome worries, was about to conclude. Their tomorrow might signify the true commencement of the long march, rather than the first day of the new year for the girl. Kwang Gu and Ying Yan remained silent. Wan bit her lip, turning her head away, unable to bear the sight of the little bundle on the bed. The old class leader tucked the girl in snugly, gently patting her back in a slow, steady rhythm. Once, twice. Sleep now, his voice echoed in the small earthen room, softening into an ethereal whisper. When you awaken, the day will be bright. Tomorrow, when the sun rises, we shall have noodles. The light within the room began to blur, the figures of the old class leader and others becoming indistinct. The sensation was akin to the ending of an old film reel, where the images began to grain and the surrounding sounds faded into the distance. Only the flickering candlelight within the rabbit lantern remained as a singular, piercing point of illumination in this dimming world, yet it too grew fainter and more distant. Then, abruptly, everything became bright. With a gasp, Kwang Gu jolted back from the sensation of weightlessness, returning to the settlement space. What? It's over? Just like that? The Blue Star's barrage of comments paused momentarily. Lao Zue, you have no heart. Let me see it just once more, even for a second. The girl is still waiting for tomorrow's noodles. How heart-wrenching it will be for her when she awakens to find her elder brother, second brother, and third sister gone. Enough said. The sweetness of the past is matched only by the sharpness of the future. The phrase "see you tomorrow" is the most terrifying curse I've ever heard. Brothers, this is not even the worst part. The most fearsome reality is that the true long march has yet to begin. Indeed, it has not begun. This special New Year edition is utterly disconnected from the harrowing losses of the Xiang River. At that moment, the rewards for the instance in which Kuang Gu and his companions found themselves began to be calculated. Angel Squad has acquired a special item, a dried wildflower. Note, the lovely girl, who ventured a mile through the mud to save others, sacrificed her life but could not bear to part with this flower she wore in her hair. Wearing effect, healing efficiency increased by 20. It symbolizes the resilience of life and an unwavering devotion to beauty. Sanya, Ruan gazed at the flower on the screen, momentarily entranced, softly uttering its name. Following that, the next group was up. The Divine Cannon Squad has acquired a remarkable item, half of a dried sweet potato. Note, the scout, despite being ravenously hungry, must conserve this morsel, for he knows that in a critical moment, this half-sweet potato can enable his comrades to run an additional 5 miles. Effect, hunger tolerance increased by 30, slightly expanding visual range. Eating less is a strategy to see further. Kuang Gu gazed at the sweet potato, instinctively rubbing his belly. He recalled Nian asking him if he would eat 3 or 4 sweet potatoes. The uninspired squad has obtained a special item, a worn copper coin. Note, this coin is worth more than life itself. The accountant girl swallowed it before her demise, preventing the bandits from seizing it. This represents public funds. Every cent a testament to the soldier's sacrifice. Effect, team resource management capabilities enhanced, willpower determination corrected by 10, though these were rewards for other squads. Ingyan cited Area's tenacity. So, another copper coin had been ingested? Finally, after the other player squads had concluded their rewards, it was Kuang Gu, Ingyan, and Ruan's turn, and surprisingly, they received a family portrait. Trembling, Kuang Gu extended his hand and magnified the photograph. The image was black and white, with low resolution, somewhat blurred, reminiscent of a hurried snapshot taken with an antiquated camera. The backdrop featured the earthen courtyard of the old squad leader's home adorned with red couplets. The old squad leader sat in the center on a bamboo chair, cradling Nian, who with her braided hair and a rabbit lantern, smiled wide enough to reveal her teeth, but not her eyes. Xiaolan stood beside the old squad leader, her hand resting on his shoulder, smiling gently, yet somewhat shyly. Behind them stood 3 peculiar young men. Kuang Gu beamed widely, forming a peace sign that did not belong to an ordinary soldier. Ingyan stood tall and straight like a javelin. Ruan slightly bent at the waist, her cheek against Xiaolan's arm, smiling sweetly. If one disregarded their attire and the background, it was a family portrait that transcended time. Back then, they were all still present. Back then, the lantern still glowed. Back then, the wind had yet to scatter this family. As Kuang Gu gazed at the photograph, his eyes reddened once more, when suddenly, item details popped up. Item name, family portrait from New Year's Eve 1934. Item description, this is a photograph that does not exist in history but is etched in memory. It captures a desire for reunion, even when tomorrow remains uncertain. Special attribute, bonding radiance. Kuang Ji's gaze fell upon the line detailing the special attribute, and he gasped. Wearing this photograph, in all subsequent historical quests related to the Crimson Legion, when the individual Nian from the photograph survives and appears within a 10-kilometer radius of the player, the photograph will emit a slight warmth. Chapter 190. To live is the greatest reunion, thanks to the gift of the king from Shi Ting. To live, simply to live. Kuang Gu focused on the word survive, releasing a deep breath. Brothers, do you see? Luo Laoze has finally turned over a new leaf. The survival indication signifies what? It indicates that our fourth sister still has a future. Ingyan, meanwhile, contemplated the analysis of the 10-kilometer warmth. Indeed, this implies that at some future juncture, we may yet have the opportunity to see her again. Perhaps, our dear one still remembers us. But if she remembers us, what about the old class leader? At this moment, the space around us suddenly transforms, revealing the realm of the heroic spirits once more. At the Jiajin Mountain Pass, the dawn's light bathes the snowfield, casting a warm golden hue upon the pristine white snow. It is neither cold nor warm. A figure sits cross-legged, holding a pipe, gazing at the golden sun. Taking leisurely puffs, the smoke rings expelled dissipate almost instantly, melted away by the golden light. Hearing the sounds behind him, the figure pauses momentarily, turns around, and greets the astonished trio with a grin. Oh, you haven't left yet? Happy New Year, children. Class leader, Kuang Gu exclaims, his voice cracking as he rushes forward without a second thought. You didn't leave? Ruan and Eagle Eye also rush towards him, astonished to find the realm of heroic spirits once again. The old class leader sits on a stone, observing the approaching trio with a chuckle and a shake of his head. Leave? Where would I go? He taps his pipe and gestures to the stone beneath him. The scenery here is lovely and bright. I thought I might bask in the sun a little longer. Class leader, since you haven't left, Ruan, her eyes glistening, asks eagerly, does this mean we are not in a hurry? That we do not need to rush? Upon hearing this, the old class leader hesitates for a brief moment, his hand clutching the pipe, pausing slightly. The smile on his face dims as his gaze drifts past the trio, towards the distant mountains, cloaked in golden light. Not in a hurry, indeed, this time we are not in a hurry. His voice traverses the mountain winds, and he seems to wish to impart some important information. In truth, the old class leader turns to Ruan, his expression growing profound and tinged with regret. In truth, this old body of mine has been frozen solid since the time of Jiajin Mountain. The smiles on Kuang Gu and the others' faces, along with the astonished comments in the barrage, stiffen. The old class leader speaks as if recounting a trivial matter. pointing to his chest, and then to the snow beneath. It was cold, truly cold. I thought I would just rest for a moment, just for a moment. Once the sun rose, I would get up and continue on with Xiao Hu and Xiao Duzi. Originally, this brief rest turned into eternity. The old class leader chuckles. A serene acceptance of life and death. It was you children. He extends a finger, playfully poking Quang Ji's nose, then indicating eagle eye and Wan. It was your unwavering spirit, your determination not to let me perish, that called my soul back, that brought me back. Then we traversed the grasslands. Soared across the looting bridge, crossed the Lhotse Pass, and the old class leader's gaze softens immensely. You even allowed me a brief return home, to celebrate the new year. To see Xiaolan and our dear one. To savor a meal of meat sauce noodles. This fortune is immense, truly immense. Listening to the old class leader's joyous words, Quang Gu and the others feel a weight settle upon their hearts. They clearly comprehend the underlying message in the old class leader's words and ponder how they could save him, altering the course of history. Originally, the segment set against the backdrop of the snow-capped mountains served as the starting point of the main narrative. In the normal timeline, the old squad leader, who had always encouraged them not to look back, had long since found eternal rest beneath the snowy peaks. Their ability to alter the so-called history and to rescue the old leader from his metaphorical severed arm might be attributed to the notion that he, perhaps, was a player much like them. As these thoughts swirled in their minds, the trio felt a rush of emotion, their noses tinged with an unexpected bitterness. Do not cry, admonished the old squad leader, his brow furrowing slightly, his tone carrying a hint of sternness akin to that of a seasoned drill instructor. What is there to weep about during the new year? Do not let the weight of battle rest solely upon your waistbands, whether we leave early or late. We shall all depart. To witness your emergence, and to see the child hold on to her dreams is enough for me. The trio quickly adjusted their mindsets. Indeed, everything seemed to be well, yet an inexplicable sorrow lingered in their hearts. Softly, one of them ventured, squad leader, now that we have crossed the Lhotse Pass, are we not soon to return to our home in northern Shaanxi? The old leader, understanding the implication, interrupted without hesitation. Do not look back, he stated, rising to his feet and brushing the snow from his clothing, his form beginning to fade into transparency. Why, squad leader? Quang Gu queried, perplexed. For after crossing the Lhotse Pass, the long march had seemed far less desolate. The old leader, however, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the golden expanse of the snowy plains, his eyes fixed on the north. Having crossed Lhotse Pass and arrived at Hadapu, while the journey ahead remains long, this day, at least, has brought forth light. Turning back, a mysterious glimmer shone in his eyes. Back in those days on the snow-capped mountains, you all allowed me a glimpse into the future. I saw the children flourishing, and the fields abundant with grain. Just a fleeting vision, a slight yearning, and a sense of certainty in my heart is truly sufficient. Much like the foundation that Xiaolan provided me. As long as there is a foundation, words become superfluous. The old leader smiled openly and boldly. Indeed, I must not linger here any longer. I have to proceed ahead and keep watch. Daniu, Arya, Sonya, and all those brothers who have fallen along the way are waiting for my return to the unit. If I were to tarry here in comfort, how could I face them upon my return? His laughter echoed without sorrow, yet for Quang Gu and his companions, it felt as though they were swimming against a relentless current. Though he had expressed no urgency, the passage of time within the ethereal realm felt fleeting. They too had tasted the sweetness of this gentle abode, and though reluctant, they began to understand the old leader's increasingly broad-minded perspective. At that moment, the lower half of the old leader had entirely melded into the radiant glow, yet he bore no sadness, only a profound sense of ease. He resembled a veteran who had completed all his missions and could finally lay down his burdens and rest at home. All right, it is time for you all to return, he said, casting a final, deep gaze upon the trio, filled with the pride and affection of a parent. During this festive season, do not merely stay here with me. Go back to your world, enjoy a good meal, and live your lives to the fullest. And keep that family portrait safe. If one day you pass by, if one day you can see the child, the figure of the old leader gradually became indistinct, leaving only a silhouette behind. Tell the child that her father has kept his promise. Her father is always ahead, guiding her along the path. As the wind rises and the clouds gather, the last golden rays of light suddenly burst forth. A light-hearted phrase lingers and fades away, accompanied by the voice of the old squad leader. Remember, noodles should be eaten while hot. Chapter 191. Noodles must be eaten hot, damn it. I'm hungry. In the real world, it is nearly midnight, and New Year's Eve is approaching. Quang Gu removes his VR headset, staring vacantly for a while. Ingyan, Wan, I crave noodles, meat sauce noodles. That was the squad leader's instruction. Noodles must be eaten while hot. If they cool down, they lose their essence. 40 minutes later, the kitchen in Quang Ji's home is bustling with activity. Bang, bang. Quang Gu wields two cleavers, their blades flying in a dance, causing the chopping board to tremble incessantly. The flames lick the pot, reducing the sauce to a glossy, vibrant red, rich yet not greasy. On the other side of the stove, Ingyan, donned in a pink apron, wields a spatula, intently monitoring the sizzling meat cubes, occasionally adding spices. Meanwhile, Wan, with sleeves rolled up, reveals her fair arms as she expertly kneads the dough until it is smooth and elastic. The trio's live stream remains active, with a phone stand perched atop the microwave, capturing the three of them in their culinary fervor. The barrage of comments scrolls wildly, even more fervent than during the game's conclusion. Wow, Quang Gu's knife skills. Is he slicing meat or preparing for a duel? I'm afraid of Ingyan's gaze. It feels like he is about to hurl that spatula at someone's head. Am I the only one sobbing? Wan's kneading looks just like Sister Shulan. Hakalu. Starting the New Year's Eve festivities late at night with food cravings? I also want meat sauce noodles. They have indeed changed, once aloof. They now exhibit such earnestness over a bowl of noodles. Soon, the enticing aroma wafts through the air, a blend of meat, wheat, and the piquant scent of chili. The noodles are ready. Ruan calls out brightly as 3 bowls of steaming meat sauce noodles are placed on the table. The vibrant red broth, the handmade white noodles. Generously topped with a thick layer of meat sauce and crowned with a perfectly fried egg, golden and crispy. Green scallions sprinkle atop, igniting one's appetite. Seated around the dining table, even in the real world, the 3 instinctively arrange themselves as they would at the old squad leader's home. Slurp. Kwang Gu scoops up a hefty bite of noodles, inhaling them eagerly. Hot, spicy, fragrant. Tears stream down his face. They seem to recall something, and for a moment, only the sounds of slurping fill the air. Until their bowls are empty, they set them down. With a brief pause, Ingyan breaks the silence, the live stream still running. Kwang Gu, Ruan, let us discuss the property of bonding twilight. With the mention of serious matters, Kwang Gu and Ruan straighten up. According to the system's description, when Ruan is alive and appears within a 10-kilometer radius, the photograph will emit warmth. This indicates 2 things. First, on the historical timeline of this parallel world, at some future point, we will undoubtedly have the opportunity to reunite with Ruan. Moreover, based on the current background information of Crimson Expedition, with the northern advance against the invaders and the multitude of warlords, it seems exceedingly difficult for the Red Legion to return to Jiangxi in the short term. It could even take as long as a decade. By the time I see my dear one again, she may have grown up. However, the silver lining is that she is still alive. Secondly, and of utmost importance, Eagle Eye paused, his gaze sweeping over Brother Kwang and Ruan. If my dear one truly remembers us, if that memory is genuine, then in this timeline, specifically in the main storyline following Hadapu, will the squad leader also recall us? Or perhaps, will he remember their New Year's Eve with the old squad leader? Xiaolan and my dear one? Even Eagle Eye cannot ascertain this, for they altered the old squad leader's history of losing an arm. Yet he remains unaware that there were 3 individuals in the past who risked everything to save his limb. At that moment, the Luoan studio suddenly sent out a notification, releasing an announcement. Having just absorbed Eagle Eye's analysis, Brother Kwang instinctively flinched. In the dead of night, what trick is that old rascal Luo planning now? Upon opening the message, he was greeted with a brand new game preview. Without even having the chance to scrutinize the title, the visuals began to unfold. It depicted a broad river, its emerald waters reflecting the picturesque mountains on either bank. Sunlight danced across the surface, creating a shimmering spectacle, while a few egrets skimmed the water, sending ripples cascading outward. As the camera zoomed in, the reeds along the shore swayed gently in the breeze. With wildflowers in full bloom, a group of young soldiers clad in gray military uniforms sat by the riverbank, washing their feet, their faces alight with carefree smiles. One could even hear their banter in dialect. Here lies the starting point, and also the path home. Behold the forest clad in vibrant hues, the river shimmering like jade. Luoan Studio proudly presents a brand new large-scale historical side quest, Crimson Expedition, the Xiang River chapter. On the 8th day of the new year at 1800 hours, we invite you to the most beautiful crimson. As the video concluded, the barrage of comments erupted. Ha ha ha, this is too funny, old rascal Luo is at it again. Last time with the Lotsequa chapter, he called it a scenic simulator. The most beautiful crimson? Surely, it refers to the blood staining the river. I have a premonition that this will undoubtedly be the most brutal instance since the launch of the game. Healing? That is non-existent. The old squad leader mentioned that the Xiang River ran red with blood. I reckon it would be more fitting to name it Blood Battle of the Xiang River. Brother Kwang and the others unanimously agreed upon seeing the words Blood Battle of the Xiang River. The notion of a healing narrative could no longer lull them into complacency. Both the main vanguard leader and the old squad leader had explicitly stated that the Xiang River was immensely challenging. They could not console themselves with a light-hearted quest akin to Lotsequa. Starting with 86,000 people, only around 30,000 would remain after crossing the river. Eagle Eye reflected on the information concerning the Xiang River, furrowing his brow. This level would not be easily traversed. The warmth he had just felt dissipated in an instant. With the Xiang River already steeped in death, who could guarantee that if they attempted it again, the old squad leader and his comrades would succeed in surviving? Yet, regardless of whether there were 30,000 or 80,000, Ruan was unfazed. This time, we are all present. Do not underestimate their experiences during the latter stages of the long march. Indeed, we are all here. Kwang Gu regained his composure, asserting boldly, what is there to fear? The 8th day of the Lunar New Year, is it? Let us accompany our old commander then, to witness the so-called blood-soaked Xiang River. On this auspicious day, travel is encouraged while complacency is to be avoided. Kwang Gu, Eagle Eye, and Ruan are set to appear punctually. The heat is palpable. This is Kwang Ge's initial impression. The autumn sun in September blazes fiercely, scorching the skin with its intensity. Before him lies neither the promotional imagery of the Xiang River nor the quaint courtyard of their old commander. Instead, he finds himself amidst a dusty expanse, a bustling threshing ground. Some individuals are loading crates onto carts, others are tending to the wounded, while still more are transporting supplies, precariously stacking items onto already unstable mule carts. Where's this place? Ruan stands behind Kwang Gu, bewildered. Eagle Eye squints, scanning the surroundings swiftly. The system time reads, September 1934. Location, outside Ruijin City, at the station of the reinforcement regiment. Eagle Eye's voice tightens. We merely blinked, and 7 months have elapsed. The live stream's comment section erupts in chaos. What the hell? This promotional video is a scam, isn't it? The transition is far too abrupt. Last we saw, they were eating noodles, and now they're in a scene of fleeing? Kong Gu, preoccupied, pays no heed to the comments, searching anxiously. Where's the commander? Where's Sister Xiaolan? Where's Nan Nan? Chapter 192. Why are you yelling so loudly? In his moment of panic, a voice with a Sichuan accent exploded in his ear. What are you standing there for? Kong Gu felt a playful kick to his backside. Ouch! He yelped dramatically, stumbling forward 2 steps, clutching his rear, only to find no glare awaiting him. Such a familiar sensation, he had grown accustomed to it. At that moment, their old commander was glaring at Kong Gu, his trousers smeared with mud. Commander! Kong Gu exclaimed, eager to rush forward. You're still here, I thought. What did you think? The commander sidestepped, recalling how Kong Gu had similarly lunged at their first encounter, a far cry from his usual demeanor. This impetuous child has a habit of being overly physical. What madness is this in broad daylight? Is he still half asleep? The commander scrutinized the trio, still dazed. The entire regiment is busy packing, and here you 3 are, basking in the sun. What? Are you waiting for me to carry you away on a grand palanquin? Kong Gu, Eagle Eye, and Ruan stood frozen, not out of a desire to leave, but rather struck by the familiar yet foreign gaze of their commander, embodying a protective instinct for new recruits. It suddenly dawned upon them. They were no longer the elite soldiers who had traversed the looting bridge or crossed the Lhotse Pass. They were now members of the reinforcement regiment, mere rookies who had never seen the battlefield. Even if the system labeled them as exemplary recruits, they were still inexperienced and had yet to witness the harsh realities of war. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll pluck your eyes out to serve as bait. The pride he once felt for his 3 outstanding recruits dissipated as he observed their bewildered expressions. The commander turned away, pointing towards a nearby pile of supplies. Hurry, load those crates of ammunition onto the truck, and don't forget the bags of salt. If you leave anything behind, I will flay your skin and beat a drum with it. Yes, Brother Kwong snapped to attention and shouted, his voice resonating with exuberance, momentarily startling the old squad leader. He turned around, casting a peculiar glance at Brother Kwong. Why the loud shout? Do you wish to showcase your vocal prowess? Get to work. Don't dawdle like a woman. After berating them, the old squad leader hurried towards the wounded, calling out as he ran. Be gentle. Take care. Those are treasures of our regiment. Don't let them fall apart. Watching the old squad leader's retreating figure, Eagle Eye exhaled softly. The position has been restored. What? Ruan, who was busy adjusting her leg bindings, looked up. I said, the identity has been restored. Eagle Eye brushed off the dust from his clothes. In the timeline ahead, we are his pride, seasoned veterans capable of standing on our own. But for now, Eagle Eye sighed ruefully. We are merely 3 novices who require his care and protection. Quite well. Brother Kwong rubbed his backside, a foolish grin plastered on his face. That kick was quite solid, providing a sense of assurance. Brother Kwong bent down and hoisted a crate of ammunition weighing over 100 pounds. Brothers, let us get to work. Don't embarrass the squad leader. Meanwhile, in a quiet, somewhat oppressive courtyard in Ruijin City, the telegraph clicked incessantly. Cheng Chuan stood rigidly at the door, his gaze occasionally drifting to the large table at the center of the room. More accurately, it was fixed on the silhouette before the table. The room was devoid of light. Illumination came solely from the small window on the wall. The figure was ensconced in shadow, facing a large map that had faded with wear, while the table was cluttered with telegram drafts. The city of Guangchang has fallen. The outpost has been lost. The situation in Shicheng is critical. Each telegram was like a death knell, pushing the Crimson Army he had watched grow up closer to the precipice. Report. A perspiring messenger rushed in, clutching the latest telegram. Read it. The figure did not turn around, his voice hoarse yet imbued with a sense of calm that penetrated the soul. The enemy has advanced to the Xingu line along the southern front, and our forces have suffered heavy casualties. The messenger's voice quivered. Cheng Chuan could not help but glance back at the figure, noticing his fingers, which clutched a cigarette, momentarily falter. But it was just a fleeting moment. Ash fell, and he slowly turned around. How many casualties? He inquired. 3,000. The messenger lowered his head. Understood. He concealed a sigh of helplessness. Yet, as he turned back to face the map, Cheng Chuan observed that the figure's back seemed to have slightly hunched. Have the children's winter clothing been gathered? Suddenly, he posed a question that seemed unrelated. The messenger was taken aback and shook his head. No. We lack enough fabric and cotton. The logistics department states that they can only guarantee each person a single garment. It is nearly October. He gazed at the densely packed red and blue arrows on the map. How can we endure without winter clothing? Cheng Chuan's heart trembled as he gained a deeper understanding of the situation. As a guard, the shipwreck was already aware of the confidential strategic transfer, yet it was preparing to completely depart from the region of Ruijin. Coupled with the contextual information from the latter part of the Red Expedition, the shipwreck could easily surmise the challenges the Red Legion would soon encounter. The long march was about to commence in earnest. However, embarking on a journey of over 20,000 miles without sufficient supplies would undoubtedly cost lives. Suddenly, that voice called out the name of the shipwreck. Go. The shipwreck instinctively turned, chest out, head high. He needed to inform the logistics department. Turning away, he resolved that even if it meant dismantling door panels or collecting the tattered remnants of Ruijin City, he would ensure that the soldiers, especially the new recruits, had enough straw sandals and provisions. His gaze drifted outside, towards the sun-bleached Ruijin City, his home, built by his own hands. We are moving, he declared, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Yet, to the shipwreck, that smile felt more painful than tears. Yes, the shipwreck saluted and exited the room. No sooner had he stepped outside than the glaring sunlight stung his eyes. He observed the soldiers in the distance, busy with their relocation. their faces still adorned with innocent smiles, oblivious to the strategic transfer destination. Where are we moving to? At this moment, in the drying yard, a voice rang out. Get up, let us go. Brother Kwong hoisted the second ammunition box onto his shoulder and approached the cart. The busy old squad leader turned back and quickly cautioned. Be gentle. That's ammunition, not dirt clods. Do you think this is a game? Brother Kwong chuckled, steadily placing the box at the bottom of the cart. Don't worry, squad leader. It's as stable as can be. If it wobbles, it's on me. Stop the chit-chat. The old squad leader approached, his gaze lingering on Brother Kwong's broad shoulders for a moment. He is a promising soldier. Strong, grounded, and most importantly, that raw determination. The old squad leader's expression darkened slightly. All right, enough showing off. He turned and pointed to a pile of scattered bedding rolls nearby. Get those marching packs ready. Our replenishment regiment isn't like the main forces. We don't have dedicated logistics to clean up our mess. As he spoke, the old squad leader squatted beside a blanket. Pay attention, I'll only teach this once. His voice boomed, capturing the attention of the replenishment squad soldiers. In warfare, your backpack is half your home. If it's poorly packed, it will fall apart when you run. At best, you'll embarrass yourself. At worst, you could trip and lose your life. His words were grave, silencing several soldiers who had been laughing moments before, each now straining to listen. Brother Kwong, Eagle Eye, and Softy also gathered around. Though seasoned, they were now new recruits, fully immersing themselves in the act. The blanket must be folded into thirds, no wider than your shoulders. The old squad leader's large hands danced swiftly over the blanket, executing the task with a finesse akin to magic. At the very bottom lies a rain tarp, serving as a moisture barrier. Next comes the rope. The old sergeant picks up 2 strands of hemp rope, muttering a mnemonic under his breath. 3 horizontal, 2 vertical. The ends of the rope must be left loose. In case of an emergency, a single tug will release it. Whether for retrieving items or using it as a stretcher, swift action is essential. As he speaks, the old sergeant tightens the knot with considerable force, the veins in his arms bulging. Have you grasped it? This horizontal piece must press down on the root of that vertical one. This knot must. Just as the old sergeant is fervently explaining, he suddenly senses an unsettling quiet behind him. In accordance with his experience, the new recruits at this moment should either be fumbling clumsily with a tangle of yarn or staring blankly, questioning where to thread the rope. The old sergeant, puzzled, turns around. You. Just as he begins to speak, his words catch in his throat. Before him stand Kwong Gu, Ing Yen, and Ruan Ruan, with 3 perfectly aligned, angular military backpacks neatly arranged on the ground. The standard 3 horizontal and 2 vertical configuration resembles a tofu block. The knots comparable to those found in a manual. The excess rope ends are tightly secured, leaving only a convenient loop for pulling. Moreover, Ruan Ruan has thoughtfully folded an extra edge of the tarp on the side of the backpack that rests against the body, preventing it from chafing the uniform. Is this really new recruits? The old sergeant glanced at the half-tied knot in his hands, then back at the 3 backpacks that seemed rather unusual. He blinked, then blinked again. Unable to contain his astonishment, the old sergeant stood up and circled the 3 backpacks, tugging at the ropes. They did not budge, solid enough to be tossed into the river as a buoy. You youngsters. The old sergeant lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. Where did you learn such a skill? This technique surpasses that of seasoned soldiers who have fought for 3 to 5 years. It is well known that the method of packing a backpack is a folk art refined by the Red Army through countless marches. Without a year or more of practice, having rolled in the mud dozens of times, one could never produce such a beautiful and practical knot. How could Kwong Gu and his companions, who had never been seen practicing packing a backpack, possess such ability? For the first time, the old sergeant felt he could not comprehend Kwong Gu and the others. The comments in the live stream flooded in. Ha ha ha, the old sergeant's CPU has overheated. This batch of new recruits is on a cheat mode? Kwong Gu, you might not believe it, but this is all from what you will teach me in the future. In response to the old sergeant's inquiry, the atmosphere in the room suddenly turned somewhat delicate. Just as Ing Yen was about to speak, Kwong Gu had already revealed the answer. In my dreams. Kwong Gu scratched his head, a silly grin masking a hint of bitterness. Learned in a dream? The old sergeant furrowed his brow, dismissing it as nonsense. Truly, sergeant. Kwong Gu crouched down, gently caressing the freshly packed backpack as if it were a long-lost friend. In the dream, an old soldier taught me. That soldier was quite fierce, often kicking people and rapping their heads, calling us foolish children. But he only had one arm. Kwong Gu raised his head, meeting the old sergeant's gaze. His voice somewhat hoarse. He had only a left hand, the right sleeve was empty. He then bit the strap of his backpack with one hand, an impressive feat indeed. The backpack he fashioned with a single hand was sturdier than those made by our 2 hands combined. He taught me countless times, yet I was too dull to grasp it. Later, when he departed in my dreams, I worried that if I still couldn't learn, he would surely mock me when we met again in the afterlife. Thus, upon awakening, I discovered that I had indeed mastered it. In truth, many of the tales were spun by the crafty one. Even during the urgent march of the future squad leaders' live demonstrations, there was no time for the crafty ones to practice. However, they existed in a realm where time flowed threefold compared to our own, even accounting for sleep. They had ample opportunity to hone their skills. Yet, the earnest words of the crafty one compelled Ruan Ruan to lower her head, subtly concealing the blush at the corners of her eyes as she pretended to adjust her leg bindings. Eagle Eye silently gazed towards the distant, undulating mountains. For that was not merely a dream. This crafty fellow sought only to elicit their tears. The squad leader regarded the crafty one, observing his clear yet weathered eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. The image of that one-armed veteran, though seemingly fantastical, inexplicably stirred a sense of trepidation within him. It felt as if there truly existed a person, in some unseen realm, who had cared for this group of children. Utter nonsense. After a long pause, the squad leader managed to utter that phrase. He turned away from the three, waving his hand dismissively. All right, as long as you've learned. I wouldn't have to waste my breath. Yet, the glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes could not be concealed. In the evening, the sunset painted half the sky in crimson hues. On the dirt road outside Ruijin City, the line of troops stretched long. The squad leader walked at the forefront, carrying the marching pot. The crafty one and his companions followed closely behind, each burdened with excessive supplies. Squad leader, what exactly is our supplement battalion meant to do? Chapter 194. She did not understand. The crafty one sidled up to the squad leader, feigning ignorance. The squad leader slowed his pace, glancing back at the motley crew behind him. This troop was quite heterogeneous. There were fresh recruits like the crafty one, appearing vigorous and spry. But more numerous were the grizzled veterans and the half-grown boys still devoid of facial hair. Some limped as they walked, evidently still nursing old injuries. Others even wore their outdated cotton jackets, their military uniforms ill-fitting. The supplement battalion, the squad leader illustrated, is like reserve bricks. In the event that the main force suffers heavy casualties, we follow closely behind. When a company is depleted, we step in. When a squad is left empty, we fill the gaps. We are neither the sharp blade nor the fist. The squad leader halted, pointing to a patchy stone by the roadside. We are the foundational stones. The patch is on a garment. As long as we remain, the structure of the main force will not collapse, and the banner of the Red Army shall not be torn asunder. This proclamation resonated with a chorus of ellipses in the live stream. So the supplement battalion is essentially the fabled cannon fodder battalion? Cannon fodder? No, that is the reserve squad. That is the spark. However, this approach is the most ruthless, always prepared to fill those inevitable graves. Strangely, it is the main force that perishes first. As Kong Gu gazed upon the calm face of the old squad leader, he pondered that it would not be long before the leader would join the vanguard, given the harrowing circumstances of the Xiang River. No one could guarantee a successful escape alive. Nevertheless, squad leader, Kong Gu suddenly thumped his chest in assurance. Fear not. I am strong. Eagle Eye possesses keen sight. And Ruan is our medic. Should a battle ensue, the three of us shall protect you. With us around, no one shall dare lay a finger on you. The squad leader nearly choked on his own saliva. He widened his eyes, looking at Kong Gu as if he were a fool, and then raised his hand to deliver a sharp slap to the back of Kong Ji's head. The sound was crisp. You silly boy, what nonsense are you spouting now? The squad leader was both angry and amused. Protect me? When I was fighting, you were still in short pants, playing in the mud. After a moment of laughter, the squad leader's expression suddenly turned serious. Listen well, you three. The squad leader lowered his voice, looking at Kong Gu, Eagle Eye, and Ruan. On the battlefield, bullets are indiscriminate, and shells do not recognize their targets. Should a real fight break out, he pointed to his own chest, I will take the brunt of it. You three, be clever and stick close behind me. Do not be reckless. Do not consider yourselves heroes. In this world, only surviving. His voice trembled. Only surviving grants one the right to be a hero. Did you hear that? The final shout resonated, leaving Kong Ji's ears ringing. He hesitated, ready to retort, but suddenly realized that in the squad leader's eyes, they were still mere rookies. The protective glimmer in the squad leader's gaze spoke volumes. Ruan gently tugged at Kong Ji's sleeve from behind, and he swallowed the words he had nearly voiced. Yes, I heard you. Kong Gu stood at attention, saluting in outward agreement. As for who would protect whom, that remained to be seen. In the live stream, the comments were a mix of laughter and tears. The squad leader remained the same, even with the shift in the timeline. He still sought to shield Kong Gu and his companions. Primarily, this time, Kong Gu and his comrades were akin to the squad leader's own children. Only surviving grants one the right to be a hero, yet not all heroes necessarily live. However, the squad leader underestimated Kong Gu and the others. When it came to actual combat, their experience might not be less than his. The sky had fully darkened as the unit advanced to a small village on the outskirts of Ruijin City, less than 2 miles from the squad leader's home. All right, we will rest here tonight. After arranging the soldiers' campsite, the squad leader turned to look at Kong Gu and his companions. What are you standing there for? Let's go? Huh? Where to? Ruan blinked in confusion. Home. The squad leader adjusted the hem of his uniform, brushed off the dust, and revealed a warm smile. Xiaolan said she would make us dumplings tonight as a farewell meal. Upon hearing the phrase farewell meal, Kong Ji's heart sank heavily. Although the official order for relocation has yet to be issued, the old squad leader, a soldier of his caliber, has likely sensed the impending farewell in the very air. This strategic repositioning is far from a mere change of guard. However, Brother Kwong swiftly reverted to his cheerful demeanor, urging the old squad leader to head towards the village. Let us go. Home for dumplings. I tell you, I am absolutely famished and could devour 50 of them tonight. As night fell, the atmosphere at home was filled with the steam rising from the kitchen. Xiaolan, adorned in a blue apron, her hands dusted with dark yellow flour, deftly molded dumplings. Ruin Soft stood beside her, wielding a pair of long chopsticks in a somewhat clumsy attempt to stir the precious filling in the bowl, anxious not to spill any of the valuable mixture. Sister-in-law, this dough. Ruin Soft murmured, gazing at the dark lump of dough on the cutting board. This was the last precious stash of white flour from the old squad leader's household, mixed with brown buckwheat flour and finely ground dried sweet potato flour, forming this unappealing lump. Not very pretty, is it? Xiaolan seemed to read Ruin Soft's thoughts, her hands never pausing as her thumbs and forefingers swiftly pinched and shaped, creating a plump dumpling that stood proudly on the board. Although the skin was dark, the dumplings were shaped like gold ingots, exuding vitality. The buckwheat flour was chewy, and the sweet potato flour added a hint of sweetness. Xiaolan smiled, her eyes crinkling with warmth. Our conditions here are not as good as those in the larger places you will visit later. However, as long as the filling is prepared well, it will bring warmth once it reaches our stomachs. Ruinsoft's hands trembled slightly as she held the chopsticks. Perhaps Xiaolan did not grasp the significance of the strategic relocation or the long march, but a woman's intuition can sometimes be sharper than that of any intelligence agent. She sensed that her husband would be departing for a long time, perhaps to the ends of the earth. Sister-in-law, let me help you shape them. Ruinsoft set down her chopsticks and, mimicking Xiaolan, picked up a piece of the dark dough. Ah, Ruinsoft, your hands are delicate. Don't get them dirty with this coarse flour. Xiaolan instinctively tried to stop her, but soon realized that Ruinsoft was not as delicate as she appeared. In the end, Xiaolan simply pushed the best meat filling closer to Ruinsoft. Alright, you can wrap them. Stuff them generously with preserved meat. Make sure your brother's bowl is filled to the brim. Chapter 195. Good fortune. Half an hour later, a large bowl of dark dumplings was brought to the table. Though their appearance was unremarkable in these times, being able to enjoy a meal of meat-filled dumplings was a luxury that one might not even experience during the New Year festivities. However, Brother Kwong and the others could not comprehend why they were served with the dough soup alongside the dumplings. Eat. Why are you all just staring? The old squad leader pushed a large bowl towards Brother Kwong. This bowl is yours. You're not leaving the table until you finish. Although the bowl of dumplings was certainly not filled with 50, in the increasingly scarce September, it was a monumental indulgence. Nevertheless, Brother Kwong was too unconcerned to dwell on whether this truly constituted dumplings. Having dumplings and meat was already a blessing, and there was no need for further fuss. Alright then. Thank you, squad leader. Thank you, sister-in-law. Kong Gu, unperturbed, seized a pair of chopsticks and picked up what appeared to be the largest dumpling. Opening his mouth wide for a generous bite, the dumpling was scalding hot. As he bit through the skin, the searing broth erupted in his mouth. Kong Gu, caught off guard by the heat, couldn't bear to spit it out. He maneuvered it around in his mouth a couple of times before swallowing it whole. Subsequently, he froze, his face turning crimson as beads of sweat formed. He erupted into a fit of coughs, desperately grabbing the nearby bowl of water to gulp it down. What was happening? Ruan, startled, wondered if he had choked. Spicy? Kong Gu, mouth agape, his tongue trembling, pointed incredulously at the bowl of dumplings. Why is the filling spicy? His exclamation left the audience in his live stream momentarily bewildered, while viewers in Ruan's stream snickered. Spicy dumpling filling? What sort of culinary absurdity was this? Had they actually stuffed chili peppers into the dumplings? Who could possibly handle that? Kong Ji's expression seemed genuine, indicating that the spice was indeed real. At the table, Ingyan cautiously picked up a dumpling and delicately bit through the skin. Inside the meat filling, amid the chopped wild vegetables and bits of cured meat, lay a generous scattering of red chili flakes. This was an unconventional approach. While people from Jiangxi are accustomed to spicy food, they had never seen dried chili directly minced into dumpling filling. It was something that would perplex not only those from Jiangxi and Sichuan, but even northerners would shake their heads at this method. It was akin to turning sweet and salty tofu pudding into a spicy version. Just then, Xiaolan emerged with a second plate of dumplings from the kitchen. A hint of amusement gracing her lips upon hearing Kong Ji's outburst. Being from Sichuan, she glanced at the old class leader, who was engrossed in eating dumplings. Not long ago, he had been babbling in his sleep, craving spicy wontons. Back then, we were poor, with no chili oil to spare, even lacking salt. Eventually, I devised a method. Xiaolan sat down, placing the dumplings aside, and gently tucked away the stray strands of hair from Wan's forehead. There are no wonton wrappers here, so I simply added a handful of dried chilies to the dumpling filling. It must be those sun-dried small chili peppers, chopped finely and mixed into the meat. When boiled, the spice seeps into the meat, and each bite tastes like sipping spicy broth. As she spoke, Xiaolan smiled, a smile filled with an indescribable flavor. After all these years of eating and preparing them, it had become second nature. Suddenly, the room fell silent. Kong Gu, holding the half-eaten dumpling, stared blankly at Xiaolan, then glanced at the taciturn old class leader. He began to grasp Xiaolan's intention. It was not merely about the spice for its own sake. This was a Jiangxi woman who had adapted the spicy wonton for her Sichuan husband. Although Kong Gu didn't quite understand why this wonton took the form of a dumpling, in these tumultuous times, Xiaolan could only create this bowl of dark dumplings filled with crushed dried chilies, the heat burning in their mouths and searing in their hearts. You can't even stop eating, exclaimed the old class leader, abruptly slamming his bowl on the table. What's with all the chatter? If it's delicious, that's all that matters. The voice of the old squad leader was coarse and gruff, his grip on the chopsticks exceptionally firm. He then picked up a dumpling, barely chewing, and swallowed it whole. Brother Kwong also shut his mouth, silently consuming his meal. Seeing this, Ruanswan lowered her head, delicately nibbling at the dumpling skin. She dared not look up, fearing that the tears in her eyes would spill into her bowl. As the dumplings dwindled, the broth in the bowl had become somewhat murky. Ruanswan used her chopsticks to sift through the bottom of the bowl, hoping to retrieve the last bits of dumpling skin. Suddenly, the tip of her chopsticks brushed against something soft and round. Startled, she gently prodded it, and a tender, white fried egg surfaced from the murky broth. In this era, where even flour was mixed with grains, an egg was a precious commodity, a treasure for nourishing the severely injured. Ruanswan stared at the fried egg in astonishment. Sister-in-law? She began, when Brother Kwong's voice of surprise interrupted. Oh, I have one too. He flipped his bowl, revealing a similarly pristine fried egg. Eagle Eye silently used his chopsticks to part the broth, discovering one as well. One for each person, neither more nor less. Only a Nan's small bowl was there, but half a fried egg. The three of them hesitated. Shouldn't this egg be saved for Nan to regain her strength? Or perhaps to be traded for salt later? Now they were to consume it all. Go ahead, Xiaolan said, observing Nan as she nibbled on the half yolk. In our hometown of Jiangxi, it's customary for family members to eat an egg when departing far from home. This is called rolling fortune. Xiaolan lifted her gaze, her eyes sweeping over Brother Kwang, Eagle Eye, and Wanswan. Eating the egg strengthens the bones and brings good luck, no matter where one goes or the obstacles faced. One can roll smoothly past them and ultimately return home. Yet sometimes, the desire to return home feels like an extravagant wish. The old squad leader stared fixedly at the fried egg at the bottom of his bowl, and in that moment, no one knew what thoughts occupied his mind. Northerners often enjoy dumplings during the new year or when bidding farewell, while Southerners partake in them less frequently. Yet this Southern man, leading a diverse group of soldiers, sat in a small village in Jiangxi, consuming dumplings filled with chili, with a Southern fried egg hidden at the bottom of his bowl. What filled this bowl was, in fact, half the nostalgia of the Dragon Country. With a long exhale, the old squad leader stuffed the entire egg into his mouth, his cheeks bulging like a gluttonous child. He chewed vigorously, laboriously swallowing the egg. Afterward, he set down his bowl, wiped his mouth, and gazed at the flickering kerosene lamp, murmuring, Xiaolan, how is it that you can do everything? Whether it's crafting shoes with layers, making these Sichuan-style dumplings, or concealing wishes at the bottom of the bowl. It seemed that Xiaolan had infused all her tenderness and resilience into these everyday essentials of life. Under the dim light, her hands briefly paused as she cleared the dishes. Bowing her head, she stacked the empty bowls together, creating a crisp sound. After a long while, a voice tinged with a strong nasal tone emerged, muffled yet resonant. In the years gone by, Xiaolan turned away from the kitchen with a stack of bowls in her arms, leaving only her silhouette behind. Whether she wished to learn or not, she had to. Chapter 196. Deceiving a child is the most challenging task in the world. The sound of a ladle scraping against the bottom of the pot echoed from the kitchen, enveloping the room in silence. Are you full? The old squad leader suddenly inquired. I'm full, responded Kwang Gu, who, in truth, was not one to handle overly spicy food. After a bowl of dumplings, the lingering spice churned in his stomach. Even the mild spiciness from Sichuan was a far cry from the flavors of regions that shunned heat altogether. If you're full, then get out. The old squad leader waved his hand irritably, urging them to leave and digest in the yard. He was ushering them away. There were some words and emotions the old squad leader found difficult to reveal in front of the soldiers, despite the fact that he already regarded these three soldiers as his own children. Exchanging glances, Kwang Gu and his companions rose in unison. Squad leader, we'll go chop that pile of firewood, they announced. In the yard, the night breeze was refreshingly cool. As the trio positioned themselves beside the stone mill, they were soon met with the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Elder brother, second brother, third sister. Nuan raised her tattered rabbit lantern high. The passage of time struck Kwang Gu and his companions with a sense of disorientation. Half a year had slipped by so swiftly. Kwang Gu quickly crouched down, ruffling her hair. Nuan, why are you still awake? You'll have dark circles under your eyes tomorrow, and that won't be pretty, he said gently, his tone devoid of any childish pitch. Nuan shook her head, her twin braids swaying with emotion. She reached out a hand to grasp Kwang Ge's sturdy pinky. Elder brother, I'm not sleepy. Her big, bright eyes flitted from Kwang Gu to Ying Yan, and then to Ruan, finally resting on Ying Yan, who was crouched beside her, assisting in arranging the lantern's tassels. Father said that you all will leave early tomorrow, Nuan chirped, her curiosity evident in her tone. Father said you're going to catch bad people. Where are you going? Is it far? Will you come back for noodles during the new year? Ruan, who was crouched on Nuan's other side, suddenly froze at her words. She gazed into Nuan's clear, camellit eyes, unsure of how to fabricate a response. Whether to lie or reveal the truth, Ruan found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, she turned her head away, engulfed in an overwhelming silence. Kwang Gu, too, found himself faltering, his mind racing as he struggled to articulate a proper reply. Fortunately, Ying Yan stepped in to save the moment. Placing a reassuring hand on Nuan's shoulder, he crouched down, the red glow of the rabbit lantern reflected in his eyes, shielding his own discontent from view. Nuan, Ying Yan said steadily, we are not going to catch bad people. We are going to deliver something. Deliver something? Nuan blinked, her attention diverted. Yes, Ying Yan nodded, gesturing toward the crescent moon overhead and then to the distant, dark mountains. We are taking everyone to a place called Tomorrow. Tomorrow? Nuan tilted her head, clearly perplexed as to how tomorrow could be a location. Is it far from town? Very far, Ying Yan affirmed, nodding once more, much farther than the town. To traverse countless mountains and cross numerous rivers is no small feat. However, Eagle Eye hesitated for a moment. Yet once they arrive, each meal is abundant with meat, available in whatever quantity one desires. There is an abundance of sugar, sweeter than that which you offered to your elder brother. The winters there are mild, and the houses are tall and spacious, where children need not fear the darkness. Nuan listened, enraptured, her eyes sparkling with hope. For a child who seldom experiences the taste of meat, having it at every meal represents the pinnacle of happiness within her imagination. Is it true, brother? You are not deceiving me. I do not lie, he assured her. Eagle Eye's breath caught slightly, his gaze lowered. Brother's sight is keen, he can see far, and I can envision that place. He did not mislead Nuan, for what he depicted was a world of blue stars, the place from whence they came. It is also the future painstakingly measured by the Red Army with their feet and blood, step by step. The live stream suddenly succumbed to tears. Oh, how I long to go to a place called Tomorrow. Eagle Eye, will you speak? This is too heart-wrenching. He did not fabricate tales. He had genuinely witnessed that place. The very destination their old squad leader and comrades fought desperately to reach. Nuan Nuan nodded, half comprehending, yet her small face soon fell. But does it take a long time to get there? I miss father, and also my elder brother, second brother, and third sister. What if I miss you all? Kwang Gu, observing Nuan Nuan's impending tears, finally regained his composure, inhaled deeply, and burst into laughter. Haha, not long at all. Not at all. He gestured to indicate Nuan Nuan's height, and then measured against his own waist. When our Nuan Nuan's hair grows long enough to braid into thick, beautiful plaits. Reaching this point, he patted his waist. We shall return. At that time, we will buy you a floral crown, and your third sister will braid your hair. Bringing back a sack full of the sweets from tomorrow. Nuan Nuan, watching Kwang Ji's exaggerated gestures and the solemn laughter of Ruan Ruan and Eagle Eye, finally burst into giggles. She extended her pinky towards Kwang Gu. Let us make a pact. Nuan Nuan declared earnestly, her voice sweet and innocent. Pinky promise. 100 years without change. Brother must not lie, or he will become a little dog. Under the moonlight, their fingers intertwined. Yet, Eagle Eye turned his head away, while Ruan Ruan gazed up at the waning moon, unable to resist recalling the ancient saying, may we all live long. Sharing the beauty of the moon thousands of miles apart. The audience in the live stream fell silent. Taken aback that Kwang Gu would invoke the phrase when my hair reaches my waist in this context. Yet, how many years would it take for her hair to grow that long? The next morning, the time for parting had finally come. The old squad leader sat on the threshold, finally donning those layered boots. Xiaolan knelt before him, helping him adjust his leg bindings, her expression calm, as if her husband were merely heading to the fields, certain to return for lunch. The cooking pot was scrubbed clean and hung on the left side of the pack for easy access. As Xiaolan wrapped the bindings, she murmured softly. The pickled vegetables are in the bamboo tubes, sealed tightly. If they dampen, make sure to eat them quickly, don't be stingy. Old insoles were tucked into your embrace. Though these new shoes are soft, they still chafe on long journeys. Remember to wear them. The old squad leader lowered his head, observing his wife's rough yet deft hands. His Adam's apple bobbing several times. Xiaolan, without raising her gaze, tied a firm knot in the rope and then gave the squad leader's calf a hearty pat. Stand up and take a few steps to test it. Chapter 197. He watches in the darkness. Thanks to Yi Zicheng for the gift of the king. The old squad leader obeyed and stood up, pacing twice around the small courtyard, stomping his feet. Good, he said, his voice earnest. Xiaolan nodded and turned to retrieve the straw hat hanging by the door frame, handing it to the old squad leader. If you're going, go swiftly. With a steady footing, your hand will be firm on the gun. Remember what I told you last night? The old squad leader nodded, accepting the hat and placing it on his head, just as Nuan Nuan ran out. Dad, big brother, second brother, third sister. Nuan Nuan rushed to the old squad leader's side, looking up at him. Are you leaving? The old squad leader squatted down and playfully scratched Nuan Nuan's nose. Yes, Dad has some matters to attend to. Are you going to that place called tomorrow? Nuan Nuan turned to Eagle Eye, her question leaving the old squad leader momentarily perplexed, until Eagle Eye confirmed with a nod. Then Dad, come back from tomorrow soon. Bring candies. Nuan Nuan tiptoed, wrapping her arms around the old squad leader's neck and nuzzling his chin with her fluffy head. The old squad leader's eyes reddened as he released Nuan Nuan, suddenly standing tall. He grabbed his military backpack and slung it over his shoulder. Striding purposefully towards the courtyard gate, Kwang Gu and the others saluted Xiaolan before turning to follow, refraining from glancing back. They could not look back, fearing that their emotions would betray them and frighten Nuan Nuan. As they stepped out of the courtyard, their vision blurred, and the surroundings began to fragment. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves by the Yudu River, shrouded in a continuous drizzle. In an instant, the timeline shifted to October 1934. Everyone, move faster. Don't fall behind. A familiar shout echoed, prompting Kwang Gu and the others to look up at the old squad leader, who stood in a mud puddle by the roadside. The layered soles of Xiaolan's shoes were now caked in black mud. The trio paused momentarily, quickly discerning their identities through the system information. To their astonishment, they had joined the Vanguard Regiment's 1st Battalion alongside the old squad leader much earlier than anticipated. The road was now congested, with countless soldiers struggling under heavy burdens, trudging through the muddy path. Among the ranks were not only combat personnel, but also numerous porters and laborers. What left Kwang Gu and his companions utterly stunned was the sight of several soldiers laboriously carrying a cumbersome printing press, while others bore the heavy chassis of a machine shop and even disassembled X-ray machine components. Are they really bringing all this? Kwang Gu couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Clearly, the Red Army intended to relocate their entire assets. Had the situation suddenly become so dire? The information from the sunken ship indicated that a large-scale strategic relocation would not commence until late October or early November, yet it was still early October. Excuse me. Coming through. Watch out for the shells. A cacophony of shouting echoed from behind. 3 warriors, adorned with wide-brimmed hats and cloaked in rain-soaked ponchos, cautiously escorted a unicycle that squeezed its way forward. The cart was pushed by a square-faced man, its canvas cover hinting at a considerable weight, evidenced by the depth of the wheel's imprint in the mud. Accompanying him was a tall, slender figure, clutching a wooden box tightly to his chest, determined to keep it aloft even at the risk of falling. The Divine Artillery Squad. The keen-eyed Eagle Eye immediately recognized these similarly grimy players, Shirting, Yi Zicheng, and the electric engine from the Artillery Battalion of the 3rd Legion of the Crimson Legion. Merely 5 minutes prior, the Divine Artillery Squad had been nearing the front line, and now, they had inexplicably appeared in the rear, arriving just moments ahead of Brother Kwang and his group. Ah, Brother Kwang? Ting wiped the rainwater from his face, his expression equally bewildered. You've also been pulled out? Indeed. Brother Kwong nodded, glancing at the unicycle they were guarding. Where are you headed? Has there been any word from above? Who knows? The electric engine spat out the dirt from his mouth. The higher-ups merely indicated a strategic withdrawal. Some say we're heading to Xiangxi to join the 2nd Legion, while others claim we're moving north to resist the enemy. In any case, it's all quite chaotic. Yi Zicheng chimed in, tightening his grip on the wooden box containing mortar shells, seemingly concerned about the loss of Shiqing at Ruijin. Upon hearing this news, Eagle Eye furrowed his brow. This meant that even the Divine Artillery Squad, stationed at the front line, had been abruptly recalled for a strategic retreat. With no clear destination in sight, truly a hasty decision. Meanwhile, at the sunken ship's post, the rain continued to pour. Report, a communications officer hastily entered, his telegram paper slightly damp. A frontline urgent dispatch. The enemy mechanized division is gathering towards Xinfeng, intending to sever our army's western route. The figure did not turn, merely nodding slightly. The communications officer stood still for a moment, waiting for a response, and then gently inquired, how shall we reply? After a moment of silence, the voice finally emerged, slow and deliberate. Do not engage in battle, do not hold your ground. Simply tear open a passage and let them through. Yet as he spoke, a sigh seemed to escape him. After all, at this moment, his words might not hold much weight. He turned, approached the table, and lifted a porcelain mug to sip the now cold water. It was then that the sunken ship realized the deep furrow in his brow. The urgency of this strategic withdrawal was indeed alarming. Due to the loss of Shiqing at Ruijin, the unprepared strategic shift had been advanced by a month. The new recruits had not undergone adequate training for mobile warfare, leaving tactical preparations woefully insufficient. The frontline troops were abruptly summoned back to the assembly area, with scarcely any time to make adjustments before setting off. In fact, the majority of officers below the division level were entirely unaware of their destination. Worries plagued him, leading to sleepless nights as he paced the narrow confines of the room. He gazed out at the rain, observing those soldiers who would soon struggle through the mire, his eyes flickering with a hint of sorrow. So many jars and containers, he sighed, his lament caught by the sunken ship. With all this paraphernalia, how can we wage war? Should the enemy latch onto us, we would become mere targets. The fingers of the sunken ship twitched slightly, suddenly grasping the helplessness of Brother Kwong and his trio in the face of Wang's squad at Lotzi Pass. Within the room, a shout echoed. The sunken ship promptly stepped over the threshold and stood at attention. Yes, he exclaimed, pointing at a stack of documents on the table. Deliver this to the stretcher team. It's a list of the injured. Don't lose it. He paused, his gaze falling upon the straw sandals of the sunken ship. Inform the logistics department that those machines need to be taken as well. Disassemble what can be taken. If we cannot carry them, let them be buried. As he uttered the word buried, his hand trembled slightly. Once the people are gone, as long as there is still some left, the items can be salvaged later. However, if the people are lost, no amount of possessions will serve but to provide gifts to the transport commander. The sunken ship felt a jolt in his heart. Amidst the fervent atmosphere of the entire army engaged in a frenzied relocation, he found himself contemplating whether this cumbersome march was a dead end. Yet, at present, his words held little weight. Chapter 198. Coffins as bridges, carrying my sons, and still, the rain fell gently. Brother Kwong and his companions had reached the nightfall, their feet traversing a mire trampled by countless straw sandals and bare feet. Squad leader, where exactly are we crossing the river? Brother Kwong inquired, edging closer to the old squad leader. We've been in this rain for 4 hours. The old squad leader, burdened with the marching pot, tilted his head slightly, his voice muffled beneath the straw hat. Just keep following. There's no need for idle chatter. The truth was, the old squad leader himself was uncertain of their destination. Even the commander of the Vanguard Regiment was muddled, following orders from above for a strategic retreat. As long as they moved forward, that was enough. Eagle Eye trailed behind, propping himself up with a branch, squinting to observe the surroundings. Something feels off, he suddenly declared. What is off? Softly, who walked at the rear, questioned with confusion. Eagle Eye raised his branch and pointed towards a village by the roadside. Look over there. Brother Kwong and softly followed his gaze, noting the eerily quiet village. There were no crowing roosters, no barking dogs, and not even a flicker of light. Yet, that was not the strangest part. The oddity lay in the fact that the doors of several houses along the street, which should have been tightly shut, were now wide open. Has it been robbed? Brother Kwong felt a tightening in his chest. Is it bandits? Yet it didn't seem so. If it were bandits, the ground should be strewn with disorderly debris, and the walls should bear bullet holes. However, everything was too clean here, clean to the point where only dark door frames remained. The door panels are gone. Eagle Eye remarked incisively. Not just this one. Look at those houses behind. The three slowed their pace, scrutinizing further. The village appeared to have transformed into a ghost town. Every house had its wooden door panels vanished without a trace. Some had even had their window frames removed, leaving only bare walls. Have the villagers fled? Softly whispered, feeling increasingly bewildered and anxious. Isn't this the home of the Red Army? What on earth has made them flee like bandits? They haven't run. The old squad leader suddenly halted, raising his head to gaze toward a stretch of pitch-black riverbank. They are all over there. As the three of them heard the commotion, they hastily ascended a high embankment. To their astonishment, the once pitch-black banks of the Yudu River now shone as brightly as day. Countless torches lined the riverbank, forming a serpentine dragon that stretched for miles, casting a fiery glow that was even more magnificent than when they raced the fire dragon of the Sichuan army at the Dadu River. An innumerable throng of villagers hurried through the icy mud, some hoisting door panels, others dragging bedboards, and still others cradling wooden beams. At that moment, The speaker was rendered speechless. The camaraderie between the Red Army and the villagers surpassed all expectations. It was a floating bridge. With keen eyes, he gazed upon the river's surface. In the wide, swift currents of the Yudu River, soldiers from the engineering battalion and countless villagers were immersed in the icy water, constructing the bridge. On the bridge's surface, there were heavy, dark doors from ancestral halls, wedding bedboards adorned with faded double happiness characters, exquisitely crafted carved window frames, and even rough wooden stakes that had yet to be planed. Clearly, the empty city was a testament to the villagers dismantling their homes, their shelters from the wind and rain, to pave the way for the Red Army. "I will help too," he exclaimed, hoisting his backpack and rushing toward the riverbank. The scene ignited a fervor in his chest. It felt unbearable to remain idle. However, just as he took a few steps forward, he was obstructed by a commotion ahead. A crowd had gathered around a junction of the floating bridge, with voices raised in argument. "Sir, this simply cannot be. Absolutely not." The engineering battalion leader clutched a heavy wooden plank, his face flushed with urgency. "This is against protocol. We cannot take this. Please lift it back." Opposite him stood a frail old man, barefoot with calloused feet, his trouser legs rolled up, revealing shins covered in scratches and mud. Yet he possessed extraordinary strength, his cane striking the ground with a resounding thud. "What protocol? This is wood. It's a board." The old man's gnarled hands stubbornly pressed down on the other end of the plank. "Other boards are acceptable, so why not mine? Are you implying my wood is cursed?" "It's not cursed," the engineering battalion leader exclaimed in exasperation, stomping his feet. "This is your coffin board. It's meant for your resting place after 100 years. As they squeezed into the crowd, they finally discerned that the object being fiercely contested was indeed a substantial piece of timber, coated in dark red lacquer. Even without knowledge of carpentry, one could tell it was extraordinary wood. This was the old man's life savings, prepared for his own coffin, or rather, his final resting place. His lifelong dignity. The barrage of comments in the live stream erupted instantly. "Wait, a coffin board? Is this for real? Has this old man lost his mind? How can he bring this out? Don't say another word. I have goosebumps. What tremendous resolve this takes." The rain continued to pour. The engineering battalion leader refused to relent, and several soldiers around him pleaded, "Sir, please take it back. We have enough boards. Truly we do." "Nonsense." The old man fumed, forcefully shaking off the battalion leader's hand, his cane pointing accusingly at the swaying floating bridge. "Enough? I can see. The board in front is too thin. It will collapse under the weight of a mule. Mine is thick. It's stable in the water. What do I have to hold back?" The elder's voice suddenly diminished, trembling as he spoke. "My eldest grandson, much like you, is also in the ranks. I haven't seen him for 2 years. Some say he is gone. Others claim he has gone to fight elsewhere." He tapped the heavy coffin board, producing a dull sound. "In my old age, I wonder if I will see him return to escort me to the mountain. Yet this board, at the very least, may allow him or his comrades to cross the river. If they can steady their footing, they need not fear falling into the water. If the ranks were to vanish entirely, what purpose would this house serve? In time, there would be no one to offer paper offerings, leaving this dwelling to be haunted by forlorn spirits." Chapter 199. Why the battle flag is as beautiful as a painting. The engineer company's squad leader stood speechless, overwhelmed by the elder's fervor. The weighty board felt unbearably hot in his hands. The surrounding soldiers, drenched by the rain, were caught in a dilemma, neither accepting nor refusing. They were all frozen at the bridge's juncture. At that moment, a steady voice pierced through the curtain of rain. "Take it." The crowd parted with a rustling sound. The commander of the vanguard regiment, clad in a soaked poncho, strode forward with purpose. He approached the elder directly, sharply saluting in the mud with a heel click. "Comrade." The elder paused, his hand gripping the cane, trembling slightly. The commander, releasing his salute, stepped forward and grasped the elder's mud-streaked, age-worn hands. "We shall borrow this board." After a brief pause, he continued, "However, this debt is too significant to take lightly. The Red Legion cannot accept without reciprocity." With that, the commander loosened one hand, retrieving a half-used pencil and a crumpled piece of paper from his breast pocket. Without hesitation, he knelt in the muddy water, placing the paper on his knee and began to write fervently. Once finished, he stood and presented the rain-soaked note to the elder. "This is a promissory note. The commander locked eyes with the elder. "When the battle concludes, and we have driven away those ravenous wolves, you may bring this note to us. Regardless of our fates, the Red Legion will honor this debt. When the time comes, we shall craft for you a new and superior coffin, one far more dignified than this." The elder gazed at the paper, instinctively wanting to refuse. "No, you must take it." The commander raised his voice, firmly grasping the elder's hand and pressing the note into his palm, holding it steadfastly. "Elder, if you do not accept this note, we cannot tread upon this bridge. The Red Legion cannot face crossing this river without honor." The elder's body trembled, yet he stubbornly resisted fully accepting it. Observing this, the commander abruptly turned, pointing to the dark, endless ranks behind him. In the rain-soaked night, the faces of the soldiers were obscured, only the edges of their hats were visible, washed by the rain, resembling a silent great wall. "Do you see that?" The commander shouted. "Those are the soldiers of our vanguard regiment. They are our children. Today, we borrow your coffin to cross the river. If we fail to return, it shall be our misfortune. But if we do return," the commander, with reddened eyes, tightened his grip on the elder's hand once more. "The entire group adorns you with red and gold. The entire group mourns for you in black and white. The entire group ensures your peaceful farewell." Thunder rumbled across the sky. Only then did the old man tremulously accept the promissory note, carefully tucking it away. At last, he ceased to be obstinate. His stubbornness seemed to dissipate into the rain with those solemn words of promise. He turned, tenderly caressing the lacquered coffin lid. as if stroking the face of his deceased grandson. "Go now," he said, patting the sturdy wooden board, his voice trembling yet distinctly clear. "You must return. Lift it." The commander abruptly gestured, turning away to conceal the moisture at the corners of his eyes. The engineer platoon leader, holding back tears, shouted, "1, 2, 3, lift." For soldiers gritted their teeth and hoisted the heavy coffin board, charging toward the center of the floating bridge, where the current was swiftest. There, the weight was greatest, requiring a steadfast support to withstand the collapsing heavens. Once the bridge was secured, the procession finally began to cross the river. Kwang Go Ingyen and Ruan followed closely behind their old squad leader, stepping onto this makeshift bridge crafted from the remnants of countless homes. The sensation beneath their feet was exceedingly strange, each step sending a jolt of apprehension through them. The first step was precarious, slipping slightly on two joined carved door panels. By the flickering torchlight, Kwang Go could vaguely discern the engraved magpie perched upon a branch. The second step emitted a creaking sound, revealing an old bed board with uneven textures, remnants of red paper bearing the character for joy still clinging to its corners. The third step, thud, a heavy, solid sensation, as unwavering as a mountain, resonated from beneath his feet. Kwang Go glanced down, the glaring black and red lacquer almost blinding. It was the very coffin board of the old man. His foot hovered in midair for a second. In that moment, he hesitated to descend. This was the final resting place for an old man in this world. His last dignity in the face of death. Yet now, this dignity lay upon the muddy, murky waters beneath their feet. "Move. Why are you dawdling?" came a voice urging from behind. Gritting his teeth, Kwang Go placed his foot down. He stepped lightly yet firmly. Ruan, bringing up the rear, dared not glance at her feet, instead turning her gaze to the river beside the bridge. What she saw struck her like a thunderbolt. In the icy, bone-chilling waters of the Yudu River, dozens of half-clad villagers were submerged, the water reaching their waists and even their chests. They braced against the swaying bridge supports with their shoulders, their flesh and blood serving as living pillars. Rain pelted their faces, they squinted against the downpour, trembling yet chanting in unison. "Heave, steady now, heave, don't sway." Where Kwang Go and the others trod, their weight bore down upon a villager's shoulder. The enormous pressure instantly wore the skin on his shoulder raw against the rough wooden post, mingling with the muddy water to ooze of vivid crimson. Yet he clenched his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging, resolutely silent, while instead, he flashed a smile at the soldiers passing over the bridge. "Walk steadily, comrades. Do not fear. There are folks supporting us below." That smile, illuminated by the torches, was so genuine that Ro instinctively covered her mouth, refraining from glancing around. The barrage of comments in the live stream began to scroll. Suddenly, a phrase came to mind. "Why is the battle flag as beautiful as a painting? It is the blood of heroes that stains it red. The villagers dismantled bones to pave the way for the Red Army. If we fail, it would defy the heavens." Chapter 200. The path beneath our feet, stars by the river at last. Brother Kwang set foot down. The sensation beneath was heavy. Yet the soles of his shoes were slippery. He dared not press too hard, fearing to mar that glossy surface. He even refrained from looking down, silently reciting a few words in his heart. "Sir, may I borrow your space to cross the river? We shall remember this kindness. Once this battle is won, I shall replace it with a piece of golden Nanmu." Kwang vowed grandly in his heart, yet his steps were more cautious than ever. Eagle Eye walked ahead of Kwang, glancing back instinctively. In that moment, whether old soldiers or new recruits, even those carrying burdens, as they reached this stretch of bridge, their steps unconsciously softened. The once hurried march transformed into a solemn silence. Some young soldiers, burdened with heavy loads, would rather hold their breath and bend their waists than tread heavily. This was a reverent acknowledgement of the heartfelt trust bestowed by the common folk. "Hurry up, don't block the way," the engineer platoon leader shouted hoarsely from the riverbank. The old squad leader, with a furrowed brow, adjusted the marching pot on his back and was the first to step onto the muddy ground of the opposite bank. Roro followed closely. As her feet touched the solid earth, she instinctively turned back. The rain continued to pour, and it even intensified, pattering against her conical hat. The Udo River flowed dark as ink, roaring eastward. On that pitch-black river surface, the floating bridge swayed in the wind and rain, yet it remained unbent. Those villagers, shouldering the bridge piles, remained submerged in the chest-deep cold water. Waves crashed upon their faces. No one faltered, no one slackened. One villager seemed particularly chilled, suddenly swaying. An elder beside him immediately braced him with his shoulder, bellowing, "Hold on. We haven't crossed yet." The line continued forward. Leaving the riverbank, the terrain began to rise. Brother Kwang initially thought that crossing the river would lead them into a mountain gorge, enveloped in endless darkness and cold rain. However, as he climbed the long dirt slope, taking labored breaths and raising his head, he found himself frozen in place. Not just him, Eagle Eye Ro, and those soldiers who had been focusing on the ground all paused in astonishment. Before them, along the official road, in this ink-dark rainy night, lights began to flicker. First one, then two. Soon, thousands, and then tens of thousands of lights illuminated the surroundings. In the surrounding villages, some villagers brandished torches, while others carried lanterns coated in tar paper. A few even ignited tattered cotton wadding from their homes, binding it to bamboo poles. Flickering flames ignited one after another, stretching for miles along the winding mountain path. It was as if someone had forcibly pulled down the Milky Way from the heavens and laid it upon this muddy realm, illuminating the darkened route. The raindrops shimmered in the glow of the fire, proving unable to extinguish the fierce blaze that engulfed the mountains. Rainwater flowed into the mouth of Kwang Go, who remained oblivious. In the Blue Planet, he had witnessed the most resplendent neon lights and grandiose holographic shows. Yet, no light could evoke the same awe as the rustic, smoke-laden torches before him. The villagers lacked umbrellas, most draped in straw raincoats. With some merely shielding themselves with tattered oilcloth, they stood resolutely in the rain, amidst the muddy puddles by the roadside, holding their torches aloft. Even as the rain streamed down their cheeks and trickled into their necks, none lowered their hands. For the sparks had ignited, the distant path was illuminated. How could they relent? Lift your heads. The voice of the old squad leader suddenly boomed ahead. He halted, lowered the brim of his hat, yet straightened his back. Let the villagers see our spirit and vigor. We shall not appear like a flock of drowned chickens. Puff out your chests, he declared fiercely. Upon hearing this, Kwang Gu and his companions immediately stood taller, feeling as though the burdens on their shoulders had lightened. The procession moved through the corridor of torches. The path was narrow, forcing their pace to slow. Just as Kwang Gu rounded a corner, he felt a sudden tug on his arm. Hey, young comrade. An elderly woman unexpectedly emerged, grabbing hold of Kwang Ji's raincoat. Startled, he instinctively prepared to evade. What are you doing, Grandma? What am I doing? I'm giving you something good. Despite her petite stature, the woman possessed surprising strength. Ignoring Kwang Ji's protests, she pulled apart the collar of his damp raincoat, attempting to stuff something inside. No, Grandma. This is against the rules. Kwang Ji's face flushed crimson as he shielded his chest and recoiled. We can't take anything from the villagers, not even a stitch. It's absolutely unacceptable. Rules my foot. The old woman was fiercer than Kwang Gu, slapping his arm. This is food, not thread. Kwang Gu was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to respond to her assertion. Seizing the opportunity as he winced in pain, she deftly shoved a warm item wrapped in grass paper into his embrace. Following that, she forcefully stuffed a pair of tightly woven black cloth shoes into his gear belt. Take this, she insisted, her eyes fierce. I made these for my child. He in the front lines, moving quickly, and forgot to bring them. I see you two are about the same size. Your feet are similar. She pointed at Kwang Ji's grass sandals, which had become pale and soggy from the mud, exposing his big toe. How can you walk in these? Are you going to lose your feet? Wear these. You'll travel faster. Kwang Gu was left speechless. The bundle of grass paper cradled in his arms radiated an intense warmth, contrasting sharply with the icy chill of the rainy night. Kwang Gu looked to the old squad leader for assistance. The leader, pursing his lips, approached and retrieved his entire meager belongings from his pocket, intending to hand them to the elderly woman. Madam, please accept these items for the children, but you must keep the money, he urged. Upon seeing the coins, the woman's expression soured instantly as she pushed his hand away. Who do you think you're looking down upon? My husband left with you without any payment initially. Keep it. Save it for the children to buy some salt. The elderly woman scolded vehemently, adamantly refusing the offer. It was only when the squad leader adopted a stern demeanor, declaring that military regulations mandated the return of the shoes if money was not accepted, that she reluctantly took a few coins as a token gesture. Go on, go on. She waved her hand dismissively, akin to shooing away disobedient children. It's pouring, don't catch a chill. Kwang Gu, clutching the warm bundle of eggs, felt a lump in his throat. He turned and rejoined the procession. The heat radiating from the eggs coursed through his skin, providing a solace far superior to any system reward. As the group gradually distanced themselves from the brightly lit area, the illumination began to dwindle, and the path ahead vanished once more into darkness. The rain continued to fall, and the flickering lights behind them faded, blurring into a crimson haze amidst the downpour. Suddenly, from the throng behind, someone initiated a spirited call. A high, resonant, and somewhat wild voice pierced through the rain, soaring toward the heavens. It was not a sorrowful farewell song, but rather a traditional tune passed down through generations from the ancestors of Jiangxi, imbued with the wildness and deep affection of the Red Earth. Sending off the groom to the 5-li pavilion, to part with the beloved is so hard. As this melody emerged, it coalesced into a multitude of voices, akin to the formation of yin and yang. The townsfolk by the riverbank began to sing in unison. The men's voices were coarse like the grinding of rocks, while the women's voices were sharp like tearing silk. The thunderous roar of thousands melded together, drowning out the intensifying sound of the rain and the rushing waters of the Yudu River. To send off the beloved is so hard for the lovers. It's exceedingly difficult to part. The lyrics bore no mention of the troops, no numbers, nor inquiries about the destination of their impending journey. Only the simplest, most heartfelt expression of reluctance to see them go remained. Yet, what they were truly bidding farewell to was the very contingent that was slipping into darkness. On the brink of despair, Kwang Gu trudged through the mud, peeling open one of the still warm eggs and taking a fierce bite. The egg white was tender, while the yolk was dry. There were no seasonings, even carrying a hint of the grass paper scent. Yet, Kwang Gu devoured it hungrily, taking large bites. The yolk lodged in his throat, refusing to go down or come back up, causing a sharp pain in his chest. As the groom crosses the river, with deep waters and swift currents, do not falter. The chorus behind him climbed higher, each note more urgent than the last. Stand firm and proceed slowly. Once you reach the opposite shore, do not forget me. Damn it. Kwang Gu cursed suddenly, recalling Sister Xiaolan's stern advice to the squad leader, do not look back. With a restrained gesture, Brother Kwang turned back and waved vigorously at the ever-diminishing starlit river behind him. Return, fellow villagers. The rain is heavy, do not see us off. He was uncertain if the villagers could hear him. The haunting melody lingered, entwining itself around the tail of their procession, refusing to let go. Do not forget me. Do not forget me. The old squad leader also refrained from looking back, lowering the brim of his hat further and quickening his pace. Eagle Eye, trailing at the end, glanced back one last time. The flickering flames were inevitably receding. They resembled a galaxy that had fallen to Earth, never to ascend again, expending its final light and warmth to bid farewell to its departing progeny. The song continued to waft through the air. The rain persisted, the fire burned on, and the people still sang. Gradually, Brother Kwong and his companions could no longer hear the villagers' spirited farewell tune from Jiangxi, yet the march had not progressed far. The trio initially believed that crossing the river would hasten their advance, but instead, the march crawled like a snail, even coming to a halt. How long would this take? Brother Kwong felt increasingly restless, having never encountered such a frenetic march. This was entirely different from their previous experiences at Looting Bridge and Laziku. Compared to the frantic rush to seize Looting Bridge, they now moved leisurely as if on a stroll. The path ahead was obstructed once more. Shouts broke through the darkness, followed by a cacophony of calls, illuminated by the occasional flash of lightning and the dim glow of horse lanterns. Brother Kwong and his companions discerned the source of the blockage, a grotesquely large transport convoy. It was not merely soldiers bearing arms. Rather, there were countless laborers burdened with yokes and mules that were exhausted to the point of frothing at the mouth. This peculiar march resembled a family of refugees in transit, even more cumbersome than a wave of displaced persons. Brother Kwong watched as several gaunt soldiers, resembling ants in their labor, hoisted a massive iron lump with coarse ropes and wooden levers, working in teams of 4. Behind them, an old mule struggled under the weight of 2 enormous copper plates, its legs trembling and sinking deep into the mud. Even more absurdly, Brother Kwong noticed a few individuals gingerly carrying baskets wrapped in layers of straw. When the wind blew, a glimpse of vibrant colors peeked through the straw seams, pieces of stained glass windows that had been removed from a church. Have they lost their minds? Brother Kwong could not help but mutter under his breath. Are we undertaking a strategic relocation, or is this a team-building exercise for a moving company? What on earth are we doing with this scrap metal? Previously, they had seen these items in the threshing yard, but never imagined such detritus would accompany them on a strategic maneuver. This would severely impede the speed of their march. Not only Brother Kwong, but the audience in the live stream also found it absurd. Indeed, speed is of the essence. Do they not understand? At this time, why are they burdened with these jars and pots? That copper plate must weigh several hundred pounds, slowing down the entire army for this nonsense. How can the Red Army conduct a strategic relocation? This is a classic case of a miserly mentality. They would rather risk their lives than part with their wealth. Do not speak carelessly if you do not understand the situation. This is the foundation of the Red Legion. What foundation are we discussing when our lives are at stake? Nevertheless, from our vantage point, we can comprehend their predicament. They are unaware that this strategic retreat requires a long march ahead. While I can empathize with them, that does not prevent me from approaching the old commander to share my grievances. Commander, I whispered, lowering my voice. Could we not bury these supplies and return for them later? How can we proceed swiftly with all this burden? The old commander paused, glancing at me with a knowing look. Bury them? It's easy to bury, but difficult to retrieve. If we cannot return, those supplies will merely become scrap metal. However, I began, but the old commander interrupted, extending a hand to assist a young soldier whose pack was slipping. There is a reason we carry what we do. This meager accumulation of ours, painstakingly gathered over the years, would leave us truly destitute if lost. I opened my mouth to protest further, but was silenced by a gentle tug from Eagle Eye, who shook his head. As the comments from our spectators suggest, we currently possess an omniscient perspective. While the old commander and his men merely believe they are relocating to a home that is slightly farther away, they do not realize this relocation spans over 20,000 miles. I understand the reasoning, yet I cannot shake off the feeling of frustration, which intensifies with the pouring rain. Our procession advanced in halting steps, each movement demanding tremendous exertion. Eventually, we encountered a steep incline stretching over 300 meters. Under normal circumstances, it would be manageable. However, with the torrential downpour, the incline had transformed into a treacherous waterfall of slippery mud. Be cautious. Hold onto the grass by the roadside. Bend your waist. Lower your center of gravity. The shouts reverberated around us. We utilized our grass shoes as if they were cleats, gripping the mud with each painstaking step. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air near me. I looked up sharply to see a remarkably slender soldier losing his footing on a loose stone. This small soldier, even more diminutive than Softy, cradled an oilcloth bundle in his arms while carrying a larger, tightly wrapped object on his back, which appeared broader than himself. As he stumbled, his balance shattered, and he plummeted towards the ground, which was littered with sharp stones and thick mud. Be careful. My heart raced as I instinctively reached out. But the small soldier was seemingly paralyzed by fear. Conventionally, one's instinct during a fall is to brace oneself with their hands to protect the head and chest. Yet, in that fleeting moment of imbalance, the soldier executed a wholly counterintuitive maneuver. Instead of extending his hands, he retracted them to his chest, clutching the heavy oilcloth bundle tightly. In the next instant, he twisted his body mid-air, altering his trajectory from face down to the side, deliberately orienting his chest and face towards the ground. Chapter 202. 1 step, 2 steps, countless steps. Boom. A muffled thud echoed. The impact was dull and heavy as the body collided, sliding through the mud. The young warrior acted as a cushion, positioning himself between the metal lump and the ground, crashing heavily into the mire. His cheek scraped against the gravel-laden earth, leaving a long trail of blood, finally coming to a halt against the roots of a tree. The crowd stood in stunned silence for a moment. Damn it! Roared the mad brother, charging forward in haste. He grasped the young warrior's arm, attempting to lift him. Are you insane? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Mad brother was genuinely alarmed. Had that impact struck the temple or the eye, the young warrior would have met his end right there. As the young warrior was hoisted into a sitting position by Mad Brother, his face was smeared with mud, mingled with blood. A deep gash marred the left side of his cheek, with blood and rainwater trickling down. Yet, he paid no heed to his own injury. His hands, caked in mud, frantically clawed at the oilcloth bag clutched in his arms. Don't move. Let me see your wounds. Soft rushed forward, reaching for the first aid kit. No, don't touch. The young warrior recoiled instinctively, voice filled with urgency. Let me see first. Trembling, he cautiously lifted a corner of the oilcloth, revealing a dark metal gear. Slightly speckled with mud, yet entirely intact, showing no signs of damage. In that fall, the young warrior had perfectly cushioned the iron piece with his ribs and face. Upon seeing the gear unscathed, the previously terrified young warrior exhaled a long sigh of relief. He lifted his head, grinning foolishly. It's fine. He sniffled. Blood-tinged mucus dripping down. This is a treasure. It's not damaged, truly. Mad Brother froze, grasping the young warrior's hand, unable to comprehend the expression of innocence and grim determination on that battered face. It's just a broken iron wheel. Is it worth it? Your face is ruined. The comments in the live stream echoed the confusion. Could such a fall really cause damage? Was it worth risking one's life for a piece of iron? In response to Mad Brother's inquiry, the young warrior shrank back slightly. He carefully re-wrapped the oilcloth and held it tightly to his chest, as if cradling a newborn. This is the machine for making bullets, he explained softly. It has been said that the place we are heading is distant and impoverished, devoid of resources. If we lose this machine in the field, we will have to face the enemy with nothing but fire sticks. As he spoke, he attempted to rise from the mud but wobbled due to his weakened legs, yet he clung fiercely to the oilcloth bag. As long as we have this machine, we can produce effective bullets. With bullets, fewer lives will be lost. He looked up at Mad Brother, posing a question. Brother, don't you agree? Mad Brother was taken aback, suddenly recalling how Hawkeye had previously shaken his head. Had they not come from the future? Perhaps they could have understood the mindset of the Red Legion warriors in that moment. They were merely undertaking a strategic relocation, intent on bringing their resources along. They intended to transport the machinery for bullet production, the copper plates for printing currency, and the medicinal glass. They believed that as long as these items arrived, even if they were to perish, future comrades would be able to reignite the flames of revolution with them. What seemed like mere scrap metal to the likes of Brother Kwong was, at this moment, a spark in the eyes of the Red Army soldiers. Ultimately, it stemmed from poverty. Yet, the Red Army was even poorer during the later stages of the Long March. Brother Kwong couldn't help but recall the elation of capturing the enemy's ammunition depot at Lhotse Pass. If the Red Army truly managed to secure these items, how could they be so impoverished in the future? Thus, when the Red Army realized they were about to embark on the Long March, they would undoubtedly discard these jars and containers immediately, wouldn't they? Brother Kwong remained silent for a long time, not responding to the young soldier's retort, but simply extended his hand. Give it to me. Brother Kwong fixed his gaze on the young soldier's back. The young soldier hesitated, instinctively shrinking back. His bloodstained smile frozen on his face. Brother, no need, I can manage. This isn't heavy, really, I just slipped. I said give it to me. Brother Kwong ceased his chatter. Regardless of the circumstances, he stepped forward and seized the large object from the young soldier's back. Brother, this is really, enough with the nonsense. The young soldier, unable to resist Brother Kwong, had the item hoisted onto his own shoulder, leaving only the lighter oilcloth bundle for him. Brother Kwong then glared fiercely at the young soldier. I have pent-up strength with no outlet. It's unbearable, understand? Look at your face. Brother Kwong pointed at the young soldier's left cheek, marred and swollen from jagged stones. That face of yours looks like a squashed rotten tomato. Don't stand there being an eyesore. Go find Ruan. After his outburst, Brother Kwong turned without a care for the young soldier's stunned expression and plunged into the curtain of rain. The young soldier stood in a daze until a hand gently rested on his shoulder. Ruan bent down, silently wiping the mud from the corner of the young soldier's eye. Eagle Eye, standing nearby, sighed as he watched Brother Kwong disappear into the darkness, then patted the young soldier on the shoulder. Let us go, he murmured. Don't let him carry that for nothing. And the rain continued to pour incessantly. After traveling 2 miles, their vision blurred once again, yet the path beneath their feet remained clear. 2 lines of pale subtitles silently emerged in the player's line of sight. The heaviest burden in this world is often not the mountains, but the road beneath our feet. 1 step, 2 steps, countless steps. Chapter 203. This bowl is spicy, this bowl is sweet. The scene began to flicker. There was no stirring background music. Only the monotonous sound of footsteps and heavy breaths. The scene flashed. Brother Kwong donned the shoes gifted by the old lady, the black fabric now soaked in mud, turning a grayish white. The soles were worn through, revealing heels that had turned pale from soaking in blood. Another flash. Those shoes vanished, replaced by a pair of grass sandals bristling with thorns. The sandals were broken, and yellow pea-sized blisters had formed on the soles of his feet. The blister has burst again, clinging to the thorns on the straw sandals. Each step is a piercing agony. Then, in a flash, the straw sandals transform into mere rags. Enshrouded in mud and flesh, mechanically lifted and dropped, then lifted again. This is beneath their feet. Subsequently, it rests upon their shoulders. The enormous X-ray machine, the weighty base of a printing press, the disassembled stained glass from a church. These burdens are passed along countless shoulders. Someone stumbles, their body tilting, collapsing into a roadside ditch, never to rise again. Yet, the load upon their shoulder remains unfallen. In that instant of their downfall, hands immediately reach out, perhaps 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs, clutching the object tightly. Even as the person falls, the cargo never touches the ground, a silent relay. No one speaks, no complaints are uttered. Only the heavy sound of labored breaths echoes throughout the valley. The scene continues to shift. The landscape transforming from the distinctive red-soiled hills of Jiangxi to the slick stone paths coated in moss, and then to the dense thickets of deep mountain forests. The torrential rain has ceased, the scorching sun rises, then sets, and a cold wind suddenly stirs. Ultimately, the scene freezes, the sensation of rapid passage dissipating. The sounds of wind, rain, and chirping insects become distinctly clear and tangible once more. The two lines of pale subtitles gradually fade, replaced by a new time and place. Mid-November 1934, the Xiangnan region. At this moment, the Red Army has breached 3 lines of defense, and Kuang Gu and his companions find themselves in a small village surrounded by towering mountains. The night is deep, a chilling fog envelopes the area, and news of the approaching army has long spread through the surrounding countryside. Yet, the villagers do not shut their doors upon seeing the Red Army's troops. They remember the blessings bestowed upon them by the Red Army in years past. Now, upon witnessing the return of the troops, every household rummages through their hoarded supplies, kindling a massive bonfire in the clearing at the village entrance. The flames flicker in the cold wind, casting a warm glow on the weary faces surrounding it. Kuang Gu unloads the heavy object he has carried for the young soldier. At the moment it touches the ground, he feels an overwhelming fatigue. Time accelerates, and the uniform on his shoulder has worn thin, revealing dark purple bruises beneath. The good news is that he has not directly borne the weight of this month's toil. Everyone, take a breather and enjoy some warmth, calls an old villager, wrapped in a sheepskin coat, wielding a large wooden spoon, standing before a massive iron pot suspended over the bonfire, energetically advertising. The boiling water in the pot emits a pungent and spicy aroma, revealing itself to be ginger soup. In these times of extreme scarcity, the villagers cannot muster much cured meat or white flour. Yet, they have scraped together all the ginger from their homes and smashed the precious blocks of brown sugar they had saved for the new year, boiling a large pot full of sweet ginger soup. Come on, children, bring out your bowls. Drink to chase away the cold. It's been a tough journey. The villagers' dialect may be somewhat difficult to comprehend, but the warmth in their tone is universally understood. The crowd stirs slightly, yet no one jostles. The warriors silently formed a long queue, each carefully retrieving their enameled bowls or half-bamboo tubes, delicately receiving half a ladle of scalding ginger soup. Meanwhile, Wan Chua was squatting beside a large slab of bluestone by the bonfire, utilizing the flickering flames to tend to the wounds of a young soldier. After a month of marching, the once youthful face of the soldier had transformed dramatically. The wound on his left cheek had long since scabbed over. But due to the lack of proper medical care and repeated exposure to sweat, the scar resembled an unsightly centipede, stretching grotesquely across his cheek. This young lad appeared to age prematurely, resembling a 30-year-old man, with an air of grimness about him. Bear with it. It's a bit stuck, Wan Chua said, delicately gripping the tweezers. As she peeled away the old, yellowing gauze, it inevitably tugged at the newly formed granulation tissue. Yet, the young soldier remained silent, sitting cross-legged on the ground with an oilcloth bundle in his arms, his gaze fixed intently on the pot of ginger soup not far away. All done, Wan Chua exhaled, replacing the old bandage with a relatively clean piece of gauze. Does it hurt? She looked at his disfigured face, a frown creasing her brow. In the Blue Star, such an injury would be considered severe disfigurement, warranting a visit to a plastic surgeon. But here, it merely served as a badge of honor for the soldier, a testament to his protection of the iron lump. It doesn't hurt. Really? The young soldier chuckled foolishly, compared to the festering sore on Eagle Eye's leg. This is nothing. Clearly, the past month had been excruciating for everyone, although Eagle Eye and his companions bore only the consequences of their trials. At that moment, Kuang Gu approached, balancing 2 bowls in his hands. Here, he handed 1 bowl of ginger soup to Wan Chua, keeping 1 for himself, then playfully nudged the young soldier with his foot. That guy over there has more, go get it yourself. Kuang Ji's tone remained brusque, yet the young soldier did not take offense. He promptly stood, brushed off the dirt from his backside, and hurried off towards the large pot with his old enameled bowl. Kuang Gu, are you actually concerned about that kid? Wan Chua teased, cradling the warm bowl in her hands. Concerned? Nonsense. Kuang Gu rolled his eyes, plopping down on a stone and blowing on the steam rising from his bowl. I'm just worried his tomato sauce face might frighten the locals. Eagle Eye, polishing his firearm nearby, smirked slightly at this remark, but chose not to expose the truth. After all, Kuang Gu held a fair concern for each young soldier. Before long, the young soldier returned, cradling a bowl filled to the brim with ginger soup, the rich, dark liquid steaming, and even containing a small chunk of unmelted brown sugar. However, he approached slowly, almost cautiously, and stopped right in front of Wan Chua. Sister, he said, extending the bowl towards her. Wan Chua paused for a moment, raising her own bowl, which had yet to be sipped from. I already have some. Look, it's full. No, the young soldier shook his head, pushing his bowl forward. Your bowl has less ginger. He pointed to her bowl, and then to his. I just asked the local for extra ginger, and even requested a piece of sugar. This bowl is spicy, and this one is sweet. And what about you? Wan Chua was taken aback. The young warrior scratched his head, his smile both awkward and bashful. I am not afraid of the cold, he asserted, puffing out his slender chest. I am a boy, full of vigor. I can sleep on a cold bed without shivering. But sister, you are a girl, he added earnestly, gazing at Wan Wan. My mother said that girls have weaker constitutions and cannot withstand the cold, especially on such damp and chilly days. If you catch a chill, it will bring great suffering in old age. Sister, you should drink this bowl. Wan Wan stood there, momentarily stunned. She found herself being protected by a child even younger than herself. Sister, take it, the young warrior urged, leaning forward to offer it while it was still warm. Ruan glanced at the scars on the young warrior's face, instinctively wanting to push the bull back. I'm not cold. You are injured. You must. A large hand suddenly intervened. Kong Gu, with a scowl, seized the enameled bowl from the young warrior's grasp. Give it here. What nonsense. His movements were brusque as he towered over the bewildered child. You haven't even grown hair yet, and you talk of being vigorous? He spat disdainfully, pointing at the young warrior's frail form. Your face looks like a cat's, and yet you pretend to be tough? In this wretched weather. If you were to fall ill, I would have to carry you. I am already exhausted from hauling that heavy iron lump. I have no time to carry you too. The young warrior shrank back, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Brother, I truly am fine. Silence. Kong Gu interrupted, not allowing him to speak further. With his left hand, he took the ginger soup meant for Ruan, pouring it into his own empty bowl. Then, with a shake of his right hand, he tipped most of the rich, dark brown ginger soup into the young warrior's bowl. Kong Gu shook the nearly empty bowl, revealing a thick layer of unmelting brown sugar at the bottom, along with finely chopped ginger remnants. Here, he gruffly thrust the bowl, now filled with essence, back into the young warrior's hands. He then poured the ginger soup from his bowl into the young warrior's. Girls should drink soup to warm their bodies and promote circulation, Kong Gu stated sternly. Boys should chew on sugar cubes to build strength and stave off hunger. Now lick that bowl clean. It's a valuable commodity. The young warrior cradled the bowl, staring vacantly at the thick layer of brown sugar residue. It was indeed a precious resource. On this journey, where food and clothing were scarce, this mouthful of concentrated sugar was more effective than any medicine. What are you staring at? Do you want me to feed you? Kong Gu raised an eyebrow. Ready to strike. I will eat, the young warrior exclaimed, hastily burying his head into the bowl and slurping up a large mouthful of ginger soup before vigorously licking the bowl's base where the ginger and sugar remnants remained. It was sweet and spicy. The young warrior shivered with delight, then eagerly finished the soup, licking the bowl clean. Ruan held the bowl of the mixed warm ginger soup and took a sip. It was less spicy and more sweet, exceedingly so. All right, once you finish, go to sleep, Kong Gu commanded, casting a glance at the young warrior who was still licking the bowl's edge. He gestured towards the covered machine. I will keep watch over this contraption tonight. If I wake up tomorrow morning and find you still asleep, I will toss you into the ravine. The young warrior clutched a bowl, torn between laughter and restraint. Ultimately, he saluted the imposing figure of Brother Kwong and swiftly vanished into a nearby haystack. You should rest as well. Kwong turned to Softy. Softy, observing Kwong's deliberately stern expression, nodded gently. All right, then, Kwong, you too should retire early. As the night deepened, the rain began to fall again, its fine droplets resembling an endless stream of sorrow enveloping the entire Red Legion. Leaning against the cold machinery, Kwong held a half-eaten cold sweet potato, its skin now hardened and crumbling with each bite. Many of the surrounding soldiers remained awake, huddled together for warmth, their hushed murmurs wafting through the air to Kwong's ears. Where are we headed anyway? Who knows? We've been meandering in these mountain ravines for nearly a month. The voices of the soldiers were tinged with confusion and anxiety. I heard we're going to Shanxi to rendezvous with the Second Corps, but the path keeps winding, and the iron birds in the sky are ever watchful. Can we really carry all these barrels and jars? Just yesterday, 2 brothers from the 3rd Company fell off a cliff while transporting a generator. Kwong paused in his chewing. The murmurs were not without foundation. The burden upon this unit was overwhelming. The printing press, lathes, x-ray machines, tons of documents, and even several hundred pounds of copper molds for coinage. The entire Red Legion felt as though they had emptied their homes, striving to transport their entire wealth to an uncertain new abode. This relocation-style march had transformed the once nimble Red Legion into a cumbersome snail. Suddenly, a series of sharp sounds interrupted the whispers. Not far away, the old squad leader, who had been cleaning his weapon, halted his actions and gently tapped the heads of the chatting soldiers with a cleaning rod. Where are you going? Just follow along. His voice, lowered yet stern, cut through the tension. If the sky falls, a tall person will hold it up. If the road breaks, the engineers will build a bridge. There is no time for idle chatter. Sleep. We have to move tomorrow. The soldiers, cradling their heads, fell silent, and the old squad leader returned to polishing his weapon. But in the glow of the firelight, Kwong could see clearly. The squad leader's brow was furrowed, his gaze not fixed on the gun, clearly reflecting his own anxiety. Yet, as the leader, he had to embody courage. His words must remain resolute. Meanwhile, in the makeshift command post, Captain Chen stood at the doorway, about to turn inside for a pot of hot tea, but his motion abruptly halted. Inside, the argument grew increasingly intense. We cannot lose them. Absolutely not. A sharp, urgent voice rose above the din, accompanied by the sound of fists striking the table. These machines are our lifeblood, the very capital we've toiled for. The voice continued. Without these machines, how shall we produce ammunition in Shanxi? How shall we print currency? How shall we perform surgeries for the wounded? Then, a slightly weary voice emerged, belonging to Captain Chen. Capital? Comrades, what truly constitutes capital? His tone was pained and hoarse. Machines can be rebuilt, can be purchased again, can even be seized. But once lives are lost, everything is gone. Observe the current pace of our march. We can barely traverse 30 miles in a day. We are being led by the nose by the enemy. If this drags on any longer, we shall be crushed under this heavy burden. I propose we immediately discard these cumbersome supplies and advance with lighter loads. We must break free from the encirclement. The air within the room seemed to thicken, leaving only the sound of hurried breaths and the patter of rain against the tiles. Chen Chuan stood outside the door, his brow furrowed in displeasure. Such discontent should not be the emotion of a mere guard. Yet, Chen Chuan had remained by his side. Witnessing the toll each sleepless night took as he pored over maps, his eyes reddened, mourning every soldier lost. From the moment the Red Legion began its arduous journey, he had discerned the essence of the crisis. Regrettably, even now, his voice bore little weight. The arguments within the room gradually subsided. The invigorating sound of a decisive agreement was conspicuously absent. The outcome was all too apparent. Once again, his counsel had vanished into the void. Moments later, the door swung open, and Chen Chuan instinctively stood at attention. Emerging from the dim light, he inhaled deeply the damp, cool air, as if attempting to quell the turmoil within his chest. He was roused from his reverie by Chen Chuan's gentle call. With a slight sigh, he raised his hand and softly patted Chen Chuan's shoulder. "Ah, Chen Chuan." His voice was soft, tinged with resignation amidst the sound of rain, yet imbued with a bittersweet sense of acceptance. "It seems we are destined to endure more hardships ahead." Chapter 205. A tangled account. Meanwhile, the soldiers had succumbed to sleep. Kuang Gu and his companions huddled together, and Ying Yin spoke in a hushed tone. "The rhythm of this mission feels off." "What do you mean?" Kuang Gu and Ruan queried, puzzled. "It's too fast, yet also too slow." Ying Yin's words were somewhat convoluted, before he turned to Kuang Gu. "Have you not realized? Old Luo accelerated time by a month." "So what?" Kuang Gu scoffed. "If I had to traverse this wretched path step by step for a month, I'd surely go mad." "That is precisely the issue," Ying Yin frowned. "Time has hastened, bypassing the process and presenting us only with outcomes." "But what transpired during that month for the Red Legion?" Ying Yan's voice grew somber. "We are currently in Xiangnan, while our point of departure was Ruijin. The distance is considerable, compounded by the enemy's blockade." Kuang Gu paused for a moment. Contemplating the broader situation was rather daunting for him. Abandoning such thoughts, Kuang Gu turned to the barrage of comments, his external brain. I finally realized. I was on the verge of a breakdown. Don't mention it. I've seen the live broadcasts of other squads. It's tragic, truly tragic. Reports from the Angel Squad and the Lark Squad indicate that during that skipped month, over 3,000 injuries arose while attempting to breach the first blockade. Not just that, various squads, including the Divine Cannon Squad, compiled statistics, and the casualty count was alarming. A blood-red, bold comment drifted across the screen. According to the intelligence gathered from each division, the Red Legion commenced its journey from Ruijin with over 86,000 personnel. And as of now, after breaking through the third blockade, approximately 65,000 remain. In other words, during that month of accelerated time, they suffered a loss of 21,000 souls. Brother Kuang was taken aback, nearly disturbing the warriors of the Red Legion still lost in their dreams. Initially, he thought this acceleration of time was merely for the sake of convenience and travel, but it turned out that the old rogue, Luo, was reducing their suffering instead. They were merely outsiders, burdened with the weight of so much. Brother Kuang regained his composure. How did they perish? Due to their sluggish pace. Eagle Eye pointed to the mountainous piles of machinery and supplies beside them. With such burdens, achieving a daily march of 20 to 30 miles was commendable. They crawled ahead while the enemy pursued from behind, and pockets of resistance were tightening on the flanks. Before Eagle Eye could finish, Brother Kuang fully realized that those over 20,000 souls had perished due to the weight of these encumbrances. His earlier notion of quickly discarding the jars and canisters seemed rather hasty. Turning his gaze to the young soldiers sleeping nearby, Brother Kuang observed how this pile of cold iron artifacts was regarded as a lifeline and a beacon of hope for them. Yet, the grim reality was that these treasures, once cherished, were transforming into instruments of their demise. In a contingent of merely over 80,000, to lose more than 20,000 lives, was such sacrifice truly warranted? What a travesty! The more Brother Kuang pondered, the more despondent he became, inevitably thinking of Sister Xiaolan and the elder who had donated the coffin boards. They entrusted their finest and most precious resources to them, only for them to become targets, burdened by this heap of jars and canisters. Even if it were merely a relocation, was it worth sacrificing so many lives? Does the squad leader know? Brother Kuang suddenly turned to look at the old squad leader, who was leaning against an ancient pine tree, asleep with his rifle cradled in his arms. His right index finger rested on the trigger guard, clearly prepared for battle at any moment. He knew. Softly, the thought resonated with certainty, or perhaps he had sensed it long ago. But what could he say? He was merely a soldier as well, waiting in the same rain-soaked night, guarding against the shadows of despair. A violent cough erupted from within the shelter, followed by a long, heavy sigh, mingling with the sound of the rain. Why can't they understand that they have taken the wrong path? So many young ones, so many promising lives, are the very flesh of their parents' hearts, not meant to be mere porters in this ravine. Discard them. Cast them all aside. He suddenly shouted. Yet the energy drained away as quickly as it came. Machinery is lifeless, humans are not. The simple truth that as long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Why is it so difficult to comprehend? The following day, the morning mist hung thickly in the air, and the march continued at a sluggish pace. Weariness was secondary, confusion reigned supreme. They had breached 3 lines of defense yet remained oblivious to their destination. Many commanders had never fought such a bewildering battle. It felt akin to a blindfolded donkey, knowing only to grind the millstone, yet unaware whether the ground beyond was a precipice or solid earth. Moreover, they were uncertain of where to carry these jars and canisters, or how much longer they would have to travel. Brother Kuang hefted a large burden, his labored breaths dispersing a cloud of white mist. Conserve your strength. Hawkeye followed behind. Feeling helpless, all he wished was to avoid retracing their steps. At that moment, a sudden clamor of galloping hooves echoed ahead. Giddy up, giddy up. A chestnut horse burst through the morning mist, accompanied by the exuberant voice of a messenger. There is an order. An order. The messenger's voice reverberated through the valley, rousing the lethargic troops. All units, heed my command. Destination, Xiangxi. We are to advance towards Xiangxi. Upon hearing this, the soldiers awakened, lifting their heads, and a spark finally ignited on their once-numb faces. Xiangxi was the territory of the 2nd and 6th Corps. There lay the main forces, comrades, and reinforcements. They feared not the arduous path ahead, but rather the uncertainty of their destination. Did you hear? To Xiangxi, Brother Kuang straightened up abruptly, shaking the enormous burden on his back. I knew we couldn't keep circling in this ravine, though Brother Kuang and the others understood that Xiangxi was not their ultimate home. For the presently directionless Red Legion, it represented the first glimmer of hope in a lengthy night. They finally had a sense of direction. What are you all dawdling for? Did you not hear the command? To Xiangxi, the voice of the old squad leader rang out from the front. He pushed back his bamboo hat, and the stern expression on his face softened considerably. Stand tall. We are going to unite, not to flee. We must not give the comrades of the 2nd and 6th Corps any cause for mockery. This struck Brother Kuang and the others with a sense of bewilderment. They had heard similar sentiments in Hatapu. However, while northern Xiangxi would be the true home of the Red Legion, Xiangxi was not. Yet, in this moment, the soldiers of the Red Legion felt invigorated, their rallying cries scattering the morning mist. The pace of the column visibly quickened. Though weary, they were no longer lost. Just as Brother Kuang and the others prepared to catch up with the main force, an officer clad in gray military attire, clutching a notebook, squeezed through the throng and approached the front of the Vanguard Regiment S, 1st Battalion. Excuse me, who is Comrade Wan Wan? Chapter 206. Is it Sister Wan or Sister Wan? Brother Kuang and Hawkeye halted in their tracks, and the old squad leader also paused. He turned to assess the officer, his brow furrowed. I am her squad leader. What is the matter? The officer saluted, speaking rapidly. I am from the Cadre Rest Unit. The higher-ups have ordered the dispatch of several experienced medics to assist at the rest unit. There are too many wounded and not enough doctors. I've heard that your squad has a medic with excellent skills. The old squad leader, Brother Kuang, and Hawkeye were momentarily stunned, particularly Brother Kuang and Hawkeye. It was well known that Wan, Brother Kuang, and Hawkeye formed an inseparable trio. From the snowy mountains to the grasslands, from the Dadu River to the Looting Bridge, from the Lhotse Pass to Ruijin, they had never been apart for long. However, if Wan were to be assigned to the rest unit, which was positioned amidst the main forces, the Vanguard Regiment would always be at the forefront, either paving the way or providing cover. In a vast column of tens of thousands, such a separation on this tumultuous march could very well mean they might never reunite. For the old squad leader, Wan was also the third sister of Nan Nan. The old squad leader instinctively felt the urge to protect her, for she was still a novice, lacking in experience. Suddenly, Wanyan stepped forward, not wishing to place the old squad leader in a difficult position. As an exemplary recruit, the distinction of excellence naturally adorned her role as a medic. However, she never anticipated that her status as an outstanding new soldier would lead to an official transfer order. To be frank, Wanyan felt a deeper reluctance. She had seldom parted from Kuang Gu and Ing Yan, and her time spent alongside the old squad leader surpassed even that with Kuang Gu and Ing Yan. After all, during their stroll at Laziku, Wanyan had waited for Kuang Gu and Ing Yan for an extended period, right beneath the cliff. Now, the sudden prospect of separation loomed. The old squad leader, along with Kuang Gu and Ing Yan, turned their gaze toward Wanyan, who uttered two remarkably simple words, I'm going. They had their own paths to tread, and so did she. As a medic, she was also a soldier under the old squad leader's command. A soldier must heed orders, much like Sister Xiaolan, who never indulged in sentimentality during critical moments. The old squad leader observed the unwavering determination in Wanyan's eyes, reminiscent of Sister Xiaolan, and swallowed the words that lingered on the tip of his tongue. Kuang Gu and Ing Yan exchanged glances, the latter shaking his head. Their Wanyan was no longer the one who could only weep. The comments in the live stream were both surprising and unsurprising. What? They are parting ways already? Wanyan is so resolute. It's merely a game, yet it feels as though one is witnessing their daughter grow up. The rest and recuperation unit was indeed akin to the Angel Squad and the Lark Squad, both of which faced dire circumstances. Rife with severely injured soldiers and a scarcity of medical supplies. Was Wanyan truly heading to the core battalion to serve as a medic? Seeing that the old squad leader, Kuang Gu, and Ing Yan did not intervene, Wanyan turned to the officer and saluted. I am Medic Wanyan, and I shall go. The officer nodded and glanced back toward the direction of the rest and recuperation unit. Very well, you have 5 minutes to gather your belongings and come with me. 5 minutes was hardly enough time to cook a sweet potato. The farewell came abruptly. The old squad leader watched Wanyan's lips move, but ultimately said nothing. He merely lowered his head and began to rummage frantically through his ration bag. Inside, there was little more than a piece of bread as hard as stone and a tiny bit of cured meat wrapped in layers of oil paper. Take this. The old squad leader shoved these items into Wanyan's hands. Once you arrive there, do not overexert yourself. Your role is to tend to the wounded, not to engage in combat. That bread can be crushed and soaked in water. Do not attempt to chew it as it may break your teeth. And this cured meat, there is only a small amount. The old squad leader suddenly became chatty, resembling a father preparing to send his daughter off on a long journey. Kuang Gu and Ing Yan stood to the side, their noses tinged with emotion. In the old squad leader's eyes, Wanyan might very well be his own little girl. Yet, as Wanyan looked at the warm items in her hands, she sniffed and resolutely pushed them back. I want to take them. Wanyan suddenly became obstinate. The old squad leader's eyes widened. Take it. I said, I want to take it. Wanyan raised her voice, cutting off the old squad leader's incessant chatter. She secured the food bag back to the waist of the old squad leader, then took a step back, adopting a serious expression as she pointed at him, before gesturing towards the nearby Kuang Gu and Ing Yan. In that moment, The old squad leader felt a genuine aura of a medic emanating from this new recruit, Wang Yuan. At that instant, she was no longer the girl who had helped Xiaolan cut paper decorations in his home. You three, listen carefully, Wang Yuan asserted, finally admonishing the old squad leader, along with the innocently caught Kuang Gu and Ding Yan. First, no drinking untreated water, no matter how thirsty you are, it must be boiled. If anyone drinks untreated water and gets diarrhea, no one will carry you. Secondly, if you get injured, even if it's just a scrape, you must wash it with saline. If there is no saline, use urine. Do not apply mud to the wound. Do you hear me? The old squad leader was momentarily taken aback by Wang Yuan's reprimand, feeling an odd sense of familiarity, as if he had been scolded by her before. He suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan turned her attention to Kuang Gu, continuing her lecture. Especially you, Kuang Gu. Don't think that just because you are strong, you can carry everything. That machine base is incredibly heavy. If your knees give out, how will you take the girl to buy candy in the future? And you, Yin, you have an injury on your leg. Stop trying to show off by walking ahead. Rest when you need to. The usually jovial Kuang Gu was now devoid of any playful demeanor, struck by Wang Yuan's authoritative tone. Wang Yuan, embodying the essence of a medic, commanded a respect from both Kuang Gu and Ying Yan. After all, they were well aware of who truly held authority in this moment. Finally, Wang Yuan's gaze returned to the old squad leader. Her eyes softened, yet her tone remained firm. Squad leader, you are the backbone of us all. You must take care of yourself. The three of you must remain well. Once we reach Xiangxi, the place where the larger unit will assemble. Wang Yuan took a deep breath, seemingly attempting to muster a smile, yet her emotions remained uncontained. If I see any of you missing a few pounds, or with a nasty wound, I will not let this go. Having said that, Wang Yuan abruptly turned and grasped the arm of the officer. Let us go. We leave now. The fan group was bustling with noise, and Luo found herself lacking the energy to manage it, leading to its dissolution, leaving only one group that required users to be on the fan leaderboard. The leaderboard and corresponding details can be found on the book's detail page. Comments, donations, gifts, and likes all contribute to your ranking, which refreshes every 24 hours. Lastly, I extend my gratitude to everyone who continues to read and urge for updates. May you all find joy in the new year and not make life overly complicated. Chapter 207. Whose brother is gazing from the mountain top? Comrade Wang Yuan? The officer being pulled by Wang Yuan stumbled slightly, struggling to keep pace with her. Actually, there is no need to hurry. We still have 5 minutes. There are not 5 minutes left. Wang Yuan interrupted him. The front line is bleeding, and lives are being lost behind us. Since we are going to save lives, we cannot afford to waste a single second. Wang Yuan's voice grew fainter as they moved away. This girl. The old squad leader regained his composure, shaking his head as he pondered. The atmosphere ignited, starkly contrasting with the gentle demeanor of Sanya, who was as soothing as water and rarely lost her temper. In contrast, Ruan, typically soft and pliable, transformed into a fiery presence when it came to matters concerning the medics. A faint smile momentarily graced the lips of the old squad leader before he swiftly adopted a serious expression. He turned, delivering a swift kick to the dazed Kuang Ji's backside. Enough staring. Just because they've left doesn't mean they won't return. Hurry. Gather your belongings and keep pace with the main group. Ruan followed the cadre, moving against the tide of people. As she ventured further back, the path deteriorated. The once discernible dry clumps of earth along the official road had succumbed to countless pairs of straw sandals, cloth shoes, and the relentless grind of cart wheels, transforming it into a quagmire. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decay. They arrived at their destination. The cadre halted, gesturing towards the front. A serpentine line of stretchers appeared before Ruan's eyes, winding along the mountain path. Upon these stretchers lay a young soldier, leg broken yet striving to rise, and an old veteran, his head wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, lost to slumber. Beside the stretchers walked a peculiar group, elderly men with hair like silver, laboring under the weight of tattered scrolls, pregnant women, hands braced against their backs while pushing a wheelbarrow, and several young men, resembling frail scholars, shouldering towering cabinets of documents instead of firearms. The recovery unit housed the most vulnerable members of the Red Legion, yet they safeguarded the most invaluable intellect and potential of this contingent. Make way, make way. A flurry of urgent shouts shattered Ruan's reverie. A few laborers rushed forward, bearing a stretcher with a soldier who was coughing up blood. Doctor, where's the doctor? We have a severe hemorrhage. From a hastily erected grass shelter ahead, a calm female voice rang out. Bring him in. Place him on board 3. Aning, prepare the hemostatic clamps. Tuber, hold him down. The voice was crisp and professional, exuding a sense of urgency. Instinctively, Ruan followed suit. Inside the shelter, simplicity reigned, with just a few planks propped on stones. The angel squad was hard at work, led by the composed San. Beside her, a petite girl, barely taller than a rifle, was firmly restraining the thrashing legs of the wounded. Uncle, don't move. Please, don't move. Little Tuber, with half a sweet potato clenched in her mouth, shouted in a muffled voice. Look at me. I'm small and carrying this huge medical kit without complaint. Are you a grown man afraid of a needle? Despite her name, Little Tuber, though diminutive in stature, possessed surprising strength. In a corner, Aning silently passed instruments, her gaze evasive, unable to meet the wounded man's face. Yet, the items she handed over were always precisely what San required at that moment. Apart from them, a novice player named Pure was frantically boiling water and preparing gauze nearby. Ruan stood at the entrance, observing the angel squad's diligent efforts without intruding, until the blood of the wounded finally ceased, and they were carried away. Sanson and the others let out a sigh of relief. Next, Sanson did not lift her head. I am here to report as a medic, Ruo said, giving a slight bow. The air in the thatched hut suddenly fell silent for a moment. Little Potato, who had been gnawing on a sweet potato, abruptly raised his head. Huh, Ruo, he exclaimed, nearly choking as he swallowed. Aren't you with the old squad leader? Aining, who was busy cleaning instruments, also discreetly lifted her eyelids, casting a curious glance. Sanson turned around, scrutinizing Ruo from head to toe. Her gaze landed on the somewhat worn red hair tie around Ruo's wrist, and her expression softened slightly. It's good that you're here. Sanson offered no unnecessary pleasantries and pointed to a pile of dirty gauze nearby. We don't deal in pretense here. Can you change dressings? Ruo nodded. Can you perform debridement? Yes. Good. Sanson handed a pair of scissors to Ruo, indicating the area handled by Chun and Bailing, who were nearly overwhelmed. You go help them. Here. Our needles are like bayonets, and the gauze is our shield. As long as we remain standing, the blood of this team can flow a little slower. Ruo accepted the scissors, nodded earnestly, and walked directly to Chun's side, skillfully taking the tangled mess from her hands. Go boil some water. I'll take care of this. They busied themselves for an entire afternoon. As dusk fell, the team showed no signs of stopping. The mountain paths of Xiangnan were already difficult to traverse, and with the continuous rain, each step required pulling their feet from the mud. This was arduous even for the robust young men of the vanguard. For the sick and wounded of the recuperation unit, it was akin to climbing a mountain of blades. I can't go on, I truly can't. Up ahead, an old soldier, with only one leg, leaned on his crutch and stumbled, sliding into a muddy pit. He gasped for breath, his face ashen. Comrades, you go on without me. Don't worry about me, he implored, pushing away the porters who sought to help him, despair etched on his face. I'm a burden now. Carrying me is just a strain. I'm too exhausted. It's too painful. Similar sentiments began to spread. The road ahead was uncertain, with pursuers behind. This dual torment of body and spirit was gradually crushing the spines of these individuals. Even the lively little potato was now bent under the weight of a heavy medicine box, lacking the strength to tell jokes. At that moment, a melody suddenly drifted from the rear of the line. The leaves fall with the wind, the flowers wither in the rain. Whose brother gazes from the mountaintop, yearning for the way home, yearning with all his heart. The sound of the lark squads singing floated in the distance. First, the Captain Shishan began with a slightly theatrical tone, her voice melodious and poignant. Then, Liuli's vibrant voice joined in, adding a touch of brightness to the sorrowful melody. Following that, the deep, resonant bass and ethereal soprano of Zitong, Wu Shuang, and Ishua harmonized together. 5 girls, 5 distinct voices. Chapter 208. Mountain songs flow like water. Life like fire. As the tune shifted, the 5 voices converged. The originally mournful tone suddenly transformed into one that was gentle yet resilient. Do not say the mountains are high and the waters long. Do not fear the wind and frost that pierce through your clothes. Sister is stitching new clothes in her dreams, hoping her beloved returns soon. The once heavy footsteps of the stretcher bearers seemed to lighten. The wounded, their heads bowed and eyes glazed, showed the slightest tremor in their eyelids. Some recalled the old well in their hometown, while others remembered the grand banyan tree at the village entrance. Still, others thought of the pair of multi-layered shawls their wives had tucked into their arms before departure. Softly, she walked beside the stretcher, lost in the familiar melody. It was the song of the blue planet, the tune of home. Instinctively, she parted her lips, seamlessly blending into the chorus. The starlight sparkled in all directions, illuminating the path ahead and the weapons they bore. Her voice, slightly hoarse, carried the dust of the long march. It was the voice of one who had seen snow-capped mountains rolled across grassy plains and gazed upon the iron chains of the looting bridge. As the song of the Skylark squad reached its zenith, she gently took over the final line. When the spring thunder roared and the mountains bloomed with azaleas, she paused for a moment, her gaze falling upon the stretcher beside her, where a veteran lay with closed eyes. For our homeland, the song concluded, its echoes lingering in the air. The wounded, who had previously groaned in pain, fell silent. Even the veteran with a severed leg ceased his despair, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the overcast sky, lost in thought. A soft sigh emanated from the stretcher beside her. The gravely injured soldier, saved by the angel squad, struggled to open his eyes. His abdomen was wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, his face ghostly pale. He had been in a coma all day, unable to swallow even water. Yet now, he suddenly awakened. He gazed at the Skylark squad, wiping their sweat. Then turned to Softly, whose eyes were slightly red. With great effort, he managed a faint smile. Sister, his voice was intermittent, so beautiful. Sing a couple more lines. At these words, San of the angel squad ceased her actions, while Little Potato bit her lip and turned away. Everyone knew this was a fleeting moment of clarity. With medicinal remedies rendered ineffective, the song had become his last flicker of hope. The soldier's fingers twitched, as if reaching for something, yet he lacked the strength to lift them. He looked at Softly, and his smile bore no fear, only a childlike insistence for a treat. If I die, the king of hell won't hear this beautiful tune. This statement stifled the tears that were poised to spill from those around him. A civilian bearer nearby wiped the rain and tears from his face and jested, what nonsense. How could the king of hell not listen to the music? Perhaps if you go down, you'll have to sing for him. Indeed, old Zhang. You just want to shirk your duties and listen to the girl sing a few more verses. Go on, go on. Uncle Zhang, too weary to scold, merely rolled his eyes. What is wrong with listening to a tune? This melody holds home. As he spoke, his gaze grew distant, longing for the horizon. If my wife were still around, she would love to hum this tune. Softly felt a pang in her heart, but forced a radiant smile onto her face. Uncle, if you wish to hear, we will sing. Upon reaching the campsite, we kindled a fire to dry our bodies, and we promised to dedicate a special performance for you. At that moment, Uncle Zhang blinked, seemingly seeking confirmation of the truth in this promise. After a few seconds, he gently nodded. All right, it's settled. Softly extended her pinky finger to hook with Uncle Zhang's, sealing their pact. Uncle Zhang chuckled, slightly hooking back with softly, then contentedly closed his eyes. Although his breathing remained faint, it had grown considerably steadier. Rise. The laborers lifted the stretcher once more, and the procession advanced. The atmosphere had lightened significantly. As night descended, the group finally halted in a sheltered hollow between two mountains, and a campfire was ignited. The Angel Squad Sanson busied herself tending to the injured, while the Lark Squad was equally occupied. These 5 radiant young women, who shone in reality, shed their idol personas as budding singers. By a large boulder, Shishan squatted, washing her hands in water that had turned a dark red. Not far off, Liuli was animatedly performing before a young soldier with an injured arm. Do you understand what a concert is? She exclaimed, brandishing a roasted sweet potato as a makeshift microphone and gesturing towards the surrounding dark peaks. See, this is what we call a mountaintop ticket. Those trees are like glow sticks. Our venue is even larger than the bird's nest. Though the young soldier was unfamiliar with the terms bird's nest or glow sticks, he watched the sister with a ponytail, her face smeared with soot, gesturing about, and could not help but smile widely. Sister, you are truly amusing. You are more entertaining than the storyteller from my village. Upon hearing this, Liuli, rather than taking offense, proudly lifted her chin. Of course, I am the top influencer. Meanwhile, Zitong approached, carrying 2 large buckets of hot water. She was the deep-voiced powerhouse of the team, typically reserved and aloof. However, in this moment, she resembled a tireless strongman. Make way, it's hot. Zitong's tone remained cool, yet her actions were gentle. She placed the buckets in the area most populated by the injured and silently withdrew to stand guard like a sentinel. The fans of the Lark Squad were left bewildered. Is this really the same aloof goddess I know? Those 2 buckets must weigh 50 pounds. Cough, cough, cough. Wait, did Zitong really say she couldn't open the bottle cap? You all believe that. In a corner, Wu Shuang and Yi Shui sat back to back. They had removed their shoes, revealing their soles covered in glistening blisters. Some had already burst, sticking to their socks. Hiss, Wu Shuang inhaled sharply, gripping a heated needle. Be gentle, be gentle. Yi Shui grimaced in pain. Just then, an injured soldier passed by and glanced at them. Almost instantaneously, Wu Shuang and Yi Shui concealed their expressions of discomfort, straightened their spines, and even managed to smile and nod at the soldier. Once he had moved on, the 2 slumped back down, cradling their feet while continuing to draw in cool air. Softly, having organized the medicine box, approached. Observing these girls who were desperately maintaining the image of the medics, she couldn't help but smile. What are you laughing at? Shishan shook the water from her hands and stood up. It's nothing, Wan replied softly, shaking her head as she retrieved a small bottle of salt from her pocket. This is the last one. Use it sparingly. Dilute it with water to wash your feet, to prevent infection. Chapter 209. The crescent moon illuminates the 9 provinces. Shishan took the salt bottle, but hesitated before turning away. She gazed at Wan and suddenly exclaimed. When I used to watch you on live streams, I thought you were just a weepy little girl. A younger sister sheltered by the likes of Brother Kwang and the others. But now, Shishan paused, her eyes sweeping over Wan's hands, marred with wounds. You resemble a soldier more than any of us. Though the Bailing Squad was also striving to integrate into the Red Legion, working tirelessly, they still occasionally exhibited the fragility of modern individuals, treating this as merely a task. Yet Wan was different. Standing there, if one didn't glance at her ID overhead, she could easily be mistaken for a female warrior in this squad. The steadiness she exuded, the fierce dedication to preserving the lives of the injured, was not something that could be feigned. Around them, Liuli and Zitong approached. In Blue Star, they were idols, basking in the adoration of fans. However, observing the younger Wan before them, they felt a twinge of shyness akin to that of fans meeting their idols. In response to the praise, Wan merely lowered her head, adjusting the straps of her medical kit, murmuring, being behind the squad leader, I dare not behave unlike a soldier. As night deepened, when Wan and the Bailing Squad were prepared, Uncle Zhang was but a flickering candle in the wind. Yet, the promised performance must go on. But what shall we sing? Liuli whispered. How about last year's song? Wan shook her head. No, I want to sing the one my grandmother used to lull me to sleep. It was a folk song, widely known in both Blue Star and the parallel world of Luo Laoze, with a gentle melody reminiscent of the March rains in Jiangnan. Kneeling by the stretcher, Wan tenderly tucked in Uncle Zhang's blanket. The crescent moon illuminates the 9 provinces, some families rejoice, while others sorrow. Wan began the song, and the girls of the Bailing Squad softly joined in. They discarded all embellishments, singing with their purest voices, humming this melody understood even by small children. The barrage of comments in the live stream gradually thinned amidst the song. My grandmother sang this to me when I was little, Wan reflected. Uncle Zhang had endured so much in his life. To hear a tune from his homeland before departing was a comfort, perhaps. The song echoed through the valley, and the previously murmuring wounded gradually fell silent. The flickering flames danced, casting light upon Uncle Zhang's pallid face. Wan's fingers rhythmically tapped on the blanket, once, then again. As the song came to an end, the valley was enveloped in silence, save for the crackling of the fire. Wan lowered her gaze to the stretcher. Uncle Zhang remained with his eyes closed, and the once faint rise and fall of his chest was now entirely absent. His hand, resting at his side, hung limply, fingertips dusted with dried earth. Wan's heart skipped a beat. Had he truly left after hearing just one song? Beside her, Liuli covered her mouth, and Shishan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she turned away, unable to bear the sight. The soft voice of Wan Wan trembled as she reached out, her fingers quivering as they approached Uncle Zhang's nose. Suddenly, a thunderous snore erupted from Uncle Zhang. Who are? After snoring, he closed his eyes, smacking his lips as if savoring a delightful treat in his dreams. He then nestled his head back into the cozy bedding that Wan Wan had just arranged, sinking into a blissful slumber. Wan Wan's fingers remained suspended in midair, and tears still clung to Liuli's cheeks. The entire Lark Squad, along with the Angel Squad, who were prepared to observe a moment of silence, stood in a state of petrification. 3 full seconds passed. Then, someone broke the silence with an uncontrollable chuckle, shattering the oppressive atmosphere. You scared me. I thought Liuli was going to cry, but instead she is laughing while wiping her tears and stamping her feet. That old man is quite the trickster. But thank goodness he is alive. As long as he is alive, that is all that matters. If I could be fooled like this every time, I would gladly endure it 1,000 times over. At that moment, a cheerful female voice suddenly emerged from the shadows. Excellent. That was quite impressive. The voice was bright and melodious, softer than the larks of our mountains. The crowd jumped in surprise and turned around quickly. A middle-aged woman strode forward, hands clasped behind her back. Her hair was cut short, exuding a sense of efficiency and neatness. Although her face bore the traces of time, it added a warmth reminiscent of an elder sister. Most striking was the Browning holster at her waist, fashioned from a piece of floral blue fabric adorned with delicate, unknown blossoms. This was a tool of lethal intent, yet also a testament to a woman's craftsmanship. Commanderly, several wounded soldiers, still able to move, struggled to rise and salute. Lie down. All of you stay down. Sister Lee swiftly approached and pressed one of the rising soldiers back down. She then walked over to Wan Wan, looking down at her tear-streaked face. Gently, she wiped a hand across Wan Wan's cheek. What a big girl you are. Yet still a crying kitten. Sister Lee's hands were rough, grazing Wan Wan's face slightly. Commanderly, Wan Wan said, standing up a bit awkwardly. Just call me Sister Lee. She corrected with a smile, her gaze appreciatively sweeping over the young women of the Lark Squad. In our team, we have either rough brutes or sobbing children. It's not easy to have voices like yours. Truly beautiful. It makes me long for home. The members of the Lark Squad, including Shishan, felt a bit shy and lowered their heads, but the next moment Sister Lee shifted her tone. However, Sister Lee's smile faded, her gaze drifting past the crowd to the dark, imposing mountains. We are currently on a journey, climbing a mountain, not merely lulling children to sleep. Merely having a lovely voice and a soft demeanor is not sufficient. Sister Lee turned to Wan Wan and asked, Sister, do you know what a song truly is? Wan Wan hesitated for a moment, instinctively responding, a song is a melody, an expression of emotion. That is the perspective of city dwellers, Sister Lee remarked. Sister Lee shook her head and patted the floral fabric gun holster at her waist. Here, songs are akin to oil for our weary legs. Although Sister Lee intended to raise her voice, she consciously restrained it, clearly not wishing to disturb Uncle Zhang. In our group, most are wounded or ill. After a day of walking, our legs feel as if they belong to someone else, each step akin to treading on the edge of a knife. If you sing them lullabies, they might truly wish to lie down and sleep. And once they do, they may never rise again. Soft S heart quivered as she recalled Uncle Zhang's nearly stagnant breaths moments ago, when one is utterly fatigued. If the strings of the heart loosen and the breath escapes, one may indeed collapse. What should we sing? Shishan could not help but inquire. What shall we sing? Sister Lee smiled. She glanced at Uncle Zhang, who had just fallen asleep, then surveyed the wounded scattered around them, and lowered her voice to call out, Follow me. With that, Sister Lee turned and strode towards a prominent rock in the distance. Soft and the 5 girls from the Skylark team exchanged glances and hastily followed. The rock was far removed from the resting place of the wounded, where the wind howled fiercely. Standing atop the rock against the wind, Sister Lee placed her hands on her waist, where the blue fabric gun holster was secured. What you sang earlier was beautiful, like the waters of Jiangnan, Sister Lee said, turning to face the delicate girls. But in such a cursed place, where our legs threaten to give way, water is of little use. We need fire, we need iron. Shishan felt a sense of confusion. Iron. Yes, iron. Sister Lee took a deep breath, her chest swelling with resolve. We are wayfarers. Individuals who have placed our lives on the line. The songs we sing are born from this very earth, springing forth from the marrow of our bones. They are our roots. Now come, let me teach you the authentic Hakka Mountain song. Listen closely. Without pausing to build up emotion, Sister Lee struck a pose and began to sing. Oh dear. Her voice held no finesse. In fact, at the onset, it was somewhat hoarse, slightly cracked. Yet the moment her voice erupted, the 5 girls of the Skylark team were taken aback. The sound was unadorned and piercing, striking straight through the night sky and the evening breeze. It felt as though the very wind had been cleaved in that instant. Mountain songs are an ancient legacy, meant to alleviate the sorrows of future generations. Sister Lee's voice was not perfect, nor gentle or soft, yet it resonated deeply, even for Soft and the others, who had never encountered Hakka Mountain songs before. 3 days without singing, and the voice rusts. 3 days without walking, and the bones weaken. Sister Lee bellowed the final 3 words, startling the bearers and laborers who had been idly leaning against a tree, gazing at their toes. They instinctively lifted their heads. It felt akin to a nearly extinguished oil lamp being doused with a ladle of boiling oil. The flames surged to life in an instant. After demonstrating a segment, Sister Lee paused to catch her breath, looking at the awestruck Soft and the Skylark team with a smile. So have you learned? Come, give it a try. Shishan stood dumbfounded. As a traditional singer, she had studied bel canto, popular singing, and even opera. Her teachers had instructed her on breath control, resonance, and vocal protection. Yet, no one had ever taught her that singing folk songs could be damaging to her voice. Don't just stand there, Sister Lee urged. No one here is going to evaluate you or shower you with flowers. Let out the pent-up energy from your belly. Unleash that frustration in your heart. Shishan gritted her teeth and stepped forward, mimicking Sister Lee's stance with her hands on her hips. Oh my, what a beautiful voice, perfectly in tune, with a smooth transition. However, Sister Lee frowned and waved her hand. Stop, stop, stop. I asked you to bellow like a mountain, not to embroider flowers. You're not singing for your beloved, but for the King of Hell. If you sound so soft and feeble, even the King of Hell will mock your weakness. Shishan's face flushed, bewildered by the criticism. At that moment, Ishue, whose feet were blistered, unexpectedly took a step forward. She had endured the most pain and frustration, having longed to cry out, but held back for the sake of her pride. Let me. Ishue closed her eyes, disregarding all notions of chest and head resonance, simply wanting to vent the excruciating pain from her souls. Oh, that cry shattered her voice, sharp and even painfully unmelodic. Nearby, Lioli and Zitong instinctively recoiled, uncertain whether this constituted a live broadcast mishap. After all, their idol's restraint still held them back somewhat. Yet, Sister Lee's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. She strode over and slapped Ishue's shoulder with such force that Ishue nearly collapsed to the ground. Yes, that's the spirit. Don't worry about breaking your voice. Sister Lee laughed heartily. So what if your voice cracks? It indicates power. It shows you have something to deliver. Here, sounding pretty is of no consequence. If your heart is vigorous, then that is a good tone. Ishue, taken aback by the praise, touched her stinging shoulder and couldn't he help but break into a silly grin. The exhilaration of letting go after all that pent-up frustration made her feel as if her feet no longer hurt so much. Again, Sister Lee waved her arms, as if commanding a multitude. Everyone together. Shishan and the others exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. But it was only for a brief moment. Since Ishue had begun to let go of her burdens, how could they, as her close friends, lag behind? After all, each of them, as idols, harbored a wild side that yearned to break free from the constraints of their fans. What did it matter if they strained their voices in the game? Especially since Sister Lee had stated that sounding good was of no importance here. The Skylark squad then began to shout wildly, relishing the opportunity to unleash their voices as they could rarely do in reality. Ruanwan stood to the side, smiling at the Skylark squad. As for her idol persona, it had long been cast away amidst the snow-capped mountains and grassy plains. To sing was to be free, to be mad. They had decided to immerse themselves in history. So why concern themselves with the audience behind the screens? Taking a deep breath, Ruanwan joined in. The steep mountain path, let me traverse it at will. Even on that day when the waters flowed high, the voices of 6 women converged, shedding their burdens and shattering the night breeze, breaking the sky above. Meanwhile, at the encampment of the vanguard, beside a dwindling bonfire, a figure known as Brother Kwong rummaged through the ashes with a stick in hand. Before long, a charred sweet potato emerged from the embers, scalding hot. Brother Kwong juggled it between his hands, blowing on it fervently. With practiced ease, he split the potato open, releasing a plume of steam. The golden, tender interior, imbued with a sweet aroma, wafted into the air. Instinctively, he broke off a half and extended it behind him. The soft voice that followed was abruptly silenced, while Eagle Eye, also engaged in the sweet potato endeavor, froze mid-action. The old squad leader lifted his eyelids to glance at Brother Kwong, uttering no words before closing them again. Only his grip on the rifle tightened slightly. Brother Kwong retracted his hand, gazing at the remaining half of the sweet potato in silence for a moment, before taking a hearty bite. At that moment, a timid voice approached. A young soldier, his face adorned with the soft bandage previously applied by a comrade, cautiously inquired about the sweet potato in Brother Kwong's hand. Brother, is sister not coming back to sleep tonight? Chapter 211. He spoke amidst the storm. Brother Kwong paused, turning to the young soldier and affectionately tousling his hair. What do you know? The young soldier shrank back, puzzled by the playful gesture. Brother Kwong turned away, his expression a blend of indifference and a hint of envy. Your sister is off enjoying herself. She's in the rear, a place of comfort. There is hot water for foot baths, meat to eat, and if luck permits, even eggs delivered by locals. She isn't here gnawing on cold sweet potatoes in this wind. Brother Kwong gave the young soldier's shoulder a hearty pat. Understand? Huh. The young soldier was taken aback, momentarily shocked. Sister, is she eating meat? The firelight danced across the young soldier's face, revealing a subtle disappointment that quickly morphed into a pure envy, leading him to mumble, eating meat is good. It helps one recover faster. This child truly believed it. Brother Kwong observed the young soldier's gullibility, feeling a pang of bitterness in his heart, barely maintaining a straight face. Meanwhile, Eagle Eye lifted her head, casting a cold glance at Brother Kwong. She is off saving more people. With that, she resumed her contemplation, lost in thought. The young soldier suddenly looked up at Eagle Eye's impassive expression, then glanced at Brother Kwong, whose face twitched from stifled laughter. It dawned on him that Brother Kwong had been teasing him. His face flushed crimson, and he glared at Brother Kwong in indignation. Brother, you tricked me. Brother Kwong could no longer contain his mirth and burst into laughter. Ha! Who told you to be so easily deceived? Did you really think your sister ran off to indulge in luxury? At that moment, a tattered straw sandal struck the back of Brother Kwong's head with a thud. Enough with the laughter. Get to sleep. The old squad leader rolled over, his voice thick with both irritation and fatigue. If anyone fails to rise tomorrow, I'll break their legs with my rifle. But Brother Kwong, instantly silenced by the reprimand, hurriedly tossed the sandal aside. Sleep, sleep, we shall sleep now. The young soldier stifled a chuckle and quickly lay down, curling into a ball. The next day, the rain ceased, and the sun rose in the east. The sun has emerged. Someone shouted. Instantly, an uncontrollable cheer erupted from the ranks of the vanguard regiment. The rain had persisted for an entire month, and the soldiers' clothes had never dried. With the clearing of the skies, the spirits of the vanguard soldiers lifted, and their pace of march quickened dramatically. At times, as long as one's steps are buoyant, marching does not seem so arduous. Yet, how could one's steps possess such buoyancy when burdened by a lack of enthusiasm? By midday, the sun hung directly overhead. Rest for a quarter of an hour. Came the command from ahead. The old squad leader immediately raised his hand, signaling the entire squad to halt. In an instant, the soldiers, who had been striding forward with purpose, collapsed onto the roadside. They had not been resting long when Kwang Gu heard a commotion near the stream. He propped himself up, peering over, and saw a group of young soldiers gathered by the water, washing their feet, or rather, tending to their wounds. A young soldier sat on a rock, having just removed his grass shoes, which were tattered to mere strings, and was now howling in pain. "Hey, instructor, come quickly and take a look." Furrowing his brow, Kwang Gu approached, curious about what this lad was up to. The barrage of laughter from the others mirrored his concern. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the skin on the soldiers' soles had long since rotted, blood, pus, and black mud mingling together. Amidst this decayed flesh, 5 blood blisters, each the size of a mung bean, had formed. Due to congestion, the blisters appeared a purplish black, and the young soldier wore a proud expression. He pointed to the blisters on his feet, counting them one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A full 5 cannons. The young soldier lifted his head, gazing at the approaching instructor. "Instructor, look, I only had 3 blisters yesterday, and today I have 2 more. Am I not deserving of the title of model soldier?" Several other young soldiers gathered around, eager to compare their own blisters. "Oh, come on. You only have 5. Look at mine," another soldier exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "I've got 2 mortars on my heels. Wow, your blisters are perfectly round." The air by the stream was filled with mirth. Kwang Gu stood by, gazing down at that foot. The viewers in the live stream were momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to frown or not. Goodness, can that foot still walk? It looks painful just to behold. I wouldn't be able to walk with a single blister. I'd take sick leave. Yet they treat it as a badge of honor. Kwang Gu observed these half-grown children boasting about their achievements, referring to their painful blisters as cannons. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly gritted his teeth and laughed. As laughter erupted from him, he cursed, "Curse your 5 cannons." Kwang Gu strode over, shoving aside a nearby soldier, and plopped down on a rock. With a rough motion, he tugged at the cloth strips on his own foot, tearing them off along with skin and flesh with a sharp hiss. Then, he raised his large foot before the gathering of soldiers. "Open your eyes wide and see. With your little cannons, can you compare to mine?" The surrounding warriors all turned to look, revealing that the soles of Kwang Ji's feet were thickly calloused. Beneath these calluses lay a multitude of blood blisters in various shapes. Some had burst, forming dark scabs, while others sprouted new blisters beside them, densely clustered like a wasteland scorched by fire. Kwang Gu pointed at his own feet and bellowed, silencing the crowd. "Look at this. This is what true strength looks like. What you call cannon fire pales in comparison to my chain lightning." Kwang Gu exuded overwhelming arrogance, as if he had returned to the days of his live broadcasts, proclaiming himself the unrivaled champion. The surrounding warriors fell silent for a moment before erupting into raucous laughter. "Brother, your feet could serve as explosives. My heavens. Those chain blisters are packed too tightly." A nearby squad leader also removed his shoes to join in the merriment. He glanced at his own feet and then at Kwang Ji's, a look of admiration on his face. No, my feet don't compare. Yours are truly impressive. Old Wang, take off your shoes and compare with him." The laughter grew louder. On this uncertain mountain path, fraught with death and mire, the vanguard warriors laughed heartily. Countless spectators watching their antics on screen joined in the laughter. For reasons unbeknownst to me, witnessing their joy left my heart aching. They were so optimistic. Were they unaware of their pain? They were aware, yet they understood that crying was futile. Moving forward was the only path forward. What were hardships? The audacity to trample upon them was the essence of a man's romance. Chapter 212. I am not called Hay. However, one person did not laugh. The old class leader sat on a rock, scowling at Kwang Ji's battered feet. "What a show-off," the old class leader muttered, standing up and approaching, kicking a stone beneath Kwang Ji's backside. "Is that a foot or a rotten sweet potato? Aren't you afraid of the wind causing an infection?" Kwang Gu shrank his neck at the reprimand, chuckling awkwardly as he prepared to rewrap his grimy bandages. The old class leader extended a hand, holding out a piece of pristine white cloth to Kwang Gu. Kwang Gu was taken aback, looking up at the old class leader. "Class leader, this?" Without even glancing at Kwang Gu, the old class leader tossed the cloth into Kwang Ji's arms. "This was captured last time we crossed the blockade. I had intended to keep it for Nian Nian to make a sandbag. Consider it a sacrifice for your filthy feet." Kwang Gu, clutching the soft cloth that felt as light as a cloud, paused at the mention of Nian Nian, but instead of feeling coy, he broke into an even broader grin. He carefully wrapped the cloth around his feet, concealing those blisters resembling chain lightning, before slipping on his straw sandals. Though he felt a twinge of guilt for appropriating Nian Nian's toy, wasn't this the treatment a father should afford his son? He chuckled softly. As the rest period came to an end, the warriors began to organize their gear, and Kwang Gu sidled up to a young soldier who was struggling to retie his straw sandals with grass rope, wincing in pain with every tug. "Hey," Kwang Gu nudged the young soldier with his shoulder. "What's your name?" The young soldier looked up, tears from earlier laughter still glistening on his cheeks. "Brother, why do you suddenly want to know this?" As Brother Kwang tightened his leg straps, he casually remarked, "I can't keep calling you hey, can I? Besides, you seem quite agreeable to me. From now on, I will look after you. However, The truth was that Brother Kwong harbored different thoughts. The fact that he had not encountered this child in any of the dungeons after the Dadu River suggested that the boy had likely not made it to the end. Brother Kwong had refrained from asking out of fear. Knowing a name meant recognizing a person, a living comrade. The loss of a life would bring sorrow. But the death of an unnamed individual perhaps would sting a little less. Yet, having witnessed the 5 blood blisters just moments ago, Brother Kwong reconsidered. Why hesitate? Protecting an old squad leader is the same as safeguarding a young soldier. When did he become so squeamish? The young soldier, feeling a bit shy, scratched his head, tousling his already messy hair into a disheveled nest. My name is Peazai. What? Brother Kwong was taken aback. Which cannon? The mortar cannon, Peazai grinned, pointing towards the distant mortars. My father named me that. He said that if you're going to be a soldier, you should be the one who shoots the farthest and makes the loudest noise. That's what commands respect. Brother Kwong observed Peazai's slender frame, reminiscent of a frail monkey, and recalled the 5 large blood blisters on his own feet. Peazai, he repeated, suddenly amused. He reached out and playfully ruffled Peazai's already disheveled hair even further. What a splendid name. No wonder you can use blood blisters as cannons. It must be the brilliance of your name. Though Peazai did not grasp the logic behind this, he beamed at Brother Kwong's praise, joining in the merriment. All right then, Peazai, Brother Kwong said, brushing off the dirt from his pants as he stood up. Stick close to me. As long as I draw breath, there will be plenty of sweet potatoes for you. After a brief rest of 15 minutes, the march resumed. Although the rain had ceased, the path remained treacherous. The sun had dried the surface of the mud, but underneath it remained soft and gooey. With each step, a squelching sound erupted, sending mud splattering up to the calves. Fortunately, the sun continued to shine brightly, warming their bodies and invigorating the vanguard squad. Brother Kwong followed closely behind the old squad leader, observing the latter's silhouette burdened by a massive cooking pot. The pot was exceedingly heavy, crafted from solid iron. Along with the various supplies and rations inside, it must have weighed at least 30 to 40 pounds. The old squad leader, suffering from an old injury sustained while crossing a blockade, struggled slightly as he ascended the slope. Squad leader, Brother Kwong hurried a few steps forward, reaching for the straps of the pot. I'm strong. Allow me to carry it for a while. Smack. Without turning his head, the old squad leader retaliated with an elbow, deftly pushing Brother Kwong back a step. Get out of the way. He panted, yet his stubbornness remained intact. I've carried this pot my whole life. Without it, my back feels exposed and cold. Brother Kwong rubbed his slightly sore rib, shaking his head at the unyielding old squad leader. At times, he truly felt helpless against such obstinacy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Eagle Eye walked alongside Peazai. Given Peazai's youth and fragile constitution, he was at a disadvantage. After a strenuous day of travel, fatigue began to set in, with eyes half closed and an unsteady gait, as if ready to tumble into the ditches by the roadside. Do not close your eyes, the Eagle Eye admonished coolly, while his hand remained firmly on the young soldier's arm. Lower your center of gravity, bend your knees slightly. Do not rely on your vision to navigate. Feel the ground with your feet. Land on your toes. Push off from your heels. Synchronize your breathing with your steps. Inhale for 2 steps. Exhale for 1. The Eagle Eye was imparting the art of long-distance marching, colloquially known as walking while asleep. The young soldier, though oblivious to the profound wisdom behind it, obediently mimicked the Eagle Eye, bending his body like a shrimp and gliding forward like a cat. After traversing approximately 2 miles, the young soldier's eyes widened in sudden realization. Eagle Eye, this is incredible. I feel as though my legs belong to someone else, and I'm just gliding forward. The Eagle Eye smiled quietly, choosing not to respond. With the older soldier now inquiring about the young soldier's name, his demeanor naturally softened. The afternoon slipped by leisurely, the sun casting its warm rays to the west, revealing the faint outline of a village. At last, they arrived. The older soldier gazed at the wisps of smoke rising from the village, and his stomach audibly protested its emptiness. According to their marching orders for the day, this would serve as their campsite. He began to fantasize about finding a pile of hay in the village to burrow into. As long as he wasn't sleeping in the mud, even a pigsty would suffice, a luxury beyond imagination. Everyone, keep your spirits up. We are almost at the campsite. Once we arrive, we'll heat water to soak our feet and then eat. The instructor's voice rang out ahead. The soldiers, who had trudged heavily until now, visibly lightened their steps. Hope, sometimes, is as simple as a wisp of smoke or a warm sip of water, enough to propel one another for another 10 miles. Yet, as the unit drew within 2 miles of the village entrance, a hurried sound of galloping hooves approached rapidly. Go, go. The messenger reached the front of the vanguard commander, dismounting amidst a sheen of sweat. He produced a letter adorned with feathers from his breast pocket, raising it above his head. Urgent military orders. Minutes later, a new command doused everyone with cold water. The enemy situation has changed. Enemy forces are advancing towards Daozhou, attempting to cut off our retreat. The higher command ordered the vanguard to march an additional 40 miles to reach the Leijia Shrine for encampment and to be on standby by 5 o'clock the next morning. Chapter 213. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Another 40 miles? The vanguard soldiers were momentarily taken aback. They had already traversed a grueling 80 miles of mountainous terrain that day. Just as they were on the brink of rest and a meal, they were faced with the grim reality that there would be no respite. Yet, the vanguard soldiers were merely momentarily stunned. As the elite core of the Red Army, they understood that complaining was utterly unacceptable. Under the commander's 5-minute preparation order, the entire battalion silently checked and organized their equipment, enveloped in a hushed stillness. By the roadside, the young soldier sat on a stone, head bowed as he untied the straps of his straw sandals. Fortunately, the vanguard supplies had already been entrusted to the reserve corps, and their only concern now was how to forge ahead. The challenge ahead looms large, as the forthcoming battle is undeniably formidable. The urgency of the awaited message signifies their scant opportunity for respite. After enduring a grueling stretch, the soldier known as Cannon finally reached a moment of rest. Yet it amounted to a mere 5 minutes, leaving him feeling utterly spent. At that moment, his comrade, Brother Kwong, approached and squatted before him. Cannon, if you can't continue, hand me your weapon. I'll carry it for you, he offered. However, Cannon resolutely bit his lip, tightening the straps of his straw sandals with determination, using the fresh discomfort to suppress the lingering pain. With a sharp intake of breath, Cannon raised his gaze, a smudged smile breaking across his dirty face. No need, brother, he replied, gesturing to his feet. Just 40 more miles to go. Brother Kwong was taken aback. What? Has this child lost his senses from the pain? Cannon chuckled heartily. Look, I've already got 5 cannons on my feet. If we trek another 40 miles, I'm sure I can wear down my big toe and heal to create 2 more. That would make 7. As he spoke, he enthusiastically patted his thigh, as if rallying his own spirits. The village elder had said that 7 stars aligning were akin to celestial beings descending. If I can gather the 7 stars formation. Cannon stood up, swaying slightly, yet managing to maintain his balance. He looked at Brother Kwong and made an exaggerated gesture. Then our feet shall ascend to immortality. Forget 40 miles, we'll fly straight to the Lei family shrine. Brother Kwong, observing the unwavering optimism of Cannon, felt his eyes moisten, as though touched by an onion's sting. He reached out and affectionately tousled Cannon's messy hair. Exactly. You're a true immortal. Once we assemble the 7 stars formation, I'll take you flying. Let us go. With that, Brother Kwong turned and strode forward into the encroaching twilight. However, as night fell, Cannon struggled to maintain his footing and began to sway precariously. Brother Kwong swiftly grasped the back of Cannon's collar and yanked him forward. The atmosphere felt heavy and oppressive. Unsure of how to lighten the mood, Brother Kwong pondered for a moment before suddenly bellowing. Brothers! The abrupt shout startled Cannon, causing him to shiver and nearly tumble into a muddy pit. Nearby soldiers from various squads turned their heads, their weary eyes reflecting the starlight. What are you shouting about? Save some breath. The old squad leader at the front chastised. Ignoring the admonition, Brother Kwong continued to shout hoarsely. Are you all so exhausted already? We've barely begun. While gasping for air, he slapped his thigh, producing a resonant thud. 120 miles is nothing. I declare right here, right now. Brother Kwong lifted his chin defiantly. In the direst of times, our team will march 240 miles in a single day and night. A sudden silence enveloped the group, leaving only the synchronized sound of footsteps. After a brief pause, the tension shattered, giving way to a low ripple of laughter. Hey, you'd best stop boasting, chided a nearby squad leader with a chuckle. After traversing 120 miles, we were nearly reduced to limp shrimp. Covering 240 miles without sustenance or rest. It would surely exhaust us beyond recognition. Indeed, even iron can bend. No one can endure a continuous day and night of relentless running. Nonsense. Upon hearing this, the old squad leader cast a sidelong glance at Kwong Go, his frustration mingling with amusement. 240 miles in a single day? He scoffed. Do you think your legs are forged from iron? Or have you fitted wheels to your backside? Spare me your tall tales. The old squad leader tightened his grip on the heavy pot slung over his back, conserving energy for the journey. Keep boasting, and you might just trip over your own tongue. Kwong Gu remained unperturbed. He understood their skepticism all too well. Had he not run alongside the future Vanguard unit, he might have doubted it himself. Especially considering that the Vanguard not only had to run but also fight while on the move. Who wouldn't feel bewildered by such a daunting prospect? In an era where a full meal was a luxury and a pair of straw sandals was to be cherished. Who dared to believe that human legs could outpace the mighty Dadu River or defy time itself? Lowering his gaze, Kwong Gu observed the young cannon fodder beside him, who was still swaying unsteadily. Cannon fodder, Kwong Gu nudged him with his elbow. They don't believe, but do you? The young soldier lifted his face, listening to the laughter of his comrades, uncertain if he was contemplating. I believe. Cannon fodder nodded vigorously. Brother, if you say we can fly, then we shall fly. Once the 7 stars formation beneath my feet aligns, we'll run 300 miles in a day. The surrounding soldiers erupted into even louder laughter, dispelling the heavy atmosphere with this bout of bravado. The old squad leader, listening to Cannon fodder's nonsensical chatter from the front, couldn't help but interject. Kwong Gu, if you're so fast, the old squad leader patted the pot on his back. Then come on, keep boasting. I'll let you carry this pot for me. Kwong Ji's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could there be such a fortunate opportunity? You said it. All right, squad leader. I'm on it. He accelerated, reaching for the pot's rope. Roll on, roll on. The old squad leader swiftly swatted Kwong Ji's hand away. Get back. I'm still alive. You're not in a position to pamper me. The old squad leader shifted his body protectively around the pot, stubbornly continuing forward. Kwong Gu rubbed his hand, chuckling behind him, and the banter continued. Ha ha ha. They don't believe. Of course, they don't believe. Had we not witnessed it ourselves, even with the 4 major military districts as witnesses, who would dare to believe? Yet, months later, when they were indeed starving and trudging through the mud, they ran 240 miles within a day and night, seizing that iron chain bridge and creating a miracle. At that moment, however, they could scarcely fathom their own future limits. Suddenly, the usually silent Eagle Eye, who had been walking behind Kwong Gu, quickened his pace to stand beside the old squad leader. Squad leader. Eagle Eye turned his head to speak. The old squad leader glanced over, surprised to hear the most reliable member of the team echoing Kwong Gu's absurdity. Wasn't he exaggerating? We can truly run. Upon seeing Eagle Eye's earnest expression, the old squad leader couldn't help but furrow his brow. He might dismiss Kwang Gu's words as mere bravado from an inexperienced recruit, yet he is well acquainted with Eagle Eye. This fellow typically struggles to muster even a whisper of bravado, yet when it comes to executing tasks, he exhibits remarkable steadiness, devoid of any semblance of boastfulness. But is he truly modest? The old squad leader fixed his gaze on Eagle Eye for a few moments before shaking his head, dismissing it as mere camaraderie among the new recruits, striving to bolster one another's morale. All right, the old squad leader turned back. As long as you can run, keep close. And don't fall behind. Traveling in the dark is the most dehydrating. Kwang Gu had been shouting at the top of his lungs for quite some time. His throat already parched and smoke-like. He reached for the water bottle at his waist, uncorked it, and tilted his head, preparing to gulp down a significant mouthful. However, just as Kwang Gu raised his hand, his movement suddenly froze mid-air. He glanced at the water bottle in his hand, then at the darkened path ahead, and grimaced. If only Wan were here. Kwang Gu muttered softly, her petite yet stern figure emerging in his mind. Clearing his throat, he deliberately softened his voice, mimicking Wan's tone when she conducted her inspections. Drink water. Small sips only. No gulping. Do you want to ruin your lungs? If you drink too much, I'll sweat your palm with a twig. After delivering his self-imposed reprimand, Kwang Gu shivered slightly, then obediently brought the spout to his lips, taking a modest sip and savoring it slowly. He then tightly resealed the cork. Nearby, Eagle Eye overheard Kwang Ji's mutterings and couldn't help but shiver as well, recalling the amusing sight of Kwang Gu coaxing Wan with a high-pitched voice. The fleeting smile vanished as he nodded in agreement. Had Wan been present, she would undoubtedly employ such a disciplinary method. Upon hearing Kwang Gu's high-pitched imitation, the barrage of comments erupted, buzzing with lively exchanges. Report. Reconnaissance troops ahead with battle updates. A riot just broke out in the rest and recuperation unit. Sister Wan is there, wreaking havoc. I'm dying of laughter. In the rest and recuperation unit, a certain commander, discontent with the bitterness of his medication, secretly stashed the tablets beneath a straw mat, only to be caught red-handed by Sister Wan during her rounds. She exploded in fury, berating the commander in front of several officers, making him feel like a grandson. Huh? And that commander, in the end, had to obediently crush the pills and swallow them, his face turning green. Why is Wan so adept at reprimanding others? Old squad leader, you might as well just give me your name. Kwang Gu and Eagle Eye exchanged amused glances at the barrage of comments, finding it quite entertaining. Indeed, there was no need for them to worry about Wan. Once they arrived at the rest and recuperation unit, her role as a medic would only enhance her prowess. The atmosphere revitalized, the troops continued their march. It wasn't until deep into the night, around midnight, that the front line unexpectedly halted. A faint stir rippling from the forefront. We've arrived. The Lei family ancestral hall is here. The soldiers of the Crimson Legion finally exhaled in relief, erupting into cheers. In the darkness, a dilapidated yet imposing archway emerged in their line of sight, composed of blue bricks and gray tiles, silently standing against the cold wind. Camp in place. The command was relayed from the front. With a plop, the soldiers collapsed like dumplings, showing no inclination to seek out a dry patch of ground, their legs giving way as they slumped down beside the muddy thoroughfare. The artilleryman released his grip on Kwang Gu's clothing, swaying his body and landing directly in a puddle of muck by the roadside. In less than 3 seconds, the resounding snores of Cannon Boy erupted. Observing this, the old squad leader shook his head and carefully removed the cooking pot from his back, placing it on the ground. He then found a nearby tree trunk to slide down onto. Catching his breath, while keeping his eyes open, he lifted his gaze, sweeping over the soldiers sprawled out in slumber. Upon spotting Crazy Brother and Eagle Eye, the old squad leader narrowed his eyes slightly. While the other recruits had succumbed to fatigue, these two remained upright. Crazy Brother, though gasping for air and drenched in sweat, stood tall. Eagle Eye maintained an erect posture, his complexion pale but his breathing steady. To the old squad leader's surprise, they even displayed remnants of energy. Crazy Brother dragged Cannon Boy, who was half submerged in a puddle, out and flipped him over, placing him in a sheltered nook of rocks. Eagle Eye turned to assist the instructor in tending to the severely injured. The old squad leader felt a sense of astonishment. After several years of service, he had never encountered such recruits. They were enigmatic to him. Crazy Brother appeared to be full of bluster, while Eagle Eye echoed his bravado. Yet, after a grueling march of 120 li, the endurance and composure exhibited by these two did not resemble that of mere novices. All around them, the other new recruits lay sprawled out like Cannon Boy, fast asleep. Once Crazy Brother and Eagle Eye had settled everything and found relatively clean spots to sit, the old squad leader finally stood up, propping himself on his knees. He approached Crazy Brother and squatted down in front of him. Without uttering a word, he reached out to tug at the wrappings on Crazy Brother's feet. Hey. What are you doing, squad leader? This time, it was Crazy Brother who recoiled. Stay still. The old squad leader barked, forcefully tearing away the cloth to examine the blood-blistered soles of Crazy Brother's feet. After confirming that the blisters were intact, free from infection, and not festering down to the bone, he released his grip and remained silent. He then turned to Eagle Eye, similarly inspecting his shoes with the same firmness. Eagle Eye did not flinch, allowing the old squad leader to conduct his examination. Once finished, the squad leader stood and found a relatively clean spot to wash his hands. He sighed and returned to Crazy Brother and Eagle Eye. He reached into the pocket of his inner garment, rummaging for a moment before producing a hardtack, which he snapped in half with a crisp sound. He pressed a half piece into each of their hands. Here, eat, he instructed. The old squad leader gazed at these two soldiers, whom he had grown fond of, yet found increasingly inscrutable. It's tough, just swallow it with water. After delivering this advice, he turned away, picked up the cooking pot, and returned to the tree trunk to sit down, pulling his hat down over his face. The cold wind howled. The muffled sound of the old squad leader's voice emerged from beneath his hat. Finish eating and sleep. Tomorrow, the sun will rise as usual. Chapter 215. The infuriating old thief Luo. When the horn sounded, Crazy Brother opened his eyes to find the sky still dark. Dazed and groggy, he wondered how long he had slept. His mind buzzed as he felt like they had just lain down before being called up. He reached for the pocket of his inner garment, where the half-piece of hardtack from the old squad leader remained unyieldingly firm. Kong Ge did not consume the food. Instead, he kept it nestled against his chest for warmth. His fingers delved deeper, reaching another object. Small and soft, it was the malt candy gifted to him by Nguyen Wan. That piece of candy, which had long since melted away to a mere shell, clung to the cloth, its sweetness nearly dissipated. Yet, Kong Ge felt reassured by the routine of touching it each day. He rubbed his fingers against the remnants of the candy shell before withdrawing his hand and propping himself up from the ground. Beside him, Ing Yin had risen, his complexion pale and the dark circles under his eyes telling of fatigue, yet his breathing remained steady. The two exchanged a glance, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. Kong Ge then glanced down to see Pao Zai still nestled within the pile of grass. Half of Pao Zai's face was buried among the decaying leaves. His breaths rhythmic and even. Pao Zai, Kong Ge called out. Last night, he had dragged Pao Zai from a puddle and tucked him into the rocky corner. And now the boy slept soundly as if he were a log. Pao Zai, Kong Ge called again, but received no response. He nudged the boy with his foot, yet there was still no movement. It was evident he was merely in a deep slumber, not deceased. Annoyed, Kong Ge bent down and grasped the back of Pao Zai's collar, pulling him upright. Pao Zai stirred slightly, his eyes fluttering open just a crack, scanning his surroundings with a dazed expression. Brother, I haven't activated the 7-star formation yet. Let me sleep a little longer. Activate what? Kong Ge flicked a finger against Pao Zai's forehead. We're leaving. It was only then that Pao Zai fully awakened, shivering and stamping his feet to shake off the grass from his collar, fumbling to locate his firearm. They had only slept for 2 hours. Yet the troop was to commence marching again, heading to the ancestral hall to await orders. The soldiers of the vanguard team rose silently, none uttering complaints, merely securing their weapons and following the figures ahead into the darkness. The whistle was their only rhythm. The 30-mile trek through the mountains was conducted in darkness to avoid detection, relying on their feet to navigate the rugged terrain and the silhouettes of those in front for direction. Ing Yin led the way, half-crouched as he walked, periodically stopping to feel the ground before quietly relaying information back. Left front, deep pit, veer right. Right side, tree roots, step carefully. Ahead, loose stones, slow down. His voice was low, transmitted from one to another, stretching back through the line. The old squad leader, carrying the cooking pot, walked in the middle of the group, his steps steady as if anchored in the mud, listening to the reports from the front. Kong Ge followed closely behind him, vigilant against any slip. Despite the old squad leader's minor back injury, he did not appear weak. Further back, Pao Zai trailed Kong Ge, tugging at the corner of his shirt. His head bowed low. As they trudged along, Pao Zai's head grew increasingly heavy, nearly drooping to his chest. Kong Ge said nothing, merely slowed his pace, maintaining a steadier rhythm. He placed his forefoot down carefully, applying pressure through his heel, employing the techniques that Ing Yin had taught Pao Zai. 30 miles, mountain paths, muddy trails, rocky roads. They pressed on, step by step, until the first light of dawn began to break, and someone ahead called out, Ancestral Hall. We've arrived. The young boy finally released his grip on the collar of his companion, raising his head to peer ahead with all his might. The outlines of the village emerged from the misty morning haze, revealing several houses with smoke curling from their roofs. Taking a deep breath, he murmured, where there is smoke, there is fire. Where there is fire, there is warmth. He stepped down, feeling the painful blisters on his feet. As the vanguard entered the village square, they discovered that villagers were already waiting at the entrance. A few locals stood by the roadside, holding wooden buckets and earthen bowls. As the procession approached, an elderly woman stepped forward, offering a bowl of ginger soup to a soldier at the front. Drink this, it will warm you. The villagers were aware of the discipline of the Red Army. Nothing was given for free. They silently accepted the payment or promissory notes. Observing this earnest yet unfortunate group of individuals dedicated to serving the people, the soldier took the bowl, feeling the steam rise to his face. Peering inside, he noticed slices of ginger floating atop a bit of brown sugar at the bottom. He turned and squatted down in front of the boy. Drink. The boy hesitated momentarily, but did not protest. Trembling, he accepted the bowl, lowered his head, and took a large gulp, only to cough it out forcefully. Spicy. Spicy means warmth. The soldier stood, urging him, drink slowly. He then fetched a second bowl, circling back to the old squad leader who was inspecting the soles of his straw sandals, offering the bowl. Squad leader. The old leader did not look up. I can drink it myself. I'm not thirsty. Squad leader. The soldier raised the bowl slightly, placing it before the leader's eyes. The leader finally glanced at the bowl, then at the soldier, and relented, perhaps not wishing to resist. With a huff, he took the bowl, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one go. The last remnants of brown sugar slid down, and he wiped his mouth, returning the bowl to the soldier. Sweet. That was the only word he uttered, a slight curve of his lips betraying his stoic demeanor before he turned back to continue inspecting the sandals. Yet, the hint of a smile lingered, leaving the soldier grinning foolishly with the empty bowl in hand. Meanwhile, the other soldiers began to find places to sit, removing their straw sandals and exposing their frozen feet to the air, allowing the morning breeze to caress them. The boy took off his shoes, stretching his feet toward the light, a look of immense pride washing over his face. Brother, brother, he nudged his companion. Look. The soldier glanced down to see 2 new blisters prominently forming on the boy's soles. purple-black, round, situated by the side of the big toe and the heel. Finally, I have 7, he exclaimed with excitement, bringing his feet together and counting each blister with his fingers. Brother, I have gathered the 7 stars. I have become an immortal. The soldier looked at the 7 blisters, nearly dried blood, and swallowed hard. All right, he patted the boy on the shoulder, affirming, you truly have become an immortal. The boy erupted into hearty laughter, his body rocking back and forth. A few soldiers nearby turned to see what the commotion was about, joining in the laughter. The old squad leader, seated a short distance away, glanced over, his lips twitching before he lowered his head again, pretending to focus on the ground. At that moment, a rapid clatter of hooves shattered the tranquility of the morning. Once again, an urgent military order was issued. Even the usually composed Kwong was unable to suppress a few choice expletives in his mind. Another round of orders, was it? Just the evening prior. They had barely settled down to rest when they were summoned to the Lei family shrine. After merely 2 hours of sleep, they arrived at the shrine only to be confronted with yet another urgent command. Indeed, that old rogue Luo displayed a complete disregard for their well-being, choosing the most inopportune moment to rouse them. Inside the shrine courtyard, the soldiers of the vanguard unit momentarily paused. Those who were in the midst of removing their straw sandals halted their movements, while others who were sipping ginger soup set their bowls down. The artillerymen, who had been counting the blisters on their feet, slowly lowered their hands. The commander of the vanguard unit took the letter, unfolded it, and glanced over it. His expression remained unchanged. However, the silence that followed lingered 2 seconds longer than usual. Then, the orders were relayed. The main force of the pursuing enemy was rapidly closing in, with 2 enemy contingents advancing toward Daozhou, attempting to cut off our retreat and trap our forces between Tiantang and Daozhou. The higher-ups commanded that the vanguard unit must set off immediately, with the aim of occupying Daozhou before dawn to halt the enemy's advance. Brothers, we must race against the enemy's motorized vehicles, covering over 100 miles in a single day. Chapter 216. My soldiers can turn cowhide into reality. The commander, holding the reins of his steed while standing in the muddy waters, spoke in a hoarse voice. The enemy, riding in their motor vehicles and feasting on canned goods, relied on these to try and entrap us in this desolate wilderness. Raising his hand, the commander pointed toward the dreary path from which they had come. For the wounded on the stretchers behind them, for those heavy machines of war, even if we wear our souls down to mere bone, we must sprout wings to seize Dao County and carve a path to survival. After a brief mobilization, the reconnaissance platoon and the 2nd Company at the forefront of the vanguard unit immediately set off. The soldiers slung their rifles onto their backs, plunging into the morning mist, and sprinted ahead. The 1st Battalion of the vanguard unit stood back up, their bodies that had just rested beginning to ache. The legs of the new recruits grew increasingly stiff. The old squad leader stood in the mud, surveying his soldiers without urging them. At that moment, Kwong grinned as he re-wrapped the dirty cloth around his feet. The blisters on his soles had multiplied, blood mingling with the dark mud. Though Eagle Eye stood tall, the old squad leader could see that his calves were trembling, revealing a lack of the calmness his demeanor suggested. Meanwhile, as the artilleryman shoved his foot back into his stiff straw sandal, the moment he stood up, pain washed over him, turning his face pale as he wobbled before finally finding his balance. The old squad leader looked at this weary group of new recruits, a heaviness settling in his chest. Just yesterday, they had run 120 miles, and today, after merely 2 hours of sleep, they were expected to cover another 100 miles. It truly felt as if they were being drained of their very essence. Although the new recruits were spared the combat duties of the reconnaissance platoon and the 2nd Company, who were required to arrive on time, the burden was still immense. At that moment, as Kwong bent down to secure his leg wraps, he caught sight of the old squad leader's troubled expression. The old squad leader, lips pressed tightly together, gazed down at their feet, clearly feeling their pain. It seemed he was even reminded of the children they had lost. Such a melancholic mood is easily contagious. New recruits in the neighboring class are already wiping away tears. If one were to run over 100 miles while feeling despondent, it would only lead to weary legs. With a sudden shift, Brother Kwong inhaled sharply, smacking his thigh with a resounding clap. The sound reverberated through the ranks, startling a few tearful recruits nearby. Standing tall, he bellowed, "Squad leader, what are you staring at? What's there to be gloomy about?" The old squad leader snapped back to reality, furrowing his brow at the sight of Brother Kwong, who stood defiantly with his chin raised and hands on his hips. "Isn't it just another 100 miles today? I thought the brigade commander was going to announce something monumental." The surrounding recruits gazed at Brother Kwong in disbelief. Having just completed 120 miles yesterday, they were now expected to run another 100 miles. And he dares to downplay it? Ignoring their incredulous stares, Brother Kwong strode up to the old squad leader. "Yesterday, we just finished 120 miles. What is that? Merely a warm-up. Our bodies are just getting into the groove. Today, running another 100 miles is but a drizzle. Don't even mention 100 miles. If the enemy dares to block our path, we could simply sprint over and give them a couple of well-deserved slaps without breaking a sweat." With each boastful word, Brother Kwong's bravado grew, sounding somewhat absurd in a unit where food was scarce. Eagle Eye, too, pushed through with trembling knees, standing beside Brother Kwong in support. "Squad leader, 100 miles is entirely feasible, as long as we maintain a steady breathing rhythm, keep our stride consistent, and reduce wind resistance. This distance won't even touch our physical limits." Eagle Eye clutched at unfamiliar terminology, clearly spouting nonsense. Yet, his tactical instructor tone caught the attention of several bewildered recruits nearby. After finishing his speech, he turned to Brother Kwong, exchanging glances as if to continue their bravado, aiming to lift the spirits of the squad. Cannonball, unable to contain himself, stomped his foot, splattering mud around. "Exactly. I have a constellation of 7 stars right under my feet. Today, not only will I run over, but I will lead the charge. The new recruits were captivated by the trio, largely due to their audacious confidence. However, they had witnessed Brother Kwong and Eagle Eye's performance the previous night and recognized their ability to back up their bravado. Yet, after Brother Kwong's shout, he felt a twinge of uncertainty, closing his mouth in anticipation of the old squad leader's customary reprimand. Last night, when he boasted about traversing 240 miles, the squad leader had already scolded him. However, after a few moments, the anticipated reprimand never came. When Brother Kwong looked up, he was surprised to see no anger in the squad leader's eyes. On the contrary, the old squad leader's tension seemed to dissipate as he burst into laughter. Well done, lad. You haven't brought shame upon me. He could see through the antics of these 3 naive recruits attempting to lighten the mood. The old squad leader bent down, hoisting a heavy cooking pot onto his back, straightened his chest, raised his chin, and marched towards the neighboring new recruit class. At that moment, the second squad leader was crouched down, fretting over several unsteady recruits. The old squad leader approached and slapped the second squad leader on the shoulder. Lao Wang, what are you squatting there staring at? Frowning and despondent. Is he still a man? The second class leader stumbled and raised his head in irritation. I'm worried about the march. We lost 2 men from our class yesterday. How are we to proceed today? You can stand there and speak without feeling the ache. I'm not worried. The old class leader pointed towards the positions of Crazy Brother and Eagle Eye. Look at the soldiers I've brought. These 2 rascals dare to boast, claiming they can cover 240 miles a day, yet just observe their spirit and vitality. The old class leader belittled his colleague while elevating his own troops. They are far superior to your men. The second class leader rolled his eyes, grinding his teeth in anger. Go ahead and show off. Who can't boast? If you're so confident, prove you can actually run 240 miles. Your legs would break. The old class leader stood firm, his neck stiff. Let me tell you. He turned, addressing not just the second class leader, but also his own soldiers. My men may seem to boast, but if they dare to brag, they can truly back it up. He paused, his gaze landing on Crazy Brother and Eagle Eye. They can indeed blow that horn. If they claim they can fly, they absolutely won. Reach the field today. The entire class is involved. The old class leader turned back, adjusting the pot on his back and issuing commands. Destination, Daozhou City. Make way. The troops stepped forward. Crazy Brother and Eagle Eye exchanged glances, both recognizing the humor in the old class leader's attempt to lighten the mood. As a result, the new recruits from the neighboring second class, inspired, unwillingly stood up. Crazy Brother slung his gun over his shoulder and pulled the cannon boy along. Let us go, little deity. Today, our boasting has been publicly sealed by the class leader. We must finish this, even if we have to crawl. The barrage of laughter erupted. Ha ha ha. The old class leader has truly outdone himself. The pride of a father shines through the screen. The second class leader from next door retorted, You're so lofty. You mock me with your men's empty boasts. The old class leader replied, How can you presume my soldiers are merely bragging? Crazy Brother and Eagle Eye chimed in. He said it's not just boasting. Why is it only the old class leader and the cannon boy who believe it? Chapter 217. How boasting becomes reality. However, the atmosphere had indeed lightened. Yet the path remained arduous. The dawn had not yet broken, and the morning breeze, laden with moisture, bit at the skin. Crazy Brother walked on the outer side of the new recruits' line. The path was too narrow, with jagged stones and dry grass on either side. But he did not lean inward. The cold wind struck his face, hitting against his thin military uniform. Crazy Brother silently straightened his back, shielding half of his body from the biting wind. Even though the blisters on his feet throbbed painfully, it was nothing compared to the experience of seizing the looting bridge. Moreover, he had already boasted, and the old class leader had given his assurance. If he could not calmly complete the remaining 100 miles, how could the old class leader hold his head high before the second class leader in the future? As Crazy Brother contemplated this, he glanced at the cannon boy trudging alongside him. The cannon boy was leaning heavily against Crazy Brother, limping as he walked. Each step brought a grimace of pain to his face, the 7 blisters making every movement excruciating. Crazy Brother took a deep breath, swallowing the bitterness rising in his throat, and suddenly spoke. Is the 7-star formation effective? The cannon fodder, in agony, shook his head and could no longer endure the pain. Brother, this formation seems to be ineffective. It hurts. I can't fly. Nonsense. Kwong Gu scolded without hesitation. Do you even understand what cultivation means? The cannon fodder sniffled, his eyes filled with confusion. Cultivation? Yes. Kwong Gu pointed at the tattered straw sandals of the cannon fodder. The location of those 7 blisters is quite particular. Do you know who Nezu is? The cannon fodder paused for a moment. I don't know who Nezu is. Is he from our group? Nonsense. He is a celestial being who oversees battles in the heavens. Kwong Gu said with utmost seriousness. He rides on 2 iron wheels called the wind fire wheels. Once the fire ignites, with a swift motion, he can leap over 2 mountains in a single step. The cannon fodder, captivated by Kwong Ji's words, temporarily forgot the excruciating pain in his feet. Is he really that powerful? Doesn't he burn his feet? You've hit the nail on the head. Kwong Gu chuckled. He is also made of flesh and blood. At first, doesn't it hurt when he steps on them? Even a celestial being has to endure blisters on his feet. Kwong Gu then inquired, Are your feet burning now? The cannon fodder nodded honestly. Yes, they burn, they feel numb, it's a fiery pain. That's right. Kwong Gu smacked the back of the cannon fodder's head lightly. This is the fire starting on the wind fire wheels. Once all 7 blisters burst, oozing pus and blood, forming thick calluses, that will be when the wind fire wheels forge into iron lumps. By then, don't be surprised if you can leap over 100 miles, even crossing Daozhou City in a single bound. The cannon fodder's eyes widened, momentarily taken aback by Kwong Ji's assertions. He lowered his gaze to his muddy feet. And for a moment, he genuinely believed it. Really? The cannon fodder gritted his teeth, trying to flatten his heels. When have I ever deceived you? Kwang Ga puffed out his chest and continued to march forward. Although the cannon fodder was a warrior, he was still a child at heart, easily persuaded. The live stream's comments flooded the screen in an instant. Laughing to death, a scene of deceit has appeared. Cannon fodder, run. This guy is deceiving himself. Word has it that Kwang Ga claims that those who reach the end of the long march will achieve physical sanctity. However, I genuinely believe that those who can truly reach the end of the long march will indeed attain physical sanctity. At that moment, the mountain path took a sharp descent, transforming into a steep slope. Such inclines offered no leverage, the ground littered with gravel and yellow mud. The new recruits rarely traversed such treacherous paths, and as soon as they planted their feet, they would often slip, tumbling head over heels. The dull thuds of falls echoed one after another. Eagle Eye, leading the front of the line, halted and surveyed the terrain with a furrowed brow. The new recruits' physical abilities might not be inferior to those of seasoned veterans, but their marching techniques were lacking. If they continued to fall like this, by the time they reached Daozhou City, half of them would have twisted their ankles, adding to the medic's burden. Everyone look at me. Eagle Eye moved to a slightly gentler slope, turned to face the new recruits, and began to instruct them. When going downhill, don't abruptly brake. He lifted his right foot, slightly leaning back to demonstrate. Bend your knees and shift your weight onto your heels. The surrounding new recruits stared blankly at Eagle Eye. Don't dig in with your toes. That will lead to a tumble. Hawkeye continued to expound on tactical principles, his voice steady and clear as he navigated the treacherous terrain of loose stones. He instructed his comrades to find tree roots or large rocks embedded in the mud to steady their footing. Pausing, he emphasized the importance of landing on the outer edges of their soles to avoid the tender centers, which, if punctured, would hinder their progress. A few audacious recruits, emulating Hawkeye's stance, tentatively took a step downwards. The gravel shifted beneath them, causing their bodies to slide down the slope. However, due to their weight being shifted backward, they did not fall. Instead, they harnessed the momentum to conserve energy. This technique of Hawkeye's was truly remarkable. Cannonball mimicked Hawkeye's movements and glided several meters down, halting beside a sturdy tree trunk. Close your mouths, save your breath, Hawkeye said coolly, momentarily bewildering the old squad leader. This was precisely the kind of admonition he would typically offer. The squad leader, trailing behind the group, glanced at Hawkeye and then at Crazy Brother. Crazy Brother was rambling on, while Hawkeye provided guidance. Cannonball, benefiting from their combined strength, managed to persevere, all of which the squad leader observed keenly. These two fellows hardly resembled mere recruits. They had, through their banter, instilled confidence in the entire squad's advance. As the squad leader, he found himself at ease. Yet there was an unsettling sense of unfamiliarity in this shift of responsibility. With the workload seemingly usurped, he pondered his own role. His gaze shifted downward to Crazy Brother's feet, which were now beyond recognition. His straw sandals had completely disintegrated, leaving a mixture of hay and mud clinging to his feet, rendering him nearly barefoot as he stepped on the stones. The squad leader remained silent, adjusting his stance to edge closer to the mountainside, where a thicket of shrubs grew. He freed his right hand to grasp a sturdy vine, which snapped with a sharp crack as he tore it from its anchorage. He forcefully ran the vine along his thigh to smooth out the rigid thorns. Subsequently, he pulled down 5 or 6 more vines, fashioning them into a loop to secure around his left wrist before hastening onward. At that moment, Crazy Brother, parched, took a small sip from his flask, letting the water linger in his mouth to moisten his cracked lips. Cannonball, witnessing this, could not suppress a chuckle. Brother, are you missing someone? Crazy Brother rolled his eyes in response. What do you know? This is called adhering to medical advice. Just as Crazy Brother became distracted, he stepped into a muddy pit. When he extracted his foot, his sandal had vanished, and even the cloth strips binding his legs were stained a dark gray by the mud. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on. Barefoot it is. I will continue regardless. Cannonball, a raspy voice called from behind, startling him. He instinctively turned back. A shadow arced through the air, landing squarely in his arms. He reached out to catch it. It was several neatly prepared vines. Squad leader, what is this? He asked, momentarily taken aback. The squad leader strode past Crazy Brother without a glance, his voice carried by the cold wind. Use these as soles for your feet. If your feet were to fail you, who would carry the fiery chariot for the cannon child? Brother Kwang stood still for a moment, lowering his head, as if he had just received a metaphorical AK to the corner of his mouth. Thanks, Sergeant. Brother Kwang squatted down promptly, deftly weaving the vines and binding them tightly to the soles of his feet. He rose again, stomping in place a couple of times. Although the vines were abrasive, they effectively shielded him from the sharp stones. Truly, the old sergeant had a knack for ingenious solutions. Comfortable, Brother Kwang bellowed, turning around and grasping the cannon child's arm. Let us fly to Daozhou today. Yet, it wasn't long before the sun gradually climbed higher in the sky. The vines beneath Brother Kwang's feet had begun to soften, their rough skin smoothening under the friction of mud and pebbles. While the vines were indeed prickly, they provided solid protection for the tender flesh of his soles. Brother Kwang glanced at the cannon child beside him, whose lips had already begun to bleed. Brother, why isn't the fiery chariot igniting yet? The cannon child's voice was weak, his eyelids drooping. Brother Kwang reached out, supporting the cannon child's arm. It will be soon. Consider this a trial by heaven. He encouraged, his voice rising. Once we pass the mountain ahead, you will soar. The cannon child managed a faint grin, though it did not quite reach his eyes. The group had been marching tirelessly all morning, and the new recruits were rapidly exhausting their stamina. The old sergeant walked ahead, the marching pot on his back bumping rhythmically with each step, producing a dull thudding sound. Rest in place. Conceal yourselves. The messenger's call rang out from the front. The old sergeant immediately halted, turning to signal. Stay by the roadside. No lying down. Sit and catch your breath. Upon receiving the command, the new recruits leaned against tree roots or stones to sit down. Silence fell over them as they panted heavily. Brother Kwong tucked the cannon child into a haystack and sat down beside him, rubbing his sore knees. At that moment, the keen-eyed scout at the front of the line suddenly crouched down. He leveled his weapon, aiming toward a hillock on the right. Then, he raised his right hand into a fist, a clear signal of enemy alert. The once listless new recruits swiftly grabbed their rifles, their fatigue momentarily overshadowed by the instinct for survival. Brother Kwong reacted quickly, rolling and scrambling to the cannon child, seizing the collar of his shirt and pressing him firmly against the haystack. Don't look up, Brother Kwong hissed. Simultaneously, he positioned his body sideways, resting the rifle stock against his shoulder, his right eye pressed against the sight, and his finger poised on the trigger. The fluidity of his movements was a testament to the muscle memory forged in previous missions. The old sergeant crouched low, swiftly approaching the keen-eyed scout. How many? He whispered. The scout focused on the rustling dry grass behind the hillock, his furrowed brow relaxing. 2 adults and a child unarmed. The man is carrying a burden, and the woman has a basket. The old sergeant exhaled deeply, raising his hand to signal the new recruits to lower their guard. Brother Kwong, keen-eyed scout. Follow me to investigate. The 3 of them, rifles in hand, then arched their backs and crept up the dirt slope. As they parted the dry grass, they spotted a family of 3 traversing the dirt path. A man donned in tattered clothing bore a yoke upon his shoulders, with empty bamboo baskets hanging from either end. Following closely behind was a woman, carrying a bamboo basket in which pieces of rag were laid, cradling a plump little child in the center. Judging by their attire, they were local villagers heading to the market. As the man walked, his peripheral vision caught sight of 3 soldiers emerging from the thicket, rifles in hand. He trembled uncontrollably, his legs weakening, and he collapsed into the muddy ground, the yoke tipping and sending the bamboo baskets rolling far away. The woman let out a terrified scream, quickly crouching down to protect the bamboo basket tightly against her chest, her body shaking uncontrollably. Officer, spare us, please. The man pleaded in fear. We are merely farmers from Daozhou, on our way to the market to exchange for a bit of salt. We have no money, nothing at all. In those turbulent times, the common folk dreaded the sight of soldiers, for conscription and requisitioning of grain had become the norm. Upon encountering a large number of soldiers, their immediate reaction was to fear the worst. Even those who had witnessed similar reactions from the populace numerous times felt a pang of sympathy as they watched the live broadcast. Alas, in these times, the common people have it so hard. The sight of a terrified man kneeling in submission spoke volumes of the abuse they endured. With a face resembling that of a bully, one soldier was warned not to frighten them further. Observing the scene, the squad leader promptly slung his rifle behind him, his expression shifting to one of warmth. He approached swiftly, extending his hands to assist the man. Good fellow, please rise, the ground is cold. The squad leader's voice was gentle. Do not be afraid. We mean no harm and will not take anything. The man, still trembling, hesitantly lifted his gaze to the squad leader. The latter unfastened his water flask from his waist, removed the wooden stopper, and offered it to the man. It is quite cold. You are traveling with a child. Have a sip of ginger syrup to warm your body. This ginger syrup was the last of the squad leader's supply, yet he unhesitatingly offered it to the villagers. The man looked at the flask containing the ginger syrup, his throat constricting, yet he dared not reach out for it. Meanwhile, the child nestled in the bamboo basket began to wail loudly. The soldier, noticing this, grimaced and handed his rifle to a comrade, striding over to kneel before the child. His face, marked by a rough demeanor, contorted into a comical expression. He rummaged through his pocket and produced a shriveled red chili pepper, wiggling it playfully before the child's nose. Ah, little one, look at this. A red lantern. The soldier lowered his voice intentionally, matching his absurd expression to elicit more amusement. The child's cries ceased, and with tear-filled eyes, he observed the half chili pepper with curiosity. Reaching out to grasp it, the soldier, lifting his wrist, evaded the child's grasp. Not for eating, it will sting your bottom. He chuckled, gently brushing his fingers across the child's cheek. The child, having missed the chili, showed no signs of anger but instead burst into laughter. The woman observed the soldier's adeptness in entertaining the child and glanced at the flask being offered by the squad leader. The red star caps they wore seemed somewhat familiar, and her fear began to dissipate. Summoning her courage, she quietly inquired, "Which unit do you belong to?" The team, rather than resorting to violence, exhibited remarkable patience in comforting women and children, even willingly offering their last remaining ginger syrup. In the memories of the women, only one contingent seemed to embody such compassion. Upon hearing this, the old squad leader straightened his posture, his jovial smile replaced by a serious demeanor. Comrades, we are the Red Legion. Chapter 219. Do you understand the concept of mass support? Tactical withdrawal. The man was momentarily taken aback, then his eyes widened in astonishment. Grasping the squad leader's sleeve, his voice trembled with emotion. The Red Legion? The very one that does not take a single needle or thread from the common folk. The squad leader nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is us. We are marching in haste. The man abruptly rose from the ground, pulling a woman who appeared equally astonished towards him. Ah, we are on the same side. It's our own people. His eyes brimmed with tears of excitement. We've heard about your unit in Daozhou for quite some time. We've awaited your arrival. The woman hastily set down her bamboo basket and reached out to push away the squad leader's water flask. Comrade, we cannot accept this water. You have fought hard. It is better kept for yourselves. The man clutched the squad leader's hand tightly, his gaze shifting from the soldiers' tattered uniforms to their worn-out straw sandals. Where are you headed? How did you end up on this desolate path? Meeting the eager gaze of the local, the squad leader candidly revealed their predicament. Comrade, we are bound for Daozhou City. The situation is urgent. We must arrive before dawn. Upon hearing the name Daozhou City, the man's smile abruptly faded. He turned sharply, scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Then pulled the squad leader aside, lowering his voice. Comrade, if you are traveling to Daozhou, you absolutely must avoid the main road. The squad leader exchanged a puzzled glance with Eagle Eye. Comrade, what is the matter? The man, exasperated, slapped his thigh. Outside Daozhou, there is the Xiaoshui River. The waters run deep and swift. The only passage into the city is a floating bridge made of wooden boats. The city guards have long declared that if they learn of your approach, they will immediately sever the bridge's ropes, pulling the boats across to the other side. Once the bridge is cut, that river becomes a deadly chasm. Even if you have tens of thousands, you will not be able to cross. The squad leader's expression turned pale as tactical scenarios raced through his mind. If the floating bridge at Xiaoshui River were to be destroyed, the vanguard would be trapped at the riverbank, vulnerable to encirclement by pursuing enemies, placing the Red Legion in grave peril. Is this information accurate? Eagle Eye inquired gravely. Absolutely. It is entirely accurate. The man affirmed vigorously. My brother-in-law is an official in the county town. He just sneaked out yesterday to bring this news. Huang Ge tucked away his peppers and stood up. So if the bridge is destroyed, there will be no other means to cross the river? In a hushed tone, the man pointed towards the Xiaoshui River. There is a way. We must wait until nightfall. After dark, you need to find the strongest swimmers in your ranks and take to the water. Take to the water? Huang Ge was puzzled. Yes, swim. The squad leader clarified. The man nodded vigorously. Exactly. Swim across to the opposite shore, quietly untie the bridge cable, and bring the boat over. Otherwise, you will have to endure the bullets from the white dog. The barrage in the live stream surged instantly. What an essential piece of intelligence. If we were unaware of this, the vanguard would charge forward recklessly, becoming sitting ducks. Ah, it is indeed the Red Army. There are always fellow villagers to relay news. This is what we call a grassroots foundation. The old squad leader grasped the man's hand tightly, shaking it vigorously. Fellow villager. Your information has saved our entire regiment, our whole army. The man chuckled modestly, waving his hand. What is there to think? You are the ones fighting for the impoverished. I am merely a porter, unable to offer much assistance. Be cautious when you cross the river. Good. Once we triumph, I shall pay you a visit. The old squad leader released his grip and turned abruptly. Crazy boy, Eagle Eye, at your service. The two stood tall and straight. This intelligence is of utmost urgency. Hasten to the front and find the regiment commander.